The content of the report is very sharp. First, questioning the source of Tang Qing's money to open Shengtang clothing. There is a detailed analysis in it, saying that so far in Shengtang, Tang Qing has only injected capital and has not received a penny of dividends from it. Secondly, questioning Wanqing Mining, a company with assets of tens of billions of yuan and a heavy asset enterprise in the mining industry. Where did Tang Qing get the money to buy it in the first place? It was still in US dollars. As for other companies under Tang Qing, not much is said. Compare the significance of these two companies. It's all little things. And this, after it spread on the internet, it caused quite a stir. Many netizens are clamoring for Tang Qing to come out and give an explanation. The editor of the tabloid was also interviewed by the media. On a TV station in Hong Kong, he expressed his hope that Tang Qing would come out and give an explanation. Finally, he said, Mr. Tang did not say that wealth is the accumulation of trust. In this case, please give everyone a reason to trust you. At this time, the interview with Sina Finance has been broadcast. The editor caught Tang Qing's words for his own purpose. Of course, it's just a matter of gaining popularity. As a gossip newspaper, it's rare to be able to catch the popularity of a figure like Tang Qing. If Tang Qing's wealth is really dirty, then they will be famous. As for slander, the newspaper only said it was possible, and it was questioning it for the public, but it didn't say it was certain. Just this title has more than doubled their sales today. In short, they are in an invincible position. Outside world, people who know the relationship between Tang Kai and Tang Qing, they completely scoffed at this news. They had reached a consensus that Tang Qing's original funds definitely came from Tang Kai, his second uncle, and who dared to say that the money Tang Kai gave was unclean. In Tang Kai's manner, after listening to the butler's report, Yuman said disdainfully, "These people are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. They are entertainment reporters and are bold, so mainland media mouthpieces still need to be supervised. Such highly inducing articles can easily make people fish in troubled waters and add insult to injury. Fortunately, our Tangdang does not have a dark history." Tang Kai said calmly. How many people were trampled to death by some people because they were trying to fish in troubled waters? Entrepreneurs' original capital accumulation. It's hard to avoid being illegal. His business, Tang Kai's, was that he was involved in jade and jewelry business with Wei Jun's family in Myanmar, and was suspected of smuggling, and his connection to Wang Sa, Thailand, was suspected of bribery. Sometimes he visits Wei Jun's family in Myanmar from Thailand, and is suspected of illegally crossing the border. It can be said, the history of Tang Kai's corporate growth is that it has always strayed from the edge of the law and often crossed the line. But Tang Qing's growth, there is no such worry. As long as the source of the money is solved, Tang Qing will have no history of crossing the line. Each of its companies operates normally, pays taxes in accordance with the law, and earns reasonable profits, which is very clean. Don't be afraid of anyone checking. Then what should we do? There are so many people on the internet talking about Tang Dang and making all kinds of sarcastic remarks. Yuman said. Tang Kai smiled and looked at his wife. What are you in a hurry? This kind of boring rumor can be easily put to rest. Don't worry, Tang Dang has discussed it with me a long time ago. We all agree that all the money comes from me. That's good. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing finished his morning practice. We arrived at Comic Group by car. I plan to finish recording the interview with Comic Group today so that I can continue to live a life without shame and Sonia. It is inconvenient to go to sea in Shanghai, so Sonia can take Lin Jiaxue to a distant place on a yacht at any time. Much more exciting. Good morning, Chairman. Hello, Chairman. Chairman. Tang Qing's arrival. It caused a stir in the company. He used to be their boss, a young rich man, but with Huruan's exposure, they realized how extensive and big Tang Qing's industry was. What makes them even more proud? Tang Qing has become the richest man in the mainland. According to this speed of wealth accumulation, no one will be able to shake Tang Qing's status for many years to come. Now that they are out, their backs are much straighter. Some people are even thinking about it. When will Tang Qing surpass Bill Gates and become the world's richest man? Chairman Pu Chaodong and other vice presidents quickly came out to greet him. Let's go. After the meeting, let's record as soon as possible, Tang Qing said. Pu Chaodong said hurriedly, I have the interview team ready. They are in the conference room. Okay. Conference room. Pu Chaodong reported on the latest affairs of Comet Group. The 2 data centers located in your province have completed land leveling. The laying of optical cables officially started 3 days ago. They will be connected to the dry network in half a month for extreme speed testing. The main power of the data center has been connected to the provincial high-voltage power grid less than 15 kilometers away, and the backup power is connected to a nearby small hydropower station that we acquired to ensure power supply. On the 10th of this month, the third quarter sales revenue of Civilization Global Peripheral Products arrived, totaling 650 million yuan after tax. According to your instructions, Chairman, it has been allocated to Comet Video for the expansion of the animation industry and the Comet Video Director Support Plan. Tang Qing listened quietly. He knows all this. The significance of this kind of meeting is to let the participants know what they have done and what they should do. That's all. Animation industry. China's shortcomings. Tang Qing also wanted to help. In the past life, when Japanese comics almost dominated the country, many excellent works emerged in China's animation industry, such as 100,000 Bad Jokes, such as Kiba, and the pinnacle work, The Return of the Great Sage. And the road is not going smoothly, and it is difficult to become as popular as Japanese comics in the world. One of the important reasons is that there is no such consumption atmosphere. In China, animation and animation have always been very uncomfortable. The reasons are well known. Shoddy workmanship. Almost all of them feature animals as the protagonists, and the pictures are shocking. If things go on like this, the inherent concept is this thing is for children and adults will see it as childish. Because of this, the consumer market is very sluggish. These movies come out, except for The Return of the Great Sage, which is a dark horse with a huge reputation. The other box office results are not satisfactory, especially Kiba, which Tang Qing likes to watch. Due to lack of funds, there will be no more after the third part. It's also a pity, but it is still difficult for a few excellent works to save China's animation industry. This requires an environment. In Tang Qing, it is necessary to gradually cultivate such a consumption environment. He didn't believe it. In China, you can't find anyone who can draw hot-selling comics. As for plagiarizing the above-mentioned excellent works, Tang Qing doesn't bother to do it. He is to support this industry, not to play football. Just like Tang Qing didn't let the Comet Group copy those popular movies from his previous life. They all become referees. He also went off to play match fixing. It's not a shame. As for the Director Support Program, it is a policy provided by Comet Video to third-party video service providers. If those teams that rely on original video production have the ability to make big movies, he would not mind supporting them. Who says that only? Directors with formal academic background are directors? Yi Luzi became a monk. It's not necessarily really worse than them. P.S. Have a good trip, Mr. Jin Yong. Half an hour later, the meeting is over. Tang Qing came to the living room to record the interview. Dialogue focuses on the film and television industry. Sina Finance prefers business talks, and Comet Video's interviews tend to focus on life. This is why Tang Qing only agreed to 3 companies. If a question is asked several times, it will be very annoying. Tang Qing actually admired Ma Yin a little. Gives speeches everywhere. Not disgusting either. However, I have to say that Ma Yun's speech talent is at the top level and can inspire people. Although it is a bit like giving chicken soup for the soul. Chicken soup for the soul is also chicken soup. Have a drink. At least you'll feel better. In an impetuous society, people are violent, utilitarian, and have low happiness. People like Ma Yin are needed to encourage people and bring hope. It's approaching 11 o'clock. After the interview was completed, we could finally go back to Sanya to bask in the sun. The typhoon was approaching and the weather forecast said it would rain in Shanghai for another week. Tang Qing had already booked a flight for this afternoon. Mr. Pu, I'll leave first. If you need anything, call me. Tang Qing came to Pu Chaodong's office to say goodbye. Pu Chaodong stood up quickly. Chairman, let me see you off. No, I will still get lost. Tang Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, yes, although he agreed verbally. But Pu Chaodong still sent Tang Qing to the elevator. Afternoon, 3:30. Tang Qing boarded the plane, flying to Sanya. First class. He had nothing to do and was flipping through a book, Journey to the West, in his hand. Recently, when he had nothing to do and nothing to think about, he would flip through the famous book and read it word for word. But it is not a foreign masterpiece, but a Chinese one. Those foreign masterpieces. Tang Qing really couldn't appreciate it. Relatively speaking, he would rather read 300 Tang poems, as well as song lyrics, yuan operas, etc., rather than reading foreign novels. Besides, Lin Jiaxue also followed the same example, but she was playing Dream of Red Mansions. Little brother, do you also like to watch Journey to the West? Shortly after the plane took off, a middle-aged man next to him said. Tang Qing looked up. Without looking, he could feel this man peeking at him more than a dozen times just by sensing, and he hesitated to speak many times. Think about it. This man should know him. Yeah, I have nothing to do. Just take a look. It's quite interesting. Tang Qing looked at him. The middle-aged man smiled. Haha, my little brother's hobby is very unique. I have to say that the charm of Chinese writing is really powerful. It's hard to imagine that people's imagination could reach this point hundreds of years ago. It's true that the charm of writing can last forever. Tang Qing nodded. Which character in it do you like best, little brother? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Tang Qing thought for a while. Your Majesty. The middle-aged man was also stunned. This answer is quite new. Young people generally like Sun Wukong, but when they think about the identity of the person in front of them, they cannot judge it by common sense, so they ask curiously, why do you like this, old man? Tang Qing stared at the middle-aged man and smiled. I just like his identity as a chess player. Sun Wukong is a bit too tragic. From beginning to end, it is all in someone else's calculations. Bang bang. The middle-aged man clapped his hands and said, good insights. Different people read a book. Everyone will have different understandings. And Tang Qing has been looking at it as a chess player from the beginning. No wonder he can achieve such achievements at such a young age. He looks at the problem in a different direction. Taishang Laojun, haha, interesting. Indeed, Taishang Laojun, one of the three pure ones, the ancestor of Taoism, has great strength, but he is low-key. He also has a wife and children. He has become the Bull Demon King. He could be said to be free and easy, haha. The middle-aged man laughed. What about you? Tang Qing asked. Zhu Beiji. The middle-aged man said without hesitation. Why? Tang Qing asked. The middle-aged man explained. Foolish people have stupid blessings. Apart from turning into a pig, it has not suffered anything from beginning to end. It can also turn into a human being. It is ranked as the marshal of the sky, with high authority and authority. After descending to the earth, it is also free and easy. Not only did it have a 9-tooth rake, but it also got married twice, took 2 wives, and finally became an emissary of the purification altar with the scripture collection team. Although the position granted by the Buddha was not high in the end, life was generally smooth. That makes sense. Tang Qing nodded. Everyone has his own ambitions. Some people want a stable life, and some people want to be powerful. And this person in front of me, according to what I just said, Tang Qing guessed that he was from a wealthy family with a good family and was eager to pass on his wealth and status safely. The fact was similar to what he had guessed. Information about this person came from the command room. He was an overseas Chinese. His name is Zhu Anjing. My ancestors have been doing business in various countries in Southeast Asia, involving rubber, grain, aquatic products, timber, and other businesses. They're considered to be the 4th generation of rich people. This time they returned to China to meet old friends, and now they're going to Sanya for a meeting. Assets are more than 1 billion yuan. Not high, not low. Suansing. He handed over a business card. Tang Qing took it and took a look. Chairman and General Manager of Zubao Group. As for me, you should have guessed it. Tang Qing looked up. When Zhu Anjing heard this, he smiled. It seems that you have known that I know you for a long time. Absolutely, Tang Qing said. Zhu Anjing added, I grew up in Indonesia. I don't have many books with Chinese characters at home. Among them are some Chinese classics and history books. My favorite book is Journey to the West. When I was a child, I longed for the bizarre world and hoped to be like Sun Monkey. But later I discovered that Sun Monkey is still a monkey after all. When people play with it, Zhu Beiji is the most lovable. Ancestor, sir, your surname is really an advantage. Tang Qing chuckled. Haha, many people say this. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Zhu. Zhuan was laughing. Zhu, this surname is very rare. If you call me Mr. Zhu, it will become Zong. Okay. Tang Qing nodded. Zhu Anjing's information flashed crazily in front of his eyes. It showed that this person was not bad, had some influence in the Chinese community in Indonesia, was kind to others, and had no dark history. The overall assessment report is displayed. A person of benefit and harmlessness. Otherwise, Tang Qing was not interested in talking nonsense with him. I wonder, do I have a chance to treat you to a meal? Being able to chat with Tang Qing was also a rare and lucky event for Zhu Anjing. Tang Qing thought for a while. Nod in agreement. Okay, the day after tomorrow, you choose the place. Come on. Normally Tang Qing would not agree to a meal with someone he had just met, but Zhuan was an exception. Although Zhuan was a serious businessman, his cousin was an underground powerhouse in Indonesia. Thousands of people under his command. Although Tang Qing is weak, he is a powerful person there, but he does not engage in the business of bullying men and dominating women. He has always protected the relative safety of the local Chinese in the name of underground forces. For this kind of person, Tang Qing was also a little impressed. P.S. Banking system has 1,000 chapters, and it's almost 3 million words soon. It's not easy, and I'm pretty good at it, haha. Thank you everyone for supporting Mouse until now. I originally planned to finish it by the end of the year, but gradually I found that I couldn't finish it. The dissuasive effect of this book in all aspects in the early stage was too obvious, and it was difficult to attract new readers. As a result, the results have not improved. I really don't want to write too much. However, the more I write, the more I feel that there is much more I can write. I am torn between whether to finish it quickly and add most of my ideas to a new book or to continue writing in this book. I have to think carefully about it. I heard two people talking about Journey to the West. The people sitting in front and behind were a bit disdainful. I thought these two people were sick. An old man who likes Taishang Laojun. One likes that stupid pig Zhu Beiji. Talking about the childish Journey to the West. How could people be so boring? No, a young man sitting in front of Tang Qing turned his head and said, I said, the Jade Emperor is still more powerful and controls the heaven. The two looked at each other. He smiled. The butt determines the head. This is a universal saying. What you said makes sense. Tang Qing agreed. There is no need to argue about this kind of thing. If you win, you won't get any money. Hearing that Tang Qing agreed with his opinion, the young man in front said happily, That's right. How weak the Supreme Lord is. He is bullied by Sun Wukong every time. Tang Qing. Suanseng. Yes. Everyone was not from the same group. Tang Qing shut his mouth and took back what he had just said. This young man didn't even know where his butt was, so don't expect him to use his brain to make decisions. The young man took a look. He realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lin Jiaxu next to Tang Qing. His eyes lit up, and he said to Tang Qing with a smile, Brother, is this your sister? Tang Qing glanced at him lightly. My wife. You're kidding me. How could you get married at such a young age? The young man didn't believe it. Whether you believe it or not, she is my wife. Tang Qing said with a faint smile. This made Lin Jiaxue on the side very happy. Tang Qing rarely called her this, or almost never. Even in bed, Tang Qing just called her dear or Jiaxue. However, she was also quite annoyed by this fly. The young man added, Don't be so stingy. I just want to get to know each other. My name is... Stop. Tang Qing raised his hand. First, I don't want to know who you are, and second, don't talk to us anymore. This guy's information just appeared in front of him. How can I put it? Tang Qing has already asked the soldiers to take action. This person, the family has some money. Mining in the mountain province. This time, I made a mistake at home. I just settled it and went out to relax. This matter made Tang Qing very unhappy, and he was ready to help him and let him go to jail for a few years. You, the young man, was a little angry and embarrassed. Sit down, son. At this time, the mother next to the young man shouted. She almost got in because of a problem with her lower body and almost got into an argument with someone on the plane when she got out. It was really uncomfortable. Oh, the young man came down the steps. He sat back in his seat with a look of displeasure. Be honest, wasn't the trouble you just caused big enough? The young man's mother said angrily. Why don't I just break one of his legs? It's such a big deal. Anyway, there are people who can carry it off. Who asked that boy to snatch a woman from me? The young man is new to the world, likes to be in the limelight, and his voice is a bit loud. Tang Qing and Zhu Onjing from behind could hear it very clearly. Tang Qing smiled helplessly. Such a stupid opponent. Isn't it a bit bullying to attack him yourself? Shut up, you treacherous son. You will only make me angry to death. The young man's mother quickly covered her son's mouth. Damn it. Why did I give birth to such a careless son? The young man pulled away his mother's hand and said, What I said is the truth. You, Tang Qing and Zhu Onjing, stopped talking. Everyone was sitting doing their own things. Tang Qing was reading Journey to the West, and Zhuan was reading a copy. Story meeting. Zhuan bought this when he wanted to experience the Huaxia train. The rest of the journey. Young people are also thick-skinned. Brother, I apologize. I was reckless just now. My dad is digging coal mines in the mountain province. You can contact me next time you go to play. I will cover the entire trip. Tang Qing ignored him. I sincerely apologize. Where are you going to Sanya? I've been here before and can be a tour guide. I have a Hilton Hotel membership card, and I'll treat you to room and board for free. Beauty eye. Seeing that Tang Qing was having trouble getting in, the young man turned to Lin Jiaxue. Tang Qing suddenly looked up. He gave the young man a cold look. Ah! The young man exclaimed and stood up. Tang Qing's look just now. It felt like he had seen a hell. It was so cold that it penetrated the bones, and the chill penetrated into the depths of his soul. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Tang Qing again. It wasn't that scary. Could it be that it was just a hallucination? For Tang Qing, who has mental power, a look, it can really scare people to death. However, this man was not guilty enough to die. Tang Qing was just using a small plan. This scream, it shocked many people. Son, what's wrong? His mother asked hurriedly. The young man shook his head with lingering fear and wiped cold sweat. No, it's nothing. As he said that, he glanced at Tang Qing fearfully. This guy's eyes were so scary. Has he killed anyone before? So scary. Sit back in your seat. That look just now still echoed in his mind. Once you close your eyes, it was as if Tang Qing was staring at him. Tang, what's wrong with him? Lin Jiaxue leaned into Tang Qing's ear and asked, whispering into the beauty's ear. Tang Qing's expression had already returned to normal. She tilted her head and kissed Lin Jiaxue's soft lips. Maybe he did something wrong. Tang Qing patted Lin Jiaxue's hand. Lin Jiaxue said, Oh, no more attention. The rest of the flight. The young people didn't bother Tang Qing or the others anymore. Sanya Airport. The plane landed on time. Tang Qing and Zhuan were going down together. At this time, the fear in the young man's heart had dissipated, and when he saw that Tang Qing was about to disappear from sight, he realized that Tang Qing was followed by 2 bodyguards, and the old man who liked Zhu Beiji also had a strong bodyguard. Son, you see, there are people out there, and our family's money is not omnipotent. Mother educated her earnestly. In this case, the young man didn't take it seriously. He had heard too many truths since he was a child, and muttered, Isn't there just 2 bodyguards? What's wrong, one pretty boy, huh? Sooner or later, you'll be ruined by this mouth. The mother said helplessly, How was it possible? I am not a crow's mouth, and my mouth has not been enlightened by the Buddha. If I say that I will be arrested by the police when I leave the airport, I will be arrested by the police, the young man said sternly. You. A minute later, outside the airport, young people, falling to the ground and becoming a prisoner. Crack, crack. The young man's hands were handcuffed. He looked blankly at several policemen, then at his stunned mother, and stammered, My mouth was really opened. The policeman in front of him didn't understand what he meant. He took out a fax and said, Jean Xiaoming, you were suspected of intentional injury. The evidence is conclusive. The relevant departments of Shan Province have entrusted us to arrest you. This is an arrest warrant. Take it away. Looking at the fax in front of me, Jean Xiaoming was dumbfounded. With a sad face, he said in a trembling voice, Mom, save me. I just muttered a few words. Do you want it to be so effective? If I had known, I wouldn't have made that wish just now. He doesn't want to go to jail. Officer, did you arrest the wrong person? Jean Xiaoming's mother stopped in front and said in a panic, Impossible. The picture, name, and ID card are all correct. Madam, please don't interfere with official duties. The leading police officer said calmly. A loving mother often loses her son. This bastard son must have been spoiled. Eating people. Don't do human affairs. Snort. Hearing this, Jean Xiaoming's mother said in her heart, It's over. Her son had just been released from prison 2 days ago. Being arrested again, or across provinces, meant that there was a new change in the case, and it was a change that was extremely detrimental to her son. Looking at her son, she sighed and stepped away. No matter what, even if they can't stop the police from handling the case, she still knows. Seeing this, Jean Xiaoming became even more panicked and shouted, Mom, save me. Listen to the police officer first. I'll call your dad right away to find out what happened. Don't panic or talk nonsense, the mother warned. Mom, you must save me. Jean Xiaoming's cowardice made several police officers look down upon him. Now they know they are afraid. How can he be so brave when he does bad things and breaks people's legs? Be good. Mother comforted her. Subsequently, Jean Xiaoming was taken away. There were a bunch of people watching and pointing. At this time, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue's car was passing by the airport gate. When they saw this scene, Lin Jiaxue exclaimed and said, Tang, isn't this the same person just now? What's going on? Why did the police want to arrest him? I heard him say on the plane just now that he broke someone's leg. Tang Qing said simply, If you don't commit suicide, you can't blame anyone. That's right. Lin Jiaxue nodded. She didn't expect that she would be sitting so close to the bad guy. After Tang Qing's car left, Zhu Anjing also saw this scene and squinted his eyes. He felt that something was fishy, but it didn't look like it. Everyone was on the plane. Tang Qing probably didn't have time to deal with this kind of person. It must be bad luck. Why? Today's young people. The conditions are good. Zhu Anjing despises him if he becomes daring and breaks the rules. He didn't need to think about what the young man said just now about breaking someone's legs. He knew the reason why the young man was arrested. Uncle, what is that young man's background? Said the bodyguard beside Zhu Anjing. I want you to pay more attention to the facts. How should I put it? I am a very interesting young man for the time being. Whether I can become a good friend in the end depends on whether others like me. Tang Qing, the new richest man in the mainland, is indeed a dragon and a phoenix among people. Zhuan said quietly. What? He is. The bodyguard was shocked. When returning to the villa, it was already setting sun. Joshua, let's go. Let's have barbecue tonight. Tang Qing took off his coat and handed it to the soldier next to him. Okay. Lin Joshua never had any ideas about what to eat. Hee, but before that, let's take a shower. Rubbing his hands, Tang Qing directly picked up Lin Joshua and walked to the bedroom. In order to eat more, he should exercise before meals. It's still early in the day, more than an hour later. Both of them were wearing t-shirts and shorts, eating barbecue and watching TV on the roof, with the sea breeze blowing and the moonlight shining brightly. Food, wine, beautiful scenery, and beauties. Tang Qing felt that his life was semi-complete. Completed drunk on beauty's lap. It's just a matter of waking up and taking control of the world. At this moment, outside world, discussions about the legality of Tang Qing's original funding are becoming more and more heated. Rumors spread, but what makes many people dumbfounded is, all day long, it's in a whole day, Tang Qing was stunned and did not speak out in any media. Whether it was the mass media or his own comment video, he was very calm and allowed them to speculate, as if to say, do whatever you like. No explanation was given. If it were someone else, crisis public relations will definitely be initiated as soon as possible. However, Tang Qing's companies are very calm. Everyone in the comment group, whether it was the board of directors or the management, knew about Tang Kai's existence. Naturally, no matter how big the rumors were, they could not shake Tang Qing's legal status. They did not pay attention to those rumors at all. Other companies are similar. In their opinion, the meaning of crisis public relations is that the company will start it when there is an irreversible impact. For example, someone accidentally ate something sold in one's own store, or one's own equipment had an accident, leaked electricity, and injured someone. These are the things that require crisis public relations. Tang Qing this. Not a big deal at all. However, in the eyes of some people, Tang Qing gave in. He felt that he had discovered the truth and became more energetic. With rhythm, more and more people feel that there is something wrong with Tang Qing. The next day, the newspaper continued the story. Very bold. The title is Tang Qing's Silence, written in great detail. For one day, Tang Qing did not respond at all to the source of the funds. He couldn't get through when he called. His subsidiary companies said they had no comment. We have reason to suspect that there are major problems with this fund. More than 1,000 words. Let sales increase again. The role of clickbait parties is once again reflected. Morning. Sina Finance. Lung Mu looked at the trend of public opinion that continued to ferment on the internet and called Rong Ying in. He didn't know why Tang Qing chose to remain silent. It was completely inconsistent with ordinary people's logic for solving problems. Just leave it alone? Xiaoying, what's going on with Tang Qing? There's no response at all. Lung Mu asked. Rong Ying said with disdain. What's the answer? This is very detrimental to his reputation. The source of funds is a big problem. How many people have died on this road? Lung Mu pushed up his glasses and looked at Rong Ying with a half smile. Boss, it's not like you don't know where his money comes from. Tell me what you want to do. Rong Ying looked at Lung Mu with a smile. Help him clear his name. For words popped out of Lung Mu's mouth. We need to seek Tang Qing's opinion on this, Rong Ying said. Lung Mu told the reason for calling Rong Ying. You call and ask. After thinking about it, Rong Ying nodded. Okay, let me try. Rong Ying took out her mobile phone and dialed Tang Qing's number in person. Some chatted for a few words. Rong Ying said bluntly, Director Tang, it's like this. We want to report on your second uncle's affairs to help you clarify the current rumors. I wonder if it's okay. That's okay. Tang Qing agreed. Thank you. Rong Ying said happily. No need to be polite. We all benefit from each other. Rong Ying was also helpless. Helping others clarify things makes it seem like one owes others, but it seems that the same is true. In the situation Tang Qing is encountering now, this kind of clarification is not a clarification, but a naked way of showing off wealth. Because according to this, Tang Qing is by no means a grassroots entrepreneur. It's about the rich second generation starting a business. What is it if it's not about showing off their wealth? After hanging up the phone, Rong Ying nodded. Editor-in-Chief, okay. Okay, Xiaoying, I'll leave this matter to you. Come up with a report as soon as possible and send it out in the afternoon, haha. Lung Mu said happily he was really lucky to have recruited Rong Ying. Yes. Rong Ying turned around and returned to the office. Start organizing the manuscript. It is difficult to find specific information on the internet because there are different opinions, and Tang Kai is low-key and not many people know about it. She called many parties to confirm and even called the person involved. If not clear, the report will be inaccurate. Then she might as well not retaliate. It was also the opportunity to have a phone call with Tang Kai in person. Only then did she truly understand how extensive Tang Kai's business network was. She couldn't help but shake her head. The Tang family really knew how to cause trouble. It was a big deal. 3 p.m. Sina Finance pinned a news item to the top. Ordinary people take a look. It feels a bit like revisiting old things. Because the title is Fruit Wine. Let China bid farewell to poison completely. The content is very formal at first. In 2005, Fruit Wine came out. It ended the evil barrier that had puzzled mankind for hundreds of years, broke the curse of addiction to prohibited substances, and saved tens of millions of families around the world, allowing them to regain their health. Excerpted data from news from various countries. Fruit wine comes from China's neighboring country, Myanmar. No one has been able to imitate it so far. There are 4 fruit wine dealers in the world. Among them, the fruit wine dealer in Asia is Tang Qing, chairman of Thailand's Kaihua Jewelry Group. Excerpted the data from the group's official website. Tang Qing was born in Qingyan City, an inland city in China. He went to Thailand to do business in his early years. After more than 10 years of hard work, he earned a huge family business and has now become the largest jade jewelry wholesaler in Thailand. He is low-key and reclusive. In addition to jewelry, Tang Qing's companies also control the largest electric vehicle company in China. Their products are sold well in Asia and Africa, with annual sales of nearly 10 billion yuan. See here, many people thought that another invisible rich man was about to be exposed. They all became interested. It is a glorious thing for Chinese people to go abroad to start a business and become rich. Then they invest in China. This is just like CCTV's tone, encouraging entrepreneurs who have made money abroad to return to China and build their hometowns. And the next news was just as they thought. Conservative estimates suggest that Mr. Tang Qing's total assets are no less than 1.2 billion renminbi. Like many overseas Chinese, Tang Qing began to repay his hometown and establish several companies in Qingyan City, creating jobs for nearly 1,000 people. However, his return to his hometown has not stopped. A few months ago, Tang Qing invested in a large film and television base, a cultural amusement park, and acquired the operating rights of the Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area in Qingyan City. When you hear Qingyan City, you must be familiar with it. Yes, it is the same place as Tang Qing, the richest man in the inland. What I want to say here is that Tang Qing is Tang Qing's second uncle. This unexpected turn, many people were stunned. WTF? What did they see? Tang Qing's second uncle is actually a fruit wine dealer in Asia. Before, Tang Qing's assets were already in the billions, and he was completely a super-rich Chinese man hiding abroad. That's Tang Qing's original capital, Beijing, in an office building. Public office area. A scream startled many people, and they all moved their eyes. The manager stood up and scolded. "Zhu, what are you doing? Don't you know this is a public place? What is it called?" It's no wonder he was so angry. He was secretly watching a movie in a blind corner just now. Zhu shouts scared him out of his wits, and he thought his headphones fell out of the headphone jack. Wiped off a handful of cold sweat. "I've been driving for so many years." Almost stumbled. "It's Tang Qing." Zhu stuck out his tongue. As soon as she finished speaking, a male colleague next to her said, "Let me just say that this person's source of funds is not clean." There must be a problem with the funds. Has he been arrested? Zhu is a fan of Tang Qing. He said disdainfully, "Idiot, even if you were caught, our Tang Qing will not be caught either. Their sources of funds are legal and clean." Humph! Those clowns dare to slander our Tang Qing and seek death. These words, it attracted the attention of the people around and looked at Zhu Yu's computer desktop. "What? Let me see. What's wrong?" Several colleagues came over. "Read the lengthy article. Where is Tang Qing here? It's obviously Tang Qing. Zhu, don't you even know how to read?" After taking a glance, the manager frowned and looked at the website again. Sina Finance, it should be serious news. Only then did Zhu realize that her hand shook, and she flipped up a little. She quickly moved the page to the bottom. Look at the last line. Others looked at it. His eyes almost popped out of his head. The manager also leaned over and recited, the last one. Holy shit, rich second generation. Authentic Beijing movie pronunciation. Really, it turns out that Tang Qing's second uncle is the one selling fruit wine. No wonder he is so rich. Zhu said helplessly, "You can talk about it after reading it." Tang Qing's main business before was jade jewelry, and fruit wine was a later business. However, this was enough for Tang Qing to start business. But Tang Qing shouldn't have so much money, right? Zhu did not allow anyone to doubt Tang Qing. "You are stupid. Can you imagine the world of rich people? They have such huge assets and complicated relationships. They can get loans. You're stupid. After reading the news, a male colleague sighed. I thought Tang Qing gave us grassroots people a hope, but I didn't expect it to turn into despair. He is a rich second-generation entrepreneur. Oh my God, my idol has collapsed. I want to be quiet. This is not called a rich second generation, and it's not his father. That's about right. He's a kid from a rich family anyway. You think Tang Kai's family background is not clean. You are so stupid. She went abroad more than 10 years ago. Even if there's a problem, it is none of our business. It is not embezzlement, corruption, misappropriation of state assets, or bribery through connections. Why you care so much? To people who make a lot of money abroad, Chinese people are very tolerant, even if Tang Kai's money has some blood. The Chinese people don't care at all because the injustice has not happened in the country, which has a psychological implication. It is a good thing to make money from foreigners. Outside world, messages travel extremely quickly online. Less than an hour. Sohu and NetEase also plagiarized this news with different names and different contents. Sina focused on fruit, wine, and Chinese returnees investment, while the other two parties focused the content on the history of Tang Kai's fortune. But the data sources are limited. They only found the history of Tang Kai's fortune in Thailand. They didn't mention anything about the affairs of the Lei family in China. After all, it was so old that they couldn't find out about it if they didn't take the time to investigate. Even if it is found, they will not be exposed easily. The word Tang Kai, it quickly became a hot search term on Baidu. As for whether Tang Qing's funds are legal or not, netizens have long been out of the discussion. Instead, they have turned to Tang Kai's business layout in China and reported praise from his hometown, which even boosted the sales of his electric vehicles. No way. Not only is the quantity of fruit wine small, but most people can't afford it. This time, in some reprinted articles, the title Tang family was mentioned for the first time. Sanya. Inside the villa, Tang Qing read the reports about his second uncle. Smiled. Tang, why are you laughing? Lin Jiaxue asked from the side. It's nothing, my second uncle is popular. Tang Qing said with a smile. Sina Finance. Editor Lung, we are done. Seeing the turn of public opinion, Rong Ing said happily. Lung Moon nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. It seems that there will be news reports in the next 2 days. Let's dig into Mr. Tang's business and make a change. Go and prepare the manuscript. Yes. Rong Ing saluted. Able to publish independently. This is a relatively rare right in the industry. Although a bit tired. But compared to the past, when she was an entertainment reporter and gossiped about her, now no matter how tired she is, she still feels that what she is doing is very meaningful. Looking back now, she was really out of her mind before becoming an entertainment reporter. Hong Kong. Secret News newspaper. I saw several large media outlets, such as Sina and Sohu speaking out. Everyone defended Tang Qing. And the editor Lu Feng, who wrote 2 articles questioning Tang Qing, was a little disappointed, thinking that this was Tang Qing's crisis public relations, but regardless of whether it was true or not, it would be difficult to keep up with this popularity. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang at this time. Yep, okay, I'll be right back. Put down the phone. Lu Feng got up and came to the editor-in-chief Fan Ming's office. Editor-in-chief, are you looking for me? Sit down, Fan Ming said. Lu Feng sat down. How's the news about Tang Qing going? Fan Ming asked. I guess I can't keep up. He has already started crisis public relations. I didn't expect that his second uncle is so rich and is a fruit wine distributor. Many people are praising Tang Kai for giving back to his hometown. Lu Feng said. Then what should we do? Fan Ming asked. Lu Feng couldn't understand for a while and asked doubtfully. What else can we do? Have you forgotten what our newspaper's sales mainly come from? Fan Ming said with a smile. Lace scandal large scale. Lu Feng blurted out 3 key words. This is the survival rule of Xiangjiang's commercial citizen newspaper. The newspaper is inevitably filled with some violent and explicit pictures, and so on. Fan Ming clapped his hands. That's right. I think there's still a lot to be found in Tang Qing. You mean? Lu Feng understood a little bit. Fan Ming nodded and said, "Yes, Tang Qing lives in seclusion, and he is too young. He is far inland. It is difficult for us to get news about him. Look, we can't find a few photos of him and event attendance records online." There was a pause. Then he continued, "Since we don't have photos of his life, we will find a way ourselves." "I understand. I will do what you say," Lu Feng said happily. "Here you go. Read and write. At least it will still be popular these days." Fan Ming handed over a few photos. Lu Feng took the photo. His eyes lit up. "Okay." Lu Feng happily returned to the office holding the photo. Sonia, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue went out to sea to play. It is far away from the waterway, and the water is quite clear. "Jiaxue, come down quickly." In the water not far from the yacht, Tang Qing stepped on the water and shouted to Lin Jiaxue on the deck. "Okay," he said. Lin Jiaxue, who was wearing a swimsuit, plunged into the blue water and swam next to Tang Qing. While swimming, Tang Qing felt that the sea was more comfortable and the swimming pool was a little less comfortable. Lin Jiaxue swam to Tang Qing's side. The head is just above the water. Tang Qing hugged her. The kiss lasted for more than a minute. Lin Jiaxue had already learned to breathe and could hold on for an hour. "Tang, do you think there will be sharks here?" "There is freedom in the sea, but it makes ordinary people feel insecure. People like to scare themselves." "Don't worry, I will protect you." Tang Qing smiled. "Shark? It is not ruled out that there is a possibility, but if you meet him, you will have to turn into a dead fish and destroy it in a matter of minutes. As long as he is here, you can rest assured to let Lin Jiaxue go into the water. Otherwise, if he is not nearby, the female bodyguard will stop it." "Yeah." With Tang Qing's words, Lin Jiaxue felt relieved. The seawater is a bit cold, feeling the warmth in his arms. If Tang Qing didn't think it was indecent, he would have wanted to try it here. That's when the soldiers on the boat waved to Tang Qing. "Jiaxue, let's go back first. There's a call. The coastline here is nearly 30 kilometers beyond the coverage of base stations, and there is no operator signal. However, Tang Qing's phone does not use those base stations." Back to the ship. "Mom, what's the matter?" Tang Qing answered the phone. You gave yourself so many days off, and you didn't say you would come back to see us. By the way, what were you doing just now? It took you so long to answer my call." Mother Tang asked. "I was swimming just now. By coincidence, I plan to go back to Qingyan City tomorrow. My second uncle has gone back, so I will go back and take a look," Tang Qing said. Tang's mother said happily, "That's great. What time is the flight?" "We'll be here at 4:30 in the afternoon." "Okay, you don't need to bring anything, just come back." "Okay." Tang Qing hung up the phone. His vacation, at least until the extension is extended to early November, when the enthusiasm of reporters and classmates has subsided, there will be 10 or 20 days to go back to Qingyan City, not to mention that my second uncle has gone back. He looked at his phone again. There were more than 60 missed calls on it, belonging to several numbers. Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. These guys were really perseverant. I really don't know where they got their dignity. Tang Qing put the phone on the table. "Tang, why are there so many missed calls? Is there something urgent?" Lin Jiaxue glanced at the numbers marked in red. "It's an urgent matter for them." Tang Qing laughed. "Acquaintance?" Lin Jiaxue asked. Tang Qing shook his head. "I don't know." "That's it." Lin Jiaxue thought it was another call from media reporter. "They are waiting to eat." Tang Qing suddenly became interested in playing. "Jiaxue, do you want to watch something fun?" Tang Qing said mysteriously. "What?" These are the people. Let me take a look." "Well, that's it." With that, Tang Qing called back a missed number. In his previous life, he often watched others play. Although many things circulating on the internet are false, it does not hinder people's entertainment spirit. The phone beeped 6 times. The other party picked up. It was a female voice, crying and a little hoarse. You, Tang Qing. You are finally willing to answer my call. You. Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing in confusion. In this situation, the first reaction of outsiders must be chaos in the beginning and abandonment in the end. But Lin Jiaxue believed in Tang Qing. Tang Qing hissed. "Who are you?" The person on the other side stopped crying and said with a choked sob, I am your high school classmate Yao Lu. You can't even recognize my voice. Is something wrong? At this question, the other side couldn't stop. My dad is sick and lacks money for surgery. I want to ask you to borrow some money. Don't worry, I will pay you back. That's it. What a pity. How much? Tang Qing asked. It's not much. It must be a drop in the bucket for you. I think 600,000 is enough. The tone of the other person's voice contained obvious happiness, even as he left his voice. Out of tune. 600,000? Is that enough? Tang Qing asked. It should be enough. If it's not enough, I'll think of something else. 600,000 is indeed not much. That's not right. I heard that your father passed away in the first year of high school. Tang Qing said, pretending to be surprised. It's my stepfather who's sick. Tang Qing snickered. It seemed like he didn't do his homework well, but he was smart enough. So he said, stepfather? Hey, I seem to have remembered wrongly. It wasn't you whose father died. My father died last year, and my mother remarried. This immediate response was quite fast. I see. Goodbye. Hearing this, Tang Qing hung up the phone directly. Lin Jiashua looked puzzled. Tang this? She wanted to say, why not help her? Tang Qing explained. Yao Lu, her father is in good health. Unless he is dead, I usually ask someone to inquire about the owner of such an unknown number. After inquiring, I found that Yao Lu's mobile phone was lost, so I made a new number and got her verification. The person just now was a liar. Lin Jiashua suddenly realized that it was not Tang Qing who was heartless. Tang Qing nodded. Yeah, maybe Yao Lu let it slip, and it's possible that the phone was stolen. Tang Qing was helpless. All these scam calls came to him. Pity. They picked the wrong person. For scam calls, Tang Qing was also helpless. Frequent reports on TV and various propaganda in the media make everyone take warning. But the tricks of scammers change very quickly. It can be said that the tricks are as good as the tricks, and even the tricks are as good as the tricks. Many people fall into them unknowingly under a series of designs. The simplest is winning the lottery. The high-end ones involve children being kidnapped, court summonses, and bank accounts being suspected of money laundering. These are scams that the general public can encounter. If it is a high-end scam, it will be difficult for those with rich social experience to see through it. Anyway, cheating is the way to go. What makes Tang Qing most helpless is, even with vigorous publicity by the media and exposure on the internet, scammers have always been remarkable because they have captured people's various psychology and exploited their psychological skills. If used well, they are really invincible. What Tang Qing hates most are those who defraud the elderly of their money. It is really abominable to defraud people of all the savings they have worked hard for a lifetime. At this point, Tang Qing had to think of those drug-selling lectures that defrauded the elderly, and their consciences were eaten by dogs. What can Tang Qing do? In fact, he has already done it. Blue Sky Online. The list of counterfeit and shoddy products in each country is updated almost in real time. But elderly people hardly know how to surf the internet and have no way of knowing this. So Tang Qing wanted to help catch all the scammers. However, after so long, the soldiers reported hundreds of gangs. 10 to 20,000 were captured. The sentence was more than 2,000. But there's still a large number of such gangs being formed every day. It can be said that they are reborn again and again. Many of them are formed by people who are not sentenced enough because they feel that they will not make the same mistakes. Moreover, a large number of colleagues were arrested and their opportunity to make money came. It can be said that it is one after another. For money, not afraid of death. Within the territory, overseas, Tang Qing couldn't kill those who couldn't be completely eliminated, and the crime was not serious enough to lead to death, nor could he change Chinese laws and severely punish the participants. Have to. In the end, Tang Qing changed his strategy, attacking the big ones and letting the small ones go, and attacking the old ones and letting the new ones go. That is to say, if the number of people exceeds a certain number, all will be reported to the police. Even if the number of people is small, if the number is more than half a year, it will be reported. He also tried his best. The charm of money. It's really overwhelming. Faced with a group of people who are crazy about making quick money, It's actually quite disturbing that you can't kill them. On board, Tang Qing made a second call. Are you Tang Qing? Why don't you answer my call? A fierce voice came from the opposite side, as if Tang Qing owed him money. Tang Qing laughed and asked, "Why should I answer? I'm telling you, I know your information, your elementary school, middle school, university, and even more what your parents are doing. You opened a jewelry store in Qingyan City, right? If you don't want anything to happen to them, just give me 10 million. After hearing this, Lin Jiaxue's face changed, and she blurted out, "What?" Then she covered her mouth. Tang Qing pressed his hand and signaled Lin Jiaxue not to worry. "You mean, as long as I give you 10 million yuan, you can buy my parents peace? You must not hurt them, or I will never be done with you," Tang Qing said in a pretended nervous tone. "Yes, as long as you give them money, they will be safe." The other person said, "How can you guarantee that you will never ask me for money again?" Tang Qing asked. "I promise." Tang Qing said lightly, "It's empty talk. Why do I believe you? You have no choice. Can I understand that you are blackmailing?" Tang Qing suddenly laughed. "Spending money to buy peace of mind is an exchange of equal value. Strictly speaking, it is." He took someone else's mobile phone number and was not afraid that Tang Qing would find out about him. "What you say is quite interesting." Stop talking nonsense, Tang Qing, if you want to guarantee your parents." The other person hasn't finished speaking yet. Tang Qing pressed hang up again. Tang, Uncle and the others are in danger. Lin Jiaxue was anxious now. This was a threat so close at hand. Tang Qing comforted him. "Don't worry, Jiaxue. Since I dare to hang up on him, I'm not afraid of them threatening my parents. Alas, the world is sinister and people's hearts are not ancient. Don't worry, I've already had someone deal with it." Lin Jiaxue trusted Tang Qing very much, but he was still curious. How to deal with it? Tang Qing shook his phone. "I have sent people to find out where the holder of the phone is. The recording is the evidence. I will send it to the Qingyan City Police later. He'll be arrested soon. This guy, if there is no substantive action, he had sent him to the West a long time ago, or in other words, a few days ago. This man was marked as a key observation target by the soldiers. Once there was any change, there would be one more missing person in Qingyan City. Qingyan City, his home, as the most intensively monitored place. No one could threaten the safety of his family. Even in secret, every outsider entering or leaving Qingyan City will be thoroughly investigated. Even if there is no reason to appear in places where they should not be, they will be thoroughly investigated again. The sky above the entire Qingyan City. All wireless signals are monitored around the clock. Nothing else. There has to be something to do for the idle soldiers. With the help of the waiter, there is almost no extra expenditure. It is precisely because of the secret help of the soldiers that the rate of solving criminal crimes in Qingyan City has skyrocketed. I heard Tang Qing was so sure. Lin Jiaxue breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. There are such evil people in the world. Called his family to threaten Tang Qing. "Jiaxue, don't worry about Uncle and Grandpa. I have also sent many people to protect them secretly. If anyone hurts them, or may hurt them, my people will come forward to deal with it." I heard that Tang Qing had already protected her family. "Thank you, Tang Tang." Lin Jiaxue looked at him with hazy eyes. "You are my lover, and they're also my parents and family. What are you grateful for?" Tang Qing held Lin Jiaxue in his arms and kissed her white forehead. "Do you want to listen?" Lin Jiaxue nodded vigorously. "Listen to it. Maybe it can reduce some dangers." "Okay." Tang Qing dialed the next number. Only 3 minutes. The remaining 2 numbers that were dialed the most were finished chatting. One is still a threat. One actually played Guess Who I Am, which was really ahead of its time. Tang Qing said a few words and then hung up. The main reason for talking to them so much was to show Lin Jiaxue how dangerous people's hearts are. The rest, just leave it to the police. Qingyan City. Police station. The director was shocked when he received Tang Qing's call. Without greetings, Tang Qing said directly, "Someone is blackmailing me, but I have asked a private detective to find out who it is. It is in Qingyan City. I will give you the recording later." "What? Someone in Qingyan City is blackmailing you? Don't worry, I will investigate immediately. The director couldn't help but feel nervous. Now Tang Qing is a brand name in Qingyan City, and people from Qingyan City are blackmailing Tang Qing. This will make the leader think of him. What does Tang Qing think of Qingyan City? An explanation must be given. After listening to the recording, I saw the address. Just 1 minute. Several police cars drove out of the compound. Qingyan City. Southern suburbs. A second-floor rental. Jiang Liangxin walked back and forth in the room. His face was ugly, and he was very angry. He was still muttering, "You bastard Tang Qing, you dare to hang up on me. Damn it, it's my 10 million. These words. He didn't know how many times he had said it. The plan failed, and he was very tormented by his unwillingness. He worked so hard and tried so hard to find out where Tang Qing's parents were. He also watched a lot of TV and learned a lot of perfect ways to commit crimes. I thought I could rely on my own hard work and enterprising spirit. He could make a fortune, successfully extort money, become a popular drinker, and reach the top of his life. However, his dream was shattered by Tang Qing in an instant. It was so annoying. If you say you don't want to answer, then don't answer. But it was not easy to get through. Tang Qing didn't pay the bill, which was too much, as if he had robbed him of his money. If he can't get the money again, he can only go home and rely on his strength to grow old. Dong, dong, dong. The door rang. Who is it? Jiang Liangxin was shocked and said loudly, "It's me." A familiar voice came from outside. It was a fellow gambler who lived not far away. Ever since I got hooked on gambling, he didn't even want to do his job. Groups of 3 or 5 play cards every day. In just over a week, they lost all their savings over several years and owed a lot of debts, including 1,000 to this gambler. They were waiting for Tang Qing's money to save their lives. I thought I was here to collect a debt. Jiang Liangxin walked over impatiently and opened the door. "Come on, seriously, why are you knocking so hard? I said I would pay you back, you." "Police, don't move. Open the door." Jiang Liangxin was pushed to the ground. Crack. The hands were cuffed. He was confused. "What are you doing?" "I didn't break the law. I must have arrested the wrong person." Jiang Liangxin kept struggling and shouting. He didn't believe that Tang Qing could locate the location of his mobile phone. He must have been caught for gambling. But, damn it, I am a loser. You'd better go back to the bureau to talk about this and take him away. Afternoon. Tang Qing received a call. In the face of irrefutable evidence, Jiang Liangxin confessed the criminal facts of blackmailing him, and he was expected to spend several years in prison. Tang Qing did not have the slightest sympathy for this person who had not received a penny. Now that it's done, you must take responsibility for your own actions. Tang Qing can be regarded as a noble person. If he gave 10 million yuan to Jiang Liangxin and then called the police, he wouldn't be able to get out for another 20 to 30 years, or maybe even forever, because the amount of blackmail was too large. But, to some people, Tang Qing was not so soft-hearted. Just that night, in the town of his hometown, there were 2 robbers who wanted to sneak into Lin Jiashue's grandfather's house to get something. The 2 threatened to beat the 2 elders if they disobeyed, which angered Tang Qing. Then, just as the 2 went out with the crime tools, they were taken away by the soldiers before they reached the road in the village. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. The road was dark. No one saw it. As for the treatment of the 2 robbers, Tang Qing didn't ask. All he could say was, "It is your own fault, and you will not survive." There is no need to waste food for this kind of people who are ready to substantially harm their loved ones. The soldiers will deal with them and sweep away all their tails to ensure that no one will suspect them. For example, departure records, or again, a phone call chased by a lone shark. The next day, morning, at Zhu Anjing's invitation, Tang Qing came to a resort hotel in Sanya. Aunt Lin Jiashue was here today, so she didn't come with her. She was in good health and had no other symptoms of discomfort. End of October, low tourist season. There are few tourists here, and it is quite quiet. "Mr. Tang, please come in." Zhu Anjing took Tang Qing to a small villa. "I originally wanted to invite you to the big hotel, but after thinking about it, you must be tired of eating there. No, I quickly invited a top chef team from Indonesia to let you try Indonesian specialties. Don't worry, they can also cook Chinese food. They are all Indonesian Chinese. If you want to eat, you can order it. If you have any taboos, you can also tell them. Zhu Onjing said. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. Uncle, you can do whatever you want. I don't have any taboos. Just do whatever they are good at. Okay, did you hear that? Go get busy, Zhuan said to the head chef. Yes. The head chef bowed and left. He and Zhu Onjing have known each other for many years, and to be able to summon him to China urgently from all the way away, it seems that this young guest is really not an ordinary person. The two sat down. A glass of fruit wine each. Zhu Onjing said with emotion, since the 1980s, I've been going back to China every 2 years. It is really changing with each passing day. I'm very happy. The stronger the motherland, the more overseas Chinese we will have status. That's true. Chinese people everywhere overseas are too weak. Tang Qing said, there is no way. Chinese people value harmony, and among Hakkas, it is difficult to be tough. For example, we have nearly 10 million Chinese in Indonesia. Unfortunately, they are still a minority. Zhu Onjing sighed. Just like it is impossible for the United States to allow a large number of Chinese to serve as members of Congress in the United States. The rulers of each country are almost all natives. Others can do business, but it is difficult to participate in political affairs. There is no voice that truly represents power, only money. It's a very dangerous thing. Fortunately, things are getting better now. China is getting stronger and stronger so that the basic safety of overseas Chinese can be guaranteed. So, we have caught up with a good era. From ancient times to the present, the interests of overseas Chinese have been difficult to protect. Before the Qing dynasty, no one cared about it, and the Qing government couldn't manage it. We ourselves were also in difficulty before. Now, it can be said that it is an unprecedented era. Tang Qingdao. May the motherland be strong. Zhuan was raising his glass. Tang Qing also raised his glass. Prosperity. After taking a sip of wine, Zhuan looked at Tang Qing. Your appearance has caused a lot of discussions among the Chinese over there. What are you discussing? Tang Qing asked curiously. Zhu Onjing smiled and said, they all want to see what miracles you can create, or in other words, you have become the idol of the younger generation over there. The Chinese rich are generally older, and you are a benchmark. Really, I'm optimistic about you. I'm optimistic about myself too. Chatting. Zhuan is controlling all the topics. Tang Qing only needs to answer them. It is very easy, just like falling in love alone. The woman hardly needs to prepare the topic, and the other party will do everything possible to show off their wings. Although a bit inappropriate. That's what it means anyway. After meal, knowing that Tang Qing had a flight to catch in the afternoon, he didn't stay. Thank you for the hospitality. Zhu Onjing said, I have the opportunity to visit Indonesia. There are many beautiful scenery there. The next time I return to China will be half a year later. I hope that by then, Director Tang will not forget me. Old man, My memory has always been very good. Tang Qing said. Afternoon. Qingyuan Municipal Airport. The plane arrived on time. Today is Thursday. The sisters are all in school. Only the second uncle and the second aunt came to pick him up. Tang, Joshua, your parents are guarding the store. They will go directly after closing the store in the evening. Tang Kai patted Tang Qing's arm and said with a smile. He wanted to climb on the shoulders, but Tang Qing was too tall and couldn't climb up. Second uncle, you are tanned. The sun is poisonous. After leaving the airport, because it's still early, they did not return to the manor. Arriving at a huge construction site, Tang Kai introduced. This is the Yintang amusement park of the future. Since there are no high-rise buildings, it can be built very quickly. All you need to do is pour the base of the entertainment facilities and then install the equipment. The entertainment facilities are modular in design and can be produced by the manufacturer. Just pull them in and assemble them. However, the performance center you mentioned will take a lot of time and the planning is too big. There is no way it can be completed this year. Following what Tang Kai pointed out, Tang Qing can see it. The installation of some basic amusement facilities has been mostly completed. Like a pirate ship, the two giant arms have been erected, but they have not been painted yet. There are also roller coaster tracks, and workers are welding them nervously. From time to time, large trucks pull equipment in. Although these entertainment facilities are progressing quickly, the trial operation will take a long time. It may take up to several months. They're all public recreational facilities. There can be no carelessness, otherwise someone will be killed accidentally. The construction site is busy, and the performance center that my second uncle pointed out has only completed the pouring of concrete frame columns, and it is still early for the steel structure ceiling to be installed. Tang Qing also saw it. Around the amusement park, a large area was surrounded and there were many tower cranes. Seeing Tang Qing's eyes, Tang Kai added, "The amusement park has increased the value of the land around here, and many developers are developing real estate around it. Among them are your Uncle Lu's Zhenggan Group, Wang Yan's father's real estate company, and even companies from the provincial capital are involved in the real estate industry in Qingyan City. Not far away is Jinghua Plaza. Qingyan City has also planned a new CBD nearby. There are also a large number of villa projects around the Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area. The real estate in Qingyan City is already very hot." Tang Kai felt that this step was a bit big, but it's not easy to tell the leaders of Qingyan City. The vacancy rate in the new CBD will be very high in a short period of time, but times are developing. In a few years, when all major projects are completed, Qingyan City will become a veritable city of tourism and culture, and there will definitely be improvements. Tang Qing said, "Yes, your Uncle Lu wants to get me into real estate again. What do you think?" Tang Kai asked. This is not the first time Lu Gan pulls his second uncle. However, Tang Qing's attitude was still the same, and he shook his head. "Let's forget it. The reputation of this industry is not good, and it is very troublesome. It is far less worry-free than our current business." This year, among the top 10 on the Huruan list, 6 of them were engaged in real estate. Thinking of this, Tang Qing felt that this was a kind of sadness. And among the top 100 richest people, a quarter of them are engaged in real estate, which is a slap in the face. Making money by sucking people's blood out of their pockets cannot be called doing business, but rather building relationships. Although he also participated in Jinghua real estate, but this does not prevent him from criticizing this status quo. Real estate. China is an unsolvable pit. Countless people want it cheap, but countless people are in urgent need of it. From a business perspective, how can anything that everyone urgently needs and is in short supply become so cheap? The price will definitely increase again and again until the supply and demand balance is reached. Rise more slowly. Because of inflation, money is worthless. When costs are increasing in all aspects, how can house prices be reduced? Mayan said that houses will be very cheap in the future. Tang Qing actually believes it, but it will not happen in a short time. Value. Price. The balance between the two is by no means cheap. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Tang Kai nodded. Yes, the real estate market is too deep, so I'd better say no. However, I invested in a villa hotel project in the capital of Myanmar. Why go to Myanmar to play? I can also live in some places. Half a month ago, Zero thaw land transactions around Nei Baidu. However, land construction is still under strict supervision. First of all, the developer must pay full cash for the land purchase and cannot default on it. Secondly, the buildings on the land must comply with urban planning and cannot be next to a commercial center. You must build a villa in the city. The last item, it means limited time development and severe crackdown on land hoarding. It was also the time when land transactions were unblocked. The urban construction plan of Naibidu has also been released. It was a huge plan involving all aspects of a modern city above and below ground, light rail subway, and supporting facilities. It would take at least 6 years to complete. It's equivalent to saying, another big piece of cake was thrown out by Zero. Tang Kai didn't pay much attention to these, because the land he bought was on the outskirts of the city and the strictly controlled area was within the city. As for this cake, Tang Kai did not interfere. This was the capital of Burma, with hidden dragons and tigers, complicated relations, and many people with big appetites. After, Tang Kai took him to the film and television city again. This is still a huge construction site, not far behind Qingyan Mountain. A large number of construction vehicles stirred up dust. Tang Kai acted as a tour guide. I hired a professional retro construction team to build some urban buildings from before the Ming Dynasty. Later, Qingyan City thought it could be bigger, so it gave me a lot of mountainous land to build other scenes and expand the types of scenes. The investment increased by 40%. It's better to be bigger, so that the crew doesn't have to travel too many places for filming. Tang Qing lost interest after taking a few glances. Now it is still a messy construction site, and there is nothing to see at all. I can only look at the renderings. Tang Kai smiled and said, "You really think about the crew." Tang Qing shook his head slightly, not entirely. My company will shoot a lot of more beautiful and retro scenes in the future. If you can do it in one place, there is no need to travel too far. Haha, okay, I will let them set up more scenes. Anyone who can support Tang Qing, Tang Kai will spare no effort to support it. Half an hour later, return to the manor. Tang Qing found that the layout style inside had changed a bit. Tang Kai introduced proudly. I was a guest at a friend's house in Mianyao before. His ancestors were also Chinese. It was interesting to see the decoration style of their manor, so I learned from it and changed the decoration in some places. It was okay. Very good. I asked the management of my company to come here to go fishing the day after tomorrow. I haven't seen them for a long time. Tang Qing came back and simply called everyone over to have some fun. Okay, I'll get someone ready. Evening. Tang Qing and Lin Jiashue's parents rushed to the manor. No matter how rich his son is, but they are all busy people and have little interest in traveling. After doing business for so long, they find that it is still refreshing to watch items being bought one by one in the store and exchange them for money. Hand over the money. First-hand delivery. Calculate your profits. Life is an interest they cannot give up. Saw Tang Qing. Naturally, it's another round of watching. In the blink of an eye, his son became the richest man in the mainland. Nowadays, they still feel a bit like they are in a dream. Not only is the smoke rising from the ancestral graves, but the sky is filled with rays of sunshine. Even the unsuperstitious Father Tang pays his respects to the ancestors of the Tang family every night. On the dinner table, Tang's mother kept picking up food for Tang Qing, saying, Tang, eat more, come on, Jiashua. Thank you for taking care of Tang. Tang's mother also gave Lin Jiashua a chopstick. It's Tang who takes care of me. Lin Jiashua said hurriedly. Tang's mother sighed and said with a smile, no matter who takes care of whom, he's the only one who knows how warm and cold he is when he is away from home. I feel relieved when you are by his side and take good care of him. Mom, make it seem like I often cause trouble. I'm very good, okay. Tang Qing retorted. The trouble you're causing now isn't big enough. Mother Tang glared at him, and the whole country knew about it. Pretend I didn't say it. Tang Qing was defeated. Just saying. Qin Shichi also said with a smile, Brother, I will make a lot of money in the future and buy a lot of clothes. At school, I didn't even say you were my brother. You don't know how many people in our school admire you. Are you still short of clothes now? Tang Qing asked. Qin Shichi was stunned, thought thoughtfully for 2 seconds, and suddenly realized, it seems to be true. What should I do, brother? I have lost my life goal. You compensate me. Is this what you pursue? Tang Qing teased. Qin Shichi shook her head. No, it seems I have to find a new goal in life. Sister, let's find it together. Qin Shiyu ate silently. Ignore her. Sister Nyener, what do you want to do in the future? Qin Shichi set her sights on Tang Nyener next to her. Tang Nyener saw that Qin Shichi seemed very serious. I guess. That's it. Qin Shichi discussed the major events in her life with Tang Nyener. After dinner, a large family came to the roof. It's a nice night tonight. In the distance, the road lights on Qingyan are like a light snake, flickering on the mountain. Lie down on a soft armchair. Tang, now your career has reached a new level. Next, you will face a different situation. Every move will attract attention, and you will meet many people with ulterior motives. Tang Kai said to the night scene in front of him. It's not that he is verbose. In the eyes of the elders, the younger generations will always be children. Tang Qing smiled and said, all enemies are paper tigers. Don't underestimate the world with your metaphor. Tang Kai looked at Tang Qing's confident profile. I never underestimate them. At the same time, Tang Qing added in his heart, I just have more cards in my hand. He is the cheating party. As long as he is not careless, it will be difficult for him to lose. As for carelessness, do you expect the soldiers to underestimate the enemy? That's overthinking. They will only do everything possible to complete the task and achieve the goal in the most rigorous way. In this case, Tang Qing's decision will almost certainly not be wrong. Because even if it's wrong, as a warrior, you will also help him straighten it out. That's good. Tang Kai didn't nag more. That's when Qin Shiqi jumped over and rushed over. Brother, I suddenly thought of a goal. Look, the Korean girl groups on TV are really good. We don't have many girl groups in China. When they are formed, they will definitely be very popular. Tang Qing. Brother, do you agree? Qin Shiqi stared at Tang Qing. Are you sure? Tang Qing looked up. I'm not asking for your opinion. Qin Shiqi pouted. Tang Qing shook his head and said, My opinion is that you can't persist. Don't underestimate me. Qin Shiqi was unconvinced, pointing to the big TV not far away. Tang Qing said slowly, Shiqi, it's not that you can't do it. It's that your personality is not suitable. You can imagine singing and dancing and performing the same content everywhere. If it is for money, it is easier to persist. But you have us, and you will probably not work for money in this life. Can you endure singing and dancing the same song every day? Can you endure learning new dance moves day and night? After listening to Tang Qing's words, Qin Shiqi's face fell instantly. How could this happen? She had just noticed that the girl group on TV was very popular and glamorous, but she never thought that there would be so much trouble in the process. She kept singing and dancing to a song repeatedly with her active personality. It gets annoying after a few times. Tang Qing said with a smile, You think that behind the glamour is all hard work and boredom. If it weren't for strong persistence in dreaming, it would only make everyone unhappy in the end. It is short-lived and has no meaning. From a business perspective, the product of girl groups has to go through a complex and strict processing process to ensure its quality from the beginning. And major Chinese companies do not have the same processing technology as South Korea. That is the trainee system. This is a threshold that requires artists to be trainees for many years. Tang Qing does not deny the effectiveness of such a system, which can guarantee the quality of artists to a great extent. They will not be able to dance just by waving their arms a few times with their faces. Through long periods of intense practice, to a large extent, we can eliminate those who are not determined, who do it on a whim, or who do it just for fun. After training like this, when I think about how much I have put in, I will not give up easily in the next work, and I will not be seduced by some rich man, and I will immediately throw myself into his arms, quit the group, and get married. Such people are cultivated. Really disgusting. If China did not form a similar training system to find people who truly dream of doing this, the establishment of a women's team would actually have little cohesion and would fall apart. China currently has no relevant large-scale operating companies. Certainly. In fact, it is in Tang Qing's memory. Chinese girl groups have been emerging, and there are many outstanding ones. However, without a complete set of debut procedures and platform support, it is difficult to achieve results, and in the end, they can only go their separate ways. Tang Qing has actually thought about creating a Chinese girl group that can go abroad. But selection is troublesome. It must be one of our own. If the group created through the draft cannot be formed into a group, it will be disbanded. This is nonsense. Even if he wants to do it, he must consider the long term. Qin Shiqi pouted. Brother, you will hit me. Tang Qing touched Qin Shiqi's head. What you really want to do needs time to be verified, not just thought up. How many more minutes do you want to find your life goal? Do you have any good methods? Qin Shiqi asked. Tang Qing thought about it. Actually, I've always liked the word mission. It means transcending ideals and dreams, discovering one's current value and the meaning of existence. The method is very simple. That is, think about something, even if it does not make money. The process is boring, difficult, and full of thorns. You will want to do it without hesitation. This is your mission in this life. Qin Shiqi thoughtfully. It's so profound. For reference only, it's up to you. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay, I'll discuss it with Sister Nyener again. Qin Shiqi ran away like a gust of wind. Tang Qing was speechless. Your life goals are just discussed. This girl Shiqi has new ideas all day long. Tang Kai laughed. Tang Qing shook his head helplessly. It's just not very reliable. If she insists, I will support her. Huh. Tang Kai was happy again. Far away, the lights in the city are also like stars. The uncle and nephew talked about business. Tang's father, Tang's mother, and the others were listening nearby. Although they couldn't interrupt because many of them were very in-depth, no matter how knowledgeable they were. In order to take care of them, Tang Qing would speak in an easy-to-understand manner. Maybe my parents don't want to run a jewelry store in the future. Many business ideas are common to other businesses. Chatting and chatting. Tang Qing suddenly suggested. Second uncle, microcrystalline technology will soon enter the Asian market. Your battery factory there can be expanded. Although the emergence of filters has reduced the interest of various countries in photovoltaic energy. But, meet as it should be, still indispensable. In particular, he also received a call from Zhang Shi. In the photovoltaic industry, China will still insist on reducing the use of fossil energy. Although the filter filters harmful gases, carbon dioxide is not among them. Greenhouse effect is still an unavoidable question. Tang Kai said, I'm already doing this. The new factory will be located in the newly planned Xiqing Industrial Park in Naibidu. Microcrystal Technologies products are very good. I heard that Myanmar is also interested in investing in photovoltaic energy recently. I will help you pay attention. Of course, Tang Qing knows this. Thank you, uncle. I suggest you invest in a lithium-ion battery factory. In Tang Kai's confused eyes, Tang Qing gave an explanation. Currently, lead-acid batteries are mainly used in the fields of equipment backup power, electric vehicles, automobiles, etc., but in the field of small energy, lithium batteries will have a lot of room in the future, and my company needs it. Tang Kai frowned. Lithium batteries? Is it okay? I remember that the lithium battery company has always been in the hands of the Myanmar Bank Group and has not appeared on the list of investment projects. Yes, their relevant policies will be released soon. It does not need to be opened in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. It can be opened in China, and we can also build a branch factory in China for lead-acid batteries, Tang Qing said with certainty. Building a lead-acid battery factory? Tang Kai was puzzled. Tang Qing nodded. Yes, you may have heard that last year Tang Kai loaned more than 100 billion yuan to China, and Zero also loaned more than 100 billion yuan, and all of them stayed in China. Now, more than a year has passed. Its factories involving heavy industry, automobiles, and other fields will definitely need batteries. And as a long-term partner of the Myanmar Bank Group, you will definitely have an advantage in supplier bidding. Not only that, you can also contact Huawei. You must know that most computer rooms will have batteries for backup to ensure communications. 4G is a joint project between Zhihua Technology and Huawei. You can still participate in the bidding, taking advantage of the fact that 4G has not yet been fully rolled out. It has taken so long for various projects to start, although we'll still have to wait at least more than a year before the car is produced. But the construction of battery factories also takes time. The bidding will definitely be done in advance, and it is just right to start getting involved now, not too early and not too late. The same is true for Huawei. 4G is still being tested, but the supplier needs to be determined in advance. After listening, Tang Kai suddenly realized that he had just remembered that the Myanmar Bank Group had invested in a large number of manufacturing industries in China and would be put into production soon. Yes, but I'm afraid the competition will be too fierce. Second uncle, you have to be confident and don't be afraid of losing for things of the same quality. Tang Qing encouraged that the industries invested by the Myanmar Bank Group have more autonomy than ordinary joint ventures. Zero upper position. The Myanmar Bank Group is equivalent to Myanmar's Central Enterprise. He says who is the supplier. There's no need to look at anyone's face, and Tang Qing has never thought of using China as the main sales place. From the beginning, Tang Qing's goal has been the world market, with the purpose of grabbing business from Toyota and General Motors. Tang Kai seemed to have taken reassurance. Yes, what about lithium batteries? Are there any other application directions? There are many mobile phones and electronic devices. I think we can't lose no matter what. If Huawei makes mobile phones, tablets, and computers, it will be a big business. Tang Qing said, "Okay, it's up to you. I'll build 2 more factories in China." Tang Kai decided. Tang Kai has always felt relaxed when dealing with the Myanmar Bank Group. He is still a member of the Chamber of Commerce and has great hopes. By the way, Tang, how is the research and development of your Qingyuan technology? The progress is very fast. The goal I set for them is to go on the market in the middle of next year. 2 months later, the first generation Apple machine will be released and it will be officially put on sale in June next year. It's still early for Apple 4 to come out. Therefore, in the early stages, Tang Qing was ready to try to see if he could press Apple to the ground and rub it. Tang Qing was very interested in playing with jobs for this company, which had 70 to 80 billion US dollars in liquidity in the bank in the future. So fast? Is there an engineering prototype? Tang Kai asked in surprise. Yes. What does it look like? It's said to be an engineering prototype, but it's actually close to the finished product. Just wait a minute. I'll get it from my room. I'll be right back. Tang Qing stood up. Of course, there was nothing in his bag. He was going back to the command room to get it. Okay. Tang Qing returned to his room. He ducked into the command room and teleported to the scientific research area. A scientist handed over a black cell phone. Research and development of Qingyuan technology. Under the guidance of the soldiers, they were approaching the final product in his hands. They were almost there. In order to make it less abrupt, Tang Qing deliberately controlled the development progress. In his hand, it is a real smartphone that can be brought to the market. Return to the room. Tang Qing came to the roof platform. Here, second uncle. Tang Qing handed it over. It's so beautiful. Tang Kai looked at the appearance under the lamp, felt the feel, and praised. This is a smartphone? Yes, this is one of the high-end smartphones our company will launch soon. It abandons the small screen and adopts a large screen directly. It looks easy on the eyes. It has dual high-definition cameras on the front and rear. Apple mobile phones are even in their 5th generation. They all still use small screens. For Tang Qing, who is accustomed to using large-screen mobile phones, this was simply unacceptable. Therefore, he abandoned the small screen from the beginning. Relying on a large-screen experience is enough to compete with Apple in the early stages. After, when people get used to big screens, even with the 5th generation of Apple's previous generations, Apple still has to kneel down. This is an almost irreversible inertia. It is easy to switch from a small screen to a large screen, but it is really difficult to switch from a large screen to a small screen, and it is still as small as the Apple IV. In order to form a clear differentiation from Apple, Tang Qing was stunned and decided that from now on, all Qingyuan Technology's mobile phones will use notch screen for the time being. There's also a big gap in the buttons. There are no buttons on the panel, but virtual buttons. Apple reduced the panel button to just one. Tang Qing can't be worse than them. Cancel them all immediately. This way, the difference is obvious and easy to circumvent in terms of patents. Play with it for a while. Compare the look and feel of this phone in your hand. Tang Kai gave full marks. Tang, where is the switch? In the upper right corner, we have reduced the number of buttons, leaving only 3 on the whole machine, 1 function key, and 2 volume buttons. Touch the small button and press and hold for a few seconds to see. Tang Qing was directing. Okay. Tang Kai followed Tang Qing's instructions and pressed the power button for a long time. 3 seconds later, the phone screen lit up. Accompanied by a short burst of soft music, an animation appeared on the screen. It was the dynamic logo of Qingyuan Technology. It is only a test version now. It may be changed when the brand name is determined. Just a few seconds, the mobile phone enters the operation interface. Seeing that there was nothing on a lock screen, Tang Kai asked, "How to do this?" Use 1 finger to slide up from the bottom of the screen. Tang Qing said that Apple's phone unlocks from left to right, while his phone unlocks from bottom top, and there is no progress bar. Just slide up a short distance. Tang Qing followed the instructions. Stretch out your index finger and stroke upward gently. Moment. The interface has changed. Small programs appeared one after another. The icons are very clear and vivid. Phone calls, messages, alarm clocks, calendars, etc. are all clear at a glance. Except for the fixed programs below, everything else is marked with large Chinese characters. There are not many programs on mobile phones now. They only have the functions of ordinary mobile phones, such as phone calls, text messages, calculators, alarm clocks, browsers, photos, calendars, file management, flashlights. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing was experimenting with various small programs. Soon, I have become proficient in how to use this phone. It is nothing more than a little bit. The function of each program is very simple. You can know what it does by just reading the Chinese characters. It is very convenient to operate. It's really useful. Tang Qing said with emotion. It's not bad. Tang Qing smiled. Tang Qing asked again, is there a card in it? Can I make a call? Yes, you try. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing tried the call function. Very clear. It's much more high-end than the buttons. What about surfing the internet? Tang Qing clicked on a browser. Of course you can, but you have to connect something first. After saying that, Tang Qing took the phone and started operating it, connecting to the Wi-Fi signal. Before that, it was developed for the projector on the first floor. This is an experimental grade product from the scientific research area with powerful performance. The second uncle has a dedicated line here, which has reached hundreds of Mbps. Just like an internet cafe, high-speed Wi-Fi data transmission can be achieved by installing a modem with routing function. It turns out that thing can also be connected to a mobile phone. After hearing the explanation, Tang Qing said in surprise. Of course, when the network speed increases, thousands of households in China will install this thing. After all, even for 4G networks, traffic charges are very expensive. Relatively speaking, monthly broadband subscriptions are cheaper. Tang Qing explained. Connect to the internet. Tang Qing clicked on the browser. Baidu's homepage popped up immediately. Although the browser was developed by Qingyuan Technology, Baidu was still used for searching. Tang Qing entered a keyword and was able to surf the internet very smoothly. It's amazing. Surfing the internet is so fast. Tang Qing was having fun. Tang Qing said with a smile. This can also be done at home. If it is outside, with the current 2G network in China, it is basically a brick, so I'm also waiting for the popularization of 4G. China's 2G network speed. Many people have experienced it, which is quite touching. 3G can barely browse the web smoothly. Unfortunately, China only issued 3G licenses to operators 2 years later in 2008, which was extremely late. In foreign countries, developed countries have almost completed 3G coverage. This is why China's 3G construction has not yet fully covered. 4G has begun to gain momentum. It's not that technology develops quickly. Instead, 3G has been commercialized abroad for a long time. In 2000, that is 6 years ago, island countries began commercializing 3G. South Korea, Europe, and the United States followed closely behind and started 3G commercializing in the next 2 to 3 years. China only started using 3G after using it in the island country for 8 years. As a result, it was eliminated by 4G before construction was completed. Therefore, Tang Qing estimates that even if his mobile phone is released next year, it will be limited by network speed in China's early stage and sales will not be very good. Domestic operators cannot fully roll out 4G without taking pictures. That's a shame. Tang Qing said disappointedly when he heard that he couldn't go out. This all takes time. Take your time. Anyway, you have made a lot of money. Let me take a look at the video. Hey, your Comet video also has a mobile version, and the playback is quite smooth. Tang Qing exited the web page and clicked on a software with Comet Video written on it. The page is almost the same as the web version. The video download speed is quite good, but it is not without its shortcomings. It will freeze when fast-forwarding, and after playing for just over 3 minutes, the phone gets a little warm. Hardware limitations, I can't help it. Tang Qing shook his head helplessly. To be honest, developed smartphones in 2006. It is really a very difficult thing. The concept of smartphones appeared very early. It is not an innovation. It is only because the hardware cannot meet the standards that it develops so slowly. The most critical thing is the processor. Without a good processor and highly integrated processing technology, it simply cannot meet the application standards of smartphones. It cannot even support high-definition displays, let alone larger apps. For example, Apple's first-generation machine. Of course, it uses the best microprocessor available today, but its function is very shy. Low resolution. The screen is small. The camera has only 2 million pixels. The memory is 128 megabytes, which is already the most cutting-edge integrated technology. The chip can smoothly support the small screen. If it is larger, the chip cannot hold it. And now, Qualcomm's flagship product, the Xiaolong processor, has not even been released in the first generation, S1, and is still under testing. Therefore, in this era, the entire smartphone field is almost held back by hardware limits. In theory, Tang Qing's current large-screen mobile phone, there is simply no way to support so many features. It also cannot perform multi-threading processing, just like the first-generation Apple machine, which cannot change ringtones or wallpapers. It only supports 2G network, does not support copy and paste, and does not have many important functions. Can't run background programs yet. If it is an ordinary person, due to hardware limitations, it's hard to come up with any powerful smartphone at this time. But the scientists under Tang Qing are not vegetarians. It was managed in such a harsh hardware integration environment. For this stuff, the fighters do a lot of work behind the scenes. A chip design company controlled by the warriors last month designed a mobile phone chip that implements dual-core and multi-threading based on the current 45-nanometer process. Its performance is already close to Xiaolong S2 processor. Now, Qualcomm over there was shocked. Once this thing comes out, our own Xiaolong first-generation processors can be completely eliminated. They were trying to buy the technology of this chip, but it was impossible to sell it completely. The soldiers only agreed to cooperate and are now negotiating the terms. Apple already knew about the chip, too. However, since Apple's first-generation machine has been finalized and there seems to be no rival on the market, there is no plan to use this chip. Now word has spread in the industry. Qingyuan Technology contacted there and expressed great interest and is actively negotiating cooperation matters. Except for chips. In fact, China can produce almost nothing. Camera, earpiece, memory. All of them require cooperation with foreign companies. Because of this, Qingyuan Technology has been extremely busy during this period, negotiating cooperation with dozens of suppliers around the world. Determine the size, cooperate in research and development, trial production, and patent authorization. There are at least 300 people running around the world doing these auxiliary tasks. Tang Qing was speechless at how tedious it was. Fortunately, many authorizations can be handled by one company. A mobile phone. There are too many patent-holding companies involved with tens of thousands of basic patents, and there is no way around it. This is the power of standards. If you use someone else's standard, you have to pay. Communication protocol. Tang Qing couldn't be spared even if he tried. Unless all existing communication protocols were abolished and quantum communication was used to cover the whole area. However, this thing was too high-end, so Tang Qing could only abide by the traffic rules for the time being. Anyway, the people at Qingyuan Technology are crazy busy. The second uncle and the second aunt played for a while. Father Tang and the others also took it and tried it. Several people had a great time playing it and couldn't put down. My son is really good at it. Although he is a little unaccustomed to using a virtual keyboard, it is higher end than those densely packed button phones. Tang, can we use this thing first? Father Tang raised his head and suggested. Just finished asking. Before Tang Qing could speak, his second uncle spoke first and said seriously, "Brother, please don't." Why? Tang's father was puzzled. Several other people also looked at Tang Kai. Tang Kai explained, "Brother, sister-in-law, because we are a family, that's why Tang showed us this kind of trade secret." This phone is the wisdom and future of Qing technology. Once it is leaked, even if the appearance is leaked, the consequences will be serious. What if others imitate it? Whether it is appearance, performance, or others, these are the keys to its success. Before it is officially mass-produced, not only can you not use it, but you cannot even reveal everything about this phone to others. Tang Qing's expression was serious. This epic-making product is Tang Qing's hard work. Although he has never made a mobile phone, he also knows that this thing represents great benefits. This is also the future of the Tang family and cannot be lost. Here are trade secrets. I heard the word leaked. Tang's father's expression changed, and he quickly said to Tang Qing, "Then I don't want it anymore. Tang, you have to keep it and don't show it to others. Such a good thing cannot be stolen." Tang Qing nodded with a smile. This engineering prototype is indeed not suitable for others to know in advance, because the chip of this mobile phone is too advanced now. Qualcomm has not mass-produced it, and many parts and programs in it have not been developed yet. Tang's mother also said, Tang, be sure to keep it safe." "I know, I will be careful," Tang Qing said. How was the company's confidentiality work done? Tang's father suddenly remembered that there were so many people in Tang Qing's company. When there were more people, there would be people of all kinds. Will the people inside betray the company's secrets? Don't worry, all the company's employees have signed confidentiality agreements, Tang Qing said with a smile. When he laughs, an imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. What are technology companies most afraid of? Leakage. A leak. It is enough to wipe out the long-term efforts of R&D personnel. There are countless examples in history of losing opportunities and failing in business. Insiders make people hate them with itch, and dozens of such incidents have happened to employees of Qing Technology. That's right, just dozens of cases. It's almost approaching 3 digits. The main reason is that the research and development of smartphones is very novel in China. When communicating with friends and colleagues, those R&D personnel inevitably make mistakes and slip up. At this point, Tang Qing can forgive. This is human nature and has not caused much harm for the time being. But he couldn't just sit back and ignore some people's behavior. He privately copied the department's confidential information and directly contacted Nokia, Motorola, Ericsson, and other companies in an attempt to make a lot of money. This kind of cheating behavior really made Tang Qing very unhappy. This is not an isolated case. More than 10 developers have already done so. Without exception, Tang Qing fired them all, recovered the information, circulated criticisms to the whole company, and conducted self-examination and self-examination. It was precisely because of these cases that many people who were ready to make a move gave up the idea of making a fortune. Since then, Tang Qing reformed the research and development of Qing Technology. All projects and core research and development were handed over to the intelligence analyst station in the past. General personnel could only have access to non-core code and mobile phone hardware data for the time being. It's equivalent to saying, the core of Qing Technology. Tang Qing took it back temporarily. Only when the employees become loyal employees and the first product sells well, seizes the market, and gains popularity, will he consider letting go. At this stage of conceptual innovation, it is really not suitable for ordinary people to participate too deeply. Tang Kai remembered something again. Tang, how much are you going to sell such a good mobile phone for? This matter. Tang Qing had a plan. This time I plan to launch 2 models, one with a higher price and one with a lower price. This one is a high-end model. The low-end model is not so easy to use. As for the price, I set the low-end model at around 2,500, divided into 4G and 8G versions. The one you have is around 5,000, divided into 8G and 16G versions. So expensive? Father Tang was shocked. The most advanced things are integrated together, and you get what you pay for. Tang Qing wanted to be cheap, but the cost could not be reduced, and the sales of first-generation machines were mainly overseas. If it is sold cheaply, it is cheaper for foreigners. First-generation machine. Tang Qing used it to establish a high-end image. This performance is indeed not high. Tang Kai gave a fair evaluation. How much is the profit? 15. Tang Qing said. Operating profit. He tentatively set it at 15%. This is already very high. If in the previous life it was ranked second, the first place was Apple, 30 to 40%. And what was the third place? It's Samsung, around 10%. As for companies such as Huawei, Oppo, and Vivo, outsiders think their mobile phones are very profitable, but in fact their operating profits are all in single digits, and almost none are higher than 5%. Mostly around 2%. Only a few high-end models can achieve higher profits. The overall operating profit is so low that outsiders cannot believe it. However, these companies are in the market seizing stage. How dare they imitate Apple and desperately increase prices? Tang here, put away quickly. After playing, Tang's father returned the phone to Tang Qing. Put your phone in your pocket. Tang, isn't it a bit fast for you to take out such a powerful mobile phone all at once? We can slowly increase the performance, and we don't necessarily have to add all the functions and programs. Tang Kai still had some doubts. Squeeze ointment. In the name of upgrading, wouldn't it be more profitable to sell new mobile phones? There's no need to get it perfect all at once. Second uncle, I heard some news. Do you know about Apple? Tang Qing revealed. Tang Kai nodded. I know that. There's a well-known technology company in the United States with a market value of nearly $100 billion. I heard that their current CEO was kicked out of the company before. What happened? Their smartphone is about to be launched. I heard that it will be released to the public soon. That is my goal, Tang Qing said bluntly. Tang Kai suddenly realized. No wonder Tang Qing was so eager to add so many functions. I see. Then I have to pay attention to see what is so great about their smartphones that they deserve to be treated like this. I guess you will be disappointed, Tang Qing said with a smile. This mobile phone from Qingyuan Technology beats the first-generation Apple phone. There is no comparison between the two. Jobs spent several years developing Apple, which can be seen from the closed nature of the Apple system in Apple stores. Apple is too conservative, extremely exclusive. This time, Tang Qing gathered the strengths of his family. The gap between them was quickly smoothed. Haha, that's the best. P.S. Thank you to Bogota, Shirtamitai, and the author's cross-dressing fetish for the reward. Just when Tang Qing was demonstrating the mobile phone to his second uncle and the others. USA, New York, ERV's new headquarters. ERV now has deep pockets. At the end of last month, I bought the headquarters of a bankrupt technology company in the suburbs of New York. It occupies a large area and has a unique architectural design. It was only completed in the middle of this year. Unfortunately, the ERV was cheap. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room was a bit tense. 3 days ago, ERV sent an email to Google. It was invited to participate in the Mobile Terminal Operating System Open Software Alliance initiated by ERV. This industry alliance was launched by Google in November next year and was launched by ERV a year in advance. Last year, Google acquires Android. Prepare to develop mobile operating systems. It's not that they are far-sighted, but according to Moore's law, it doesn't take much thinking to know that small, high-performance mobile devices will become popular in the future, and in this case, operating systems will definitely be indispensable. Microsoft is the dominant PC operating system. Google wants to create a popular operating system suitable for non-PC users in the new industry, currently undergoing intensive research and development. Unexpectedly, ERV will come out like this to completely abolish the rhythm of Android. Confront Eric's dissatisfaction. The soldier reasoned without changing his expression. Mr. Eric, I invited you here because I wanted us to work together. You're not here to question me. In the technical field, the master is the teacher. There is no rule that I can't do what you do. Do you think so? This is the truth. Of course Eric knew. It just makes me feel uncomfortable to be beaten first and ready to eat him. Can I know your progress? Eric asked. Of course, no problem. This is our schedule. The soldier handed over a document. Eric Schmidt looked at it carefully and found that the system architecture, application management, and various solutions were nearly complete. In many aspects, it is much faster than the current Android development progress. At this point, with the strength of ERV, There is no need to resort to fraud. What do you want to do? Eric put down the file. The warrior said, "We are going to invite Google to join our Sirius system, abandon the research and development of the Android system, and jointly formulate industry standards to form complementarities and seize market share. There are too many operating systems on the market now, and there will be more in the future. Microsoft, Apple, Nokia, Motorola, Samsung, as long as they're manufacturers, they will definitely develop their own operating systems for mobile devices. Our ERV plan is to make this Sirius family the dominant one." Finally, the warrior gave the goal of Sirius. Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. This is also Tang Qing's expectation. There are stars in the sky, but I am the brightest. People are not even interested in knowing the names of other stars. As for inviting Google, I mainly want to borrow its influence. Otherwise, Android is dead or not. Tang Qing is not interested in working with Google. Eric did not answer immediately. These were big questions. He thought for a long time and asked, "How are you sure that your system will have advantages? You could be the only one. Don't forget, no one wants to be restricted by others." The soldier immediately gave the answer. Small space, strong compatibility, safe, stable, high program execution efficiency, high chip utilization, and most importantly, we will be open source and free. The front is all false. The last two. This is the fundamental reason why Android is so dominant. What? You want open source? Eric was shocked. It's free. It's making a lot of money. At the beginning of Android design, Eric never thought about being open source and free. Yes, nothing is as easy to sell as free stuff. As long as we are open source, we have natural advantages. It is free and allows us to be invincible. As long as we have good compatibility and scalability, no one is afraid of us. The soldier smiled. It was also the birth of Apple. This forced Google to give up this benefit. At this time, Eric was really frightened by the madness of the man in front of him. "What are your plans?" "We are cooperating in research and development. I heard that Apple is about to release a smartphone. You know that." The soldier mentioned another thing. "I know." Eric nodded. The warrior said, "After its release, I plan to invite major mobile phone manufacturers, chip manufacturers, operators, etc. to jointly promote our products. I think there is no need for us to fight on this issue." He crossed his hands. Eric frowned. The person in front of me is right. It is not wise to fight against ERV. Even if you disagree, others will do it. It is open source and free. In this way, there will be no room for charging in the entire market. Unless it is forced to be installed, it is the same as Apple mobile phones. As for Android, in other words, it can only be used by your own company and becomes a niche system. I'll go back and think about it. Eric looked up. "Okay, I hope you decide as soon as possible. Otherwise, after we have finished all the architecture and details, Android will have no value at all. So don't say that I am mercenary." The soldier reminded. "Okay." Eric felt nervous for no reason. "Get out of the ERV." Eric immediately called and applied for a board of directors meeting. Such an important matter almost destroyed the Android they had high hopes for, and the board of directors must be notified. That's what happened. ERV wants to invite us to join their Sirius system. Eric reported in detail what he said to the soldier and the document he saw. "Eric, what do you think?" the chairman asked. Eric hurriedly said, "I think we can consider that we develop the operating system for our own mobile phones. If it can be accepted by the public, it will be fine, but if it becomes a niche system, it will be meaningless. Open source, free. When did ERV become so generous?" In their impression, ERV is a company that is very calculating and very good at making money. A free system is really strange. Eric do. He said it was to seize market share. "Can ERV's Sirius surpass our Android?" the vice chairman asked. Eric said, "I think so. ERV has been a company with strong technical strength from the beginning. It has made great achievements in the field of optimization algorithms and has great vision. It also controls the upstream arm company of microprocessors and has mature software development experience. In short, our Android winning rate is very low." Eric's evaluation is very pertinent. Google prides itself on being great. but it is not invincible. ERV's technical strength has been recognized by the industry. Some people have speculated that ERV is most likely to be able to compete with Microsoft in software technology, because the complexity of Force of War is not much worse than that of the operating system. Half an hour later, after a heated discussion, Google's board of directors unanimously passed a resolution to merge the Android project into the Sirius project to strive for more ownership. Although it is free and open source, there are not many hidden benefits brought by industry standards. At last, Eric sighed. The enemy is too powerful and too rogue. The next day, morning, Google and ERV sign agreement. The two parties cooperated to establish Sirius System Company, which was led by ERV and joined by Google's Android team, to jointly develop the mobile operating system and strive to produce the first version of the finished product as soon as possible. That's when, then invite major companies to join this open system alliance. Be prepared to circle the land first and then talk about it. At the same time, Qualcomm also has results. Qualcomm spent $500 million to purchase the exclusive license for the chip, and for each chip produced, it had to pay a patent fee of $4.30 to. The company controlled by the Warrior because many new implementation methods were used on the chip. At the same time, Qualcomm and Warrior's company also established a strategic partnership. Qualcomm invested $1.7 billion, accounting for 20% of the company's shares, and the two parties cooperated to develop next-generation chips. Qualcomm is very happy. It is prepared to use this to completely establish its position as the dominant microprocessor. So far, Tang Qing's smartphone layout has entered a new stage. From ARM, the most upstream architecture of microprocessors, to a new generation of mobile phone chips, from operating systems to various components, it has paved the way for the reasonable emergence of mobile phones. October 21st, Saturday, SkyEye headquarters. Zhang Jing put on her best-looking clothes. As an employee of Tianyin Group, she often issued various cards during the holidays, the most common of which were shopping cards from Shengtang Group. Zhang Jing never buys clothes from other brands. I bought a few decent ones myself. The rest are used to buy for my sister and parents. Anyway, when Tianyin is at work, everyone has to wear work clothes. Yesterday, received notification from Do Jiao. She was asked to prepare to attend a party held by Tang Qing. She was excited for a while. She got up before dawn today and put on some light makeup. Compared with before, her life was much more refined. This was all taught by Do Jiao. She is not as naturally beautiful as Lin Jiaxue. Woman and makeup. It's inseparable. Come to the gate. There are many employees coming in and out. Most of them live in company dormitories, and there are also employees on weekend duty, as well as those who work overtime. Now Tianyin's service scope is too wide, and there are many overseas companies. Even the day and night are different. Therefore, 7 days a week. The Tianyin headquarters is never empty, and global users are not well served. Sister Jing, I have to go to an appointment. A female colleague from the same office was coming to work overtime when she saw Zhang Jing standing alone at the door of Tianyin, wearing a dress that looked like she was going to a big occasion. What's the date? We're just going to have a meal. Zhang Jing smoothed her hair and replied with a smile. With whom? The female colleague started gossiping. Zhang Jing pursed her lips towards the road outside. Here we go. I'm leaving first. The female colleague turned around and exclaimed, Mr. Do, there are very few women as presidents of large companies, and Do Jiao is their idol. Rumors also say that Do Jiao has a deep background. Get in the car. Do Jiao rolled down the window of the white Audi A6. Okay. Zhang Jing opened the door and got in the car. She knew that the car was assigned to Do Jiao by the company, and she could drive it as she pleased, with the company paying for all the expenses. It even had a female bodyguard, but it seemed that she didn't come with her today, so Do Jiao drove the car herself. More than 20 minutes later, Do Jiao was the first to arrive at the manor. Tang Qing came out to greet him personally. He looked at Tang Qing. Do Jiao laughed. It feels different. What changed? Tang Qing asked. Do Jiao was full of emotions, the aura of the richest man in the mainland. All in all, The little boss is still so handsome and mature. Yes, it's just because he has a little beard. Huh, it turns out you're complimenting my beard. The beard that Tang Qing grew deliberately in order to get rid of the boyfriend looked much more mature. Tang Qing turned his attention to Zhang Jing again and said with a smile, Sister Jing, how are you? Your work is okay. It's good. Mr. Dou takes good care of me. Zhang Jing said quickly. Dou Jiao smiled and said, No matter how much you take care of, you have to be strong. Xiao Zhang has a strong learning ability and is serious about work. He is working hard to recharge his batteries and prepares to get a bachelor's degree first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to convince the public. It is precisely because of Zhang Jing's academic qualifications that she is just a small leader in the company. No matter how high she is, her subordinates will be dissatisfied. Rumors will exist in any company. Tang Qing nodded. If you have a good relationship, get a bachelor's degree, and then get a working postgraduate degree. The higher the academic qualifications, the better, and the same goes for abilities. Keep pace with the times. When a person stops learning, it is the beginning of being eliminated by society. Yes, I will definitely work hard. Zhang Jing nodded solemnly. She didn't want to be eliminated. Even if Tang Qing thought that she was Tang Qing's first employee, it was not a reason for her to. Slack off. Okay then, let's go in and have some tea. I'll take you around the manor later. Tang Qing led the way. Where is Sister Jiaxua? In the living room. Send them into the living room. The second group of people came again. To see it all at once. All the company executives from Tang Qing's company headquartered in Qingyan City, including vice presidents and above, will be present today, and some former friends, such as the original bodyguard Sun Chao, will also follow Gao Ming. Besides, Lu Gan also came over to join the fun and chat with his second uncle. Gao Ming arrived in the third batch. Mr. Gao. Hello, Chairman. Brother Sun, you have lost weight. Tang Qing patted Sun Chao on the arm and said with a smile. The suit makes you look slimmer. How about it? Do you still have the kung fu? Sun Chao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The scene when Tang Qing recruited him was still vivid in his mind. He helped his mother pay the medical expenses and gave him a good job. Later, Tang Qing went to school. He also served as an instructor in the security company's training camp. He returned to his old profession and trained every day. Apart from being grateful to Tang Qing, he was in awe of his strength. Tang Qing gestured with his fist. Of course I'm still here. Do you want to try? I wish I could. Sun Chao said happily. By the way, where is Uncle Han? Are you busy now? Tang Qing asked. He spends all day in the gym, Sun Chao said. Well, brother Sun, you give Uncle Han a call. If he has time, come to my place and have a drink. If you don't have time, there will be a chance next time. Tang Qing said to Sun Chao. Okay. After saying that, Sun Chao took out his mobile phone and dialed Han Lung's number. Old Sun, what's the matter? Han Lung has just opened a store and is sorting out the goods. Due to the good location, his business is getting better and better. Of course, he no longer knows what weekends are. Are you free today? Sun Chao asked. Han Lung laughed and said, Yes, you want to come for a drink? Of course not. I'm at the home of our second uncle, Mr. Tang, and Mr. Gao is also here. Come over for a drink when you have time. Let my sister-in-law watch the store first. Sun Chao expressed his intention. Han Lung said in surprise, What? Xiao Tang is back. Yes, he asked me to call you over, and we will practice together later. Sun Chao said, Okay, I'll come right away and give me the address. Han Lung immediately stopped what he was doing. The address is... I'll be here in a moment. Han Lung said hurriedly. Finished. He came to the front desk, put on his coat, and said to his wife, I'm going out for a trip, and you're going to look at the store today. What's going on? Asked his wife. Han Lung explained, Lao Sun's boss is back and invited me to dinner. Then go quickly, don't keep me waiting. Knowing that it was Tang Qing who invited him, Han Lung's wife said quickly. More than 20 minutes later, Han Lung has arrived. Other company executives have also arrived and gathered at the lake. Everyone here knows Sun Chao because he worked as a bodyguard and driver for Tang Qing, but Han Lung is unknown to everyone here. Uncle Han, you're finally here. Tang Qing greeted him. Han Lung gave Tang Qing a solid punch, which was how they greeted each other, and said with a smile, "Ha ha, you kid, it's rare to come back. Yes, you still remember me. How could I forget you, Uncle Han?" Han Lung taught him that Tang Qing would remember it for a lifetime. Everyone else looked at Han Lung curiously. Tang Qing introduced solemnly. "This is my master, Han Lung. When I wanted to learn fighting, my uncle introduced his comrade, Uncle Han, to teach me. Not only that, Uncle Han is also a comrade of General Manager Gao and Brother Sun, a person I respect very much. Now he has opened a gym in the city center. I heard that Han Lung was Tang Qing's master. Still a brilliant comrade." Everyone was in awe. They all handed over their business cards, and they all wanted to support him. Tang Qing's master was definitely not an ordinary relationship. Han Lung took the business card naturally. He was not someone who had never seen the world. In the military, he is also a special soldier who often meets with military bosses. There is no wave in his heart. What he wants to do most now is to practice with Tang Qing and see how strong Tang Qing is now. Not since then, Tang Qing has become the target of his pursuit. P.S. Many people feel that hundreds of chapters have not appeared, so they're pulling it out for a walk. Sweat like rain every time in the gym. Han Lung will remember the scene when he was defeated by Tang Qing in a one-on-one fight. Beaten by an up-and-comer. Han Lung can accept it, but that rising star must at least be an industry insider. Tang Qing is just a college student. His defeat at the hands of Tang Qing will inevitably make him want to win the game. If a warrior doesn't even have this fighting spirit, he will be useless. Uncle Han, sit down quickly. Tang Qing brought Han Lung to Gao Ming's side. Social contact. The presence of familiar people can make people relax. Soon, Han Lung became familiar with the others. We won't talk about business today. They all say that parents are short-term and their children go to school. There was no barrier between Han Lung and them, and the other vice presidents were also very polite to Han Lung. Relatively speaking, the relationship between Tang Qing and Han Lung was much deeper than that of their superiors and subordinates. Noon. Pavilion in the middle of the lake. Today's dinner is a buffet barbecue. This is the simplest team building project, so everyone is very good at it, and they specialize in what they are good at. The ingredients here are complete, and the lively scene makes Tang Qing feel very good. Starting soon. Little boss, can you tell me a few words? Do Jiao suggested. Look at their expectant eyes. Tang Qing nodded. Okay. It's rare for everyone to get together, so I'll just briefly talk about it. Under your management, the business of several companies is booming. Even Tianyin is about to make a profit. I'm very happy. After a pause, Tang Qing raised his glass. Everyone work hard. The year-end bonus will not disappoint you. I would like to toast you all with this cup. Eat more today and toast less. Years ago, at our celebration party, we will toast again. This is a dinner party. Tang Qing doesn't hate it. What he hates is the round after round of toasts. It's boring. He just wants to have a good meal. Cheers. Mr. Tang's words are insightful. Although there is a suspicion of flattery, Tang Qing, the richest man in the mainland who is less than 20 years old, has really accomplished something that they couldn't do with all their strength. This ability is worthy of praise. Drink it all in one gulp. After dinner, Zioxiashi. There are various entertainment projects in a manor, such as rowing, basketball, tennis, table tennis, golf, etc. They are very complete. Everyone can play according to their preferences. The girls played tennis together. Tang Qing took Gao Ming and the others to the basketball court. He took off his coat, handed it to the soldier. Tang Qing was only wearing a black shirt. Of course, he was not here to play basketball. Tang Qing had completely lost interest in ball sports and was preparing to practice with Han Lung and the others. Tang Kai said, Tang, be careful. Don't worry, second uncle. I have a sense of proportion. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he turned to Sun Chao and smiled. Brother Sun, attack with all your strength later, or I may knock you down soon. You know my strength. Okay, are you ready? Sun Chao had no intention of letting go, and Tang Qing had to be able to let go. Please. Tang Qing lowered his hands to his sides with a smile on his face. Drink, Sun Chao shouted. He took 2 steps across the 2 meters between him and punched Tang Qing's chest hard. Ordinary people, definitely seriously injured. But for Tang Qing, this level of punching power is weak. He blocked it lightly with his left hand and pushed forward with his right hand. Sun Xiao had to use his hands to resist. Bang. Sun Xiao was pushed back a few steps by a strong force and was not injured. Tang Qing not only did not retreat, but also took half a step forward. Okay, awesome. Tang Kai clapped his hands excitedly. To be honest, he had never seen Tang Qing take action before, and he was worried about Tang Qing just now. Now it seems that his worries are unfounded. Sure enough, you are. Stronger again, Sun Xiao said. Tang Qing smiled slightly and looked at Han Lung, who was eager to try. So, Uncle Han, come on together. I'll give you 5 minutes. You attack, and I only defend. Okay. Han Lung immediately took off his shirt, revealing the vest underneath. Here we come. Han Lung and Sun Xiao stood side by side and looked at each other. Whoosh! The two of them moved at the same time. Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. 2 against 1. Here we go. Next, Tang Kai and Lu Gan looked at the situation in the field in stunned silence. Sun Xiao and Han Lung's attacks were unrelenting, and their punches were all desperate, but Tang Qing was able to handle the 2 attacks with ease. No dodging. Every blow, Tang Qing took it, but the sharp attacks of the 2 did not hurt Tang Qing. Even Tang Kai could see that the 2 of them did not hold back at all, and they tried their best. Other side, watching the battle on the basketball court, Zhang Jing, who was playing tennis, exclaimed, Joshua, they are playing. What? Quick, go and have a look. After that, Dou Jiao ran in the front, Qi Yin came in second, with a look of anxiety on his face. Only Lin Joshua knew how powerful Tang Qing's fighting skills were. When he was in the villa, Tang Qing had fought with bodyguards. Those battles, Lin Joshua still couldn't remember it, but she still followed quickly. Rushed to the basketball court. Mr. Tang, what's going on? Dou Jiao asked hurriedly, still a little angry in her heart. Tang Qing's identity was related to too many people. What if he was accidentally injured? How did Tang Kai become the second uncle? It's nothing, they are competing. Tang Kai explained. Martial arts competition, how dangerous it is. Dou Jiao frowned. Tang Kai shook his head slightly. For those who practice martial arts, opponents are hard to find. Besides, who do you think has the upper hand? This, Dou Jiao was not stupid. She could see that Tang Qing only defended but did not attack, with a relaxed look on his face. Sun Xiao and Han Lung had serious faces and were sweating profusely. She had never thought that Tang Qing was actually a fighting master. Qi Yin asked doubtfully, Joshua, have you ever seen Tang Tang practice before? I've seen him twice, both times when he fought with bodyguards. Lin Joshua nodded. What's the result? Qi Yin asked curiously. Lin Joshua said, it's all Tang Tang who wins. As expected of my Tang family. Hearing Lin Joshua's words, Tang Kai laughed happily. He knew the level of Tang Qing's bodyguards. If he could defeat the bodyguards, he was definitely a master. Lu Gan also looked at the battle in the field with a bit of horror. Even more powerful than those insanely strong guys. This is Tang Qing, hidden too deep. 5 minutes later, when the defense time comes, everyone around is enjoying watching it. The excitement of the process is comparable to that of a Hollywood blockbuster. Not even comparable, but more intense than a Hollywood blockbuster. And this kind of high-definition battle caused the 2 people to lose their physical strength very quickly. Tang Qing said, I'm going to start attacking. Huh. Okay. Han Lung said. The words just fell. Tang Qing turned from defense to offense. With 1 step faster than anyone else. The 2 of them were beaten back steadily, but Tang Qing controlled his strength well. From the outside, the 2 people must have been seriously injured, but the actual situation was that almost all of them were minor bruises. At last, 1 punch per person, the 2 of them knocked down the wire mesh behind them. Bang! Stop, I won again. Tang Qing called to stop. Han Lung and the 2 gasped for air. Get acquainted. They all saw shock in their eyes. It's been so long. Today's Tang Qing is even more powerful. If Tang Qing hadn't been merciful, they might not have been able to withstand a few attacks, but it's okay. It's uncomfortable to look at the small mountains, and it's a happy thing to have someone to chase them. Next time, wait until I practice again. Han Lung took a big breath of air. Tang Qing gently wiped his sweat and said with a smile, I'm happy to accompany you, Mr. Gao. Do you want to give it a try? Chairman, I can't beat you. Gao Ming kept shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He still had this self-knowledge. He had been doing management. Even if he exercised regularly, he could not reach the level of Han Lung and Sun Chao. It doesn't matter. Just warm up, Brother Monkey. You and Mr. Gao come together. Fighting is actually a bit different for Tang Qing's identity, but I have to say that his fighting ability is very impressive, especially a soldier like Gao Ming. Okay. Gao Ming nodded. Lu Gan also said to the monkey beside him who was eager to try, Go. Yes. The monkey said excitedly. Gao Ming rushed towards Tang Qing. 3 minutes later, the battle is over. The two of them were completely defeated and convinced of their defeat. Tang. Lin Jiaxue brought up her own water. Tang Qing took a sip. Little boss, keep it hidden. Do Jiao stepped forward and handed over the towel. Tang Qing wiped the sweat that had been squeezed out. Hobby, self-defense. It seems that I also need to learn fighting skills, so that I won't suffer any disadvantages when encountering problems in the future. The violent gene in Do Jiao's body was activated, and her personality was originally biased toward a tomboy. That's not bad. Jiao, let's go together. Qi Yin agreed. Do Jiao said happily. Okay. Sister Jiaxue, I can only be taught by the little boss. The competition was over. Han Lung and the others took a bath, changed clothes, drinking tea in the living room of the manor. Even though Tang Qing had been merciful just now, the bruises on his body were still a bit painful, and other exercises were not suitable, so all he could do was chat. Manager Gao, Zhongyu Tui continues to expand. What are the risks? He took a few sips. Tang Qing suddenly asked Gao Ming. Gao Ming recalled the phone call with the old leader a few days ago. As long as it is not used for military purposes, it is not a big problem. The job of retired soldiers has always been a big problem. Although they will not be unemployed, most of the benefits are not high. But the risk is still there, and I am afraid of being criticized. Therefore, the upper limit for Chinese people is 15,000. As for foreign countries, there are no restrictions. In other words, the more security personnel there are abroad, the higher the domestic personnel limit will be. The ratio of domestic and foreign employees remains 1 to 1.5, which is a relatively safe number. Tang Qing nodded. That's good. Next, the European business will expand, and the African side will expand on a large scale. Sometimes I have to lament that in places with better security, it is difficult to do security business. Yes. Gao Ming nodded. He knows. Tang Qing still had reservations about him. The weapons and equipment in Africa and the strange relationship with the local area made him very curious. However, as long as Tang Qing did not use them to fight, he would not care. The company had a power beyond his control. Gao Ming has known this for a long time. For example, Tang Qing and his family's bodyguards. There are also some overseas employees of the Central Royal Guards, and some personnel in key positions that he has no way to direct. They are all under the control of a deputy general manager appointed by Tang Qing. The vice president is very low-key, but his ability to do things is not to mention. He maintains overseas business steadily, and his logistics and intelligence work are quite good. However, he did not come to the manor today because he was working overtime, blatantly not giving Tang Qing face. Gao Ming was puzzled. Who is this person from? But it was hard to report to Tang Qing, so he could only keep it in his heart. He felt vaguely, this is a kind of protection for yourself. Because in some of the missions of the Central Guards in Africa, some insider transactions occurred from time to time, which was illegal. If it was to protect him, Gao Ming would believe it. This time, little boss, the media in Xiangjiang have gone too far. They have slandered you again and again. Do you want to sue them? Do Jiao walked down the stairs angrily, sitting next to Tang Qing. Yesterday morning, Secret News smeared Tang Qing and hung up a photo of someone who didn't know where it came from. The profile looked very similar, saying that the person in it might be Tang Qing, but Dou Jiao knew it was a fake as soon as she saw it. Today it got worse. Two appeared. It's still the scene of hugging each other and playing on the bed. Dare to slander Tang Qing like this. Dou Jiao doesn't want to work anymore. If she were in the mainland, she could shut down the newspaper with just one phone call. But secret news is in Xiangjiang, and media information control is not as strict as in the mainland, so we can only take legal channels. Sister Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? You're so angry. Tang Qingming took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. You don't know what a gossip newspaper in Xiangjiang said about you, saying that you have a corrupt lifestyle, frequent entertainment venues, and keep female college students. It's extremely abominable. Dou Jiao was really angry. She knew very well who Tang Qing was. It's definitely not like that. I heard from Lin Jiaxue that Tang Qing has been with her every day for so long, going to and from school inseparable. He has no time to support any female college students. As for going to that nightclub and entertainment city, it is even more nonsense. That's it. There's no need to be angry, Tang Qing said nonchalantly. But it is very bad for your reputation. You rarely appear in the public eye. As a result, once news about you appears, the attention will be very high. Even if it is false, people who watch the excitement are not afraid of big trouble. Dou Jiao was a little anxious, hoping to attract Tang Qing's attention. This wind cannot rise. Chairman, do you need anything over there in Xiangjiang? Gao Ming said quickly. He really didn't like to pay attention to the news, but if there was something wrong with Tang Qing's lifestyle, he would be the first to not believe it. He meant to use some force. Tang, I also know a few friends over there in Xiangjiang. I'll help you fight. Tang Kai also spoke. Tang Qing waved his hand. Thank you for your concern. However, these are just sensationalists. There is no need to file a lawsuit with them, no need to say hello, and no need to beat them. Just ignore it. Dou Jiao was unwilling to accept it. Tang Qing shook his head. Evil will be rewarded. The more you ignore him, the happier he will be. If we sue, they will probably increase sales. This kind of newspaper is just a piece of meat, and it is difficult to win because the newspaper said it was just hearsay and suspicion and has nothing to do with them. It's just too frustrating to let them go like this. Qi clenched his fists. That's right, we are being bullied. I'll help you find someone to teach him a lesson. Lu Gan's gangster spirit has not dissipated. He wants money rather than his life. Do you think the wealthy inland people, are easy to bully? Others also expressed their dissatisfaction. See this situation. Tang Qing just advised them to drink tea, relax, and not to be anxious. He believed that the eyes of the masses were sharp. In short, Tang Qing expressed one idea. Don't worry about it. Let him do it. He will be the one who is clean. Tang Qing suddenly became a pacifist? Of course it's impossible. There are absolutely no such people in the list of people who dare to entertain him just once or twice. He has a lot of them, but if he continues to play with them and also plays with fabricated pictures, he is simply looking for death. As the saying goes, treat others in their own way. You catch wind and shadow. Fabricated photos. I'll give you an exciting play. Hong Kong. Secret News newspaper. Editor-in-Chief Fan Ming's office. Lu Feng held the third batch of Tang Qing's exposure photos in his hand. Before, in the first batch, he thought it was really Tang Qing, but when Fan Ming gave him the second two photos, he found out the clues. This was definitely not Tang Qing, but probably an actor hired by the editor. As for where to invite it, he doesn't know. Editor-in-Chief, I'll go back and write the manuscript right now. Lu Feng happily put it away. Go ahead, this is Tang Qing too. I thought he would come out to clarify, but I didn't expect that he turned out to be a coward. Humph, children are children after all. They don't dare to make things big, so don't blame us for continuing to play. Fan Ming sneered. In fact, he had contacted Tang Qing and was going to talk about eliminating the impact. Of course, there would definitely be some expenses in the process, but Tang Qing didn't answer his call. Now Fan Ming was unhappy. Anyway, their newspaper did not use a positive tone, and they were not afraid of lawsuits. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, it also increased sales. They are guaranteed to make a profit without losing money. This is also one of the financial sources of the newspaper. It is not him alone, but the collective participation of the newspaper bosses who want to make a little money through this. After get off work, Fan Ming came to Lu Feng's office. Let's go. The boss is treating us today. Let's go to his house for dinner. Okay. Lu Feng packed up his things and took Fan Ming's car to the home of Du Qi, the newspaper owner. Du Qi is nearly 50 years old. When he was young, he hung out on the streets. Later, he inherited his father's business and ran a dance hall. He also learned how to make movies and invested in making action movies. Made some money. 5 years ago, a friend borrowed money to pay off the debt and took over this newspaper. He discovered that gossip news was very interesting, and he could also contact many people through it and earn some money for hush. I am used to taking advantage of others. Duke was not ashamed, except for Duke. Several other shareholders of the company were also present. Tang Qing still didn't answer the phone. Du Qi asked, "Yes." Fan Ming nodded quickly. "Then take your time. He will always pick it up." Du Qi said calmly. He knew very well the psychology of those inland rich people who care about reputation and are timid. As long as they grasp the key points, they can achieve their goals. Tang Qing, the richest man in the mainland. What kind of wealth was that? Why wasn't it his? He wanted to imitate Zhang Shihao and rob him, but Tang Qing was inland. No matter how good they were, they couldn't reach out to the interior. Soon, after 3 rounds of drinking, "Mr. Du, the wine today is a bit strong." Fan Ming felt a little dizzy after drinking. "What's the matter? You're drunk. I'll have someone take you back." Du Qi also found that the wine was a bit overpowering, but it was not surprising when he thought that he had added vodka, and the more he drank, the more he couldn't stop. Drink glass after glass of mixed wine. The scene became more and more lively. 5 cups. 8 cups. Drinking is something that sometimes you just can't stop. To the end, everyone at the table drank more than 4 kilograms. Because the drink was not liquor, otherwise they would have knelt down. "I still want a drink," one shareholder said drunkenly, shaking the empty bottle in his hand. "No. Hiccup. Let's go to the bar, continue drinking, and find a pretty girl." Du Qi's face was red and his tongue was spinning. Drinking was one of his hobbies. "My second favorite hobby is drinking and having fun, even if he is nearly 50. Du Qi also felt that his sword was not old enough, and when things failed, he still had the little blue pill. Man, you can't say no. You have to do it even if you don't, but in recent years, you are really powerless. Just dare to play occasionally. No one at home cared about him, and Du Qi's parents died very young. His wife also divorced him and married another man. Fortunately, he still has a son. Although he only asks for money, he is almost 30 and is not married yet, and he is uneducated and incompetent, but he is his own son after all. Here for fun. Everyone was in high spirits. "Let's go together. I want 2 later." "Haha, I want 3. 3? Aren't you afraid of dying in bed?" "I'm a ghost, and I'm happy with it. I play with all 4. Man, immunity to this kind of activity is not high. The 8 people walked out of the house together, arm in arm, singing and dancing, causing passers-by to avoid them. They saw them having a drunken act on the street. Some even called the police, but the police could not control them, and they had not committed any crime. This is the complaint that the police are least willing to deal with, because it is difficult to reason with such people. Queens Road West turns to Queens Road East. Queens Road East turns to Queens Road Central. A classic song. The roar coming out of Du Qi's mouth was chaotic, and if it weren't for the classic melody, it would really be a ghost howl. "Okay, sound good." Fan Ming flattered him. This time, a young man wearing a hat walked in front of them and suddenly shouted at them, "I'm making you so noisy. Shut up. If you can, go home and scream. This is a public place. What are drunk people least afraid of? Cause trouble. What? How dare you scold me?" Du Qi became angry. The young man didn't flinch. "Why did you scold you? I'm going to hit you." "Pa!" Du Qi bore the brunt and received a slap. Fan Ming was also pushed to the ground by the young man. He screamed in pain and was very angry. There were so many of them, but you could still be bullied by just one person. Du Qi also said angrily in a suitable manner, "Mother of Filui Lu, you are a street boy. If you dare to hit me, get him for me." He got the order. 8 people rushed forward. The other party is very aware of current affairs. Ran away. Chase! Du Qi roared. 8 people were in hot pursuit. How could he let it go after being slapped? After a while, they reached a small alley and their vision became dim. They didn't stop and ran in after the black shadow. When they turned a corner, they saw a figure appearing in the dead end. Hee hee boy, you can't run away. Du Qi sneered. The people inside were stunned. He took a few steps back in fear. What are you going to do? But the space here is small. He retreated to the wall in a few steps. Du Qi said harshly, What are you doing? You are still pretending to be stupid with me. Brothers, please beat me. The people inside hid their heads and ran away, begging for mercy. Help. I was wrong. Spare my life. I shouldn't have killed their mother and daughter, and I didn't mean to. After drinking, the 8 people who were fighting did not notice what the person being beaten said. Anyway, I feel like I'm having a great time playing. Du Qi punched a few times and suddenly felt something in his hand. He didn't pay attention to what it was, thinking it was some kind of stick, so he directly hit the person in front of him and then screamed. It's a murder. This sudden cry brought out Du Qi's anger again. You are a rusher. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Oh, you flash my way, Xiao Fan. Come here, use this stick to hit. Okay. Fan Ming took the stick in confusion and waved it to the person in front of him. After a few minutes, the people on the ground no longer begged for mercy, thinking that they had been beaten unconscious, and the beating was boring. Dayulilu, I'm so hot. Come on, let's go drink. Due to the dark environment, they didn't see a pool of blood on the ground, and they didn't know if there was blood on them. Another shareholder said, I've been sweating so much after just a few blows. Which of you is so weak? It's not me. I'm very strong. It's not me either. Shaking. 10 minutes later, they came to the door of the bar. Along the way, the people around them looked at them and hid away with frightened faces. Seeing this, Du Qi said proudly, It seems that my reputation in the world is still intact. Brother Qi is here. Who dares not to give him face? At this moment, a siren sounded. 8 people haven't entered yet. The way was blocked by the police from Xiangjiang who arrived. In confusion, they were taken to the nearest police station. The next day, early in the morning, Hong Kong, major live news broke out one after another. Newspaper owner. It eventually became the headlines of other newspapers. A total of 8 senior executives of the secret newspaper were suspected of murder. After reports, on-site evidence, and fingerprints, it was determined that the 8 people had an argument with someone after drinking last night, chased them to a corner, and first beat the victim, and finally used control knives. The victim bled to death due to excessive bleeding. As soon as the news came out, it can be said that it has spread all over Hong Kong. Although secret news is not the biggest gossip in Hong Kong, it is also notorious. All of a sudden, the management of secret news was almost blamed and involved in a drunken murder case. The evidence is now conclusive. No one can escape. As the principal criminals, there are 2 fingerprints on the knife. Du Qi and Fan Ming will probably not breathe the free air for a long time. The others, as accomplices, will inevitably be imprisoned. Although, secret news encountered this kind of thing just after exposing the news about Tang Qing. But no one thought about Tang Qing because it was obviously not Tang Qing's revenge. He drank and accidentally killed someone. What does it have to do with Tang Qing? In their opinion, Tang Qing had many ways to solve this matter. 1. Prosecution and claim. 2. Ask someone to speak. 3. Spend money to eliminate disasters. This was obviously an accident. It can only be said that they were unlucky. They drank and got into trouble, and once again they became negative teaching materials and propaganda materials for alcohol treatment institutions. As for these people, no one sympathized with them. In fact, there were new developments in the incident. Several shareholders bite each other. 2 more cases of intentional homicide were uncovered, as well as multiple cases of forcing girls into prostitution, illegal restriction of freedom of life, tax evasion, and extortion. All in all, they made headlines. And the newspaper printed Tang Qing's misbehavior. Not sent out yet. It becomes waste paper, stored in warehouse. Secret news closed down like an avalanche, unbelievably fast. Hong Kong. One night interrogation. After the break, Duke met with his lawyer. Mr. Du, your case is very troublesome. The police already have conclusive evidence and confessions. The blood on your body belongs to the victim. All the evidence is irrefutable. You must be prepared. What preparations? Ducci asked. The lawyer said, more than 35 years in prison. This is the best result for you. I heard 35 years. Ducci was anxious. That knife is not mine. Being drunk, Ducci's memory could not be connected at all. He only knew that he did hold a stick to the victim at that time. But where did they get the knives? The lawyer shook his head. Whether the knife is yours or not, it doesn't matter now. You killed the victim. Moreover, you said the knife was not yours, and you were still drunk. It is impossible for the court to accept it. I have money, Ducci said loudly. I will try my best to get a reduced sentence for you. The lawyer sighed. This matter was not only about the person who died last night, but also other cases involving Ducci. Together, Ducci's future was doomed. He sighed because he would not be able to earn Ducci's legal fees in the future. Hearing this, Ducci sat dejectedly on the chair, his face ashen. Now that he was out, he didn't think he would have a chance to see the free world outside. He regretted drinking last night. It's just too late. Qingyan City. Seeing that the matter is a foregone conclusion, Tang Qing's lips curled up, a little relieved. In order to set up this situation, to prevent innocent people from being implicated, he also specially found a suitable victim. A young gangster who had burglarized a house, was discovered by the host's mother and daughter, and then committed murder. The soldiers first caught him in an alley. The purpose of telling him was for the case and to let him know why he died. Other side, attract Duke over. During the final fight, the soldiers sneaked in and handed Ducci a knife. What happened after that basically followed the script. The robbers deserved their punishment, but Ducci made a mistake and old scores were brought up. Case. The evidence is overwhelming. No matter what lawyers they hire, they can't overturn a case. News of Duke's arrest. There was almost no coverage in the inland media. After all, there were endless reports on domestic affairs, and there was no time to report on a drunken murderer in Xinjiang. However, those who were interested were very concerned about this matter. Beijing. Chiren's family. Today is Zhang Shi's last day of rest. Tomorrow is Monday. She was about to go to work in the hospital. In the living room, Zhang Shi held his daughter in his arms, overflowing with motherly love. Although his daughter slept most of the time, Zhang Shi's heart melted when he looked at her cute sleeping posture and delicate little face. From time to time, I kiss my daughter's chubby little face. Okay, hold her. She won't feel comfortable even sleeping. Give it to me, and I'll put it back. Seeing her daughter hugging her granddaughter and not letting go of her as soon as she got up early in the morning, Zhang Shi's mother reluctantly advised her. Oh, Zhang Shi reluctantly let go and watched his mother hug her daughter tightly to the crib in the room. If you like your daughter, take care of your child at home. Don't keep thinking about the hospital and patients. Zhang Shi's mother came out. She had no choice but to take care of her daughter. She ran to work without taking care of her daughter. Mom, I can still move, but I can't live up to the skills I've learned over the years. Zhang Shi shook her head vigorously. She was half a workaholic, and her realization made Chai Ren speechless for a while. She felt that she should use the quota and resources in higher education to do meaningful things. Realize personal value. Children are children. A career is a career. She thought she could do both. Anyway, my mother is idle, so she can take care of her daughter. You just don't stop. Chai Ren came over and hugged Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi leaned in Chai Ren's arms. When you can move, of course you can't stop. Speaking of stopping, how are the newspapers in Xinjiang? They are still relying on smearing Xiaotang to increase sales. There is no bottom line. If this continues, we have to find a way to punish them. Zhang Shi couldn't bear to slander Tang Qing. Speaking of this, Chai Ren shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't worry, they have stopped. It's hard not to stop. News about Tang Qing. Chai Ren has always paid close attention to it. He originally thought that Secret News would come up with a third bullet to smear Tang Qing. But when he woke up early in the morning, he saw the news that Du Qi and the others were taken advantage of in one fell swoop. He smelled something familiar about this operation. Xiao Tang soothed them. Zhanshi became more energetic. No. Chiron shook his head. Zhanshi asked in confusion. Have you found someone? Here. You better take a look. As he said that, Chiron handed the laptop on the coffee table to Zhanshi. Inside was an interface from a major newspaper in Hong Kong, with the title, Alcoholism Harms Others and Oneself. The title was very public welfare. Zhanshi took a closer look. Found inside is the latest developments about Du Qi. None of the others are innocent. The boss, Du Qi, was involved in an intentional homicide case and multiple infringement cases many years ago. His family has already gone to the police station and demanded severe punishment. Follow this trend. Du Qi's sentence may be very long. Great, evil will be punished. After reading the full version of the news, Zhanshi clapped his hands, then looked at Chiron, and suddenly his expression changed. Hubby, what's going on? Does it have anything to do with Xiao Tang? No. Chiron immediately shook his head. Zhanshi nodded and said, Yes, how could Xiao Tang do such a thing? And this incident was indeed an accident. It can only be said that evil comes with evil consequences. This unscrupulous media even blackmailed the person who exposed it. Damn it. Seeing that the bad guys were brought to justice and arrested, Zhanshi was in a good mood. Haha, Chiron said with a smile on his face. Accident? If it happened to someone else, it might be an accident. But it's related to Tang Qing. Chiron would not treat it as an accident. Would Tang Qing do such a thing? Chiron didn't dare to say no. Zhanshi excluded Tang Qing so easily because she had never seen Tang Qing's friend's way of dealing with problems. If she had seen it, she would definitely not jump to conclusions prematurely. He was in Africa at the time and killed more than 100 robbers in front of him. In the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, he directly dealt heavy blows to the African police who wanted to kill him. Now it's just a small scene, although the evidence suggests it was an accident. But Chiron didn't believe it, but he wouldn't tell outsiders that Tang Qing and he were on the same line, close allies, and good friends in life. He just knew it, and there was no need to tell it. Would you like to call Xiao Tang and let me know? Jean, she said cheerfully. Chiron shook his head. It's enough to know about this kind of thing. There is no need for everyone to show it and discuss it. As a person in the incident, he must know about it, and there is no need for us to inform him. With Tang Qing's caution, even if he told it himself, Tang Qing would definitely not admit it. That's right. Zhanshi felt that what Chiron said made sense. Qingyan City. Inside the manor, Tang Kai had just finished breakfast when he learned the news that the shareholders of Secret News were organized into a group and imprisoned. I was stunned for a while. After dinner, he couldn't help but ask Tang Qing, Tang, what's going on over there? What's going on? Tang Qing pretended to be confused. Tang Qing's acting skills were so good, and his expressions were so spot on. Tang Kai was unsure when he saw it, so he said, The media that smeared your newspaper, don't you know what happened to their boss? I just found out about it. What? Second uncle, do you think I did it? Tang Qing asked directly. Tang Kai smiled bitterly. Everyone would think so first. Hearing this, Tang Qing's face straightened. Second uncle, I actually didn't do anything. Even if it has something to do with me, there are probably some people who can't stand their behavior. So, I would rather believe that it has nothing to do with me, so as not to get into trouble. This is a bit convoluted. I thought for 2 seconds. Only then did Tang Kai figure it out. I understand. There really is evil to be punished. Tang Kai laughed. He understood what Tang Qing meant. If this matter had nothing to do with him, then it really had nothing to do with it. If it did, it had nothing to do with it. Even if it was done by Tang Qing's friend, it had to have nothing to do with Tang Qing. A bit roundabout. But this matter, it has come to an end. There is no need to delve into it further. October 23rd, on Monday, the company dinner ended. Solve the demons and monsters in Xinjiang. Finally, we could rest for a while. The weather was pretty good today. Early in the morning, Tang Qing was fishing in the lake of the manor. Lin Jiaxue was with him, fishing with a straight hook. Tang Qing could not be so bored. Anyway, I won't eat it after catching it. Why let the fish suffer this? But it's not until noon yet. Qin Yugong came, accompanied by an acquaintance who was also his old leader. Feng Hai, enter the manor. Feng Hai couldn't help but look around. In China, villas are the standard equipment for rich people. Manors are really rare to see. Even if ordinary rich people want to build one, they may not dare to be so ostentatious. Second uncle is not at home. Tang Qing took on the task of reception. I hope you'll forgive me for taking the liberty of visiting. Feng Hai shook hands with Tang Qing cheerfully. Uncle Feng, don't be so sour. Please come in. I like your tone. Don't show up. Feng Hai laughed and followed Tang Qing into the living room. The servants had already poured the tea, and when he smelled it, Feng Hai took a sip immediately. Still such a refreshing taste. Uncle Feng, today is Monday. Why do you have time to come to Qingyan City? Tang Qingqi said. Feng Hai put down his cup. I came back to see my charming grandpa. I learned that your uncle was also in Qingyan City and wanted to have a drink with your uncle, so he took me to your second uncle's place to get some wine. Welcome, enough wine. Feng Sen also complained that he saw you once when he came back from summer vacation. Hearing his son talking about him, Feng Hai laughed and scolded. That brat has the nerve to talk to me. He's been back for 3 days, and he doesn't know where to go to play. It's very worry-free. He's pretty good. He doesn't cause trouble for you everywhere. Tang Qing shook his head. Haha, that's right. Feng Hai still knew about his son. He was just a little playful at most. Uncle, how is the funding from the provincial department? Tang Qing turned his eyes to Qin Yugong. Qin Yugong smiled and said, You know all this? I heard what my second uncle said. Thinking of this, Qin Yugong felt that it was really a twists and turns, and finally found the leader to get the matter done, but it was not easy to tell Tang Qing. It's okay. I got 8 million, but it's not settled yet. Where's the work? Has it been straightened out? Tang Qing asked. Qin Yugong shook his head and then nodded. If you want to do it, you will have more things to do. If you don't want to do it, you'll have less things to do. Yugong summed it up very incisively. Feng Hai was also quite emotional. People at their level would have endless things to do if they really wanted to do them. If they didn't want to do them, they could really have an enviable amount of leisure. Just deal with various meetings and inspections from superiors and subordinates. Not a few words. Finish chatting about family matters. Tang Qing asked directly. Uncle Feng, we are all on our own, so let's not beat around the bush. Let's talk. Do you have any advice? Feng Hai smiled. I don't take it as advice. I just want to see if you have any good projects that can take care of our city. Of course, if not, forget it. You have already said that you are one of your own. I will not advise you to do business that you don't want to do. In the second half of last year, he was transferred to a neighboring city to serve as the mayor of a city. Now, more than a year has passed. The word generation in front of the name has been removed. If you don't become a householder, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. In the past, he only managed the political and legal aspects and only needed to take care of the city's request for money and did not need to worry about other things. Now, it is others' turn to ask for money. All departments in the city and the districts and counties below are opening their mouths, and no amount of money is enough. It makes his head so big. After taking office for more than a year, Feng Hai tried his best to improve the economy. It can be said that he is exhausted. Come this time. In fact, it was just a matter of luck, a spur-of-the-moment idea. If he insisted on asking Tang Qing to invest in a project that he was not interested in, it would be weird if Do Jiao couldn't call him to complain about it. If he couldn't get enough, he would go to Cui Guangming to make a small report. Do Jiao's nagging. He can't afford it. Feng Hai said, Our city is now vigorously recruiting investment. We can provide what other cities can provide, and I will not violate the rules if they cannot. In short, if there is a project, we will take care of it. If there is no project, forget it. After listening, Tang Qing has already made plans. Uncle Feng, you're already here. How can I let you go back empty-handed? However, it's not me this time. My second uncle has several projects. You can have a good chat. Tang Qing's hand. There are no plans to add any more projects for the time being. Here, Tang Kai. Feng Hai said happily, Oh, How about Mr. Tang? Tang Kai's recent investment in Qingyan City was widely reported a few days ago. With so much money thrown in, everyone in Qingyan City was overjoyed and prepared to do something big. My second uncle will be back soon. He and his second aunt are having a meeting on the film and television city project. Tang Qing explained. Feng Hai waved his hand. I have plenty of time. By the way, your tea is really... More than half an hour later, Tang Kai is back. When Tang Qing and I went to the film and television city to watch it before, Tang Qing said that he wanted to enrich the scenes. He was going to implement this today. The final construction period was extended by 2 months, but he didn't care. Profit? He's not in a hurry. Tang, who is this? Looking at the unfamiliar face, Tang Kai asked with a smile. Second uncle. This is Sister Jiao's uncle. My uncle's old leader is now the mayor of the city where the second aunt lives. No, I guess your new project has been settled. Hearing that Feng Hai has such a close relationship with his family and is the mayor of the city where Yuman's family is located, Tang Kai hurried up to shake hands. Hello, Mayor Feng. Hurry up and let's have a good chat. Okay. After sitting down, Feng Hai began to introduce. Let me first introduce the conditions of our city. Our city is located in a plain, and its main economy is chemical industry. It took more than 5 minutes, and Feng Hai finally explained their situation clearly. Good, bad, advantages, disadvantages. Make it clear one by one. Tang Kai can say that. It means that there are good projects. This is support for Feng Hai. It is hidden and tucked away. The good ones are selected and said to be open to outsiders. And Tianyan will definitely make a feasibility report for Tang Kai. After that. By the way, I wonder what projects Mr. Tang is planning to invest in. Feng Hai asked. Battery factory. Battery factory? Yes, lead-acid battery factory and a lithium battery factory. Tang Kai nodded. He had already consulted the Myanmar Bank Group and agreed to build 2 battery factories in inland China. Equipment and technical support are provided by Myanmar Bank Group. Feng Hai said happily. That's just right. We are the largest exporter of chemical raw materials in the province. There are many battery companies. Investments are very welcome. If you find it troublesome, you can acquire some companies. Tang Kai immediately shook his head. No, I am not going to use domestic equipment. Well, the cost should be cheaper than in China. Feng Hai also did research and knew that this thing is not too difficult. There is already a mature industrial chain in China. No, what I value is the manufacturer's technical support capabilities. Tang Kai explained. Technical support. This is Tang Kai's favorite word in the past 2 years. Factory in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Precisely because we use other people's equipment, we have technical cooperation with them. If we have any problems, we can go to them. Once they have any new technology developed, they will use it. During this time, several of his factories have been upgraded and renovated several times, and he spent almost no money on research and development. He only needed to make reports and propose indicators with the Myanmar Bank Group, now the Zia Research Center. The other party will make upgrade plans and specific research and development. It was extremely worry-free. He only needs to make products honestly, and he can make money while lying down. As for the cost issue, it is just a trivial matter in the face of the huge benefits it generates. Okay, you decide. Feng Hai didn't say much. Soon, the two reached a verbal agreement. Tang Kai invested 800 million yuan. There are many preferential measures to build the largest lead-acid battery factory and lithium battery factory in the province. As for investing in Linsher, Feng Hai will solve it if the leaders of Qingyan City have any ideas. And Qingyan City has no supporting industries. Recently, we are building a cultural city and a green city. We are not very welcoming of such factories now. When I think of the investment of 800 million renminbi, it is about to be realized. It was still invested by Tang Kai. Feng Hai was overjoyed. It seemed that he had come to the right place. He might be able to drink some fruit wine at the end of the day. Mr. Tang, do you have that in your hand? US dollar investment? Feng Hai looked at Tang Kai carefully. Attracting foreign investment and earning foreign exchange through exports were tasks that they simply could not escape. Tang Kai also understood. Mayor Feng, I can use US dollars for part of this investment, but not too much because I imported the equipment from abroad, which accounts for 65% of the investment. It doesn't matter. How much can you provide? Feng Hai also didn't think about using all US dollars. Tang Qing kicked the ball back again. How much do you think is appropriate? After thinking about it, Feng Hai raised 2 fingers. It is almost the end of the year, and the city still has more than 20 million US dollars in tasks to complete. With other things added together, there will be no criticism this year. This is 20 million US dollars, okay? Okay, that's it. Tang Qing agreed immediately. Feng Hai said happily, "Ha, Mr. Tang is so happy." In response, Tang Qing smiled and said nothing. With just a few dollars, he had no pressure at all. I just said this because I didn't want Feng Hai to regard him as a dollar exchanger. Before, a city's investment promotion department came to him, saying that he would help investors exchange dollars to complete the task. They also paid a not-so-low bridge interest rate. Now as electric cars are selling well in Southeast Asia and Africa, and are entering the European and American markets, the electric car company alone has no less than 100 million US dollars in its account every month. Even if you have spare money, he doesn't want to do this kind of business either. Afternoon. Had a nice drink. Feng Hai left. He has to have a meeting tomorrow. When he thinks of announcing this news at the meeting, Feng Hai is looking forward to getting the project from Tang Qing. Only Qingyan City in the province has this kind of treatment. Feng Hai gang left not long ago. The villa received an uninvited guest. "Mr. Tang, I'm here to formally apologize." He saw Lei Peng. Tang Qing said, very dissatisfied. "Mr. Lei, didn't I say before that our affairs are wiped out and I will not pursue the past matters again? What are you doing here?" Lei Peng stood at the door for half an hour. "Must see him." Tang Qing had no choice but to let him in. "Yes, Mr. Tang has a lot. However, I owe you a formal apology. This has always been a hurdle in my heart. If you can use it in the future, please don't be polite to Lei." Lei Peng bent down. Tang Qing said helplessly, "Okay, you're going to stalk me. As the saying goes, let go of grudges with a smile, Mr. Tang. I hope to have the opportunity to become friends with Mr. Tang," Lei Peng said. "Do you think we can be friends because we have such a past?" Tang Qing looked cold. "There is no knot we can't untie," Lei Peng said. Tang Qing insisted. "But there is no basis for being a good friend. It seems that I think too much," Lei Peng said disappointedly. Tang Qing stared at Lei Peng. "Mr. Lei, you know, although there is no life-or-death hatred between you and me, whenever I see you, I will think that it was you who gave me the opportunity to become who I am today, but it also prevented me from seeing my parents for the last time. So, it is better for us to meet less often in the future. It takes time to smooth out the barriers in people's hearts. Your appearance will make me and my family very unhappy." Hearing this hurdle, Lei Peng lamented in his heart. It seemed that he really couldn't be friends with the Tang family. The influence of the Tang family was too great now, and he couldn't compare with it. In addition, something happened, so he decided to come personally. "So, it's my presumption. Everything stems from one person. Don't worry, I will take care of it. And, from now on, I will retire and my son will slowly take over the business." "Don't worry, I won't target your son." Tang Qing suddenly grasped the key point of Lei Peng's words. "Thank you, Mr. Tang," Lei Peng said gratefully. His main purpose today was achieved. "I won't keep you, please." Tang Qing began to chase away the guests. "Yes," Lei Peng agreed. Looking at Lei Peng's back, Tang Qing came up, and although he allowed Lei Peng to enter the door, he did not let him enter the living room. Tang Qing said, Tang, let's forget about this cause and effect." Lei Peng is also flexible and flexible. For the sake of his son, he came to plead guilty. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing asked doubtfully, "By the way, what did he mean by handling it well? I heard that the parents of his comatose fake son saw your news and were ready to let you support them for the rest of their lives. After all, strictly speaking, the injury 20 years ago was related to you." Tang Qing was surprised. "What? Lei Peng doesn't. This has nothing to do with us. We don't know anything." Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. "How about we pay some money? Otherwise, if they sue me..." Tang Qing was a little worried. "Second uncle, Lei Peng will not let them sue you. Otherwise, he will also be involved. You know, he used his identity as the factory director to do a lot of things. Now, we're not the ones who are anxious. Lei Peng is more anxious than us. Tang Qing analyzed. What will Lei Peng do? Tang Kai asked again. Tang Qing looked at his second uncle and said with a smile, Second uncle, actually you should be able to guess that in order to prevent us from dealing with his son and their family's industry, Lei Peng will do anything. Is he trustworthy? Will he implicate us? He doesn't dare. That's right. At this time, Tang Kai didn't know what to say. This matter is really difficult to solve. You can't just spend some money to raise someone else's family. Once the lion opens his mouth, or someone instigates blackmail, it will be big news. At last, Tang Kai didn't think about it anymore. He is not a righteous man. Otherwise, there would have been no jade and jewelry exchanges between Thailand and Myanmar. This kind of thing would have been left to the experienced Lei Peng to handle, but it was a little hard to let go completely for a while. And Tang Qing, there is no disturbance in my heart, gratitude and resentment, right and wrong. Tang Qing can sometimes tell the difference very clearly. But when facing some things, he cannot insist on the absolute justice in his heart. For example, he will not let his relatives live if they want to harm his relatives. Lei Peng returned to the hotel. Chairman, how's it going? Lu Zhu, vice president of the group and Lei Peng's distant cousin, came up. Goodbye, just strangers. This sentence suddenly came out of Lei Peng's mouth. He thought it was very insightful. If he and Tang Kai can't be friends or enemies, then aren't they just strangers? Lu Zhu, why did you drag the above article? I remember that Tang Kai had a relative who served as a top leader in the county below. Lei Peng mentioned. Lu Zhu nodded. Yes, it's Tang Qing's uncle. His name is Qin Yugong. Okay, you guys will send people to see if there are any investment projects in the next few days. The gift Lei Peng just came to send was returned to Tang Kai, so he could only use this method to show his goodwill. Yes, Lu Zhu agreed. As for those people, watch out. If there is any drastic action, I can only say, benevolence and justice have been exhausted. He didn't say anything about the son who had been betrayed, but he also punched and kicked his son since he was a child. He had never enjoyed any fatherly love and motherly love. Lei Peng had the intention to kill them all. I thought about old feelings before. Just keep it like a rice worm. Now the rice bug wants more. He still wants to provoke Tang Kai. Once the events of that year are involved, Tang Kai and he will be in trouble. In this case, if a few people are ignorant of current affairs, Lei Peng can only take some extraordinary measures. 3 million words, wow. The next day, evening, provincial capital, in a community developed by Lei Peng. Zhao Wen and his wife were laughing and watching TV in the house. No one was cleaning up the melon seeds and peels on the floor. In the second bedroom, Lei Yang was still unconscious. If someone opened the bedding, they would find that bed sores had appeared in many places on his body. After Lei Yang's accident, remembering old feelings, Lei Peng didn't care. Previously, they were recuperating in the hospital, and Lei Peng paid for the recuperation and hospitalization expenses, which were quite expensive. Later, the two of them proposed to Lei Peng that the expenses should be paid to them, and they would take them home to take care of them. Lei Peng thought about it at that time. He agreed. The house was rented to 2 people for free, and paid them a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. So they quit their jobs and live a retirement life in advance. But they were very unwilling to accept that this house was not given by Lei Peng. If Lei Yang died, we'll be taken back. Then, after the couple accidentally learned that Tang Kai had returned to China and was very rich, they started to think about it. Blackmail Lei Peng. It is impossible for the time being because they have already exchanged other sons, and there is no evidence to blame Lei Peng for how Lei Yang was injured, but Tang Kai did injure Lei Yang. Now Tang Kai's family has a great cause. Hang this tree. But he has many more ways to make money than Lei Peng. This afternoon, they bought tickets to Qinyan City tomorrow, but because they couldn't find Tang Kai's phone number, they had to go in person. Both of them were a little excited. A bright future is waving to them. The couple was eating melon seeds while discussing their plan to make a fortune. When we get the money, we will do what we see on TV, buy a house and a car. and travel around the world. Zhao Wen took a bite of the orange and laughed as he planned for the future. He also added in his mind that he would hire a college student. It won't be all spent in a few moments. Zhao Wen's wife also looked forward to it. Zhao Wen said disdainfully, "You silly bitch, if you run out of money, just ask Tang Kai for it. He has so much money. If we hang on to him, we will not be able to escape our lifelong glory and wealth. That fool, just find someone to watch." The wife suddenly had an idea. "No, we can take Lei Peng with us. Under the guise of visiting the world's famous doctors, we can ask for more money, and then we can swindle a large sum." What a great idea. Zhao Wen, finally stand out. Zhao Wen roared. "Yes, after so many years of suffering, that loser is already married. I asked him for money a few days ago, so I gave him a few thousand and sent him to beggar. Ungrateful. When I have money, I will find someone to teach him a lesson." Zhao Wen was stunned. This woman really holds a grudge. But he complied with her wishes. That is, when we have money, we will cause an accident for him. Money can make all the difference for this white-eyed wolf. Only 5 minutes. The content of their conversation was learned by Lei Peng. In order to accurately understand the status of Zhao Wen and his wife, he lived in the house next to it. During the decoration, a bug was installed in the ceiling. Wired connection to the next-door house. This is why Lei Peng knew that Zhao Wen and his wife were looking for Tang Kai. After listening to Lu Zhu's report, bang! Lei Peng slapped his palm on the desk. His face was filled with anger. He took a few deep breaths to calm down the anger in his heart. "Good. Very good. You still want to touch my son? You really think I don't exist. Self-inflicted evil. Not alive. In that case, don't blame me." Lei Peng said sternly, and said to Lu Zhu, "Zhuzi, you know what to do. Make it clean and don't leave any tails. I understand. You dare to touch our family members after taking advantage of the leopard." Lu Zhu sneered. "People want to die. It's really impossible to stop him." Night. Past 12. "Commander, Lei Peng has taken action." Tang Yihue reported. "Yeah." Tang Qing nodded. Zhao Wen and his wife also wanted to buy someone else's son. Tang Qing didn't know what they were thinking. After all, after living for so many years, people could really be so cold-blooded. "This matter involves my second uncle. If they leave a tail, they will help clean it up. There is no need to kill people. They just need to ensure that Lei Peng will not be implicated in this matter." Tang Kai ordered. "Yes, Commander." A week later, November 1st, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue returned to the Shanghai stock market. This week, Tang Qing was invited by the leaders of Qingyan City to give a speech and had a meal with the high school principal Chu Yuanhang and his class teacher. By the way, he also went to Li Jiangwo's restaurant to sit for a while, which was not boring at all. The typhoon has passed for many days. The weather in Shanghai is getting warmer. The sun is shining brightly. However, as soon as he got off the plane, Tang Qing was blocked by reporters inexplicably. "Dr. Tang, are you going to start school when you return to Shanghai this time? Dr. Tang, what skincare products do you use most? Dr. Tang, why do you like to wear a digital watch?" There was a lot of talk. There was a buzz. The soldiers blocked the enthusiasm of the reporters within 1 meter. Even if they tried their best, they could not push the human wall formed by the soldiers. They could only stretch out their long arms to hand over the microphone. "Watch for a while." Tang Qing suddenly asked, "You are not here to interview me, right?" He just finished speaking. A female reporter told the truth. "No, there is a Korean male star coming today. There are still 15 minutes left. I just saw you with a lot of bodyguards behind you and wearing sunglasses. You were so handsome. I thought the plane had landed early. When we got closer, we saw it was you." Tang Qing was speechless, being misunderstood as something bad, but also a Korean actor. "Fortunately, we grew a beard. Don't take the path of little sobriety. You were so honest, so I don't have entertainment news here, so you can leave." Tang Qing said. The reporters refused to give up. Even entertainment reporters can interview rich people for gossip. "Is this your girlfriend? How long have you been dating?" "You. If we keep making this noise, I won't ask a single question." Tang Qing's voice rose a few degrees. Sure enough, the surroundings became quiet. I saw more and more people coming around. Tang Qing said, "How should I put it? First of all, you are entertainment reporters. You should focus on celebrities and not neglect your duties. Secondly, I will not answer any of your personal questions. I can only say that I am back from vacation. Goodbye. Anyone. Being suddenly surrounded by a group of people will make you feel comfortable. These people, Tang Qing knows that this is their job, and it is not easy for everyone. Who has it easy to come and go through wind and rain? But this does not mean that he will tolerate this kind of rules and ask gossip when he comes up. Who has time to care about you? Tang Qing walked forward. The soldiers pushed the reporters away vigorously. Walk away. So handsome. That's right. He's so handsome even when he curses. The voice is so charming. Yeah, he's prettier than that Korean actor. In the distance, Tang Qing, who heard these words, almost choked. I was very serious just now, okay? Depart the airport. Lin Jiaxue asked. Tang, will everything be okay? It doesn't matter. Their target was not me in the first place. Tang Qing shook his head. News of Tang Qing's appearance at Hangzhou Airport. It quickly spread from the circle. Just a few hours. With the power of the internet, many acquaintances know that Tang Qing has returned to the Shanghai stock market. No, it's not yet noon. Qiujia's phone call came. So far, Tang Qing has been resting for a month. The principal often asks him when Tang Qing will come to school, but he can't tell. As soon as he learned that Tang Qing was back, he quickly called to ask. Qiujia's voice was filled with joy. You're back now. When will you come to school? Next Monday, Tang Qing said. Why choose next week? Isn't tomorrow good? Qiujia asked curiously. Tang Qing smiled slightly and said, You'll know tomorrow. Tomorrow, November 2nd. It's the release date of the Forbes China list. The release of such a list, which is more influential than heroin, is tantamount to attracting another wave of attention. It is not a good day to go to school. Qiujia, on the other hand, doesn't pay much attention to news that hasn't happened yet. So I don't understand. Well, okay, I'll wait for you, but I have something to tell you in advance. Now that you are the idol of our Fudan students, the principal wants you to attend a lecture and pass on your learning experience. Tang Qing. A few days ago, he was arrested by the city leaders in Qingyuan City. He was arrested again when he first came to Shanghai. It's really hard to be a public figure. Tang Qing agreed. Okay, I agree, but it's just this once this year. Don't take me out for a walk again. He is not a small animal. Don't like being walked by them. The word walk is a wonderful use. Qiujia laughed. Tang Qing said helplessly, Principal Qiu, it's settled. Tell me the topic and time of your speech in advance, and I'll prepare. Qiujia breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Tang Qing didn't show his temper. Okay, you can have a good rest these days. I got it. Hang up the phone. Tang, what are you talking about? Lin Jiaxue stared curiously. You want me to give a speech again? As he said that, Tang Qing tilted his head and lay on Lin Jiaxue's lap. It was soft and comfortable. Moreover, when looking up from below, Tang Qing almost couldn't see Lin Jiaxue's face. Tang, do you think we'll be surrounded by people when we go to class? Lin Jiaxue was a little worried after experiencing the siege in the morning. Tang Qing smiled and said, Don't worry. The media reporters are not paparazzi. Unless there is news, they will not disturb us. It has been almost a month. At most, people will be watching us a few days before we go. The word crowd is used. Lin Jiaxue couldn't help but think of the small animals in the park. Don't worry, the heat will pass soon. The students are relatively simple and will disperse after seeing the excitement. You are my wife, Tang Qing, and you have to get used to being noticed. Tang Qing comforted. Yes. Lin Jiaxue nodded seriously. Don't embarrass Tang Qing. Buzz. Lin Jiaxue's phone vibrated on the coffee table. It was Zheng Ro calling. Jiaxue, have you returned to Shanghai? Zheng Ro's loud voice could be heard clearly by Tang Qing through the phone. Lin Jiaxue said softly, Yes, I will go to school next Monday. Have you not had enough fun? Zheng Ro asked doubtfully. No. Tang has something to deal with. Lin Jiaxue didn't lie. Tang Qing was going to Qingyuan Technology for an inspection in the afternoon. Zheng Ro knew that Tang Qing was a busy man. Okay, let's go to your place on the weekend, okay? Next to her, Ning Jing and Gu Man were looking at Zheng Ro longingly. They had not been to Lin Jiaxue since National Day. Okay, welcome. Lin Jiaxue agreed. Afternoon. 3:30. Qingyuan Technology Headquarters. The 5 small buildings of the Raw Materials Research Institute have been fully utilized. After several rounds of recruitment expansion, the number of employees at Qingyuan Technology has exceeded 1,000 and is rapidly moving towards 2,000. The office environment is not as relaxed as it was at the beginning. At this time, Luo Chong was standing with all the company's senior executives under the administrative office building, looking toward the door. Now, more than 5 months have passed since the establishment of Qingyuan Technology. This is the 3rd time Tang Qing has come to inspect. Previously, meetings were held using the Sky, a remote conferencing system, and could only be seen at monthly meetings. Just over 5 months. Under Tang Qing's order, Qingyuan Technology is growing rapidly. R&D plans, part supplier negotiations, and licensing negotiations for a large number of overseas patents have made them almost crazy. Every day is extremely fulfilling. Be direct. Just tired. Looking back now, Luo Chong couldn't believe they had done so much in the past 6 months. In other companies, this kind of workload would last at least 2 years, which suddenly reminded him of a saying. If you don't push yourself, you don't know how much potential you have. Soon, Tang Qing's car stopped in front of them. Hello, Chairman. Luo Chong stepped forward and greeted him with a little respect. Hello, Mr. Luo. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Qing smiled and stretched out his hand. Seeing that Luo Chong's energy was a little worse than half a year ago, Tang Qing could only say sorry in his heart. Time waits for no one. The worst thing is to give out more bonuses when the time comes. When Qingyuan Technology's products are accepted by the market and occupy a niche, Luo Chong's job will be much easier. I'm not afraid of getting tired to make such a great product. Luo Chong was speaking from his heart. China has absolutely no experience in developing such a powerful large-screen smartphone. Few companies in the world have developed it, but who has developed it? He hasn't heard of it. Tang Qing smiled and said, let's go in first. Chairman, please. He came to the conference room. The company's senior executives took their seats one after another. Tang Qing went directly to the topic. I'm here today with 3 things to announce. The first is that due to the payment of cooperation deposits from major parts companies, the purchase of experimental equipment, the establishment of R&D teams, and various patent authorizations, Qingyuan Technology's liquidity has almost been spent. Therefore, I decided to inject another $100 million into Qingyuan Technology for the company's overseas business acquisitions, and 300 million yuan in cash for the company's daily operations. Hearing another capital injection, the people below couldn't help but feel happy. Qingyuan Technology is now in a money-burning stage, and there is only one source of money, which is Tang Qing. The second thing is to establish Qingyuan Technology's hardware R&D system and conduct self-research on all parts of our products under the framework of cooperation with international giants. Tang Qing said, today's smartphones have few domestic parts. Even if Tang Qing cannot establish his own manufacturing system, he still needs to establish a research and development system. The third thing. Tang Qing paused. Qingyuan Technology. The first smartphone launch conference will be held on May 15th next year, and pre-sales will begin the next day. The official sales date will be July 15th. Our sales target is to ship at least 10 million units by the end of next year. Next, your task is to focus on this goal and complete it within the specified time. After listening, Luo Chong and others felt great pressure. Chairman, 10 million units. We are not timid. But does the market have such a large digestion capacity? Luo Chong was a little worried that people would not adapt to this kind of mobile phone so quickly. Since we want to be at the forefront of the times, we cannot follow suit. We must have goals. What if we achieve them? Tang Qing laughed. Yes. The next day, November 2nd, Forbes China Rich List is released. It is different from Huruan's valuation. Forbes is even bolder and is extremely optimistic about the future of Comet Group. He also gave extremely high praise to microcrystal technology and Xinjiang Audio Equipment Company, making Tang Qing's worth directly exceed $8 billion US, with a net worth more than double that of his second place, firmly occupying the first place. The Chinese media was once again excited. Sina Finance. Rong Ying went to work. Lung Mu called him over. Xiao Ying, hurry up and write a side-page news about the prospects of Tang Qing's industry. I thought the numbers on the two lists would be similar, but I didn't expect there would be such a big difference. Lung Mu's face was very excited. Calculate it this way. Tang Qing's net worth. It is equal to the sum of the last three combined, which is much more. Today's headlines are gone. Okay. Rong Ying agreed happily. Main board. Usually written by the discoverer of the news. This Forbes press conference was held in Beijing. The main reports must be written by colleagues there, but they also have to help improve this series of reports. Back to the office. Rong Ying wrote hard and fast. During this period, she also made a phone call to congratulate Lin Jiaxue. Maintaining the relationship with the Tang family was also one of her jobs. The total net worth of $8.9 billion US was really scary in this era. Tang Qing is first. This is what the media can expect. But Tang Qing's net worth increased by more than $3 billion US out of thin air, which was like a second place. This made them a little confused as to what factors made Forbes so optimistic. This is also the list. Only then did Tang Qing become a world-class rich man. Huruan. After all, it is just a local list in China. Huruan's announcement last month was mainly reported by media around China and Southeast Asian countries. Even Western media also reported on Huruan's valuation. However, Huruan's valuation is not world mainstream. Forbes is the world's. The scope of influence is not a level. Although it is a bit unscientific, the figures in Forbes are the valuations that can be generally accepted by people in Western countries. At this time, online, it's already been hotly debated. After the beautiful news host of Comet Video broadcast the news, the barrage began to flood the screen. Although it is working time now, there are always many idle people browsing online. The news broadcast on Comet Video is different from the one on TV. First, the host is a beauty, a cute beauty who can act cute and make jokes. Second, the broadcast content is mostly in light and humorous language. In current affairs news, many of them are in a ridiculing tone, which is slightly larger than that of traditional media. This created a large number of loyal fans. It has become a must-watch program for many people every day. In particular, 7 of these cute girls will change every week. At other times, each host will have his own other programs, some specializing in food, some specializing in pets, and some specializing in travel. Anyway, in visual consumption, same as civilization, the comic group is at the top. In the barrage, from being full of hormones, my style of painting suddenly changed. Ho ho ho, Tang Qing is mighty, go, and unseat Bill Gates. I hope to break through tens of billions of dollars soon, because I like round numbers. Tang Qing must be the next Li Ka-shing. No, he is Tang. Made, I strongly recommend that the number of words in the barrage of Comet Video be increased. Limited. Come on, come on, come on, come on. The building was tilted. With the release of detailed reports in major media, everyone finally understood how the extra $3 billion was obtained. They found that it was not that Huruan's valuation was inaccurate, but that Tang Qing's company had made new moves these days. In the list, for these 3 companies owned by Tang Qing, Forbes gave detailed reasons. First, Comet Group. For its Civilization series, Forbes gave a value assessment of $3 billion. Including other companies under the group, the total value is given at $4 billion, and it is said that if the third civilization is still of such high quality, the brand value will increase again. Microcrystalline technology, a rising star in the photovoltaic industry. Recently, it has won orders for several large-scale photovoltaic projects. Therefore, Forbes is very optimistic about the future of this company, especially its home power solution technology. It also won a big award last month. Therefore, the final valuation was given at $1.5 billion. Qingyang Sound Equipment Company has even given a valuation of 1.2 billion US dollars. The reason is simple. Just last week, when Tang Qing was fishing with a straight hook at the manor, Qingyang Audio's smart audio equipment made its debut in the United States. Last time, Tang Qing promised Lu Tianwang to borrow it from an American friend, so that person was not polite. A very large concert with 30,000 people was held. Open-air concert. Sing this. At that time, the entire audience was stunned. They didn't bring headphones. It's not like listening to expensive, high-quality speakers indoors. How could it be? When the concert was over, singer Beyoncé told the reason. It turned out that a new sound effect technology was used. After listening to this concert, just like the Chinese audience, what do they think they heard before? Are ghosts crying and wolves howling? With such sound effects, it is really worth the price of admission. So, Tang Qing's equipment became popular, and it was really popular. Just a few days, the company received hundreds of calls alone. They were all requests to rent or purchase equipment. However, Tang Qing decided at the beginning that only 5 sets would be opened and purchases would not be accepted at all. Rentals also had to be queued, and then the usage fee would be paid first. Don't do anything when you see something happen. The media is hot. They paid money and lined up. Prepare to take advantage of the popularity and let your own singers hold a concert. At least, they cannot lag behind others. If there is no such thing in future concerts, the audience will probably start to lose. That was also the time. Many people have given up the idea of investing when they find out that the boss behind the scenes is Tang Qing. China is super rich and they're not short of money, let alone who can control it. If you don't sell it, what else can you do? Pre-sales these days. The next 3 months are fully booked. 5 sets of equipment. The average rental price is $280,000 per property. In just 1 week, the company received an advance payment of 75 million US dollars, making some pocket money. It was such a profit prospect that Forbes gave such a high valuation, just when the Chinese media was hotly discussing it. USA, New York, Gufeng's villa. Just as he was getting ready for bed, he received a call from his father. "Dad, what's the matter?" "Tang Qing. Are you familiar with him?" Gufeng's father asked. Gufeng was puzzled. "It's okay. Didn't you meet him last time? What's wrong?" Gufeng's father said bluntly. He has several promising companies in his hands. The family is interested in investing, but we need someone familiar to ask. You, and here the most familiar with our family. "Dad, how can they need our money if they are running a good business?" Gufeng said with a bitter smile. Gufeng's father said calmly, "That's why I asked an acquaintance to ask. A year ago, you sold microcrystal technology for less than 100 million US dollars. Do you know how much it is worth now? A full 1.5 billion US dollars. What? 1.5 billion US dollars? How could it be? Gufeng was shocked. Last time it was only a few hundred million US dollars, and it had gone up again? Microcrystalline technology is now the world leader in photovoltaic energy, and unexpectedly, its home power supply solution has achieved great success. The family is a little doubtful of your business ability. Gufeng was also a little angry. "This has nothing to do with me. It's because the newly hired people are good. When I sold it, I didn't ask the family's professionals to evaluate it and say it could be sold. The family does have some responsibility. What do you want me to do?" Gufeng was too lazy to argue with his father about whose responsibility it was. "Call Tang Qing and see if there's an opportunity to buy microcrystal technology. Shares. We can buy them at a premium." Now, the family is optimistic about Tang Qing, and his only company in the United States is microcrystal technology. "How much is the premium?" Gufeng asked. "It's actually not important. What's important is to establish a cooperative relationship with Tang Qing. Tell him that we can make microcrystalline technology unobstructed in the Western market in terms of policy. As for the money, it can be discussed." Gufeng nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask, but I can't guarantee anything." "I know." Gufeng and his father chatted a few more words. When he learned that Forbes had released a list of China's richest people, Gufeng was also horrified by Tang Qing's unreasonably skyrocketing net worth. In just over a year, it was already beyond his reach. How many years will it still happen? No one of the family values Tang Qing, so much. Hang up the phone to my father. Looked at the time. Tang Qing should have just finished breakfast when Ge Feng called over. Soon, Tang Qing answered. Brother Ge, what advice do you have? You could just cancel me. How dare I advise you? Why don't you come here to congratulate me? Congratulations to the richest man in China. At your rate, you will soon become the richest Chinese man in the world. Ge Feng gave him a high hat. Although Tang Qing has a lot of money, but there are still 3 giant Buddhas in Xianjiang, and they are richer than Tang Qing now. However, Ge Feng is not optimistic about these 3 people, because these 3 are all engaged in real estate, and such uncreative enterprises cannot make him admire them. He has reached this point. Really worth watching. They are entrepreneurs who promote society, change the world, and create trends in cutting-edge fields. And real estate, it will never be defined as frontier field or promoting society. It's just a false reputation. This thing is of no use. I won't give you a medal or certificate. You're almost asleep over there. Why do you have time to call me and ask, are you asking me to borrow money? Ge Feng couldn't help laughing. This is Tang Qing. He really knows how to joke. It's impossible. I'm here to give you money. Ge Feng said. Tang Qing pretended to be confused and said, send money? What's the explanation? Something about him. The command room will report as soon as possible. Not knowing that Tang Qing knew about it, Ge Feng explained, our family has a lot of objections to my selling the shares of microcrystal technology. I didn't expect you to manage it so well. Now, Tang Qing said first, do you want to buy back the shares? Ge Feng said quickly, it's our family, saying that we can buy it at a premium. The price is negotiable. If you don't want to, just pretend that I didn't say anything. I hope you still recognize me as a friend. Tang Qing smiled and said, Brother Ge, you said that. What else can I say? Did you agree? Ge Feng was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Conditions, as long as the conditions are right. Tang Qing said, my father said that as long as we can acquire some shares at a premium, microcrystal technology will have no obstacles to the policies of Western countries in the future. As for the premium, you set a price and I will return it to the family. Ge Feng does not know the family's bottom line now. It's a very generous condition, but the condition is too broad and has no binding force. Of course, the transaction must belittle the other party's bargaining chip. Then, Tang Qing said, 4 times the premium, 10%. Ge Feng immediately calculated the price. $600 million. It's really a lion's mouth. However, this has nothing to do with Ge Feng. He is not a negotiating party. I will reply to the family. If there is a decision, I will contact you again. To be honest, you have brought glory to us Chinese people. I admire you very much. If you need help in the future, just ask. Ge Feng said. Thank you then. Tang Qing felt that Ge Feng really didn't want to facilitate this deal, but when he thought about it, it took $600 million to buy 10% of the company that he had previously bought for less than $100 million. No one can let it go. Hang up the phone. Ge Feng allocated it to his father. So fast. $600 million, 10%. Ge Feng quoted directly. He didn't even talk about it. Ge Feng's father said helplessly. Ge Feng doesn't take the blame. I'm not qualified to negotiate. He makes a price and I report it. I'm just a messenger. Okay, it's not a big amount. I'll tell the family right away and let them have a headache. Ge Feng's father is a U.S. congressman, not a businessman. Business is handled by other members of the family. Okay. Ge Feng hung up the phone, came outside the villa. He plunged into the swimming pool and waited for the family's reply. Soon, Tang Qing's The Lion Opens His Mouth caused controversy in the Ge family. What? Is Tang Qing crazy? He only gave us 10% of the $600 million. That's right. Who does he think he is? It's a robbery. I don't think there's any need to cooperate. Let's just break up the above conversation. Of course, it won't appear in a big and well-established family. Benefit. Self-interest. Cost. After all, it's just business. People who have lived for decades can't possibly get angry easily. Ge Feng's grandfather. A smile appeared on the old face of the head of the Ge family. Tang Qing is really good at bidding. However, I like the number 6. 6 or 6 is a smooth move, but I don't like 10. So 2 6s and 12. Reply to Tang Qing. If possible, sign the contract. Is it too high? Gufeng's uncle asked. Our goal is to establish a cooperative relationship with Tang Qing. Being petty and arrogant will give people a bad impression. Gufeng's grandfather waved his hand. Okay, I'll let Xiaofeng talk to Tang Qing. Yeah, that's it. A taken advantage of was born, but the person just didn't feel wronged. Other side, hear your own decision. Gufeng was speechless. This family, he is really wealthy and can spend $600 million without blinking an eye. But to this day, even he doesn't know how much money the Guff family has. The Guff family has been rooted in the United States for hundreds of years and has a profound foundation. However, he knew that the total assets of his father's family were no less than Tang Qing's worth. With several other uncles, and relatives who knew how much wealth the family held. He just needs to be a fifth-generation rich man. Tang Qing, our family is very sincere, 12%. Gufeng dialed Tang Qing's phone number again. Tang Qing immediately agreed. Okay, it's up to you, cash or assets? Cash. Deal. It took less than half an hour. A $600 million deal was concluded. Tang Qing was actually not surprised at all. Guff family. After such a long investigation, he already knew very well that a family controlled huge wealth. It was conservatively estimated that the total assets controlled by the Ger family would not be less than $150 billion. Most of it is self-produced, land, minerals, and raw materials all over the world. A small part is financial assets. In the United States, it could be considered a small or medium-sized capital family. In the Chinese community in the United States, the assets controlled by his family definitely rank first. However, the distribution of shares and assets is relatively scattered, and no individual family member has more than $5 billion in his hands. In addition, Chinese people like to hide their clumsiness, controlled through offshore companies. Therefore, he almost does not appear on the rich list. It is difficult for Chinese people to mix in the United States and integrate into mainstream society. Gufeng's father, a member of Congress, also paid a considerable price. Therefore, the purpose of the Guff family is to unite and support the Chinese. If you can't blend in, just unite with your own people. In Silicon Valley, the Guff family invested heavily in technology companies founded by Chinese immigrants in the United States, hoping that world-class Chinese tycoons would emerge. Unfortunately, none appeared, which was very disappointing, but they still did not give up. $600 million. There's indeed some sincerity. It's a kind of help from the Guff family. This is also an important reason why Tang Qing agreed to the Guff family's repurchase of shares. If they really wanted to make money and take advantage of the company, Tang Qing would not want to deal with it. Microcrystal technology would certainly not be worth billions in the future. But he also has the idea of establishing interest connections with American Chinese political and business families like the Guff family. At least, it is better than those who only cheat their own people. This $600 million. Tang Qing didn't care. However, it is better than nothing. The money can be invested in the expansion of microcrystalline technology, acquiring similar companies, self-propagation, and entering the upstream and downstream of the photovoltaic industry. Many plans can be realized in advance. In the call, Gufeng passed the news back to the family. Only 10 minutes. His father called again. Xiaofeng, tomorrow morning, you take a plane to the Shanghai Stock Exchange and sign the share transfer agreement for microcrystal technology. Gufeng's grandfather made the decision, and his grandson also had to run errands. Why me? Gufeng grimaced when he heard that he would have to take a flight for more than 10 hours. Gufeng's father chuckled and said, Who told you that you are familiar with Tang Qing? You are both young people and easy to get along with. This time we're going to Shanghai. After finishing our work, we will go to the island country and visit the Maruyama family. Why are you going? Gufeng was puzzled. You'll know when you go there, Gufeng's father said. Gufeng didn't bother to delve deeper. Okay, just go. Just treat it as a trip. Last time we attended his funeral, we didn't expect that he came back to life in the end. He was really lucky. It was the first time in his life to participate in the funeral of a living person. You talk a lot, go to bed early, and set off tomorrow morning. I got it. Hang up the phone. Gufeng always felt like there was a conspiracy. On the other side of the phone, Gufeng's father smiled slightly. Of course there is a conspiracy. Boss Gufeng is not young. It's time to get married. Over there, the Maruyama family has arranged for a meeting with a woman from a Chinese family who is well connected in Japanese politics. If they can see each other, they can settle the marriage as soon as possible. It's not that I'm forcing it. After all, as the largest Chinese political and business family in the United States, there are many marriage partners to choose from. This is also due to family training. As long as they are not married to blonde and African American, they can accept it. The Gu family is not a lineage believer, just a bit traditional. November 3rd, morning. Gufeng arrived in Shanghai. Behind him were 2 bodyguards and 2 family lawyers. They first went to the hotel to drop off their luggage. Then he rented 2 cars and followed the soldiers to the villa. At this time, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were playing badminton in the front yard, and the badminton had not hit the ground for 10 minutes. Brother Tang, brothers and sisters. As soon as he entered the door, Gufeng gave Tang Qing a hug and nodded to Lin Jiaxue. Hand the badminton to the warrior. Tang Qing smiled and said, "Brother Gu, come in." Okay. Gufeng followed and entered the living room. One glance. Then he saw the huge fluorite. What a big fluorite! Gufeng rushed over and stroked it gently. You know the goods. Tang Qing stepped forward. My uncle also has one at home, but it's not as big as yours. Uncle Gufeng's family is also a mining company. At that time, he made many fist-sized luminous pearls and placed them at home for decoration. They also give them away everywhere for free. But now I'm tired of seeing them. They are all piled up in the warehouse, with a thick layer of dust accumulating even if they are not kept intact. This thing, it used to be precious. That is because the mining conditions and mining area are limited. In the eyes of ordinary people, luxury goods, for them, even diamonds are just like stones. They are not valuable items and are not as good-looking as potted plants at home. But Tang Qing, regardless of the color, texture, or volume, they are all considered treasures. After looking at Tang Qing's other collections for a while, Gufeng sat down. 2 Sino-British contracts were handed over. Mr. Tang, this is our equity transfer contract. Take a look at it first. When the contract returns to our family headquarters, $600 million will be transferred to Microcrystal Technologies account. Tang Qing took over the contract. The pages were turned. Soon, the command room gave an assessment. No problem. Tang Qing readily signed his name in duplicate. Happy cooperation. Gufeng said with emotion. I should wish you a fortune. At first you bought it for more than $90 million, and now you sell it for 12% for $600 million. I am impressed by your earning power. Of course, he was convinced by the family's willingness to be taken advantage of. This is not because I know how to make money, but because of the work of my subordinates. Without them, nothing will be possible. I just mess around, don't worship me. Tang Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you tinker with it. Unlike me, the Iraq war equipment business is coming to an end, and there is no profit left. Gufeng felt that it was difficult for him to hold on to any long-term profitable projects. You're just playing for fun. Do you really want to be an arms dealer? Tang Qing said happily. Unexpectedly, Gufeng's expression suddenly became serious. Don't tell me. I just want to be an arms dealer. You don't know how profitable the U.S. military industry is. Once you get a defense order, just wait and count the money at home. You're definitely out of luck. Several giants have a firm grip on the U.S. arms supply, and outsiders don't want to interfere at all. Tang Qing was very dissatisfied with Gufeng's ideal. Military industry. It's already a winner-takes-all situation. There is simply no room for new entrants unless there is a weapons revolution. For example, electromagnetic weapons replace firearms, and anti-gravity technology is installed on aircraft or battleships or aircraft carriers. There is only a technological revolution. Only then can new people grow up. Gufeng. It's delusional. Even Tang Qing dare not say that the military equipment of the Myanmar Bank Group can be accepted by other countries. China, and the polar bears all like to use weapons developed by their own countries. Western countries have their own arms giants. The remaining market is small. Ge Feng said helplessly. That's right. That's why you are so talented. This is a winner-takes-all industry. Once you start to lead, you will always be ahead, and latecomers will never catch up. Furthermore, the solidification of classes in this world means that it is not only difficult for the bottom to climb up, but also the so-called upper class like us are a bit hopeless if we want to climb up. Tang Qing smiled and said, Haha, you're quite impressed. Ge Feng sighed. More than just feelings. It's simply unforgettable. Even though our Ge family is very powerful in the United States, the Chinese cannot enter the top circle, even if we have been rooted in the United States for more than 100 years. That is the world of Westerners. They monopolize the foundation of the entire United States. The Chinese will never be able to make a big difference in American politics. The ceiling exists in every corner. The Ge family does not look at the scenery, but it's also like walking on thin ice. They were afraid that these subconsortiums would work together to swallow them up or kick them out of the top circles in the United States. Fortunately, the strength of the motherland gave them a little sense of security, unlike a few decades ago. Have you ever thought about coming back for development? Tang Qing asked. Ge Feng shook his head. After leaving home, we can't come back even if we want to. We have adapted to the rules of the United States. We have a foundation there. Even if we bite the bullet, we have to stay. Behind all the glory, there is unknown bitterness. What else could Tang Qing say? Ge Feng waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about the happy news. Congratulations. If based on the current market value of microcrystal technology, your worth has exceeded 10 billion US dollars. It's a bit inflated, and it's not cash. Tang Qing said with a smile. Ge Feng asked, have you ever thought about going public to make money? Not yet, but probably in the future. Tang Qing shook his head. Listed? If it's for making money, Tang Qing doesn't reject it. The benefits of going public are also obvious. For example, a company with assets of 2 billion and an annual profit of 100 million, it can borrow up to 500 million from the bank. After going public, the company's market value rose to 10 billion, which was not unusual. Although the annual profit was still 100 million, it was able to borrow 3 billion from the bank to expand the company, which snowballed. Why not do this business? Only a fool would not do it. However, the companies under my control are still very young, and they will wait until they reach a reasonable price before they start a snowball. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a loss. If listed, Tang Qing will definitely not choose to stay in the country. The domestic stock market is indeed too small. The United States is not touted as an international financial center. Almost all the world's major capital is transferred and moved there. If a company is listed in the United States, its stock price will be much higher than in China, even in multiples. Moreover, Nasdaq supports different rights for the same shares. Why did Alibaba go public in the United States in the first place? It's because the Hong Kong Stock Exchange does not support Alibaba's partnership system. If you ask for the same shares, you must have the same rights. Mayan's team doesn't have many shares, so of course they won't do it. Then, ring the bell directly on Nasdaq. They support different rights for the same shares. Even if you buy my shares, they can only be used for investment and trading, and you do not have the corresponding voting rights for the company's decisions. Tang Qing likes this system very much. His company does not need anyone to tell me what to do. Some companies are suitable for listing. If there is a gain, it is not suitable. For example, the prosperous Tang dynasty. Sheng Tang Group is a clothing manufacturing company. For this kind of company, the future profitability is actually foreseeable, and there is no possibility of explosive growth. Naturally, even if it goes public, the stock price will not be too popular. Therefore, Sheng Tang Group, Tang Qing is not planning to go public. Like Sheng Tang Group, the same is true for Wanqing Mining. How many mineral deposits it has are certain. Future value growth requires heavy investment in buying and mining mines. It is difficult for shareholders to see explosive profitability. Besides, Tang Qing's other companies have the possibility of going public. After signing the contract, Gufeng and Tang Qing chatted for a long time. Just talk. In fact, it is also a kind of display. The Gu family wants to make friends with Tang Qing and establish friendship with each other. Naturally, they cannot hide it. Only by understanding it can Tang Qing really agree with their Gu family. They will not be excluded because of their American citizenship. Therefore, it was probably Gufeng who was talking. Talk about their family's history. It can be said, is a completely bitter road. Death, struggle, accidents, sacrifice, discrimination. This created the current Gu family. The Gu family has witnessed the United States becoming stronger and richer step by step. But in a foreign country with a different skin color, that strong sense of insecurity has always shrouded their hearts. After all, a country where almost everyone can buy a gun. A country of money with high crime rates. What about safety? In particular, some systems in the United States left Gufeng speechless. He even felt that many of them were extremely backward. For example, the American police system has more police officers in places with more taxes and fewer police in places with less taxes. Don't even think about it. Why others pay less? In those more chaotic areas, due to low taxes, there are few American police, or even many to the point of no one at all. If this vicious cycle continues, Gufeng feels that sooner or later, it will become a huge hidden danger to the United States. Wait until the day it breaks out. It's time for someone to taste the bitter pill. Night. After eating the delicacies cooked by the soldiers, Gufeng reluctantly said goodbye. In the car, Gufeng's phone rang. Xiaofeng, how are you? It's just dawn in the United States. Dad, the contract is signed. I will go to Nagoya tomorrow. Gufeng said, aren't you going to go around the Shanghai market? Nothing is getting better here. The last time I went around, Tang Qing has a lot of things to do these days and doesn't have time to accompany me. Gufeng just asked casually. Tang Qing said he had something to do, so he couldn't stay too long. Okay, I'll tell you what happened after I go to Nagoya, Gufeng's father said. Gufeng was a little impatient when he saw that his father was still keeping things secret. Dad, why is this so mysterious? Could it be that he arranged a blind date for me? Do you really want to go on a blind date? Asked the other person. It's nothing to worry about. Just look at each other. Gufeng turned away from his usual stubborn mouth. Gufeng's father was surprised. Xiaofeng, this is not like you normally. Why, Dad, you still want me to die rather than obey. Okay, I will rather die than obey, okay? Gufeng said with a smile. Ah, you kid, that's right. I really thought you wanted to play for a few more years. You've had enough fun, and it's time to calm down. Tang Qing is so young and has reached this point. I feel a little ashamed when he calls me Brother Gu. Maybe getting married will make me less crazy about fantasy. Gufeng sighed. Thinking of his remarks about wanting to be an arms dealer, he felt so naive. These years, he never stopped, doing everything he could to make money. But I didn't achieve any big results. He made a lot of money, but it couldn't be called much. It was incomparable to Tang Qing. Seeing how loving Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were, he felt that he also needed a reason to go home every day. Gufeng's father was very pleased. I didn't expect that you still have this awareness. Why am I not happy at all with your compliments? Gufeng said helplessly. Because you have finally become sensible and grown up. What exactly is growing up? Gufeng murmured. He was about to reach his 30s. But what had he accomplished? There was silence on the other side of the phone. Said, there are many sayings. Some people say that children all want to be adults, but when you want to be a child again, you have grown up. I think that when you know what you should do in this life, you have grown up. Gufeng still can't fully understand. Just like I didn't say, I suddenly want to marry a wife soon. This time is indeed a blind date. If you like it, go ahead and get married as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will only pick you up who are well-informed and have good character. Those women who can't control their lower bodies are not worthy of entering our Gu family. Gufeng said, do you describe women like this? Okay, Xiaofeng, if you don't like it, let's change it, but don't offend others. And you have to take care of yourself, and don't mess around. Gufeng's father reminded that if Gufeng slept with someone, he would end up giving up. That's not fun. Even if the other family is not as good as the Gu family, this kind of behavior will lead to enmity. Dad, am I that kind of person? Gu Feng asked anxiously. Haha, I can't tell. Goodbye. This is definitely biological. The next day, early in the morning, Do Jiao called hurriedly. Last night, Tang Qing updated the shares of the company she supervised in the Sky system. She only saw the prompt when she woke up in the morning. Little boss, did you really sell 12% of your shares for $600 million US? This is still false. Where did you find the victim? Do Jiao couldn't figure out. What are you talking about? He has a lot of vision. I mean, how did you find such a visionary buyer? He is too optimistic about microcrystal technology. The valuation of $5 billion US is for a company that was only worth $100 million US a year ago. Do Jiao felt it was unreal. This means, with microcrystal technology, Tang Qing is the richest man in the mainland. Is the world crazy? Tang Qing smiled and said, they value the company's long-term future. Okay, Sister Jiao Jiao, I have given them an account. After the money arrives, you can check some information about microcrystal technology. Don't think it is an invasion. I understand. What is the origin of this Gu family? Do Jiao asked curiously. It's very powerful. They are very influential in the Chinese community in the United States. If you have any questions about the United States in the future, you can consult their representatives. They can sometimes play a big role. Tang Qing reminded. I understand. Do Jiao was very excited. A powerful ally has a great effect. Tianyan is an enterprise service company. You have to make people feel at ease before they can give you business. Expanding high-end customers is what Do Jiao has always done. She even used her own network to get a lot of business for Tianyan. Watching Tang Qing's other companies prosper, Do Jiao refused to admit defeat. At least, don't fall too far. 2 days later, November 6th, on Monday, early morning, the Fudan campus is full of students who are in a hurry. There are still 5 minutes before class starts. Some of them live outside the campus and are sweating profusely because there is a heavy traffic jam on the way here today. There was surveillance in the sky, and Tang Qing's car escaped by taking a small road. Entered the school. Tang Qing immediately became the target of onlookers. Holy shit, what did I see? What? The roommate looked at it and asked doubtfully, is this a new word puzzle? Let me see. Tang Qing. That last sound. It was screamed. Subsequently, the surrounding students paused one after another. Tang Qing now has a new meaning. He is no longer the handsome and wealthy freshman before, but the richest man in mainland China and a giant in the business world. Recalling Tang Qing's huge family fortune, they were excited. Most girls have gleaming eyes, and Tang Qing possesses all the potential to attract them. Boys are not that jealous. When the two are far apart, there is no jealousy, only admiration. It's really Tang Qing. Great. He finally came to school. This time I met a real person. I really want to take a photo with him. I wanted to. I really want to go up and talk, but I don't dare. Same. Faced with a look like a monkey, Tang Qing walked forward openly, and Lin Jiaxue tried her best to convince herself that it would be good to get used to it. As for Zheng Ro and the other girls who went to the villa to play on the weekend, they also followed carefully, and they felt a little regretful. I don't know if it will cause rumors. Why are there so many women getting out of the car? They're so good at playing. You're stupid. Who would be so blatant? Do you think Tang Qing is as idiotic as you? I am an idiot. I was wrong. You were jealous and temporarily blinded your IQ. The man thought for a moment. His expression was ugly. Isn't this still the same? Like a star. They walk on campus. Jiaxue, do what you have to do. Go to class and don't agree to anyone who wants to take a photo. Sister Zheng, you have to help me protect Jiaxue. When they came to a fork in the road, Tang Qing said, don't worry. With the 3 of us here, it'll be no problem. Zheng Ro assured, patting her belly. She had eaten a little too much in the morning, so she was full. Finished. Lin Jiaxue and Zheng Ro went to the class. Come to the teaching building. Everyone who saw Tang Qing unconsciously stepped out of the way, as if he had a resistance aura around him. It was also due to the simplicity of a student, and no one had come close to him until now. Good. This is what students should be like. Walk into the class. Boom. There was a sensation in the class. Tang Qing, you're finally here. Tang Qing, you're awesome. Congratulations, the richest man. The students were all talking, which was quite lively. Tang Qing pressed his hands. This is a school. I only have one identity here, and that is a student. Just like everyone else, I just have a few more dollars, no more eyes, and no more arms. Don't scare me, otherwise you will scare me away. Haha. Don't worry, we won't scare you. You scare us this time. A female classmate laughed loudly. I saw a person holding a notebook and pen. Tang Qing immediately added, let me say a few things first. First, don't sign autographs. I'm not a star. Second, don't take photos with me. You see me every day, no matter what kind of photos you take. Third, don't ask me about business matters. If this is opened, people from other classes will definitely come in waves. It's troublesome. Hear this. They also understand. Even if you don't understand, you have to understand. Who gives people the right to set rules? Okay, I won't watch you anymore. Take your seat quickly. Your exclusive seat will always be reserved for you. The monitor came out to speak. At the beginning, if Tang Qing hadn't quit, he wouldn't have been able to take the position of squad leader. Look now. People think the temple is too small. Thank you. Tang Qing came to the last row. By the window. Soon, the teacher of the first class also came. Saw Tang Qing. He was stunned for a moment. Classmate Tang. Tang Qing said with a smile, hello, teacher. I took a month's rest and got out of the limelight before I dared to come out. Haha. Okay, just don't miss your studies. He liked Tang Qing as a student. Clever. Knowledgeable. It's no wonder that he now controls such a large business empire. Since Mr. Tang will be back, let's not read the textbooks today and talk about other things. We all study finance. We all have taken basic courses in finance. Today we will talk about it. The students were puzzled. Why did this teacher smoke today? Ask this question. The teacher said, what do you think finance can do? Monitor, tell me. The monitor stood up happily. Literally, finance means the financing of funds. In the final analysis, it is the full use of funds, such as loans. A sum of funds can be magnified several times through the role of banks, helping more people and promoting production. A few minutes later, stop describing. The teacher kept nodding and motioned for him to sit down. Yes, finance does have a huge role in promoting the real economy. However, finance also has its drawbacks. When people are addicted to the benefits created by finance, it will squeeze out a large amount of funds that are urgently needed by the real economy, leading to economic stagnation. After a pause, the teacher looked at Tang Qing. Tang Qing, what do you think? You're right. Tang Qing was not flattering. They are teachers. It was originally said very thoroughly. The teacher added, I want to ask you whether finance can really make a country strong. The example of the United States has forced many people to believe this. What do you think? Tang Qing did not expect that this teacher who teaches finance does not like finance very much in the end. Haha, interesting. Think about it for a moment. Tang Qing said, finance is a zero-sum game. It does not create a penny of wealth, but only redistributes existing wealth. During the distribution process, someone is bound to make money and someone loses. As for the United States, if other countries follow the path, they will only die. They have a complete financial system, a wide range of funding sources, and numerous derivatives. It is said to be powerful, but in fact it can be said to be helpless. The continuous creation of financial derivatives seems to be a torrent, and one wealth myth after another. Unfortunately, it still does not create a penny of value for the entire society, but only continues to gather wealth to the rich. Therefore, the financial industry is meaningful. One is bank loans, which can help people in need. The other is the stock market and futures, which can help enterprises develop. The others are just financial toys designed to suck blood. However, we cannot deny its role. The more developed finance is, it will actually produce another benefit that I think is beyond the margin. Oh, what benefit? The teacher squinted. Stabilize prices. Tang Qing said. How do you say it? The teacher smiled. seeing that he had to say it himself. Tang Qing had no choice but to say it. Teacher, do you want to see my joke? Forget it. Let me tell you. Inflation comes from the overissuance of currency. If all flows into the real economy, it will inevitably cause inflation and currency depreciation. If the financial market is developed, all the overissuance of currency will not enter the circulation field of the real economy. In this way, prices will not rise, and the purchasing power of deposits will not decrease. This is also the reason why the United States is printing money like crazy, but it does not produce serious inflation, and even prices are still low because the money is sucked away by the financial industry and is continuously consumed and transferred in the financial market. So, I think that in the future of China, inflation is inevitable in the short term. If the financial industry is not open deep enough, it is not surprising that prices will double or triple in 10 years. I heard that prices will rise so horribly. The students were shocked. It feels like your wallet is about to be robbed, isn't it? With prices rising, doesn't it mean you've been robbed? Even if you rob a little, you can pay back 2 or 3 times. It's scary to hear that. Tang Qing, are you saying that in 10 years, prices will rise 2 or 3 times? The monitor asked hurriedly. Tang Qing was speechless. You majored in finance after all. Prices and wages will also rise, right? Don't worry. Everyone's income will definitely rise, although it may not be as fast as prices. Monitor, that's a soft knife. Then do we have any way to resist? How can I put it? No matter what you invest in, it is better to invest in yourself. When you are stronger, you will never be hungry, have no place to live, and never have no money to make in any era. This is wealth that others cannot take away. What else can Tang Qing say? But he can only give him chicken soup. What Tang Qing said makes sense. The teacher was the first to praise. This is class, also a school. The purpose cannot be lost. Then, this lesson, it quickly turned into a discussion class. Tang Qing became an expert. It was also this class that made them gradually look down on Tang Qing's identity. At least they no longer wanted to watch. In the end, Tang Qing drank more than a dozen bowls of thick chicken soup, and they felt that their hearts were much stronger. My destiny is up to me. One day, I can become a respected person, kill the panda, and I will be a national treasure. We will eat steamed buns tonight. After the first class, Tang Qing has no classes this morning. However, Lin Jiaxue had to go to school until noon, so he walked to the office of Vice Principal Qiu Jie. He had said before that he was coming to the school to see him. Since he said that, he could not break his promise and talk about donating the building. Donate a building. In fact, it's just a general term. It's not really about donating a building. Fudan really has plenty of it, but many of Fudan's projects require funds. As a key university, it undertakes many national projects, some of which are quite expensive. Sit down, sit down. What would you like to drink? Qiu Jie was very enthusiastic. I brought water, no need. Tang Qing shook the water glass in his hand. He usually didn't drink water from outside. He always brought his own water wherever he went. The water glass was filled with juice, and today he filled it with watermelon juice. Okay. Qiu Jie sat down. Xiao Tang, are you ready to speak at tomorrow's meeting? This time, it was a relatively high-end expert meeting, and Tang Qing was invited to thank him for his donation of the building. Don't worry, Tang Qing smiled. By the way, you said you would donate a building before. Qiu Jie said a little embarrassedly. Tang Qing raised 2 fingers. 200 million. Qiu Jie was excited. Principal Qiu, you think I was taken advantage of? Tang Qing rolled her eyes at him. Qiu Jie knew that he had misunderstood and was embarrassed. Well, you are the richest man in the mainland, with a total asset of tens of billions of yuan. You are too small. I am sorry for your status. Don't wear a high hat on me. Tang Qing waved his hand. Then he said solemnly, 20 million yuan. This is my sincerity. I hope my alma mater will treat me as one of its own, as a friend. It's okay if I don't, but I don't want to be treated as a cash machine. He has this intention, but don't accept blackmail. 200 million yuan. To be honest, it's not that Tang Qing can't get it. But it's like this time, what about next time? When used as a cash machine, it can easily end up making everyone uncomfortable. But Tang Qing didn't completely make a one-shot deal. 20 million per year. Tang Qing added, "That's great. I thank you on behalf of the school." Qiu Jie said happily. He didn't think it was possible for 200 million, unless Tang Qing was crazy or had other agendas. Now it seems that Tang Qing is not crazy or has any agenda. He just wants to repay his alma mater. Although his alma mater has not given Tang Qing any help for the time being. If you have any requests in the future, just ask. If the school can help, I will never refuse. Qiu Jie can still give this guarantee. What a coincidence. I happen to have something to do. Tang Qing suddenly said seriously. Qiu Jie's heart tightened. What? My company needs talents, a lot of talents. I hope to establish talent exchanges and deepen cooperation with Fudan. In the future, my company can serve as an internship place for Fudan students. 3 question marks appeared on Qiu Jie's head. What kind of help is this? This is completely beneficial to Fudan. However, some of my outstanding employees hope to be able to study and work in Fudan. The number will not be large and will not embarrass you. If you fail the exam, you still do not need to be allowed to graduate. Since the money has been given, Tang Qing certainly cannot refuse any benefits. This benefit, it is mainly for company employees and is considered a reward. Among his companies, Tianyin Group has the highest average academic level. Except for non-business departments, there are almost no employees with a bachelor's degree or below. Or rather, except Zhongjing. None. Other companies do not have such a high average academic qualifications, such as Shengtang. Many store managers are very hardworking and capable. Tang Qing does not mind giving them a chance. Almost other companies have such a demand. Qiu Jie thought for a while and replied, "This matter needs to be discussed at a school meeting. I can't give an answer for the time being." "Of course." Tang Qing nodded. Soon, the principal. He was very happy when he heard that there were 20 million yuan, or every year. He had never experienced the inexplicable expectation that Tang Qing had just raised his 2 fingers. He was already very satisfied, patted Tang Qing on the shoulder, and praised it. The next day, after a day of going viral, the news of Tang Qing's return to school has spread throughout the school. Since yesterday afternoon, many people have come here to see it. This time, Tang Qing has completely become a monkey. Fortunately, he came and left quickly. Came once, almost never come a second time. 10 o'clock in the morning. Small auditorium. The meeting was held as scheduled. The main content actually had little to do with Tang Qing. It was a year-end summary meeting to report on Fudan's projects and external cooperation units over the past year, except for some experts and representatives of outreach units. There are also a large number of Fudan PhDs who come with their mentors. After the principal announced Tang Qing's donation, the audience gave warm applause because they had another rich person who could ask for funds, not because of asking for funds, but for cooperation. You can support your own research. Not all professors have sufficient research funds. In addition to national projects, many of them also have private projects that they are interested in. After applause, it's Tang Qing's turn. Go on stage. Hello, everyone. I'm Tang Qing. He just finished speaking. There was a round of applause. Tang Qing was really not used to clapping after just one sentence. It seemed that he couldn't stop. How should I put it? I am participating in this meeting today as a partner. Of course, I'm also a Fudan student. I am very proud to have entered this university. I am also very proud to have witnessed this era. Next, Tang Qing's speech became more satisfactory. This is a more serious meeting and not suitable for chatting. At last, the host of the meeting said, "Thank you, classmate Tang Qing, for your speech. Next, we have a question session. This is not an individual question, but a collective question. It also represents the majority of PhDs below. They are about to enter the society. They hope that classmate Tang can give some advice on finding a job. This session, it was added today." Tang Qing picked up the phone. "Think about it." He spoke. "Looking for a job? To be honest, I'm a little disappointed that you asked me this question. If you're an undergraduate or graduate student, it doesn't matter, but you're a PhD and you went to a prestigious school. What is a prestigious school? In industrial terms, it is the most important weapon of the country. When you reach the doctorate level, if you're still struggling with work instead of changing the world, changing society, and promoting civilization, I think it is a failure to get a doctorate in order to take care of their hearts. Tang Qing still didn't say how cruel. This is what he really thinks. I have used a lot of educational resources to get a PhD, but you come to ask me how to find a job. This is nonsense. Finally caught up, Tang Qing finished. There was suddenly silence in the audience. After a moment, there was an uproar. These words, many people were involved, but think about it carefully. Anger and resentment. Gradually it turned into shame. If others said it, they might refute it, but Tang Qing, a person so much younger than them and so successful, said that the effect would be different. But some still jumped out unconvinced and retorted loudly. Tang Qing, why do you say that? Just because you have money? After saying that, he straightened his chest, ready to meet Tang Qing's counterattack. However, Tang Qing was not angry. Instead, he said with a smile on his face, "This classmate is very good and very bloody." The man was stunned. What is this for? Tang Qing was actually praising him. When he opened his mouth, he found that Tang Qing's words made him speechless. Tang Qing couldn't remember how long it had been since he had been angry with someone. So how could he care about these two sentences? But Tang Qing is next. He also found a reason to rebut him. It would be better if this bloody spirit is used in the right place. The man's face changed. Why do you say that to us? We go to school. Isn't it just to find a job and make money, to change society, to change the world without basic material security? How can we change? This classmate is a master of sophistry, very powerful. Tang Qing gave a thumbs up. I'm just stating the facts. The man thought Tang Qing was being sarcastic, and his face turned red. Tang Qing admitted, "Yes, what you said is true. You worked hard to get a PhD in order to make money and go out to find a job. So, if this is your original intention, I can only say, this is your choice and freedom, and I will not look down on you. But I will not give any guidance. You already aim to make money, but you still come to ask me how to make money. Isn't this contradictory? You are already on the road to making money. I have nothing to say. What is the purpose of education? Compulsory education is for enlightenment. Higher education is for improving the quality of the people, and higher education, that is, doctorate, is to cultivate the pillars of the country, like Mr. Qian. Primary school, middle school, university, graduate school, and doctorate, the total of at least 20 years of study, is not to cultivate people who are still confused about their career plans, confused about their future, or even defeated by money, and have lost the backbone of scholars. Thank you all. Don't wait for anyone to refute." Tang Qing walked off the stage directly. He has no interest in continuing the debate with anyone. No one is absolutely right about this. He just hopes that some people will do something meaningful from his perspective. How many people want to go to school but have no chance? You have reached the highest level of education and still don't know what you want. He cannot force people to agree with his ideas, and he does not deny that his ideas are a bit high-minded and ungrounded, but this does not mean that he will hide his views. Click till then. That's enough. On stage, when Xiao Jie and the school leaders met, they both saw the joy in their eyes. Tang Qing's words simply spoke to their hearts. As the older generation, they had witnessed the development of the country. Students trained. All I can think about is money. This makes them helpless. There is nothing wrong with a market economy. The two most fundamental needs of human beings are survival and reproduction. Survival requires resources, and reproduction requires resources, but this is not the ultimate goal of their education. Unexpectedly, Tang Qing still had such awareness. The scene was a bit awkward. Xiao Jie held the microphone. What Mr. Tang just said should make us think deeply, especially the saying that famous schools are the most important weapon of the country. We hope that the students we train can change society, change the world, and promote the progress of civilization. This is also our greatest ideal. I didn't expect that Mr. Tang would have such an understanding. I am very pleased. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your wonderful speech. Xiao Jie finished. The principal and junior leaders took the lead in applauding. Others also applauded. Many of the people attending this meeting were older generation scientific researchers and old professors from school. They were highly respected in their own fields. They fully agreed with Tang Qing's words. Tang Qing's words. It also gave many people a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Along the way, many people have forgotten their original intention of working and making money. These things are very important, but if they lose their belief in changing the world and society, what is the difference between a doctor and a businessman? Seeing the faces that were either appreciative or thoughtful, Tang Qing smiled slightly. This chicken soup was not in vain. After the meeting, Tang Qing's words. It caused quite a stir in the doctoral circle of Fudan University. There were mixed reviews. Some people think that Tang Qing can stand up and talk without pain in the back. They finally got a doctorate just to find a job and get a high salary. This sentence denies the efforts of others. The other side agrees that it is indeed a bit Philistine to obtain the highest academic level in a country and spend a lot of educational resources not thinking about what to leave behind in this era, but to care about money. The two sides were in a stalemate. Eventually, it also spread to graduate and undergraduate students. The situation is one-sided. It fully demonstrates what it means to stand and talk without back pain. We undergraduates and graduate students say it is for money, for work, for fame and fortune. It is nothing, and there is nothing wrong with it. But you already got a PhD. Are you still arguing with us without any awareness at all? The busybody quickly informed the media of the news. When he heard that Tang Qing had something new to say, which was not mentioned in previous interviews, he immediately prepared to take advantage of the popularity of Forbes to make a splash. Rong even called her personally for verification and interviewed a few words by the way. Nothing to say. Tang Qing's words. It was on the news in the afternoon. Tang Qing evaluates famous schools as important weapons of the country, a big piece of news. It was posted on the homepage of the Sina Portal website and immediately aroused heated discussions among netizens. Like the school, there were both sides, but the majority supported it. The reason is still the same. PhDs are a very small minority in the population and have now become a vulnerable group. Tang Qing is right. He has a doctorate. After studying for 20 years, he doesn't know what he wants to do or what he can do. Asking others how to find a job is just nonsense. Tang Qing said what I really mean. The backbone of scholars cannot be broken. The most important weapon of the country is to cultivate the pillars of the country, not successful businessmen. We are lucky to have such awareness at such a young age. Soon, the building is crooked. After becoming a PhD, should we be more strict about entry and exit, ensure quality, let people who want to make quick money quit when faced with difficulties, let China's top educational resources be fully utilized, etc. At last, see the situation. Tang Qing could only say, "It seems that I can't speak freely in the future." The words spoken by public figures have a great influence on people. If the original words are fine, if they are overinterpreted and taken out of context, they must be clarified. What a hassle. The next day, Tang Qing was once again watched on his way to school, but not as many as the previous 2 days. People are like this, no matter how big a person they are, if they see them every day, they will quickly feel that their behavior is inferior. This is a good start, but in the afternoon after school, a scene that Tang Qing had not expected appeared. He was blocked. To be precise, being followed. "Hello, Director Tang. I am an entrepreneur. My name is Li Zhengming." After walking out of the school gate, the two chased after them, but were stopped by soldiers. One of them hurriedly introduced himself. Tang Qing asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to introduce my project to you and hope to get your advice." Li Zhengming said modestly, "Tang Qing's my," that's putting it mildly, "guidance." It can also be said to be investment. Guidance. The project is related to Tang Qing. In this way, the probability of convincing Tang Qing to invest will be much greater. Even if Tang Qing does not invest, they can find someone to say that Tang Qing has pointed them out, and they may be able to find someone willing to invest. Think about it. Tang Qing did not ask the soldiers to drive them away. This is the first time that someone has come to introduce the project. It is not easy for them, so it doesn't hurt to listen. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. P.S. Thank you for your suggestions. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't chase anyone away, Li Jingming became energetic. The opportunity has come. Here's your chance to reach the top of your life. He quickly took out a planning document, but Tang Qing pushed it back. I like listening. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tang. This project of mine is to make a live broadcast software that allows talented people to showcase themselves through the internet and attract audiences with diversified live broadcast content. The main profit model is advertising and commission from rewards and gifts. It lasted 5 minutes. Li Jingming introduced his project in detail. Tang Qing listened more and more. It feels more and more familiar. Because, isn't this a copy of ERV's overseas live broadcast software? Even in China, due to the reality of poor internet speed, YY, the founder of the domestic live broadcast industry, has not yet appeared. But now ERV has completely copied YY's mature operating model. I guess this life, YY was stillborn. Since ERV is involved in the live broadcast industry, Tang Qing has no plans to build one in China, mainly because he thinks it is boring, not very profitable, and prone to accidents. If someone creates people through live broadcast, he has to self-examine. So forget it. Let's not cause that problem. I'm not afraid, but it's disgusting. ERV's business development in the United States and Europe is much more relaxed, and there are many wealthy people there. You must know that the United States has gathered rich people from all over the world. As long as it is properly adjusted, its profitability will be dozens of times higher than the combined income of all live broadcast software in later generations of China. Domestic market. There are very few high-end users watching the live broadcast. Most of them are small tycoons, but they still don't provide enough high-end content. This is what ERV will do next. Tang Qing wants to make it ERV's second most profitable project after war. Final. Li Jingming did not shy away from his plagiarism. Director Tang, we admit that this software is based on the mature model of foreign ERV, and a beta version has been made. It will be officially launched in a month. We hope you can give us some advice. Li Jingming actually did not think this was plagiarism. Which of the domestic internet giants did not copy from the United States? He has no embarrassment at all. After listening to the complete project, Tang Qing said with a smile, "There is nothing to point out. ERV is so profitable, and the profit model must be no problem. You want me to invest, right?" Li Jingming said quickly, "It would be our honor to get your investment." In his expectant eyes, Tang Qing shook his head gently. "Mr. Li, you are very talkative and hardworking. But what I want to say is, first, I am not very interested in this project, and second, even if I'm interested, I can't agree." Li Jingming was anxious. "Can I know why?" "Let me talk about the second thing first. If I agree, will there be a second Li Jingming, a third, and a fourth waiting for me on my way to school, in front of the school, in front of the classroom, and in front of my home?" Tang Qing stared at Li Jingming. Li Jingming was speechless. This is a big problem. Tang Qing comforted him again. "Mr. Li, just because I don't invest doesn't mean that your project is not good. It's just that I don't want to do it. However, even if I don't invest, I believe there will be investors who will invest, but not now." "Why?" ERV can play live broadcasts in the United States and other Western countries because other people's internet speeds are fast. But now, China's bandwidth charges are high, not up to standard, and there is not enough user experience. Do you think now is a good time? Huawei's 4G will soon solve this problem. Li Jingming said, "Let me tell you clearly, how many people in China are studying the mature model of ERV? How many people are already on the same starting line as you? Entrepreneurship in this industry is a race between wild wolves. When prey appears and the time is right, the originally quiet grassland will be full of wolves. Do you understand?" Yes. Li Jingming was a little decadent. Tang Qing just told him clearly that at this time, many people were ready to get involved in the online live broadcast industry. However, the current internet speed limit in China made them all practice internal strength. Wait for the internet speed to be mentioned. Demons and monsters will appear. Everyone was in harmony, which was to be expected, and it was also the reason why he rushed to attract investment. Li Zhengming sighed. Start a business. It's really hard. As soon as I graduated, I started working with my roommates, hoping to follow in the footsteps of my predecessors and create my own world. But when I stepped in, I realized how difficult it is to start business. There are walls everywhere. Dr. Tang, thank you. Dreams are always far away from reality. Li Zhengming said with a wry smile. Tang Qing nodded and said, You are right, but I want to say that you can have dreams. They can be great. You can be small. You can also be lonely and self-admired. And you can change them frequently, but they have to be your own. Now, it is almost the end of internet entrepreneurship, and the biggest cakes and opportunities have almost been divided. Wait until the rise of smartphones. There will be a new round of entrepreneurial boom, and another batch of trendsetters will be born. Li Zhengming's projects still cannot escape the old path of plagiarizing foreign internet companies, and Tang Qing will certainly not be interested. If Li Zhengming had a new project or a really unique ideal, he might help him out of the sake of being the first entrepreneur to seek angel investment. This kind of copy project, just forget it. Tang Qing had heard a lot about dream projects in his previous life, but they were stillborn in the end. He still felt a little regretful when he thought about it. Many projects could not get funding due to unclear profits and eventually disappeared in time. Just because you don't make much money doesn't mean it's meaningless. This kind of project is about dreams. He's just interested. A project that makes money. A project that realizes people's dreams of making money. Goodbye. He is rich and can be used as firewood. If he wants to do it, he will make different fireworks. Although in the eyes of others, he may be crazy. But the world, without idealists and emotional people, a lot of color will be lost. Li Zhengming stayed where he was. He murmured, My own dream, my own dream. Once upon a time, he also forgot what he wanted. He only knows to do whatever makes money and whatever can attract investment. Now, what he does is regarded as a public project by Tang Qing, and failure seems inevitable. Li Zhengming suddenly bowed. Thank you. No thanks. I haven't invested in you. I have to think about the future. I will continue on as always, no matter whether it is noble or not, as long as it does not harm society. Tang Qing patted Li Zhengming on the shoulder. Understood. Sorry to bother you. He finished. Li Zhengming left with his companions. This is his roommate and best friend. The thought of going back to the basement again. He was looking for investment everywhere and asked hurriedly, Zhengming, what should we do next? Just give up? Tang Qing is really so rich. He can support a company like ours with just a little bit of money. Didn't they say that this project can't be started? But what about our project? Tang Qing is right. There will be no shortage of people copying ERV when we copy it. There may be 10, maybe 20, or even more. When the internet speed increases and a large number of wild wolves appear, we will face a fierce fight. Just give up. Of course not, but this road may not work. I want to try another way. Are you interested in joining us? As long as we have something to eat. Haha, we are one generation, two brothers. In the future, let's have a go together. For safety, avoid uncontrollable factors. Tang Qing no longer rides an electric bicycle on the way from school to home. In the past 2 weeks alone, he has sent more than a dozen people there, and at least 4 groups of people have returned to the embrace of nature ahead of schedule. He didn't expect that. There are quite a lot of people like this fat sheep, and there are always people who think they can come and take a bite, and they all make plans that they think are perfect, thinking that they can get rich and reach the top of their lives. Only, their teeth are not very good. Broken tooth. Back to the car. Tang. Starting a business is so difficult. Tang Qing held Lin Jiaxue in his arms. Of course, among 100 entrepreneurs, no more than 3% will survive for 3 years, and less than 1% will persevere and succeed. Is the entrepreneurial environment so bad now? Lin Jiaxue asked. Tang Qing shook his head. It's not that the entrepreneurial environment is bad now, but it depends on how you define it. I can only say that young people nowadays pay too much attention to the word decent when starting a business. There are not many good businesses left with decent If you're a small business vendor selling snacks from a cart, the success rate is much higher than opening a brightly decorated store. Therefore, the definition you just made is inaccurate. It is not that starting a business is difficult, but starting a decent startup is really difficult. Economy and society, money rules. It is difficult for contemporary college students to convince themselves to lose their jobs and do those unseemly entrepreneurship. Naturally, it would be strange if they do not plunge into the respectable entrepreneurial army. After hearing Tang Qing's explanation, Lin Jiaxue was thoughtful, as if that was really the case. Tang Qing said again, "I'm just lucky. Otherwise, I would be an ordinary college student now. I go to and from school every day, work part-time jobs on weekends, and save money for a long time before I can buy you a good suit of clothes." At this point, Tang Qing held Lin Jiaxue's hand tightly and rubbed it gently. One can imagine, if there is no system, even if he is reborn, he will just settle down as a small rich man. He will not be able to get the first capital from his cooperation with Li Jianguo. In the end, he may not be able to get anywhere in the college entrance examination. After that, he and Lin Jiaxue lived a tight life. The second uncle may also be dead at this time. He never knew that he had a second aunt and a cousin in his life. In such a life, even as a reborn person, it is difficult to change much. Even if he starts a business, he may die on the way. It's not as easy as now. Already pretty good now. Feeling that her man's tone was a bit strange, Lin Jiaxue hugged Tang Qing tightly. "Yeah, I have whatever I want, so I'm very lucky. With you here, God treats me well." Lin Jiaxue suddenly raised her head and looked at him with bright eyes. "Look up. Let's go to the temple to worship. Life has suddenly changed so much that I feel a little unreal." Tang Qing caressed Lin Jiaxue's hair. He smiled and said, "No, that's a place to find psychological comfort. I don't like it. In my heart, the only thing I believe in is to use my power to let you all live a good life." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lin Jiaxue buried her head sweetly. Back home, Tang Qing immediately contacted Do Jiao. "Little boss, what's going on?" Do Jiao, who is far away in Qingyan City, hasn't gotten off work yet. Tang Qing said casually, "It's nothing, I just got blocked today." "What? Who dares to block you?" Do Jiao was startled. "An entrepreneur came up to introduce the project to me." Tang Qing explained. "Are you agreeing?" Do Jiao immediately thought, "She can't agree to any project." Tang Qing smiled and said, "Of course not. If I agree, will I still have a good life in the future? I can't handle it multiple times a day, and I don't like his project. I called because of another matter." The chairman's orders. Do Jiao immediately got into work. Tang Qing stated his purpose. "I want to set up a dream fund." "Dream fund?" Do Jiao murmured. "Actually, it can be regarded as an angel investment company, but this investment company only invests in original or quasi-original projects. Those who rebrand popular foreign software and plan to make money from me will not invest in it." Tang Qing was very determined. Then how to make money? Original projects have not been verified by the market. Do Jiao reminded. "The purpose of this company is to invest in dreams, and don't worry about profits. But the project must be meaningful, not just a fantasy. President of the company, you find a suitable one. I will give you 100 million renminbi to test the waters in the early stage, and the company will be under the eyes of the sky for the time being." "Okay, you're the boss. You can be willful when you have money." Do Jiao did not say more. "Okay, by the way, I'll issue an announcement in the name of the company to inform the media and spread it. Anyone who harasses me at school in the future will not vote for me. Do you understand?" Tang Qing didn't look like he would meet the next Li Zhengming. "Don't worry." The next day, morning, after the most important weapon of the country, Tang Qing came up with another dream fund, which once again became a major financial news item. Why was it not the first headline of financial news? Because a big boss was attending an economic summit and could not get the headlines. Not far from the burden, in a basement, just after running around and thinking about the new project, Li Zhengming was pulled to the computer by his companion. "Zhengming, look, Tang Qing is scared by us." After reading it, Li Zhengming smiled knowingly. "Haha, It's true. The dream fund is interesting. He couldn't help but think of what Tang Qing said yesterday. You can have dreams, but they must be your own. It says there's only 100 million renminbi. This amount of money is enough to do anything. My companion said helplessly. 100 million renminbi would be lost if we invest in a few decent projects. It is not enough at all. Li Zhengming explained. They're just testing funds. Besides, they are investing in dreams, not to make quick money for people like us. Only meaningful projects will do. It won't cost much in the initial stage. He has made money. A well-fed man doesn't know a hungry man is hungry. His companion said sourly. Li Zhengming patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, You are right, but if you think about it from another perspective, people are not sure of money. If you ask them to invest in the kind of project before, they may not be very interested. It's good to have money. It's good, right? Then work hard. If we do it well this time, we will still have a chance. Tell me, Tang Qing is very lucky. He has such a rich second uncle. If I had such a second uncle, I would definitely not be like him. I would definitely stop going to school and wander around the world. The companion looked yearning. So, he is a rich man, but you are not. Li Jingming sat in front of the computer, opened a document called New Project, and wrote down his thoughts during today's run. I don't know when he will surpass Li Jiaqing. Li Zhengming said, It's a matter of time. The most valuable companies owned by Tang Qing are all cutting-edge companies in the industry, with huge potential. If listed, Tang Qing's net worth will surpass Li Jiaqing in minutes. Do you believe it? Believe it, but it's a pity that it has nothing to do with us. Who says it has nothing to do with it? If Tang Qing becomes the richest man in the world, wouldn't we also be able to gain face? We in China have never had the richest man in the world. Tang Qing represents the hope of our generation. Yes, we should unseat Bill Gates. Don't think about others and get to work. We will make the web architecture plan today and issue a feasibility report as soon as possible. Oh, the companion grimaced. Coders can't afford to be hurt. Outside world. Many people watch the news. They all gave up the idea of promoting the project. It is unrealistic to think about blocking people's doors and hoping that they will think well of you, unless, of course, it is a very confident project. And for projects that are very confident and have great prospects, there is no shortage of investors. That same night, Dou Jiao called again. Little boss, I have good news for you. Sister Jiao Jiao, this sentence is a bit harsh. Tang Qing, who was eating, replied with a smile. Are you eating? Dou Jiao's ears were very pointed. I eat every day. I really want to eat. I don't mind if I think, delusion, dream, daydream, or meditate hard. Dou Jiao felt that she had been injured internally. No, she had to find something to repair the injury. At a glance, she caught sight of the fruit that Tang Qing had enshrined in front of her, and she grabbed it and ate it. Sister Jiao Jiao, what's going on? Tang Qing heard the voice and knew that Dou Jiao had found a place to vent her anger. It was specially given to Dou Jiao to satisfy her daily cravings, and some of it was free of charge. Dou Jiao finished the off-season black plums in her hand. Finally stopped being greedy. He spoke. Mayor Zeng called me in the afternoon. He saw our Dream Fund news. No, his head twitched. No, when he got excited, he wanted to take this opportunity to let Qingyan City get some light. Light? Dou Jiao nodded vigorously. Yes, your Tang Qing project is a shining sign. How are they going to get involved? Tang Qing asked curiously. Dou Jiao said, Didn't Qingyan City build a CBD near your Jinghua Plaza before? In such a big place, there were no companies to settle in a short period of time, and the municipal party committee was a little worried. Seeing that we proposed the Dream Fund, the municipal party committee thought it was very exciting and was ready to let us place the headquarters of the Dream Fund there and give us a floor that can be rented to entrepreneurs at low prices or even for free. Tang Qing knew that CBD. When I returned to Qingyan City last month, I discussed it with my second uncle. They both felt that the CBD was a bit redundant. I didn't expect that it would be used for this purpose today. Are they so generous? Isn't Qingyan City vigorously promoting the concept of a city of tourism, culture, and entertainment? It would be too old-fashioned to start an internet business. Your dream fund is just in line with Qingyan City's development philosophy. In the future, they plan to build Qingyan City into a dream place to enhance the city's style and reputation. In short, this time Qingyan City is planning to get something big and create a new signature. They really know how to hitchhike. Tang Qing never thought about this. Do Jiao asked, "How's it going?" "Of course I agree. Let's talk about it. I have only one principle. Don't make this thing too late. If you want to do it seriously and work hard. You must control this." What Tang Qing is most afraid of. It's just that Qingyan City came up with something in name only, and it looked disturbing. As long as it becomes bigger, the next leader will continue to carry it forward and not hastily turn this project into a waste. "Don't worry, if they are timid, I won't stand for it," Do Jiao said confidently. "Believe you." Tang Qing smiled. This kind of business negotiation with the city is just right for Do Jiao to come forward. No one can fool her, and no one dares. Otherwise, the girl will really slam the door and leave. "Okay, I'll go talk to them personally." Do Jiao picked up her sleeves. "Prepare to have a good fight with the leaders of Qingyan City." Tang Qing talked about one more thing. In 1 hour, after dawn in the United States, Microcrystal Technologies' $600 million will arrive. In 2 hours, I'm going to hold a remote meeting. You ask the people from Tianyin to take notes. "Okay, I'll work overtime too and get in," Do Jiao said quickly. Tang Qing said, "Okay, then you go have a meal first. This meeting will last for at least an hour." "I have fruit and I don't want to eat." Do Jiao felt that she could be full even if she had fruit. "Okay, it's up to you." USA, Seattle, Microcrystal Technology Headquarters. President Zhou Yutian arrived at the company before dawn to prepare today's report materials. On October 22nd last year, he came to take up the post at Microcrystal Technologies headquarters. It has been a year and a half since then. Just over a year. He has witnessed the growth of microcrystalline technology. Now, it is soaring, and the technology it masters is leading in the industry. What follows is better and better sales data and a crazy increase in market value. $600 million, 12% of the shares. He knew a week ago that the shock was inexplicable. The value increased 50 times in 1 year. This was simply a miracle, and he was a participant and witness of this miracle. He would not be so arrogant as to take credit for it. From the very beginning, Tang Qing had decided how the company would go. The cooperative research and development with Jia Technology allowed him to see the speed of technological breakthroughs. His main task is sales, and here, Tianyin can provide unreserved consultation. Zhou Yu finally understood. He's going to do it, just to carry out Tang Qing's order. At the helm of a company worth $5 billion, Zhou Yu feels that his life has reached its peak. All that is left is to take microcrystal technology to a higher mountain. The next goal is $10 billion. After dawn, all management staff come to work early. Vice presidents and above, as well as Sun Hao, general manager of Tian's American branch, are all connected to the conference system. See both sides in the picture. A Tang Qing, Do Jiao, the president of Tianyin Group. They quickly sat up straight. Both of them were rare people. Since the opening of microcrystalline technology, this was the second time Zhou Yu saw them. The American branch of Tianyin was the one they usually dealt with the most. Besides, there is also a representative of the Ge family. Tang Qing actually didn't need to hold this meeting. However, since the company's shareholders have changed and the number of board members has increased, it would be a bit too hasty to just send out a hasty letter. Hello, everyone. During this period, microcrystal technology has had a lot of things happen and has achieved a lot, which is inseparable from your hard work. I hope you will continue to do so. Now, the third board meeting of microcrystal technology has officially begun. First of all, I would like to introduce to you a new director who is also the shareholder representative of the company, Ge Jingwen. He will not hold an actual position in the company and only enjoys the right to dividends and the right to know. Board of Directors. Tang Qing was already very familiar, with more than 10 pairs of eyes on his face, without pausing at all. The meeting was going on one by one. Almost everyone had something to say, Otherwise, Tang Qing and Balabala could have done it in 10 minutes. Finally, Tang Qing announced the purpose of the $600 million US. All of it would be used to acquire upstream and downstream companies. These companies try their best to choose third-world countries. Labor costs in the United States are too high. In the future, the U.S. headquarters will be responsible for design and sales. Manufacturing will take overall cost as the first consideration. This does not count. Tang Qing also asked Microcrystal Technology to borrow another $500 million US from the bank for the development of a new generation of small and micro power generation, supply, and transformation technologies. Tang Qing is prepared not to leave a way for other entrants to survive on the road to household and solar auxiliary power supply solutions. Everyone, I hope that within 3 years, the market share of our microcrystal technology products will become the undisputed #1 in the industry. I want it to far surpass the second place. Mr. Zhou, are you confident? Tang Qing looked at President Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was also infected by Tang Qing's goal and said excitedly, "Yes, our technology is the best and closest to customer needs. If anyone can do it, it is definitely our company. I hope we can witness it together." The next day, Dou Jiao brought two people to the Qingyan Municipal Committee. "Jiao Jiao, what did Chairman Tang say?" the leader asked kindly. Dou Jiao said, "Yes, but I hope you won't be too conservative or make the project come to an end. If you want to do it, you must implement it so that we can spare no effort to support it. Don't worry, we are definitely very sincere. The entire new CBD can be run by you. We can also set aside an area on the outskirts of the city and name it the Dream Entrepreneurship Park. In short, we will try our best to provide conditions." Dou Jiao was very satisfied with the city's attitude. "That's good. Let's come up with a plan as soon as possible and then discuss the details carefully." Of course, the meeting ended quickly. After Dou Jiao left, the city leaders could only lament that Tang Qing was really good at doing business. When Dou Jiao was still selling cars, she had recruited people into the company. When Dou Jiao came to negotiate, they did not dare to raise any excessive conditions. Such a far-sighted one. He is worthy of being the richest man in the mainland. The leader immediately gave the order. "Mayor Zheng, this matter will be completed as soon as possible. I hope that early next year, this dream industry project will work together with the film and television base, cultural amusement park, and Qingyan Mountain Scenic Area to show a brand new Qingyan city to the outside world." "Yes, Secretary." Needless to say, everyone knows that if these 4 things are done well, Qingyan City will really become famous. Everyone has made indelible contributions. Soon, news about microcrystal technologies financing of $600 million US also spread. It didn't come from China, but abroad. All corporate information data in the United States is public. Although microcrystalline technology has not announced it to the outside world, anyone who is interested can know that microcrystalline technology has an additional shareholder after a little research. After further checking with the relevant departments, the equity transaction information will come out. Therefore, Evening in America, after the Western media reported the news of microcrystal technologies financing, domestic media following the news in various countries translated and reprinted it in real time, and editors rushed to publish like crazy. 1 year, $5 billion US. Microcrystalline technology creates another miracle. Tang Qing's net worth skyrocketed again by $3.5 billion US. Tang Qing's most valuable company appears, microcrystalline technology. Beyond Comet Group, photovoltaic energy is the future. Billionaire. Titles vary, but the contents are almost the same. The audience was also confused. It's only been a few days. There is news about Tang Qing every day. It has only been a week since the release of the Forbes Rich list. Unexpectedly, the ranking is a bit outdated. The original valuation of microcrystalline technology was $1.5 billion US, and now it is $5 billion US. A full $3.5 billion more. This is simply an extra second place. 89 plus 35 is a total of $12.4 billion US. If converted into RMB, it is nearly 100 billion renminbi. This amount of assets is directly catching up with Li Jiaqing. Are you picking up money? This kind of money-making speed is unheard of. I look forward to the next miracle. Tang Qing, well done. Overtaking Li Jiaqing and becoming the richest man in China, bringing honor to the Tang family. While praising him, others have raised doubts. Is this kind of capital game too much of a bubble? But it was immediately criticized. Financing is just like a stock market listing. It is normal to double it several times, and it is not a bubble. Fudan University. After class, Tang Qing was also specifically asked about the original intention of this financing. Introducing new shareholders will reduce financial pressure. The photovoltaic industry is a high-tech industry and requires a large amount of R&D investment. From a personal perspective, it is also a kind of risk-sharing. Tang Qing said casually. Risk-sharing, classmate Tang is right. Corporate financing does not necessarily mean lack of money. You also need to find partners who can help you. Otherwise, if you cling to shares, you're likely to create a rival. In terms of modern corporate strategic analysis, by Tang Qing's words, the teacher on the stage started today's class. There are students like Tang Qing. In fact, it is also a kind of pressure. Finance is about teaching people to make money. But if someone has wealth and is close to reaching the top, people may not necessarily value his so-called teaching experience. Between classes, Zhong Liang came up and said, Tang Qing, what are you going to do on the weekend? Stay at home. I'm going to take a few days off next week to go to the capital. Tang Qing was going to attend Chai Ren's daughter's full moon wine party. What? Zhong Liang asked curiously. Tang Qing said vaguely, a happy event for a friend. Zhong Liang did not ask in detail. I envy you that you can ask for leave at will. Do you have any suggestions for me to do business in the future? I will make preparations early so that I won't be in a hurry in the future. Don't you inherit your father's business? Tang Qing looked up at him. When Zhong Liang thought of Tang Qing's achievements, he was a little less interested in his family's car dealership business. Selling cars. I feel a bit hopeless. Without comparison, there's no harm. Please remember this sentence, so don't look up to me, otherwise you will get hurt. Tang Qing patted Zhong Liang's shoulder seriously. Zhong Liang, you still need to say it. He now feels that he is not in the same dimension as Tang Qing. Then, Tang Qing said, your father wants you to inherit his family business, and if you don't resent it, just do it. If you have other ideas, I hope that given your family's conditions, I can support you in completing it. Don't sacrifice the good for the last. What you mean is that I should inherit my father's business first, and then pursue other dreams when I have money. Zhong Liang suddenly understood. That's right. Tang Qing nodded. Dream stuff. A bit extravagant. For different people, the path is different. Ordinary people don't have any family property to inherit, so they have to wait early to realize their dreams. If they're a rich second generation like Zhong Liang, the word dream is not as important, and the difficulty of realizing it will be much lower, and there is no need to rush. After listening to Tang Qing's advice, Zhong Liang returned to his seat thoughtfully. The next day, November 11th, Saturday, for Tang Qing. This day is a bit unforgettable, although Taobao has not yet hyped up the Double 11 day. But the shopping day is still fresh in his memory. Every year, he doesn't buy anything, he just treats it as a spectator. However, the increasingly high transaction volume makes it difficult not to be bombarded by the media. Taobao, lots of fakes. Some even play good tricks. First increase the price, then lower the price to deceive consumers. Counterfeit goods have always been rampant. Of course, compared to Pinduoduo, which no longer has to worry about not knowing what I'm buying as inferior goods, Taobao is still pretty good. 10 o'clock in the morning. Guests came to the villa. In other words, it's the neighbor, Mei Wenlin. At the end of last month, Mei Wenlin bought a villa here as a foothold in the mainland of China. Of course, he wanted to be closer to Tang Qing. Last time, got guidance from Tang Qing. He started to get involved in the milk powder industry. He and Huang Qi had been working on it for several months, and it had already reached a certain scale with good sales. As the family's first high-quality project in China, The family took it very seriously and gave him a lot of support. Despite being neighbors, Mei Wenlin didn't dare to come and visit her when she had time. It's not on the same level. Too much interruption will make people feel offended. This time, I came here specifically to thank him. Before, Tang Qing was either in Sanya or back to Qingyan City and never had the chance. Following him was Huang Qi, who was even more courageous. No way. Who asked him to be the bridge in the last real estate share transfer. Every time I see Tang Qing, I feel regretful. If the real estate company still had Tang Qing involved, its current popularity would be different. Other shareholders also asked him many times to help connect people again and invite Tang Qing to have a meal and at least get to know him. But Huang Qi still has a face. And what is Tang Qing's current status, and will he play with them? It's unrealistic even to think about it. Mr. Mei, Mr. Huang, sit down quickly. Mr. Tang, I took the liberty of visiting. This is my father's kindness. Thank you for your advice last time. Mei Wenlin handed over a wooden box with both hands, which was a treasure of the Mei family. A pair of well-preserved blue and white porcelain dishes. Mei Wenlin had seen Tang Qing's living room before. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that Tang Qing was also an elegant person, so Mei Wenlin's father chose such a gift, which was worth a lot of money, at least 2 million yuan. Then I'll be disrespectful. Tang Qing didn't refuse. It was indeed his suggestion that they make milk powder. No need to open it. Tang Qing knew what was inside. I have to say, this thing is quite rare. If it takes a few years, those speculators have stirred up the antique collection industry. It is normal for this thing to double several times. 10 years later, this pair of dishes will cost at least 8 million yuan and sell for 10 million yuan. It will not be a problem. We have not yet experienced the subprime mortgage crisis of 2008. It's a bull market. This leads to a large amount of capital flowing into the stock market. When the stock market crashes and plunges by 6,000 points, the money with nowhere to go will start to act like a monster. They will speculate in real estate, antiques, garlic, and anything that can be speculated. But Tang Qing was tired of looking at antiques. The soldier's treasure hunt plan. The warehouse deep in the jungle over there in Mian, Yao, is full of these things. There are not too many of them. Many of them are real treasures and even lost gadgets. There are mountains of treasures. There are almost no antiques that Tang Qing can appreciate now. After sitting down, Tang Qing asked casually, Mr. Mei, how is the business? Mei Wenlin asked hurriedly. The sales volume of milk powder is very good. After Sanlu and before other competitors came up, our business has been developing rapidly. Since all milk powder is imported, consumers have high trust. Tang Qing nodded. Gao represents the trust of consumers in you. I hope you will continue to maintain it. Remember, this is food for children. There must be no problems or carelessness. Don't become the second Sanlu. Tang Qing still had to remind the two of them. Business. Don't be careless. Yes, we will definitely insist on quality. Mei Wenlin nodded solemnly. The project that the Mei family has finally established in the mainland will never dig its own grave. Tang Qing added, it's not just about adhering to the current quality, but trying your best to improve. Stopping progress is the beginning of failure, carelessness, and the beginning of destruction. Don't stand still. I will definitely remember it. Mei Wenlin said respectfully like a student. In business, Mei Wenlin felt that compared with Tang Qing, he was nothing but a student. Chat next. Tang Qing also mentioned a few words so that they can start from baby milk powder and expand to the direction of dairy products and baby products, such as diapers and strollers. The point of view is actually far from novel. Their company hired Qin Tianyin as a consultant. These have been suggested, but they have been hesitant, wondering whether such diversified development will cause consumer confusion and disrupt the core positioning of milk powder, but Tang Qing said so. Mei Wenlin decided immediately. Listen to Tang Qing. If Tang Qing's vision for making money can't be trusted, who can he trust? Huang Qi has been unable to say anything because Mei Wenlin is mainly responsible for the management of the company. He is responsible for outreach, various approvals, stores, etc. He is responsible for it. Who told Mei Wenlin to have a graduate degree? but he just came here as an undergraduate. With his family's successful experience, Huang Qi is a first-class real estate developer. Other industries, just a little inexperienced. Noon. After lunch, the two of them said goodbye in a sensible manner. After leaving the villa, Mei Wenlin reminded, Mr. Huang, if you listen to Tang Qing, you will probably have to invest a huge amount of money again this time. Where are you? There is no need to explain the meaning of the second half of the sentence. You also have to pay. I understand. I will convince my father how much it will cost, and we will discuss it then. Huang Qi said, Okay. Return to home. Mei Wenlin quickly reported the news back to the family. His father agreed without thinking. Then listen to Tang Qing and invest heavily in the baby products industry. We will invest whatever amount is required while keeping the shares unchanged. I hope Tang Qing's suggestion can surprise us. Even if it fails, it is not entirely a bad thing. Mei Wenlin said, You are really lucky to have met Tang Qing so early. Mei Wenlin's father laughed. Yes, if Huang Qi hadn't planned to let me into the market, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Tang Qing. He helped us a lot, but he didn't think so. Many shareholders of the company thought he was stupid at the time. Mei Wenlin said, They are envious, especially now. Huang Qi is probably not willing to share Tang Qing's relationship with them. One more thing. Do you know who bought microcrystal technology? Mei Wenlin's father asked. Who? Mei Wenlin was very cooperative. The American Ge family. What? The Ge family? Mei Wenlin was shocked. As overseas Chinese, they couldn't understand the strength of the American Ge family. It was almost the top family among overseas Chinese. The Ge family's network of connections in the Western camp is quite powerful, even in Australia. The Ge family also has considerable influence because the current Minister of Australia's Commerce and Trade Department is the son-in-law of an in-law of the Ge family, a white man, and the Ge family is only married to Chinese families. Judging from the financing of microcrystal technology, the Ge family is ready to form an alliance with the Tang family. This $600 million is just the beginning. I really want to see what miracles Tang Qing can create. I want to see it too. Someone who is qualified to ask the Ge family to give money. Not much. The Mei family also respects the Ge family very much because the Mei family is also friends of the Ge family, and they have business contacts and private contacts, but it is not very deep, and the Mei family is not the core ally of the Ge family. And Tang Qing, definitely qualified to directly become the core ally of the Ge family. Money is one aspect, but not the most important. For example, Li Jiaqing is not valued by the Ge family. The reason is very simple. Li Jiaqing is not well known in the West. You have money, but it didn't work. Not so with Tang Qing. At the age of less than 20, he created a huge family business, which once again proved that when you are young, you have unlimited possibilities, and more importantly, the influence of civilization is too great. As soon as Civilization came out, it directly gave a solid fist to the West's most proud cultural export project movies. Cultural invasion is not a child's play. Western movies are an important way of exporting Western universal values, and Civilization gave Mei Wenlin hope to regain the situation and change the status quo. Afternoon. The Huang family and the Mei family reached an agreement. Both parties each injected another 1.5 billion yuan for the company's operation and expansion. However, this time, Huang Qi became a minority shareholder, and a major shareholder became Huang Qi's father. What happened before happened. His father still feels that Huang Qi has not truly matured, but Huang Qi still participates in daily management. Huang Qi didn't complain about this. After all, he was out of his mind first. November 14th, Tuesday. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue came to the capital again. They didn't go to class yesterday and spent the whole day at home. Now Lin Jiaxue's physical fitness has improved unprecedentedly, but it still makes Tang Qing a little distressed. Because this way, it's hard to go to the training center at night. Chiron is so busy today. Let me pick you up. After leaving the airport, Tang Qing saw Zheng Lin's family. Zheng Lin's daughter waved to him excitedly. The child saw how friendly he was and broke away from her mother's arms. insisting on being held by Tang Qing. Tang Qing was also helpless. Look handsome. It really is a one-size-fits-all. Tang Qing arrived in the capital in the afternoon. This time, Chiron was busy entertaining guests and couldn't get out. Tang Qing came to the villa. A large number of cars have been parked at the door and the road has been blocked. Fortunately, only Chiron's family is using this road and it will not hinder traffic. However, even if it is blocked, there are not many people in the capital who can make them move away. Far away, Tang Qing heard the noise coming from inside. Are there many people? Tang Qing asked. Zheng Lin shook his head gently. It's not too much. The relatives of the Zhan family and the Chai family, as well as some friends from both sides, will not make a big fuss. They just gather together to welcome the new members of the Chai family. We are not too late. Of course not, it is working time now, and the people who come are basically, well, idlers. Zheng Lin was very satisfied with his description. Tang Qing. This description is so appropriate. Go in. Okay. Tang Qing held Lin Jiashua's hand, followed Zheng Lin, and walked in. As soon as I entered the living room, they saw Chai Rin coming out of the kitchen with a plate of watermelon. Tang Qing, Jiashua, you are here. Come in and sit down, sister-in-law Yaya. I'm sorry for the poor reception. Zheng Lin said, dissatisfied. Young Master Chai, am I a transparent person? We only met yesterday, and you still wanted to say welcome to me. You are so beautiful. Chai Rin gave Zheng Lin a roll of his eyes. Zheng Lin was so angry that he was speechless. As soon as Tang Qing came, the conversation in the living room stopped, and all eyes were focused on Tang Qing, the new richest man in mainland China, who was less than 20 years old and had assets of more than 100 billion yuan. How could they not know? See you today. Sure enough, the temperament is unique. Tang Qing was also looking at them, men and women. They're all quite young. I didn't recognize any of them, but there were a few who looked familiar. I recall that I had met them at Chai Rin's wedding, and I didn't care at that time. Chai Rin's mother, whom she saw last time, was found chatting with a group of peers on the second floor under Tang Qing's telekinesis scan. Zhan, she was also there, greeting the guests on the second floor. Chai Rin put the watermelon on the marble coffee table. Introduced. This is Tang Qing. Everyone is familiar with them, right? I've seen news about him a lot these days. Next to him is his fiancée Lin Jiashua. Tang Qing, as for these people in front of you, I feel like you can't remember them all even after they were introduced. What should I do? Chai Rin pretended to show distress. This shocked many people. A woman in her 20s with a pretty face walked over first and scolded. Third cousin, please be more serious. Tang Qing, hello. My name is Lu Ying, Chai Rin's cousin. She stretched out her hand gracefully. Hello. Tang Qing pretended not to see him. He shook his hand and quickly let go. Lu Jing, Lu Ying's brother. Next to him, a young man dressed casually stood up on the sofa. If you're invited by Brother Chai San, you are everyone's friend. Don't be restrained. Hello. Tang Qing said, how can I be restrained? After the two passed, others introduced themselves one after another. The 24 people were all juniors of the Chai family and the Zhan family. There were also a group of smaller kids in the yard. As the family grew, it was troublesome to recognize people. Zheng Lin could only remember the names of 6 or 7 people anyway. The others were rare to see in several years. He didn't go up to say hello to everyone. Those who were qualified to know him must have known each other. The rest were all people with no great potential. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. Zheng Lin took a piece of watermelon by himself, seduced the daughter out of Tang Qing's arms. Chai Rin apologized. Tang Qing, there are too many people today and the villa is small, so I can only let you sit on a stool. It doesn't matter, it's the same. Tang Qing did not sit down, and he was not tired. We didn't chat for long. Chai Rin's father also came after get off work. Xiao Tang, you're here. When Chai Guoqiang saw Tang Qing, a smile appeared on his majestic face. Hello, Director Chai. Tang Qing said hurriedly, Director, Chai Guoqiang's position. You young people chat, I'm going up. After saying that, Chai Guoqiang went upstairs, where there were the elders of the Zhan family and his father. Seeing Chai Guoqiang coming upstairs, The juniors all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were relatives, it was difficult for them to let go. For the next half hour, office workers and friends from other families arrived one after another. Tang Qing made a rough calculation and found that there were 100 people coming to this full moon wine, most of them from 2 families. It's really a big family. I didn't feel much before. Now compare with others. The Tang family seems to be very thin. It's approaching evening. Open the banquet. The entire 10 tables were filled with ingredients provided by Tang Qing, which Chai Ren had booked during the summer vacation. Tang Qing also charged a lot of money for materials and processing fees, and all the ingredients used were pretty good. It's not that I don't want to use the best. It's a silly crab with a diameter of 1 meter. Can it be served? To know. The silly crab is a blue crab. Just crab roe. One is enough for the table. If there was only 1 crab on each table, the full moon wine would be too weird. The mutated ingredients were too big to be used, so we could only use something that was not too illegal. But even so, it also amazed the people at the table. This crab is so big, I'm afraid it's not a king crab. You're stupid. How are king crabs and blue crabs the same? They're both crabs, and they have crab claws. But it smells good, and I haven't had an appetite for a long time. This cook is really good. Haven't you started yet? I can't help it anymore. A teenage girl looked at it eagerly. She wanted to catch a crab, but her mother knocked her twice with chopsticks. When Chai Ren announced that it was ready to eat, the young people's table suddenly became lively. It's delicious, it's delicious. It's so delicious. Wait, leave some for me. I'm your brother. What's wrong with my brother? That's why he has to give in to his sister. Chai Ren and Zheng Lin looked at each other. Although they had expected it, they didn't expect it to be so crazy. They had eaten it often before, so they had some resistance. This was the first time they ate it, and they didn't know what shut up meant. Seeing my junior so ungraceful. As if they had not eaten in 8 lifetimes, the elders of the 2 families felt that their appetites had greatly increased. If he had known that there was nothing wrong with his ingredients, Tang Qing would have thought that something had been added to them. The scene was very strange. Lin Jiaxue stretched out her chopsticks and found that they were almost gone. It doesn't matter. Our chef is here, and there are enough ingredients. We will cook it later, Tang Qing said. Lin Jiaxue put down her chopsticks. Okay. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were drinking juice and did not participate. Tang Qing, why don't you eat such delicious food? Lu Ying's mouth was full of food, and she didn't care about her image. She hadn't experienced the fun of grabbing food for many years. As long as you like it. What do you mean? Lu Ying asked doubtfully. Today's chef is from the Tang Qing family, and the ingredients are very precious, so don't waste them. Chai Ren came over at this time and patted Tang Qing on the shoulder. My old man asked you to go to their table. Go, Joshua, I'll watch. At the same time, Zheng Lin's wife said. Tang Qing came to Chai Guoqiang's table. There were all men here, and the female family members were at another table. He found that there was no simple person on it. Not even Chai Ren's grandfather was there. Being in this country, Tang Qing could not help but take this group of people seriously, even with his current achievements. It is also impossible to treat the 2 former bosses and a large number of leaders above the ministerial level as nothing. Come to the table. Tang Qing, this is my grandfather, this is Zhan's grandfather, this is my uncle, this is my uncle. Chai Ren introduced Tang Qing one by one. Looking at Tang Qing, the 2 families have different attitudes. The Zhan family is mostly curious, while the Chai family is friendly. Xiao Tang, sit down quickly. Chai Ren's grandfather Chai Jiawen said kindly. Yes, Mr. Chai. Tang Qing sat next to Chai Ren and found that everyone else was staring at him. Xiao Tang, these ingredients of yours have some background. Chai Jiawen looked at Tang Qing and said. Tang Qing said, you can just like it. The cultivation method of these fruits and vegetables is quite special, and the cost is very expensive, so the output is not high, but they are all green and healthy food. That's a pity. I thought they could be promoted on a large scale. Chai Jiawen was a little disappointed. Zhan Shi's grandfather asked, Tang Qing, do you usually eat this? Yes. The vegetables outside don't feel very authentic. Tang Qing said it a bit euphemistically. You mean the pesticides exceeded the standard? Yes. Tang Qing nodded. Jean's second grandfather said, there is nothing we can do about it. On the premise of pursuing yield and quality, it is difficult for growers not to use chemical pesticides. Otherwise, a large number of pests and diseases will make them unable to harvest. It is not a solution in the long run. Of course, the relevant departments will not sit still and have been thinking of solutions, but the progress is slow. Some people recommend using genetic modification to reduce pests and diseases, but it is difficult for ordinary people to accept the risks. The United States is also hateful. Most of the soybeans and corn exported are genetically modified. You can't buy it anywhere else. I think Russia can grow soybeans and get rid of its dependence on U.S. agricultural products. It's a policy. This floor, it went crooked too quickly. Chai Ren's grandfather quickly stopped. Okay, this topic is over. Look, you all treat this as a conference room. Xiao Tang don't mind. This is their habit. They can talk about policies in just 3 or 5 sentences. I quite like hearing it. What else could Tang Qing say? This was the only standard answer. I also watched the program you recorded on CCTV before. It was very good. Our Chinese excellent culture has a long history. Companies like Comet should take the lead and improve the overall level of the industry. This is also our purpose. Civilization is just a bit of Aaron Carr. After everyone generally accepts it, we will incorporate some elements of Chinese culture into it later. We are also willing to cooperate with other domestic counterparts to jointly promote the spread of Chinese culture. Chatting with the leaders. He is still older and can only be serious. Finish talking about food safety. Talk about culture. After talking about culture, they then talked about economy, energy, real estate, and finance. It was probably because Tang Qing was here that they rarely heard anything about home affairs. Chai Run, who usually talks a lot, has turned into a drinker. Tang Qing drank silently, because he knows. He was invited here not to speak, but to express his close attitude and get to know the core of the Chai family. More than an hour later, except for their table, all the other tables were filled with people lying on their backs, all of whom were full of food. Chai Ren said that there would be no such shop after passing this village. A table costs 50,000 yuan, which is still the cost and friendly discount price. 50,000 per table. It's not that they can't afford it, it's that it's rare. After meal, finish eating, everyone goes back to their homes. Chai Ren's house suddenly became empty, with Tang Qing remaining at the end. Because Chai Ren said that Chai Guoqiang had something to talk to him about. Zheng Lin and his wife stayed here to help clean up the situation and wait for Tang Qing. You definitely can't live here. Second floor. Study. Chai Guoqiang, Chai Jiawen, Chai Run, Tang Qing. There was a bit of silence at first. Xiao Tang, thank you for helping my Chai family several times. Chai Jiawen was the first to speak. Tang Qing said modestly, I didn't do anything, but I got someone else's credit. Chai Jiawen said with a smile, but without you, we wouldn't have the relationship we have now. When I heard about it, I wasn't afraid to tell you, and I also had people check your friend. However, except for what we already knew, nothing else could be found. Only by hiding in the darkness can you protect yourself. The deeper you go, the safer you are. This is what my friend said. Tang Qing said. Chai Jiawen also agrees. Unknown. It's the safest. Well said. The world under the sun is not a beautiful place. In addition to thanking you for calling you here this time, I also hope that you will not get involved too deeply, otherwise you will be easily caught. Please give me some advice. Tang Qing squinted. Your special guard. Chai Jiawen pointed out. How do you say that? Tang Qing asked knowingly. Chai Jiawen said bluntly. It's okay if you help them solve their work problems, and it's okay to send them to work in Africa, but don't let them get involved in any conflicts related to the regional situation, otherwise they will be very troublesome. Of course, I'm just doing serious business, and I won't let them do dirty work, let alone cause trouble for the country. Tang Qing promised. These words, the three of them felt strange in their hearts. Chai Jiawen continued. That's good. This is what I said above. We can't stop normal business practices, but after all, you are hiring retired soldiers. If Western countries want to find trouble and say that we're deploying arms in Africa, it will be difficult to distinguish. Understood. Tang Qing nodded. Then, Chai Joan talked about another thing. Also, have you built a steel plant in the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Yes, because they are optimistic about the market there. After all, there are no decent steel plants in their country. I think it is very interesting. Tang Qing said. Chai Joan suddenly said, our family is also planning to build a factory there, but it's not a steel factory. What is that? Tang Qing was really a little strange. For such business matters, Chai Ren came forward, and Chai Joan needed to say it himself. It was really inconsistent with his status. Energy and chemical industry. Tang Qingqi said, this should have nothing to do with me. You're familiar with it. If I want to use your relationship, it will be easier in all aspects. Chai Joan explained the reason. Then welcome. They're neighbors. Everyone takes care of each other. But that is Sadic's territory. Do you need to give him anything? Tang Qing gave him the most direct plan. $1 million. Bring it to his office. Everything will be no problem. What if he goes back on his word and embezzles our property? He has tens of thousands of people. Within 10 steps, the enemy will be wiped out. What's the point of having more people? If he doesn't abide by the rules, someone will deal with him. Tang Qing finally figured out that what the Chai family was talking about this time was not the Chai family's business. Chai Joan stared at Tang Qing's eyes. Okay, you don't need any investment in this company. You only have 20% of the shares. Tang Qing looked at Chai Joan in surprise. Look at each other for a few seconds. Tang Qing smiled and said, deal. The next day, morning, Chai Ren came to Chiu Palace. That project yesterday. The soldiers have investigated the whole story. It's not complicated at all. It's just that Tang Qing steel plant is in a great location. It is located in the middle of Africa and radiates to 5 surrounding countries. If the transportation is improved in the future, its market will be able to radiate to at least 12 surrounding countries. 12 countries with almost no markets. Such a feng shui treasure. Some families in China were also very interested, so they asked the Chai family to help them connect. After a detailed investigation, we found out that Tang Qing's company was very successful there, and that his family, no matter how great it was in China, would not be able to survive in Africa and would be eaten up by others. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it will definitely not be smooth sailing. At last, a total of 1. It would be better to attract more people to enter the market, and finally the current model was formed. A total of 5 families came in, got involved in energy and chemical industries, and established a company respectively. In 2 companies, they hold shares. The Chai family is the second largest shareholder after them and has to contribute money. Tang Qing is the 3rd largest shareholder and cannot pay a penny. This is what the Chai family has won for Tang Qing. Those families are not stingy people. Once the market opens, they will get money for nothing. As long as they make money in the general direction, there's no need to care too much. Although the shares given to Tang Qing are a bit too much, it should be treated as a friendship and a good relationship. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. Big families are not necessarily profit-seeking. Many times they do things very grandly. Of course, Tang Qing accepted it happily. This potato, well, may be a bit hot to others, but to him, it can only be called warm. Tang Qing, I'm sorry about what happened last night. I didn't know in advance that my grandfather would talk to you about that matter. Chai Ren began to apologize as soon as he came up, and he was caught off guard. It doesn't matter. If I got a big deal, why should I blame you? Tang Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, that's good. Let's set off. Chai Ren said happily, okay. Tang Qing will return to Shanghai in the afternoon. This morning, we made an appointment to check out the real estate company's largest project in the capital. The Jinghua Plaza in the capital was a good piece of land that Chai Ren spent a lot of effort to acquire. The main part of the commercial plaza has been completed. Tang Qing rarely comes here. Drop by and have a look. An hour and a half later, they arrive at the place. As soon as he got off the car, Chai Ren complained, oh my God, the traffic jam in Beijing is getting worse and worse. What will we do in the future? Tang Qing said, expand to the surrounding areas, satellite cities, high-speed rail, new districts, and divert the population. Cars can divert the traffic, but if the growth rate of cars is too fast, the population diversion may not be able to keep up. At this point, Tang Qing thought of Xiong'an New Area. In 11 years, Xiong'an New Area will be established, it seems. It has nothing to do with him. 11 years later, he probably no longer cares about this small amount of money. But this reminded him of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Now, due to the agglomeration of industry and capital, the population of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone is growing rapidly. Although the two new states of Shan State and Ku State have been integrated into Myanmar, it is still difficult to retain many people. In addition, the Myanmar media has completely opened up its reporting on the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, which has become the forefront of Myanmar's economic reform, a bit like China's Guangzhou Shenzhen status back then. It attracts huge labor force from neighboring countries. To this end, several small towns in the special zone have begun to expand outwards at a very fast rate. Tang Qing estimates that in another 3 to 5 years, the pressure on traffic due to the population density there will also appear. Freight pressure is the most troublesome. It seems it's time to find someone to share the burden. As Myanmar's largest neighbor, China, it is very good. Look, I spent a lot of effort to get this location. The surrounding areas are mainly commercial. Although it is not as good as Sanlitun and Shidan, we have great potential here. Pointing to a huge construction site, Chai Run explained excitedly. In fact, he usually paid little attention to real estate projects, but Tang Qing was here, and he was the one who got him involved. Of course, he had to describe a bright future. Most of our shops have been rented out, but there are still a few shops in good locations reserved for your Shangtang and Lu Qian's jewelry company. Knowing that Mengyan Jewelry has Tang Qing's shares, Chiron certainly has to take care of it. Tang Qing thought of Qingyuan Technology again. Young Master Chai, please leave me one more medium-sized shop. I can use it. What do you want to sell? Chiron asked. Mobile phone. Mobile phone? You're a Qingyuan Technology company. Yes, it will be released in May next year and listed in July. At that time, the shopping mall will also open. The Jinghua Plaza project, in addition to the commercial plaza, is an office building and a residential area. But the three projects are separate. Instead of using a commercial model on the lower floors of an office building, we built a huge 6-story shopping mall in order to recover the investment as quickly as possible and improve the level of shopping. Both office buildings and residential buildings are high-rise and will not be completed until at least the end of next year. And the shopping mall, if we work overtime, we will be able to open in the middle of next year. Chiron didn't expect the research and development speed to be so fast. Released in May? Is it finalized? The prototype is out. The prototype is not completely finalized yet, but the inside is almost done. Of course, Tang Qing would not tell the truth. What does it look like? Can I see it? Chiron was quite interested. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. Keep it a little mysterious. You will see it when it is released. If you really can't wait, you can check it out when I get it online. Chiron immediately shook his head. Forget it. I'll just wait for the final announcement and keep it suspenseful. That's it. I'll give you a few after the release in May. Tang Qing said. Of course Chiron was happy to get something for free. It's interesting, but you have to be prepared to lose money. It has been difficult for domestic mobile phones to make big breakthroughs in sales. Tang Qing rolled his eyes and said, You threw cold water at me off guard. Haha. No, business is both profitable and losing. I just want to inoculate you to prevent the gap from being too big. The media has no way of talking and is afraid of hurting your heart. Chiron laughed. Okay, wait until the time comes when your jaw drops. What Tang Qing wants is to shock Jobs' jaw. When Jobs is immersed in the success of the Apple generation, Tang Qing's mobile phone will give him a slap in the face. As for whether it would piss Steve off to death, he wasn't worried. He didn't want anyone to die of illness. As long as that person didn't seek death, it would be difficult for him to die. Jobs died of cancer 4 years later. By then, his cancer treatment drugs would have been launched. That's best. If you want to sell mobile phones, would you like me to help you contact the 3 major operators to sell mobile phones? They have the most outlets. If we cooperate, It will be very beneficial to your mobile phone sales. That's for sure. I'll thank you in advance. Tang Qing nodded and signed a contract phone. How could he let go of such a good sales method? Not just domestically. It takes a lot of time to negotiate with operators and apply for sales qualifications in various countries. Fortunately, the whole process is very familiar. Within 1.5 months after the pre-sale, Qingyuan Technology can complete the network access licenses for all major consumer countries. At the latest, it will be the end of August. After all, you can't apply with a mobile phone drawing. You also need to have the finished product and various test reports, as well as some basic license certificates. When you submit the summary, they still have to go through the process and test it. Sometimes, the efficiency of Western countries is not as good as that of developing countries. 3 p.m. Farewell, Chai Rin. Tang Qing boarded the plane back to Shanghai. What left Tang Qing speechless the most was, he will make another trip next month, because in early December, the 2006 China Business Leaders Annual Conference will be held in the capital, and almost all China's business leaders will attend. There were also many scholars, state-owned enterprise bosses, and senior government officials present. They were kindly invited, but their attitude was very low. Tang Qing was too embarrassed to refuse, so he simply agreed. Since he is also a businessman, he should learn to slowly integrate into the Chinese business circle. Maverick doesn't mean it's unkind. On the plane, Tang Qing was watched again. Tang Qing, can we take a photo? It's really Tang Qing. Is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. What's your surname? I'm the chairman of Fengqing Real Estate Group. My name is... Looking at the enthusiastic faces, I can't say I hate it because it represents his popularity, but it also makes Tang Qing a little helpless. Some people are always staring at him. Please, you are a man. Suddenly, Tang Qing had the idea of buying a private jet, and it's out of control. Okay, we have money. Let's build one. Tang Qing decided instantly to buy one. Close your eyes. Choose for a while. He still chose the best-selling Gulfstream series. Although in the end, all the screws would have to be replaced by those scientists, the money was indispensable. Build a private jet. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone cannot use this kind of big move, yet it has to find a shell. Certainly, he wouldn't be so foolish as to buy a brand new one. Just buy a second-hand thing and treat it as scrap. Thinking about it, Tang Qing feels a bit stupid. Spending tens of millions to buy it for scrap is probably the only one he can do. Soon, the soldiers found out that there was a second-hand Gulfstream G550 for sale and immediately asked a soldier to contact the other party. When he got off the plane, the warriors negotiated a deal for $32 million. In the car, Tang Qing dialed Chai Ren's number. Tang Qing, you're getting off the plane. There was a ring, and Chai Ren answered. Yes, Mr. Chai. I have something to ask you for help. I just made a decision to buy a private jet. This time I plan to buy a second-hand one. I have been waiting for a new aircraft from Gulfstream for too long. Tang Qing said simply. When he heard that Tang Qing wanted to buy a plane, Chai Ren knew that he must have been harassed. When will the plane arrive? Within 5 days, Tang Qing said. Chai Ren immediately promised. Leave the formalities to me. If you hurry, I can get it for you early next month. This thing is unlike others, and the review is stricter. Tang Qing said, I understand. Give me a list of what information is needed, and I will have someone prepare it. Okay. The call ended. Chai Ren contacted a few friends. Policies change frequently, and you have to ask professionals. Within 2 hours, a list was sent to Tang Qing's mailbox using the SkyEye system. At this time, the purchase of the aircraft has been completed, but it was not purchased in Tang Qing's name. It's the Comet Group. Using a company to buy this kind of transportation can save a lot of things. Moreover, private jets are not allowed to be registered under an individual's name in China. It must be a corporate entity. 2 days later, the plane's formalities in the United States were completely completed. 11 p.m. Taking off from Nevada, USA, the direct flight destination is Qingyuan City Airport. Because the Shanghai airport is too busy, there is no empty hangar for him to park the plane. Qingyuan City Airport is big enough to park. This is also the most troublesome thing about domestic private jets. The aircraft can only be managed in custody, and airport management is not as flexible as abroad. Where to park it after buying it is a headache. Qingyan Municipal Airport has a rental hangar in its design. It will also be easier to go through the formalities, and it can be used as a car for the second uncle. Just when Tang Qing's plane flew over the Pacific Ocean. USA. Apple headquarters. Large conference room. The company's senior executives were looking through the documents in their hands. Page after page, I read it very carefully. The more I read, the worse the expressions on my face became. In the end, the expressions became a bit incredible, and many people began to say FUCK and other common greetings. In the file, it is the intelligence collected by their special business department from various partners in the past 2 months. China, a place where it is impossible for an opponent to appear. Suddenly one appeared. In this way, they were caught off guard. In the report, one side is Qingyuan Technology's parameter requirements for major companies, and the other side is Apple's first-generation machine. A comparison of the two sides shows that although the gap is not big, it does exist. Smartphone. In addition to Apple, all major mobile phone manufacturers and communication companies are researching, but most of them are old wine with new wine. Only Qingyuan Technology is different. It can be said that it is very thoughtful in all aspects. After analysis by professionals, Qingyuan Technology smartphones are a threat to us in at least 3 aspects. First, pixels. Their camera uses 4 million pixels, which is twice as high as our first-generation machine. Second, judging from the size of the motherboard, its screen-to-body ratio is not small. It is likely that it has also learned from ours and has only a few buttons. However, we cannot know the exact appearance and number of buttons for the time being. Third, there is the chip. They have signed a supply contract with Qualcomm for the latest ultra-high-performance chip. The first batch totals 5 million units, which is very generous. Taken together, we have another opponent, but because we don't understand its appearance, design, operating system, internal programs, function settings, and other data, we can only take active defensive measures. After Jobs finished speaking, he looked at the executives below and continued. So, I suggest investing in Qingyuan Technology. It won't cost much before it has grown up. We are still not sure whether Qingyuan Technology is a threat and whether such hasty investment is a little too fast. A senior executive questioned. But I have a bad feeling because its owner is now the richest man in mainland China, with assets exceeding tens of billions of dollars. It is not in our interests for such a rival to grow. Jobs insisted. We acquired it at a premium. Tang Qing invested nearly $300 million in it. From the perspective of microcrystal technology, he is not a person who likes to hold on to all his shares, as long as there are enough benefits. What if he still doesn't sell? Someone asked. Then let's fight. Jobs was a proud man. In a competition, he could lose to his opponents in terms of product quality and design, and he didn't bother to sabotage Tang Qing's project. At least, when Qingyuan Technology has not really threatened Apple, there's no need to use disgusting methods. Soon, authorized by Apple's internal board of directors, allow Steve Jobs to invest in Qingyuan Technology. Same as Steve Jobs. Also receiving these messages were major international communications giants. However, this did not attract their attention, because from the perspective of competitors, Apple seems to be more threatening. It is just a Qingyuan Technology. Based on the scattered information collected so far, no matter how you analyze it, it is temporarily harmless, and they have another powerful opponent to face. Zhihua Technology. Its 4G technology has posed a considerable threat to them. In Myanmar, after months of testing, no problems were found, proving that the company's technology is excellent. Operators in many countries have developed strong interest. Selling mobile phones? It has never been the main business of these communication giants. Now, they can only negotiate with Zhihua Technology to cooperate in 4G products. But as long as there is an opportunity, they will never succumb to this Chinese company. November 18th, Saturday. Tang Qing had just finished morning practice. I got a call from Steve Jobs. Last night, Tianyan received an email from Apple, agreeing to call at this time. It was not because Jobs couldn't get Tang Qing's number, but because it was a necessary process and no one would be embarrassed. Otherwise, it's very annoying if you can't get through, or they don't answer, or the time is inconvenient. For Steve Jobs, Tang Qing really admired him. Because he created an era, he is the idol of countless people both at home and abroad. Entrepreneurs and those engaged in the internet often talk about becoming the second Steve Jobs, but few want to be the second Ma Yun. Thus, it can be seen that Jobs' weight in the hearts of a generation can be seen. Even if you were reborn, even though he might surpass Apple in terms of products in the future, Tang Qing still felt that Steve Jobs was a great person. He, Tang Qing, was just standing on the shoulders of the era. "Hello, Mr. Jobs," Tang Qing said. Jobs greeted, "Hello, China's richest man. It's a pleasure to speak with you. I don't know if you have any advice." Tang Qing asked knowingly. "Qing Technology. We at Apple are very interested and want to invest." Jobs didn't get too close and went straight to the point. "Don't sell. Won't you listen to our price?" "No." Tang Qing refused very willfully and wanted to buy the bottom of his company. It was a good idea. Jobs felt extremely hurt. This way of speaking made Jobs feel the fearless vitality of young people who do whatever they want, like a junior. Jobs smiled inwardly, which was a bit interesting. "I wonder why?" Jobs asked. Tang Qing said in very standard English, "First of all, it naturally stems from my self-confidence. I have high hopes for this company. If I offer a price, it will definitely be a number that Apple cannot accept. In this case, there is no need to quote. Secondly, Mr. Jobs, your life experience makes me respect you very much. Without you, Apple would not be where it is today. Therefore, I have always had a goal, which is to surpass you. Now, if we cooperate, it will deviate from my goal. Please give me a chance to surpass your chance." After listening to Tang Qing's words, Jobs opened his mouth. Don't even know what to say. Tang Qing first praised him to the sky with a high hat, and then told him, "I won't cooperate with you because I need an opponent to defeat, so don't even think about it." Such a reason for rejection. This was the first time Steve Jobs heard it, and he had a completely playing in the world mentality, thinking of my experiences for most of my life. Suddenly, he seemed to understand Tang Qing's pride of "I want to conquer the sky." This young man, it's really not simple. This kind of heart is not something ordinary people can have. Haha, that's why I like you. Jobs smiled very happily. Me too. Jobs knew that there was no possibility of successful acquisition for the time being. So he said, "Okay, I'll give you this opportunity, but I want to know when your smartphone will go on sale." "Late next year, it's still early," Tang Qing said bluntly. "Thank you. Regarding smartphones, I think we will have a lot to talk about." Jobs also wanted to talk about mobile phones. "You should know that I can't give you the answer before it is officially released." Tang Qing shook his head. Jobs said disappointedly, "Understood. If that's the case, let's see whose product is popular. I'm looking forward to it." Me too. Jobs was not an idle person, and he didn't like to chat. Without saying a few words, he said goodbye to Tang Qing. Tang Qing didn't think so. Apple knows very little. It is impossible to measure the threat level of Qing Technology's mobile phones. The most important things of a smartphone are appearance, performance, operating system, and applications. The data Apple gets is for individual parts. It has little analytical value. As for the operating system, applications, and appearance, even the internal employees of Qing Technology can only know how powerful this mobile phone is until the engineering prototype is released at the end of April. First-generation machine. Tang Qing plans to make it as classic as Apple IV. Not just performance in all aspects, but also quality. iPhone 4, even 7 or 8 years after its release, is still used by many people, and it is very durable, while other mobile phones are thrown away after a few years. Gap. That's how it came about. First-generation machine. It must be made into a classic. USA. Apple headquarters. He's not willing. Vice President Gao asked. Jobs put his mobile phone on his desk, walked to the window, folded his hands, and said slowly, "Yes, Tang Qing's mobile phone will not be launched until late next year. Probably not much later than ours. Forget it. A Chinese company cannot make big waves. He is Tang Qing. You are still Jobs." Haha, that's right. Jobs smiled on his face, but he was getting more and more uneasy in his heart. Apple's first-generation mobile phone was about to be released, but it was still more than 6 months before it was launched. At that time, if Tang Qing's mobile phone was released, it would definitely have an impact. As for how big the impact is, he doesn't know. Old man, let's step up the investigation and see what their operating system, programs, and appearance look like. We can't be unprepared. Jobs still couldn't rest assured. Okay. Wan Yu, a Java technician. Luo Chong was poached by Qingyuan Technology with a high salary, and soon reached the position of junior manager, leading a small team to develop the display part of Qingyuan Technology's smartphone operating system. After get off work, invited. When you came to a hot pot restaurant. Here we come. Pang Yulian, a former company colleague, greeted him with a smile when he arrived at the appointed box. When he put his bag on the chair. Why are you so kind and treat me to hot pot? I miss you. Pang Yu opened a bottle of beer for Wan Yu. Wan Yu didn't believe it. Nonsense, who is this? He was talking about a middle-aged man he didn't recognize next to Pang Yu. Pang Yu introduced. A friend named Lu Xiaojia is a senior technician in a company. He is very capable. We met him on the road, and let's get together. His skills are not weak. You can make friends. Nice to meet you. Wan Yu extended his hand. Lu Xiaojia asked casually. Nice to meet you. Where does Brother Wan work? An unknown company. Wan Yu said modestly. Pang Yu said, what an unknown company. That's Tang Qing's company, the richest man in the mainland, which makes people envious. If the boss didn't treat me so badly now, I would be ready to quit. Qingyuan Technology? What do you do? Lu Xiaojia asked. Designing a mobile phone. I wonder what kind of mobile phone it is. I don't know either. It hasn't been finalized yet. Wan Yu shook his head. The company's confidentiality work was so strict that he had never seen it before. Once there was any violation, he would be kicked out of the company as soon as possible. This line, if you're kicked out, your reputation will be ruined. Can you take a look? I'm very curious, Pang Yu said suddenly. Wan Yu was stunned. Immediately a string in my heart was plucked. These words, and this meal. To make him alert, could he have some other motive? He and Pang Yu were in the same company before, and they left one after another. Suddenly, he made an appointment and introduced a stranger. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like he had ulterior motives. Think of this. Wan Yu frowned. You're not here specifically to inquire about this, are you? During this period, the company held several meetings, requiring them to strengthen their awareness of confidentiality, be careful with their words and actions, and beware of questions from strangers. In front of you. It fits a scene mentioned in the company's meeting. Pang Yu and Lu Xiaojia's faces froze. Pang Yu smiled and said, how is it possible? I'm just curious about what kind of mobile phone our richest man is going to develop. I'm just curious. Don't think too much and come and eat. Of course, when you didn't believe it immediately. Really? Of course. Pang Yu and Lu Xiaojia said confidently. That's good. Our company's confidentiality regulations are very strict. If violated, the consequences will be serious. Don't ask questions like this again. I'm just a small technician and my knowledge is limited. Even when I leave the company, I'm not allowed to bring storage devices, and personal computers are not allowed to have backups of work programs. After finishing speaking, Wan Yu rinsed a piece of hairy belly. The spicy taste stimulated the mouth. Wan Yu was so hot that he quickly swallowed it. He took a sip of cold beer with a satisfied look on his face. It tasted so good when it was cold and hot. Listen to Wan Yu say this. Your company disrespects talents so much that it lets you go as if to guard against thieves. Pang Yu said dissatisfied. Wan Yu shook his head slightly. No, the company is not at fault. It's because some people really lack a basic work attitude and leaked a lot of company information. That's why we have such strict regulations now. It's understandable. You still speak for the company? That's the fact. Taking people's money and doing things for others. Some people's hands are dirty, which is why the company is forced to do this. Wan Yu shook his head. He was also a leader after all, and he still had this awareness. Your official tone is so smooth. I'm telling the truth. A hot pot meal. Wan Yu has determined that the purpose of these two people is to inquire about Qingyuan technology products. It is a bit exaggerated to say that they are commercial spies, but they are definitely here for what he knows. After meal, Yu settled the bill first and left, rejecting the invitation to sing and wash feet. He couldn't bear it, nor dare, after Yu left. It's boring. I didn't ask anything. There's a long way to go, and he's not the only one in Qingyuan technology. Early morning, after Lin Jiaxue fell asleep, Tang Qing came to the training area. I saw a huge airport on the edge of an uninhabited city. There are hundreds of aircraft of various sizes docked, including more than 50 combat drones and about 30 armed helicopters from various countries. The rest are fighter jets from various countries that Tang Qing came to play with. With his learning ability, just fly a plane. The difficulty is really not too high. After the new mall products were unlocked, he bought these to play with, but he got tired of them after playing them for a few times because the space in the training area was really not too big for him to fly as much as he wanted. In addition to what is displayed outside, a large amount of flight equipment is also stored in the hangar, including transport aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, and even bomber aircraft. If it hadn't been recycled last time, Tang Qing would have sold it long ago. On the huge airport runway, a familiar plane was parked there. Gulfstream G550. This is not the one bought from the United States, but made by scientists. No matter the appearance, interior, or structure, they're exactly the same as the Gulfstream G550. Otherwise, it will not pass the machine inspection. What is different is the interior and some equipment, such as engine. It looks similar, but the internal differences are very big. The fuel utilization rate has been increased by 40%, increasing the range to 18,000 kilometers, and the structure of the fuselage has been overall reinforced. Besides, a new onboard weapons system has also been added to the aircraft, just in case. However, in a few days, I have to go to Beijing for a machine inspection. None of these things have been installed yet. In order to ensure that the aircraft is not recognized and no clues are discovered, the maintenance personnel are hired from abroad, and of course they are soldiers. Tangy, can you fly? Tang Qing was excitedly preparing for his maiden flight. Come back to the commander-in-chief. The fuel has been filled and the equipment has been tested. There are no problems. Okay. After saying that, Tang Qing quickly got on the plane. No co-pilot. Tang Qing can fly more than a dozen types of aircraft, so he can learn new aircraft types incredibly quickly. Tang Qing was seen sitting in the plane. Within 5 minutes, the plane took off with a unique roar. Fly a plane. Is it difficult? Certainly. It's not simple either, although he fell a dozen times in the beginning. But I still learned that it wasn't. Talk about crashing a plane. Tang Qing thought of Asan. In the past 40 years, Asan and his crew have crashed more than 1,000 planes, as if they were a daily routine. Sometimes they crashed several planes a month, never getting tired of it, and going further and further on this road. To this neighbor, Tang Qing is also a submissive. I really don't know where they can have such a big heart. They just make accidents a normal thing. If they don't fall into dozens of fights every year, it feels like their life has been wasted. Boy, let's have some exciting chasing. After spinning around a few times and getting excited, Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. He just finished speaking. A projection appeared on the bridge in front of the plane. At the same time, not far from the airport, 2 round objects with tail flames were chasing the aircraft, and an alarm went off in the cab. Only then did Tang Qing remember that this aircraft was for civilian use, and it seemed that it was not equipped with weapons. Unlike other aircraft, the mall gives away a full load of weapons for free. Nature. Induce. There is no bomb. A pat on the head. Seeing that contact was about to come in 10 seconds, Tang Qing quickly stopped. Second servant, cancel the attack. Yes, Commander. The weapon turned. Only 15 seconds. There were 2 loud noises in the sea. The water spray was blown up to a height of more than 10 meters. Most of the airplanes that Tang Qing had thrown had been damaged by him in this way. When he was dodging, the airplane stalled and hit the ground directly, turning into a ball of fire. Certainly, Tang Qing will naturally not lose a hair. He can withdraw at any time. Half an hour later, the Gulfstream G550 slowly stopped on the runway. Although it had some exciting accelerations and decelerations, as well as ultra-low altitude flying, it almost fell again. Fortunately, it was safe and landed safely. The ground crew quickly came up for inspection. That's what airplanes are like. Every time a mission is completed, it will be inspected and come back for a thorough inspection every month. Unlike a car, an airplane has too many parts that are still in the sky. Even if the materials are good, they cannot be careless. For the next 2 weeks, Peng Yu and Liu Xiaojia made appointments with many technical staff from Qingyuan Technology, inviting them to eat and play under various pretexts. Thinking that Wan Yu is a special case, they can find out what they want from other people. However, in the end, I found that my work was all in vain. In addition to the good internal confidentiality system of Qingyuan Technology, some of the employees they were looking for were even department managers, but they really didn't seem to know any valuable secrets. First, regarding the appearance design, I couldn't find the relevant personnel. Second, I know a lot about operating systems. However, with the current development progress of Qingyuan Technology's operating system, it is completely like an indescribable thing. It is impossible to understand what it will look like when combined. As for the buttons, interface, and functions, they only knew the basics. They asked a bribe insider, and the person actually told him that he didn't know who was doing this. Interdepartmental communication within the company is minimal. Such a result, how to compare? Cafe. Peng Yu asked distressedly, "What should I do? What else can we do?" Report it truthfully. There are 2 explanations for the current situation. First, Tang Qing's confidentiality work was too good and he was deceived by them. Second, he has another group of designers. The ones we come into contact with are all low-level designers. Liu Xiaojia continued, "I really want to agree with the former, but my reason tells me that the latter is more likely." Tang Qing handed over the design of key technologies to a research and development team that we don't know about. Forget it, we tried our best. We spent half a month here and important people couldn't make appointments. There is no result if we continue. Their network cannot be broken into by our hackers for the time being. Annoying. After that, Liu Xiaojia stood up, made a phone call. 5 minutes later, Liu Xiaojia said to Peng Yu with a relaxed look, "Let's go back. The headquarters has lost patience. They will send others to handle it. It has nothing to do with us." Commercial espionage? Peng Yu thought of this instantly. Liu Xiaojia said nonchalantly, "Who knows? It's none of our business anyway. Yeah, let's go get some skewers. I want to eat hot pot. Let's make a compromise. Let's eat skewers." What you said makes sense. December 5th. With the help of Chai Ren, all the procedures for the private jet have been completed, the pilots, flight attendants, and maintenance personnel have been arranged, and a long-term contract has been signed for the hangar. To this end, Qingyuan City Airport is also preparing to expand more. As Tang Qing, if foreign super-rich people arrive in Qingyuan City in the future, there must be a place to park. If local rich people also start flying, the market will be huge and they can make a lot more money every year. The airport is located in the outer suburbs. Land is very cheap, and hangar rentals, but it's very expensive. December 8th, Friday. As soon as school is over in the afternoon, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue rush to the airport. Tomorrow is the day when the 2006 China Business Leaders Annual Conference will be held. Tang Qing was invited as a guest and planned to go there tonight. Otherwise, with the congestion in the capital in the morning, he would definitely not be able to make it to the opening ceremony tomorrow. Accompanying, there are also Lin Jiaxue's 3 roommates. Tomorrow and the next 2 days are weekends. Tang Qing originally planned to let Lin Jiaxue stay in Shanghai, and the 3 of them would go shopping with her. But later the women put their heads together and decided that the 4 of them would go shopping in the capital while Tang Qing attended the meeting. Anyway, the fixed cost of flying is there. With more people, the cost will not increase. If there are fewer people, the cost will not go down. 6:30. They came to the airport. The Gulfstream has arrived at the Shanghai Stock Exchange and is parked in a special area. Security check completed. Take the special passage. Soon, Tang Qing saw the Gulfstream G550 that he almost knocked to the ground a few days ago. The outer coating was white at the top and blue at the bottom. It was a bit like a civil aviation aircraft, without any non-mainstream full-body paint. Tang Qing thinks it's better to be simple. Moreover, if you want to change the paint of the aircraft, you have to go to the original company, which is very troublesome. So beautiful. Ning Jing ran over, touched the smooth fuselage, and exclaimed in admiration. Of course, converted into RMB, it's at least 200 million. Zheng Ro turned to look at Tang Qing. Almost. After admiring the appearance. Come to the plane. The clean and luxurious interior once again amazed the girls. They touched here and looked there. Everyone, sit down and fasten your seatbelts. We're about to take off. Looking at his watch, Tang Qing said to the girls, the Shanghai airport is very busy. You can stop for a while, but the runway takeoff must be arranged in order. If you miss it this time, you'll have to wait at least half an hour next time. Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue to sit down. The plane started to move. So slow. Tang Qing curled his lips. He likes to accelerate quickly when flying a plane, even like drag racing. He starts to make sharp turns on the ground runway, fully applying his driving skills to the plane, and even takes off inside the city in the training area. Such a standard flight. Looking at the large and small aircrafts that frequently took off and landed around him, Tang Qing wanted to go over and replace the soldier and show off his skills. However, if this happened, the pilot soldier would probably be laid off. The plane took off on the runway. The jet engine blasted out high-speed airflow, propelling the aircraft to accelerate. After only more than 300 meters, the nose of the aircraft pointed towards the blue sky. This high-end aircraft does not have high requirements for the length of the runway. Takeoff and landing can be completed in a relatively short distance. The main reason is that the aircraft is relatively light. If those large passenger planes want to fly, they need longer runways. It's flying. It's my first time to fly on this kind of plane. When I went to Europe before, I only used their helicopter for viewing, and it didn't feel very good. Zheng Ro took the camera and kept taking pictures outside. Following the agreement with Tang Qing, he and Lin Jiaxue were not allowed to be photographed. Wait until the plane flies smoothly. They unbuckle their seatbelts. Free movement in the cabin. Tang Qing, what are you thinking about? Zheng Ro asked when she saw Tang Qing looking out the window in a daze. I want to fly a plane. Tang Qing said casually. Zheng Ro sneered. Come on, you fly the plane, and we all have to parachute. Pretend I didn't say it. It's better not to show off this skill, so as not to scare others. Close to Beijing Airport. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the busy route at Beijing Airport, the plane is temporarily unable to land. We need to hover in the sky and wait for the terminal's arrangements. The captain announced on the radio. Can't land. Normally, the Beijing airport is so busy. It is a gathering place for domestic and international flights, and we are flying unplanned, so of course we will encounter this situation. Zheng Ro said nonchalantly. Then, does the plane have enough fuel? Guman asked worriedly. She asked after. The women all looked at Tang Qing. Tang Qing had no choice but to explain, don't worry, this plane can fly directly from Shanghai to Washington. It has a large fuel tank capacity and can fly for another 7 or 8 hours without any problem. If the efficiency improvement of the engine is considered, this plane is enough to fly until tomorrow morning. Look, the capital is beautiful at night. There are bright lights everywhere. Guman turned his eyes out the window. The plane could not fly over the city, but he could see the shining urban area of the capital in the distance. Jing Jing, who was sitting on the other side, leaned over and said, Let me take a look. It's really beautiful. Sister Zheng, take a snapshot. Zheng Ro immediately took a few pictures. I remember that in the capital city in the past 2 years, this kind of scene was basically invisible in winter. It was always gray. It seems that the filter has worked and the gas in the boiler has been filtered. Winter in the north and south. The biggest difference is the heating. Throughout the winter, people in the north rely on burning coal for heating. Once coal is burned, the sky becomes gray. Coupled with vehicle exhaust emissions, the air quality in most cities in the north in winter is polluted. A lot of it is heavy pollution weather. At the beginning of last month, heating was implemented in Beijing, but now there is no sign of the haze caused by heating. Jing Jing said, This filter is so powerful. I really don't know how much money that company made. At least tens of billions, right? I don't know. Tang Qing, do you know? Zhang Rou looked at Tang Qing, thinking that a business tycoon like Tang Qing had a broad career and knew a lot. So he knew such secrets if he didn't keep them all. What? That filter company. How much money did they make? Tang Qing rolled his eyes. I'm not from their company. How do I know? That's right. The girls continued to admire the sky over the capital at night. Let's talk about how much money the filter makes. Tang Qing was unable to give an accurate figure because its sales are still growing. Now, all Western developed countries have introduced zero-emission policies, forcing gas emission plants to install filters. Bills to install filters on cars have also been passed in various countries. No way. Public opinion cannot be violated. But the power of capital is also huge. In the end, those countries reach an agreement with major automobile manufacturers and, like China, agreed on a date when newly launched cars must be equipped with filters. Only then did those environmentalists give up. Everything is wonderful. Obviously, it's impossible, because filters have triggered the antitrust laws of Western countries. When filter sales increased significantly, many countries launched antitrust investigations on filters. USA, European Union, even some small countries are joining in the fun, and it has become a big deal now. Tang Qing, the initiator, also knows that it is the major automobile companies who are behind the scenes. The purpose is, of course, to discuss the Myanmar Environmental Technology Company, because they're forced to ask for filters. It's strange to be in a good mood. But Tang Qing was not worried. There is no precedent that says if you have a monopoly, the defendant will definitely win. Otherwise, Microsoft has long been broken up by the U.S. government, although many countries have launched antitrust investigations. However, it still cannot stop the sales of filters, just like the antitrust investigation in the United States cannot prevent Microsoft from continuing to monopolize PC operating systems. You investigate yours, and I sell mine. If you want to judge me, then let's talk about it. You say I have a monopoly. Sure. If I leave and the price of solutions with the same efficacy provided by other companies increases dozens of times, it will have nothing to do with me. If you want to judge me, at least someone must eat up the market I released. This is the reason why Tang Qing is not afraid. Antitrust definitions and judgments. Many times, the main consideration is whether there are substitutes. If there are, such as petrochemicals, steel smelting, etc., if it is monopolized by one company and you break it, there will definitely be new entrants. But high-tech monopoly is different. You don't let others sell it. There will be no new entrants offering similar products and services. On the stage, if Johnny is gone, at least you have to be supported by Johnny. If there is a jerk who disgusts the audience, their tickets will be refunded in protest. Therefore, if there is no substitute, this verdict, it's impossible to judge at all. Only when a company can prepare filtration solutions at the same cost will Tang Qing worry about the threat of antitrust investigations, and this day will not be reached for at least 10 years. Antitrust investigation? What do you do to me? It circled 3 times in the sky. The plane finally landed. December. Winter mode has begun in Beijing. These days, the temperature has been hovering around 0 degrees, especially at night, and the airport is still empty. When a breeze blows, it is really biting. It's so cold. Jing tightened his clothes. Guman regretted and said, I should have brought a down jacket. Fortunately, it hasn't snowed yet. When it snows, it will be even colder. Zhang Rou gently stroked her long hair that was messed up by the wind. Let's go. The car is already outside. Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue in front, and the 3 women followed quickly with small bags on their backs. As for the plane, it will be parked here for 2 days. Although it is a bit expensive, it is much cheaper than the fuel cost of flying back to Qingyan City. Zheng Lin didn't come this time. Chai Ren is also at home with his wife and daughter. He couldn't bother them every time. So, Tang Qing asked soldiers from the Zhongyu Special Guard branch in the capital to pick him up. For this reason, he also specially reserved 2 cars for Tang Qing to use when he came to Beijing. I still live in Zheng Lin's Qiu Palace. Originally, the organizer had arranged for it to be held at the annual meeting venue. But Tang Qing Kai didn't want to stay at the Hua Xia Hotel. There must be a bunch of big guys gathered there tonight, and he didn't even know them. There was nothing to say hello to, so he simply stayed here with Zheng Lin. Mr. Tang, welcome. The lobby manager stepped forward quickly and said respectfully. Tang Qing said, hello, manager, open a big suite for me. Okay, please wait a moment. Yiming noticed the three people behind Tang Qing early in the morning and quickly determined their identities. They were definitely not Tang Qing's family members, and they couldn't be lovers. Looking at their clothes, they could only be classmates. Tang Qing's friends should not be so uneven. No registration required. Yiming took a card directly from the front desk, and Zheng Lin ordered that all Tang Qing's purchases here would be counted as hotel expenses. Just when Tang Qing was about to go upstairs. Mr. Tang, I didn't expect to meet you here. Tang Qing turned around and saw an acquaintance, Ma Yun, the chairman of Alibaba, walking out of the door of the restaurant. She hadn't seen him for more than half a year. Ma Yun was still so thin, but she was very energetic. Mr. Ma, are you coming to the meeting too? Ma Yun did not expect to meet Tang Qing here. Logically speaking, the guest would stay at the Huaxia Hotel arranged by the organizer. He was invited by a friend and stayed here by coincidence. Tang Qing said with a smile, I can't push it away, so I have to come. Seeing as you have just arrived, I won't disturb your rest. We will go to the venue together tomorrow morning. You have to get up early, otherwise you know the traffic in the capital. Ma Yun was very sensible and didn't chat much. It's not far away. If we set off at 8 o'clock, we'll definitely catch up. Then see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Looking at Tang Qing and four women behind him, Ma Yun suddenly felt that she was a good man. The next day, morning, 7 o'clock, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue got up. At dawn, the hotel's breakfast has been prepared with exquisite pastries and nutritious side dishes. Everything that is uneaten will be thrown away to ensure high-quality service. Just a bit wasteful. They went to bed early last night, and Zheng Ro and the others were already awake. The pastries are not that good. It's just that the dough sticks are a bit hard. The fillings of the buns are okay. Next time I will definitely vote to spend the weekend in the villa. Where should we go today? Let's go to the Great Wall first. I haven't been there yet. Okay, fortunately it's not the peak tourist season, so you don't have to look at the heads. We can't make it to the flag-raising ceremony today. Let's go and catch up tomorrow. We have to get up at 6 o'clock. I agree. If I don't see the flag-raising in the capital, I always feel that my trip is in vain. Yes. After dinner, it was almost 8 o'clock, and Ma Yun was at the table not far away, having almost finished eating. Pay attention to your safety, Tang Qing warned before leaving. In order to protect your Jiaxue, you have arranged 4 bodyguards. How can we not be safe? Zheng Ro said with a bitter smile. There are not many people to worry about. Tang Qing didn't feel that the pomp was big at all. At least, those who wanted to strike up a conversation would definitely weigh their weight carefully to reduce some harassment. 2. 8:50. Tang Qing and Ma Yun came to Huaxia Hotel. Enter the venue. The place is already full of people. They're all business tycoons. Tang Qing's arrival caused quite a stir. At such a young age, he was able to create hundreds of billions of wealth, not relying on real estate and national policies. Such a person really made them curious. This time I walked with Ma Yun. Is there any business cooperation? Tang Qing ignored what they thought. Following the staff's instructions, he and Ma Yun sat in their seats. The difference could be seen from the positions. Tang Qing was sitting in the first row, and Ma Yun is in the third row. On qualifications, Ma Yun really couldn't squeeze into the first row. Who are those sitting in the first row? President of China Merchants Bank. Vice Chairman of China Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Vice President of Huaxia Bank. Director of the Research Center of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Mr. Wu from the Development Research Center of Guogu Academy of Sciences. Behind them are a large number of state-owned enterprise bosses and foreign friends. In short, the organizer has a lot of face. If Tang Qing's path is too wild, his assets are too huge, and he is representative of the times, he would not be able to sit in the first row. Didn't sit for long. 9 o'clock. The annual meeting begins. The host is a senior CCTV producer. The resume can be said to be very rich. The former chief producer of Dialogue. He also served as the chief producer of the financial channel Economic Information Broadcast, First Time, Economic Half Hour, and Win in China. A very capable woman. Look at all the guests. Wang Fan is not nervous at all about these business leaders and leaders that ordinary people can only see on TV. Having been in the industry for so many years, it can be said that she has interviewed most of the big guys here. Not unfamiliar. The next moment, intellectual voices echoed in the venue. Dear guests, good morning. This is the 5th China Business Leaders Annual Conference. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all guests and friends from all walks of life. Having such a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning should be stressful for everyone. There's pressure on time and pressure on sleep. We are all here. Here we are not only discussing business concepts and management methods. Please invite the organizer, Mr. Liu Hua, president of China Entrepreneur Magazine, delivered the opening speech. Wang Fan walked down. Liu Hua came to power. Correct your voice. After a round of applause, Liu Hua Dao, Dear Mr. Wu, respected President Su, respected Mr. Kenichi Ogin, all distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, on behalf of the China Entrepreneur Magazine and the organizing committee of the China Business Leaders Annual Conference, I would like to express a warm welcome and sincere thanks to everyone for coming. As usual, I will give this short opening speech a title, Rebuilding the Dignity of Rules and Order. As the name suggests, rebuilding is because something has been damaged, collapsed, or even disappeared. So, the people below listen carefully. Reporters take photos. The text reporter quickly entered Liu Hua's words. This annual meeting was exclusively covered by Sina Finance. The requirement was to update the topic on Sina within 20 minutes after the guest finished speaking. On the reporter's list, Tang Qing also saw Rong Ying, but Rong Ying was sitting very far back. Now I announce the opening of the 2006 China Business Leaders Annual Conference. Liu Hua's speech ended 10 minutes later. Host Liu Fan added, Now, I would like to invite Mr. Su, the president of the Economic Daily, to give a welcome speech, please. After Liu Hua, the bosses took turns speaking. Tang Qing was the 6th guest to speak. I have to say, regardless of whether the manuscript of these words was written by them, the content was very high level. Tang Qing couldn't help but nod secretly. These topics and contents would definitely not be outdated even if they were discussed in another 10 years. New era, new situation. These people at the forefront of business see things clearly. In front of Tang Qing is the president of China Merchants Bank. Thank you to China Entrepreneur Magazine for providing us with a moment to get together. I believe that many entrepreneurs have been reading a book, The World is Flat, recently. He believes that today's information is highly developed. Finally, I would like to end my speech with the words of Ford, chairman of Ford Motor Company. The difference between a good company and a great company is, a good company can provide customers with good products and services, and a great company not only provides products and services, but also does its best to make the world a safer, more harmonious and beautiful place. Thank you all. Wow, warm applause sounded. Wang Fan came on stage. Thank you, President Ma, for your wonderful speech. The next speaker is the youngest among the speakers, but everyone knows it. That is Tang Qing, chairman of Comic Group. Please invite me. She took the lead in applauding. The hall burst into applause again. Be sincere. There's a pretense. Tang Qing didn't care. Strength was the foundation. Walk up to the podium. The venue fell silent, and everyone looked curiously at the young face on the stage, wanting to hear what he would say. He was so young, and most of the people present had children older than Tang Qing. Tang Qing did not take the speech script. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tang Qing. After a pause, he continued. Before coming here, I had prepared the content of today's speech, which was mainly about the inheritance of Chinese culture and going global. However, after listening to President Liu's speech, I suddenly changed my mind. The theme of today's annual meeting, President Liu said, rebuilding the dignity of rules and order. We broke the old system of planned economy, broke egalitarianism, big pot rice, an absolute monopoly. Economic development and social progress have made entrepreneurs win recognition and even respect from society. However, creating value by breaking the old order has its historical stages, and the purpose of breaking the old order must be to rebuild a new order. Therefore, we say that entrepreneurs have broken what should be broken, and now they also have the responsibility to rebuild what must be rebuilt. Yesterday, everyone longed for success, and heroes did not ask where they came from. But today, society's requirements are getting higher and higher. Not only does it require you to succeed, everyone pays more attention to the way you succeed, the logic of your success, and the relationship between your success and the world. Counterfeiting, shoddy goods, cutting corners, commercial fraud, indolence. These are the unhealthy tendencies that have gradually spread after we broke the planned economy. As entrepreneurs in the new era, we have the responsibility and obligation to rebuild the morality of businessmen, rebuild the bottom line of businessmen, and rebuild the dignity of rules and order. This is the responsibility of a generation. Thank you, everyone. Tang Qing said whatever he thought of, on a whim. Just throw aside the content of the previously prepared speech. Compared with spreading Chinese culture, the quality and behavioral order of Chinese businessmen are more important. I'm a mess myself. It is impossible to expect others to respect this group. Even if it becomes world-class, it will not be respected. Tang Qing believes that reshaping business ethics is the most important thing in modern business society. Sudan red, clenbuterol, melamine, plasticizer, fake vaccines. A society that loses business ethics is terrible. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the hall, everyone was applauding. They all thought Tang Qing was right, even though he quoted President Liu Hua's views. But it can be seen that Tang Qing has not been blinded by his wealth and has a strong sense of responsibility. The happiest. Of course, it's Liu Hua. His point of view was recognized by Tang Qing, and he suddenly changed to an impromptu speech. Less than half an hour. This statement will appear in major media and is also a very good publicity for this event. Tang Qing's fans can be said to be all over the country. I knew he was attending this annual meeting. Many people were eagerly waiting for reporters to reveal the photos, especially female fans. They were no less than star chasers. As soon as they saw the photos released by Sina, they were immediately taken aback, copied and pasted it. The comment section was filled with praise. Compared with other business leaders who are at least 40 years old, Tang Qing's youth makes it seem like everything is possible. This morning, the main content is the opening ceremony. Guests from home and abroad take the stage to deliver speeches. Each person takes about 15 minutes on average, and some may exceed it. It ends near noon, with exactly 12 people speaking. At last, after the host gave a wonderful summary, I would like to ask the main guest to withdraw. The guests behind will wait a moment. Thank you all. Tang Qing followed the flow of people and went out first. Through the speech just now, everyone is considered acquainted. However, Tang Qing was not an insider. He did not go to join the president's dinner, but waited for Ma Yun. He had made an appointment when he came here before to have a meal together at noon and have a good chat, and Lin Jiaxue and the others, wandering on Wang Fujing Street. After a while, Ma Yu walked out, followed by some Chinese private enterprise giants. Lenovo Lu Zhuangji, Wanda Wang Jianlin, Meng Niu is reborn. Whether in later generations or now, these people are all famous entrepreneurs. Tang Qing greeted them one by one, and they will be in the same circle from now on. At this time, Liu Hua from the organizer also came out. Mr. Tang, thank you. Liu Hua thanked him. Thanks to Tang Qing for attending the annual meeting, and also thanking Tang Qing for speaking out to support the theme of the annual meeting. President Liu is too polite. Tang Qing smiled. Liu Hua invited again. Mr. Tang, are you free at noon? Let's have a casual meal together. I didn't see you last night. We're still talking about whether you will be late today. Okay, I also want to learn from the seniors. After that, a group of people came to a box at Huaxia dinner. The magazine covers board and lodging. Eat whatever you want. Mr. Tang, would you like some drinks? Several bottles of Mao Tai were already placed on the table, one for each person. Lu Huan next to him asked for the bottle of wine. No, I'll drink tea. Tang Qing waved. President Lu, Mr. Tang is here, and you don't want to order some fruit wine. Are you reluctant? Ma Yin joked. It's unfair. The hotel has it, but it doesn't sell much. 2 bottles per table are not enough for everyone. Lu Hua said with a wry smile. If it were other wines, the hotel would be happy for you to drink as much as you want, unless it's that kind of aged wine. Can fruit wine? Hotels can't get much. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, in this case, President Lu, you tell the hotel that today's fruit wine is mine, and I will pay him twice as much as we drank, and I will have it delivered in the afternoon. The other's eyes lit up. Almost forgot. Your second uncle is a distributor of Asian fruit wine. Come on, I'll contact their manager right away. Lu Hua said with a happy face. No amount of fruit wine is too much. Finished. Lu Hua called the hotel manager. When the manager heard this, he immediately asked someone to bring the wine out of the inventory. Tang Qing even spoke up. Everyone knew that it was absolutely useful. 1 for 1, 2 for 1, it was a good deal. Soon, fruit wine is served. 2 bottles per person. Mr. Tang, I envy you for having fruit wine to drink every day. Wang Jinlin said enviously after taking a sip of tea. Tang Qing said with a smile. If you drink too much, that's it. But if you never tire of drinking, I think the market will be able to digest it even if their output increases tenfold. Niu Gingxing clicked his tongue. Now the output is increasing every month, but it is impossible to drink it openly. We are all businessmen, and we know that things are rare and valuable. So, isn't this good? Only when it is rare will we cherish it. Yes, but why can't I let it go? This is desired dissatisfaction. Entrepreneurs chatted privately. It was this kind of gathering where business was rarely discussed, and most of the talk was about nonsense and joking, but they were all advanced jokes. After the conversation, no one could remember what they had just said. Night. Tang Qing returned to Chiu Palace. Ma Yin did not come back with him, saying she was visiting friends. How's it going? Isn't it boring? As soon as he entered, Tang Qing saw Zheng Lin's family in the hall. Zheng Lin was greeting him. Next to him, Lin Jiaxue and the others, who had returned from shopping, were playing with Zheng Lin's daughter. It's okay, I feel okay when I talk, but it's really annoying to listen to people below. Tang Qing felt the same way. During this period, he was distracted for an unknown number of times. Zheng Lin smiled. So, it's better for us to remain unknown. We could do whatever we want. There are a lot of business matters, so we don't want to join in the fun. However, this is completely what you should do. What? Tang Qing was puzzled. When we were doing business, you were resting. When I was playing, you were still resting. Do you think it should be right? Zheng Lin said happily. I have to go to school. Where can I rest? Tang Qing retorted. What's the difference between going to school and having a rest? That makes sense. Okay, let's go to dinner. We're going to have roasted whole lamb tonight. We've prepared 2 for you. These were flown in from the prairie in the afternoon. Chai Run and the others will be here soon. Zheng Lin was happy to win the debate over Tang Qing. Soon, Chai Ren's family also came. A roasted whole lamb meal. In a capital city, in winter, everyone was kept warm by the food. The next day, Zheng Ro and the others set off early to watch the national flag being raised. Tang Qing was not one to sleep in, so he simply followed them. When they arrived, a lot of people had gathered in front of Tiananmen Square. When the time comes, the national anthem plays. People hummed along unconsciously, and some excitedly sang loudly. Although it was a bit tone-deaf, no one said anything because this may represent their love for this country. The flag rises like the sun. Beijing also ushered in a new day. Tang Qing arrived at the Huaxia Hotel on time. The content of the annual meeting in the morning is different from yesterday. Yesterday, everyone was together. Today, it will be in the form of sub-forums, divided into several conference halls according to different communication contents. Tang Qing hit the soy sauce several times again. Afternoon. The closing ceremony begins. Tang Qing was elected as one of the 25 most influential business leaders of 2006 foot. A year ago, almost no one here knew him. Today, a year later, Tang Qing's name is already well known. Ma Yun, Wang Jianlin, and others are naturally also on the list. Especially Ma Yun's speech made Tang Qing really look at him with admiration. We didn't do text messaging when it was the most popular. I don't think text messaging can help Chinese companies get out of the temporary predicament. Games do make money now, but they don't consider the future of users and the future of human society and business society. So I won't make any more money. I don't make my own son's money, and I don't want to make other people's money. I think the sense of mission drives us, and it is getting stronger today. If one day the country needs Alipay and says this is a national enterprise, I won't even think about it in 1 second. I will give all this company to the country. Thank you. Tang Qing clapped seriously. The previous one. Tang Qing didn't do it because there was ERV and war. The latter one. He may not be able to do it, but he will express his feelings for this country in his own way. Tang Qing can't do this. That doesn't mean how great Ma Yun is. After all, everyone will say that people will really notice you if you can do it or not. Alibaba has not been involved in games in recent years, but its future diversification strategy will also be involved in games. Although the public knows little about it, it is indeed an exception, and Tang Qing agreed. In fact, it's Ma Yun's point of view. Sometimes it's ridiculous to think about it. We are all ordinary people, but we want to do great things, but we can't do them. We can only applaud such actions. This kind of behavior runs through almost everyone. Don't dare to help the old man. Don't dare to act bravely. Right and wrong. Noble and humble. Who can tell? Over the past 30 years, Huaxia Enterprises have cultivated a lot of water for the local society. Huaxia society is already a society full of vitality and creativity. The non-commercial social group may contain the key and password for Huaxia Enterprises to go global. We must learn to draw the power of upgrading from local society. Finally, I declare the 5th annual meeting of Huaxia Enterprise leaders closed. Thank you, everyone. In a speech by Niu Wan, editor-in-chief of China Entrepreneur magazine, the annual meeting closed. After the closing ceremony, the guests left. Tang Qing said goodbye to many of the entrepreneurs he had met in the past 2 days. These people are all well-known people in the country, and they may be useful at any time. After all, if you encounter any problems, go to Chai Run and others. They are strategic weapons. These people are conventional weapons. Mr. Tang, you must give me a chance to do business in Inner Mongolia next time, so that you can feel the enthusiasm of the grassland. Thank you in advance. Mr. Tang, Hunan province has beautiful scenery. I have the opportunity to show you around. Okay, Mr. Tang, Shu is also a good place. Our leader also said you are welcome to invest. Facing young Tang Qing, they all expressed their enthusiasm and desire to make friends in their own way. In this way, at least we can chat a few words the next time we meet. After saying goodbye, it's already 7:15. Mr. Tang, I'm ready. Before leaving, Rong Ying hurriedly walked in from the door. The exit passage for guests was different from the exit passage for reporters. After passing the manuscript, she came to Tang Qing. She was going to take a ride. This time it was a day off. She took leave on Thursday and Friday to go home and visit her parents and relatives. She needed help over the weekend, so she applied for help. She was extremely busy these 2 days and did not join in the fun with Tang Qing. We will go directly to the airport. Do you have anything else to take? Tang Qing asked. No, I just carried a bag back. I have never flown on a private plane in my life. Rong Ying looked excited, not because she was vain, but just out of curiosity. Let's go. Yes. Mr. Tang, someone on the internet has revealed that you bought a private jet, but there are no photos. Can I take some photos later and report it? Rong Ying asked weakly. Whatever, as long as you don't shoot anyone. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. It's the rush hour. The traffic jam in Beijing is frustrating. Even if the satellites in the sky can analyze the fastest path in a place like this, the wisdom of Beijing people cannot be underestimated. They have explored all possible paths. Finally, they found that taking the main road is the fastest. They arrived at the airport. It was already 8:30 in the evening. It was already dark, and Lin Jiaxue and the others were already waiting for him here. Sister Rong. Sister Rong. Rong has been to the villa several times and is very familiar with Zheng Ro and the others. After passing the security check before boarding the plane, Rong quickly took a few photos. Sitting on the soft aviation sofa chair, which actually has a massage function, pressing the vibrating massage button, Rong had a brief illusion. She felt that her life was complete. Next time I have a chance, I will show you the real taste of Beijing. Those scenic spots are nothing to see. If she hadn't taken leave before, she would have planned to accompany Lin Jiaxue and the others in the past 2 days. Sister Rong, why don't you work in the capital? Jing said curiously. It's too close to home. Tang Qing. This rebellious girl is really the character of an entertainment reporter. Rong can't help it. If she stays in the capital, she will definitely be dragged into blind dates every day, especially her grandmother, who is retired and has nothing to do at home all day. So she's planning how to marry her granddaughter out. It's very annoying. It's to avoid blind dates. Tang Qing pointed it out directly. How do you know? Rong covered her mouth after finishing speaking. At your age, this is probably the only worry you have. However, you're not young, so you can consider it. At least you should be with one person first, so as not to get married in a hurry later. Tang Qing said. You seem to be very experienced. Rong pouted. Tang Qing smiled and said, in the information age, is there a necessary relationship between experience and age? To say this, you are still a reporter. Rong, who was criticized, said, the main reason is that I think it's good to be alone. I should eat and drink. I can go wherever I want to play. If I have multiple boyfriends, I won't feel free. No one is tying your hands and feet. Tang Qing advised. Rong said, but I'm used to being alone. Then try to change and get used to someone. After a moment, Rong understood the difference in Tang Qing's words and rolled her eyes. You are almost a master. Of course, I have her Jiaxue, and I am used to her being by my side. If I don't see her for a day, I will feel like something is missing. Tang Qing hugged Lin Jiaxue into his arms with a smile. This show of affection caught Rong off guard. It was 12:15. Tang Qing and his party returned to the villa. However, a group of people had already dozed off on the plane and in the car when they came back. They were all very energetic, but they had to go to work and school tomorrow, so they all went to bed. Early in the morning, the moment the sun rose, the electric curtains in Tang Qing's bedroom slowly slide to the side. They are controlled by the waiter. As long as the sun can be seen outside the window, they will open. If it is rainy or cloudy, only the indoor lights will be turned on. The lights will gradually change from dim to bright, which is very humane. Second uncle, I won't need to sit down for a while after breakfast. You can sit and play. Last night, the plane flew back to Qingyan City. The next time I want to use it, I guess I have to wait until the school is out for winter vacation. Haha. Okay. I'm planning to buy one at the end of the year. It's really inconvenient to fly. I didn't expect you to buy one first. It's good, I can save some money. Tang Kai laughed. He is now going through the procedures for the battery factory in Exine town. Everything is going well. Kevin. Morning. Rong Ying's report was sent out. With several clear pictures, it has once again become a hot topic of discussion. The inland media is okay. At least it is fair and objective and will not fan the flames, except of course for entertainment news. The media in surrounding areas are not so friendly, such as Wanwan and Xiangjiang. Each and every one of them was righteous and awe-inspiring. It is said that Tang Qing began to live a luxurious life and was heading towards degeneration. Some say Tang Qing should spend the money to fund education in mountainous areas. Anyway, there is no good thing to say. Face these unscrupulous media. Tang Qing chuckled. People live by clickbait, and he was too naive to expect these people to have professional ethics. Just give them the word haha. Tang Qing, how does it feel to be on a private jet? As soon as Tang Qing entered the classroom, Zhong Liang came up to him. Tang Qing put the book on the table. It's okay. There's a lot of space, and you can move more freely. I really want to sit down. Where are you going? Tang Qing asked. I'm worried because I don't know where to go. I don't even have a chance to catch you. This time I didn't even know you were going to the capital. Otherwise, I would have gone too. Zhong Liang looked regretful. Next time, this is the only way. At this time, the class has adapted to Tang Qing's amazing move. I'm much more nervous. At the same time, island country, Nagoya, a big event happened in the Murayama family. A week ago, Murayama Ken's mother suffered a car accident and died unexpectedly. Murayama Ken was confused for several nights. His mother was the bright light of the family. Whenever he was confused, her mother could always give him guidance to clear the clouds and see the sun. The sun wants to be raised, but the relatives are not there. Murayama Ken has never experienced it. However, the feeling of losing a close relative who had been taught by the sage was unforgettable. After that, when he returned home, no one would whisper in his ears, and no one would keep mentioning the embarrassing things he did when he was a child. That feeling of emptiness. This was the first time that Murayama Ken realized that his father was very rigid and would not speak gently to him at all. Finish the rituals. Sparks after burial. Murayama Ken was in the yard, staring blankly at the flowers that his mother had taken care of before her death. The memory of his mother taking care of them emerged. Thinking of this, Murayama Ken's eyes began to moisten again. Father, cheer up. Murayama Mitsuki said with tears in her eyes. Murayama Ken smiled bitterly. A few days ago, he comforted his daughter, who was crying, and now her daughter came to comfort him again. I know that mother's in good health and may live another 10 or 20 years. I thought she could see her child grow up, but why is mother going out so late? This is what Murayama Ken doesn't understand the most. Murayama Mitsuki said, I don't know either. I heard from the housekeeper that my mother often went out alone. What? Why didn't anyone tell me? Murayama Ken was furious. Murayama Mitsuki was also a little afraid of such a father. They said that Grandma was not allowed to tell us about this. This time Grandma passed away while away, and the housekeeper blamed herself, so she told me everything. Damn it, these bastards. Murayama Ken said angrily. Clench your fists. He wanted to beat up this butler, but when he thought about his age, a punch could not save his life and would kill someone, and after so many years of relationship, Murayama Ken had no choice but to give up the idea of beating him up. The butler has served their family for 3 generations. It's like one's own family. What's more, it was his mother who asked the housekeeper to do this, so he couldn't blame them entirely. The culture of the island country values loyalty. In this family, it is normal for the housekeeper to be more loyal to his mother. Murayama Mitsuki said, Seriously, Father, this is the end of the matter. The driver who caused the accident said that Grandma suddenly rushed out of the jungle. Then he failed to brake in time and hit Grandma to death. But I don't know why she rushed out. I think there is something fishy. We need to investigate it carefully. Murayama Ken nodded. It's certainly not that simple. It's suspicious enough that his own mother is out, still running wildly on the side of the road. There is something wrong no matter how you look at it. The Nagoya police are investigating, but the scene is next to a park. It is still at night, and it is in a blind spot of surveillance, so the investigation has no clue at all. No suspicious person was found. Should we hire a private detective? The police don't think this is murder, and the investigation intensity is not strong. What they want most is to give us an accident so that the case can be closed quickly. Murayama Mitsuki suggested. She understands the psychology of the police very well. If this matter is classified as murder, the Murayama family will not let it go until the truth is revealed in one day. As a result, the pressure on the police will be very high, and there will be almost no motivation to investigate. Might as well hire a private detective. She was also very helpless. Humph, this bunch of trash. Murayama Ken severely despised this group of Japanese policemen. Just when Murayama Ken was chatting with his daughter, not far from the villa, there's a Toyota sedan parked. Inside the car, both were smoking, conversing in Chinese. Team leader, you really don't need to tell Murayama Ken. Our intelligence development here has been very difficult. It will be very helpful to us if Murayama Ken joins. One of the young people said. The middle-aged man next to him shook his head. Xiao Lu, as intelligence agents, We can do whatever it takes, but that is against the enemy. His mother did not want Murayama-kin to be like her. The deceased has passed away. The organization decided to follow her last wish. Last wish. Of course, I didn't say it just before I died. But Murayama-kin's mother had told them long ago that if she died unexpectedly, they should not let Murayama-kin and the others know her identity. If she was exposed, they would have to move Murayama-kin and the others abroad as soon as possible. Today, the two of them came here just to take a look from a distance, not to go in. From now on, they won't come here again. Smoked 5 cigarettes. 中年人才停了下来. He has been here for 15 years and has been the contact person for Murayama-kin's mother. He is also the leader of the General Intelligence Team in the Nagoya metropolitan area and is under the direct leadership of the Military Commission. 15 years. How many 15 years can there be in life? Intelligence work is inherently risky. If you fail, you will die. He has seen many peripheral intelligence personnel disappear or die. Every time one of them is lost, it is a huge loss. This time, Murayama-kin's mother had an accident, and they didn't know what happened. At that time, the contact person went to see her, but by the time they waited, something had happened to Murayama-kin's mother, and they were also confused. The phone rang. The team leader quickly got through. The mochi at home was eaten by rats. Don't forget to buy a pound of it. The team leader's face suddenly changed. He felt bad, and his forehead was wrinkled into the character Sichuan. What this sentence means is that their whereabouts have been exposed. What went wrong? Could it be that the intelligence headquarters of the island country has obtained their information and has taken action? Is it really not an accident that Murayama-kin's mother was born? The team leader thought to himself, "We have to leave as soon as possible." He quickly started the car, preparing to execute the exposed plan. What he didn't know was that after their car entered the main road, a silver Honda Cross Country followed them from a distance. In the classroom, after hearing Tang Yi's report, Tang Qing was also helpless. These people are really worrying. But now that I know it, I can't ignore it. Forget it. Big deal. Start planning in advance. Island country. Nagoya. The Toyota sedan drove toward an alternate contact point. Said it was a point of contact. But it's not a place where everyone comes together. People like them. The most fearful thing is to get together, decentralize, and become independent, which is the basis of intelligence work. Otherwise, it will be easy to catch them all in one go. The foothold that was exposed before was just the place where the two of them lived. There were only 2 of them living in that place. The driving team leader is named Mu Dong, and the co-pilot is named Lu Yi. The two have been working together for 2 years. One is in charge of liaison, and the other is in charge of logistics. It can be said that it is an extremely simple combination. Of course, Lu Yi is not the only member of the team. It's just that everyone else is somewhere else. Team leader, what's wrong? Lu Yi asked. Mu Dong turned on the stereo very loudly. Our location has been exposed. What? There is something wrong somewhere. Lu Yi said hurriedly. I don't know. Mu Dong shook his head. He didn't know. There were too many reasons. The reason for the lack of protection was the time when he first aroused people's suspicion, then monitored, tracked, and finally investigated the home. If we are exposed, then today's trip. Lu Yi's expression changed. Yes. Mu Dong nodded solemnly. If it had been exposed a long time ago, coming here today would have revealed too much information. The intelligence headquarters of the island country is likely to suspect the Murayama family. If you investigate carefully, you can find out a lot of strange things. Sure enough, team leader, someone is following me. Several turns. Lu Yi discovered the stalker. The stalker was also highly skilled, but everyone was a professional and could often see clues from the subtleties. They were indeed being followed. If today is a game, it's really a big problem. The Murayama family may have to evacuate as soon as possible. I only found a silver Toyota. Lu Yi said. Weird. Mu Dong was confused. What's weird? Lu Yi asked. Mu Dong wondered. Following us all the way, they should have sent a few more cars if they want to follow. There is only one now, which is very unusual. If they want to arrest people, they can catch us at Murayama Takashi's house. If they want to follow, they should send a few more cars in rotation. Isn't this one a member of the headquarters? It's possible. No matter which intelligence department he is from, we have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Mudong said that there are many intelligence departments in the island country, and they're not monolithic, and their strength is also different. I can't figure out who it is now. Yeah. Mudong stepped on the accelerator and started to accelerate, weaving through the city roads, and the Honda behind him quickly followed up. They have been instructed. Can be arrested directly. Boom! Honda chased after him. But Mudong's driving skills were good, and he overtook other vehicles in traffic and changed lanes illegally. Seeing such situations, drivers along the way could only honk their horns to look down on them, and some even call the police. A street. Didn't get rid of it. 5 streets. Still in hot pursuit. At this time, they have already driven out of dense urban areas. The shortcomings of such places are also obvious. It is not easy to escape in the city, but the roads are not as standardized as in the city with many lanes and forks. Soon, the 2 cars were very close. Just when Mudong's car passed a traffic light, a kick of the gas, Mudong rushed over. The car behind thought it could rush past, but didn't pay attention when the traffic lights suddenly turned red. Bang! No surprise. People who run red lights see red. Ichiro, what's wrong? Hello, Ichiro. A voice came from the earphones. I'm fine. There was a car accident. Damn it, the traffic light turned red. I hit it, and the target was out of sight. Ichiro Hoshino, the team leader of the co-pilot, punched the airbag in front of him hard. You deal with the scene first. The other teams are already in front of them and can't escape. Hi. Hoshino Ichiro got out of the car. Why did you run the red light? Don't you know it's dangerous? Asshole, my car. You are in a hurry to reincarnate. Some even wanted to rush up and beat him. But when Ichiro Hoshino took out his ID, everyone was speechless and silent. These murderous people were a little frightened when I yelled at them just now. The intelligence headquarters of the defense agency, equivalent to the FBI in the United States, hoped that I would not affect their mission. Get rid of Hoshino Ichiro. Great, red light, God bless us. Liu happily looked at the congestion behind him. Don't be too happy too early. They may have a backup plan. Now, any car around us may be a tracker. Mudong is not optimistic at all. It is a foreign country with too many variables. Soon, the 2 found themselves surrounded. There were at least 3 cars blocking them in front and behind. It was almost impossible to break through, and the 2 of them had no choice. This was not a movie. They could break through by bumping into each other. It was a beautiful idea. They have guns. Others have it too. This time, 3辆车都挂起了警灯. Please pull over, and thank you for your cooperation. The attitude was quite good. Mudong was not surprised. They were not life or death enemies. Even if they were caught, they would only be interrogated and then used as intelligence agents in exchange for being sent back to the country and never allowed to enter the country. Unless both sides fight to the death for an extremely important piece of information. Otherwise, pointless conflict. No one has face. Do you just accept your fate? Looking at the proud smile in the car window, less than 1 meter away, Liu clenched his fists. He was unwilling to be arrested because it meant the end of his career. Of course not. Mudong squinted his eyes, unable to relax until the last moment. This time, Mudong discovered a turning point. There is a small intersection ahead, and on the right is a residential area. The car in front also noticed it and immediately braked, preparing to stop. But Mudong pushed the accelerator to the end in vain. Bang. After the collision, the car swayed suddenly. When the speed of the car was reduced to almost 0, the front of the car had already crossed the intersection, and he quickly turned left. The chase continues. Pity. Reality is reality. Only 5 minutes. Mudong's car was blocked at the back entrance of the community. Get out of the car. Don't resist. This time you can. Get out of the car quickly. Just as he said that, the captain yelled, and everyone only saw a large truck rushing towards him at high speed in the distance. It was obvious that at this speed, he was still going downhill, and he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Then, Mudong and the 2 were stunned. The 2 cars in front of him were knocked out and almost totaled. Quick, let's go. Liu shouted loudly. A kick of the gas. Mudong's car rushed out. The car behind quickly caught up, but before it started a few meters away, it was blocked by a truck that was backing up. Then, in their confusion, the driver of the truck jumped into the back seat of a pickup truck and drove away. And the truck wouldn't start. Don't know what went wrong. Chase. How to chase. The cars are gone. After the report. Asshole, you don't know how to stop a car on the roadside. We and other cars should stay away. The captain was also helpless. When they drew their guns just now, the people and cars around them automatically moved hundreds of meters away, and they didn't dare to show their heads at all. Trash. The person on the phone was furious. What was a sure thing was actually broken on the spot, and the target disappeared without a trace. Team leader, is that our reinforcement? From the rearview mirror, Liu E saw the truck reversing and even saw the driver jumping into the pickup truck. It was definitely not an accident. I don't know. Where are we going now? Get another car. Tang Qing is far away in Shanghai. Watch the entire chase. This kind of rescue mission is the most difficult. There are many people. There are many cars. There are many variables. Tang Qing deployed many soldiers in the island country. The total number of people has exceeded 1,000, but after being dispersed to various places and industries, the density appears to be extremely low. There are only 11 soldiers near Nagoya. 6 of them are still working in various positions. Only 5 are free. The original plan was to launch the rescue after Mu Dong and the others were captured, because the soldiers were not sure where Mu Dong would go, and they were short of manpower and time. However, they did not expect that Mu Dong and the others were lucky. When 2 of the soldiers rushed over, they happened to encounter Mu Dong blocked in their path, and that's when the scene just happened. And the truck. It was borrowed from a car owner a minute ago. A pickup truck is for a warrior. Although it is an ordinary Toyota pickup truck, after modification, it can compete with potassium trucks. Now, Mu Dong and the others were out of trouble. But there is still a tale to sweep away. Other side, Hoshino Ichiro assisted the police in handling the accident. Their car could no longer be driven and had to be picked up by someone. After the call, an MPV parked in front of them, and they looked at the license plate. It was what the headquarters had just said. That's right. 4 people got into the car. Damn it, they took all the credit. That's right, it's all the fault of that damn traffic light. I'm going to get scolded again when I go back. Okay, everyone be quiet. It's not like we haven't gained anything. This time, we still have the first achievement. Hoshino Ichiro sneered. What's the use of catching Mu Dong and the others? Almost all are used to exchange intelligence personnel. There is no financial benefit at all. But the Murayama family, that's billions of dollars in assets. Once settled, the handling of his assets is in the hands of their department. Therefore, catching Mu Dong is only a small achievement. Convicting the Murayama family and confiscating their assets is the big one. You can imagine all. How generous will this year's year-end bonus be? When the big guys are full, even if they drink soup, it will still be a huge sum. This kind of thing happened once before, but the target was the United States. That time, the gray year-end bonus of the Discoverers was almost 10 years of their salary. After listening to Hoshino Ichiro's words, several people suddenly realized, yes, that's the big one. Haha, Captain, it's our honor to follow you. Captain, you are so wise. Hoshino Ichiro enjoyed the praise of his subordinates. Being respected throughout his life is almost a basic human need. This time he was given a year-end bonus. He was prepared to keep nothing and give it all to his superiors. Opportunities for promotion. That's what he cares about. Got promoted. Can getting rich be far behind? Several people are flattering. Hoshino Ichiro received a call from his superior. Where are you? On the car back to headquarters. Hoshino Ichiro asked hurriedly. There is a new mission. The driver will take you there. When you get there, I will tell you the content of the mission. Yes, I understand. Hoshino Ichiro was very excited. He thought that he was sent to the Murayama family to arrest Murayama-kin and others. This was a good job. It seemed that the arrest of Mu Dong was completed and the intelligence headquarters was ready to close the net. 20 minutes later, watching the car drive into the forest, Hoshino Ichiro was confused. Did Takara Murayama come here for vacation? He was not sure. He did not think that the Murayama family was a suspect before and did not investigate where Murayama-kin was. He had long heard that Murayama-kin liked sports and was in good health. He might climb a mountain to relax today. A few more minutes passed. The car turned into a small forest. Come on, down, the driver said calmly. After getting off the car, one of the team members asked in confusion, "Where is this place?" Unexpectedly, the driver looked at Hoshino Ichiro quietly. Mr. Hoshino should be familiar with this place. That smile made Hoshino Ichiro feel a chill in his heart and vein. I haven't felt it yet in the car. Get off the bus. He felt that this place was so familiar. Looking at the small bumps of earth on the ground, the coldness made Hoshino Ichiro's feet tremble. He remembered that this seemed to be the place where he personally buried one of his classmates. The reason is jealousy. Jealous of other people's talents. Jealous of other people's luck. What do you mean? Hoshino Ichiro forced an ugly smile on his face. It's nothing. It's just that some justice must be served by someone. The driver said slowly. Want me to die? Hoshino Ichiro's face changed wildly, and he took out a gun from his arms. He couldn't let this man continue talking, otherwise the day would not end. When the others saw it, regardless of anything else, they also took out their guns. Captain, what's going on? Who is this person? Why did you bring us here? The three team members asked one after another. Dangerous person, Hoshino Ichiro said through gritted teeth. Now he was really confused. His superior just called him and said he was on a new mission. Could it be that he wanted to kill him? Think of this possibility. His heart felt cold. If so, he would be in danger. Dangerous person? The three team members were still puzzled. Hoshino Ichiro, male, graduated from the Department of Psychology of the University of Tokyo. He murdered a young life, and his body was buried here. Today, on behalf of justice, I send you to hell. This line, what third-rate screenwriter wrote this so carelessly? Could it be that I really encountered an organization dedicated to upholding justice? Not only Hoshino Ichiro, the other three people also have big question marks in their hearts. The driver looked at the other three, not afraid of the guns in their hands. As for the three of you, you are not guilty, but you know too much. What the hell? Before one of the team members could finish speaking, they felt the scene in front of them flash, and the target they were aiming for circled around them like a ghost. Before they could react, they felt their brains were hit hard and they lost consciousness. Looking at four people with their necks broken, the driver took out the shovel from the trunk. Start digging a hole. So far, the islanders who knew about the interaction between the Murayama family and Chinese intelligence agents were all dead. When Hoshino Ichiro reported to the headquarters, all the information about the Murayama family was tampered with in real time by the waiter, and all his superiors received was fake news. As long as these four people are not around, Murayama-kin wouldn't have to run away. Otherwise, if the information was passed back to the island country's intelligence headquarters, not even Tang Qing would be able to do anything about it. In that case, the only thing he could do to help was to help Murayama-kin and his daughter escape. As for why I chose here, because the person Hoshino Ichiro murdered was a Japanese Chinese, and that person was also a family member of Gufeng's blind date. However, that person was unlucky and met the jealous Hoshino Ichiro. Speaking of Gufeng, it seems that this time he met the right person. After meeting, the relationship between the two developed rapidly. If nothing happens, they will have to give gifts in the first half of next year. Thinking of this, Tang Qing felt a little bit at a loss. He is the unsung hero, except saving Takaru Murayama. It also indirectly helped Gu Feng's father-in-law's family, who had a good relationship with the Murayama family. Forget it, since the country was involved, it was just a gift, and you couldn't ask for hard work pay. The death of Ichiro Hoshino. It didn't cause any waves. The soldiers forged a recording. It was given to Hoshino Ichiro's superior, Hikaru Uchida. The content is that Hoshino Ichiro is preparing to, together with three others, reveal to the relevant departments of the Defense Department tomorrow his embezzlement of $1 million in a previous mission. And a new member of the headquarters, the provider of this information, took it upon himself to show his loyalty, spent a lot of money, and prepared to make them disappear. Before taking action, he reported to Uchida Hikaru. Uchida Hikaru didn't believe it at first, because the recording was too strange. So I thought about it again and again. I call Hoshino Ichiro. What Hoshino Ichiro heard was just that Uchida Hikaru asked him to follow the driver to perform the mission. But in Uchida Hikaru's ears, it was Hoshino Ichiro's sense of justice that he didn't know where it came from. Preparing to expose him, the team members who took the money also clamored for justice. At last, Uchida Hikaru hung up the phone angrily. Although he didn't know why these people were crazy, he didn't want to be dismissed. Time was tight, and he didn't have much time to think, so he agreed to the plan of the loyal subordinate. That's all. Uchida Hikaru is ready to suppress the matter of Hoshino Ichiro. A large number of intelligence personnel disappear every year. Accidents during missions are not unexplainable, but just a little troublesome. Afternoon, he saw the video of Hoshino Ichiro being treated. In the video, before his death, Ichiro Hoshino cursed him as a villain, a scum, a national sinner hiding in his headquarters, etc. Such a scene completely wiped out all the kindness of Uchida Hikaru. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, Hoshino Ichiro didn't come back. Otherwise, he was about to finish. Evening. Hikaru, Uchida's office. Uchida Hikaru stared at the messenger. Under those glasses, there was the same pair of wild eyes. Uchida squinted his eyes and said slowly what Hoshino Ichiro said. "Don't worry, I don't know anything." The man said modestly. "Okay, very good." Looking at the figure exiting, Uchida Hikaru also had a murderous intention in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. If he killed this person, he would get himself into big trouble if he could not save everything. He was obviously a person with careful methods. And he was greedy for money. Many people know it. It's not unknown. It's just tacitly understood, but there can't be a lunatic like Hoshino Ichiro making a big fuss, causing trouble to the media, and he will definitely be done with it. So, there is no need to kill this loyal subordinate. Instead, cultivate them well. A person with such a discerning eye and high execution ability is a very good subordinate. A good person? Haha, as men are all spies. The definition of a good person is someone who can get the job done. Apparently, this person, strong working ability, worthy of promotion. The other end, Mu Dong and Liu changed cars and clothes and moved around several times. After nightfall, the two finally arrived at their second location, which was a shared apartment. In order to avoid unfamiliar faces being remembered, they chose places with a high flow of people. It's not far from Sumio Shiko, Nagoya's red light district. All around, a large number of internet cafes, bars, and snack bars. The place where he lived was also quite messy. Many unemployed and freelance people lived here. Looking at this environment, Mu Dong took it for granted. There was an essential difference between those who engaged in intelligence and 007 in the movie. A beautiful woman with a beautiful car. Handsome looking. Such a highly recognizable agent is definitely the fastest to be packed into boxes. They're so careful. It is normal to wander around places with all kinds of strange situations. Looking at the various low-level people in the island country along the way, Mu Dong sighed. There are places here that civilization cannot shine. Tens of thousands of people commit suicide in island countries every year, which is most directly related to the social environment. Enter the cabin. Liu locked the door. The room was very basic. There was a bed, a table, a chair, a hot water bottle, and a set of drinking tools. There was no separate bathroom. Mu Dong took out the knife from his waist and scratched a few times on a ceiling. He took out something wrapped in black cloth. Opened slowly. This is a laptop. The security of the island country cannot be said to be good, especially in a place like this, where break-ins are commonplace, and where you can only visit a few times a year. Communication items, such as computers, cannot be left in the open. Now their residence is exposed. How much is unclear, but sure. The phone didn't work just now, so I could only use the internet. Turn on the computer. Connect to the internet. Call via internet. Mu Dong informed his superiors about the matter. They were also confused over there. They only knew that Mu Dong's whereabouts had been exposed, and they did not send anyone to rescue him. Even the country did not know that he was chased by Hoshino Ichiro just now. Is there anyone who is suspicious? If it's not one of our people, I really can't think of anyone else. It's definitely not an accident, or it's a friend. Mu Dong had no clue. Friends, I don't want to use this word, but I really can't explain it, Mu Dong said. Stop the contact activities first. The Maruyama family is definitely the subject of suspicion now. You must always be prepared. Since we have promised her mother, no matter what, we must do our best. Yes. The next 2 days. Calm and calm. The private investigation went nowhere. The third day. News received domestically. What? The person who followed Mu Dong disappeared. Well, according to our people, the intelligence headquarters did not get any information about the Maruyama family, and the 4 people who followed Mu Dong to the Maruyama family have not returned yet. It's so strange. Could it be that they want to take a long-term view? It's possible. Intelligence work. It is full of suspicions, traps, and conspiracies. Every incident must be considered in the worst direction. If the intelligence headquarters is waiting for fishing, then their actions will be full of danger. No need to fill it up. That's the danger. Stealing people from the mainland of the island country and the intelligence headquarters is no less difficult than kidnapping their prime minister. Headache. This situation is the most puzzling. However, things quickly took a turn for the better. When Mu Dong got up on the 4th day, he found an extra letter on the ground at the door. Lu Yi. Mu Dong woke up Lu Yi. Seeing Mu Dong pick up a letter, Lu Yi rushed out immediately, but didn't find anything unusual. Mu Dong opened the letter and saw that it was copied text. The paper was very special, a little thinner than normal A4 paper, and the transparency was very good. Mu Dong couldn't tell what kind of paper it was. I saw a piece of Chinese written on it. We are responsible for finishing the Maruyama family's affairs. Don't involve the Maruyama family anymore. There is no need to thank you for saving you. It's just incidental. The letter was very short. Mu Dong was horrified after reading this. This was their place of residence, but someone randomly came to their door and sent them a message. If they were enemies, they would have died without knowing how. It seems someone wants to protect the Maruyama family, but who? Just when Mu Dong was in a daze. Suddenly, the paper in my hand started to burn. He was so frightened that he quickly threw it out, but before the paper hit the ground, it was burned away, without even ashes, as if the paper had never existed. Mu Dong was a little dumbfounded. This trick. He had also read in textbooks that special paper and special chemicals could achieve this smokeless and residue-free combustion method. He had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. Today was an eye-opener. Deliver the letter. Very original way. It was Tang Qing's impromptu idea. When he has nothing to do, he also likes to go to the scientific research area to see the latest research results of scientists. Sometimes when he has a sudden idea, he will ask them if it is possible to realize it. He remembered that he had seen the kind of magic money in Now You See Me before and thought it was quite interesting, so he asked casually. Unexpectedly, scientists came up with more than a dozen solutions. Some burn when exposed to water. Some paper can also explode. Some of them even turn into a puddle of liquid when they encounter air. It's very interesting, but it's a pity that it's of no use. It's just for fun on this occasion. Realized something was terribly wrong. Mu Dong quickly reported to the country. Final. Weigh the pros and cons. Domestic people choose to believe it for the time being. After all, the Maruyama family's wealth is huge, and it is not a good idea to transfer it rashly. No matter what, the person who helped them this time is consistent with the Maruyama family's position. Tokyo. 3 valleys. One of the 3 largest slums in the island country. In a crowded second-floor apartment, several people were surrounding a man, punching and kicking him. Asshole, you said you would pay back the money last week, but now you tell me you don't have a dime. You're kidding me. I owe you something to clean up. The person who was beaten the hardest was a man with tattoos all over his arms. In an island country, this is a typical social person. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The person who was beaten kept saying sorry. Although it hurt, he did not shed a single tear, and there was only perseverance in his eyes. He sold all the gold and silver jewelry left by his parents, just enough to pay it back. But last night, when he went out to buy groceries, his home was robbed. Now, he is really impoverished and forced to a desperate situation. He wants to commit suicide. Maybe the world does not welcome him. Soon, several people also got bored playing. That's it for today. Hurry up and collect the money. I'll come back tomorrow. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will still be intact tomorrow. After that, the leader turned and left. Onoda Kosuke endured the pain and sat up. No tears. The pain from the scars on the body. Gradually, it became a kind of stimulation, which made him feel his own existence instead of a lonely ghost. Looking back on his life, Onoda Kosuke had a smile on his face. It was a memory he treasured. Memories about parents. It's a pity that everything was shattered, and he became a loner. He didn't give up. He worked hard. He struggled day and night. He tried his best, but he was still blocked from the mainstream by this stubborn society. The parents were poisoned to death. His girlfriend, who was about to get married, was brutally imprisoned at home by several mentally twisted perverts. When she was discovered, she had lost her mind and is now in a mental hospital. He feels that he is the most unfortunate person. He hates this numb society. He hates those island country bureaucrats who tell lies. He hates Mr. Kosuke Onoda. Suddenly, someone called his name at the door. Kosuke Onoda looked up. He was a man in a suit and ties. He looked like a successful person. He once had such an outfit. Who are you? Kosuke Onoda raised his head and asked, his eyes cold. The visitor said, minding his own business. Last night, your money was stolen by a group of people who asked you for money. The people who beat you just now, the people who poisoned your parents, and the people who made your girlfriend what she is now. A total of 6 people's lives? What can I exchange for you? Kosuke Onoda stared at the person who came. A long time. My everything. Deal. Big board area. In an office building. In today's island society, the people at the bottom have lost the channels to have economic control, and no new giants have emerged for decades. This is the loss and decline of social fairness. Our goal is to break this situation and set an example for this generation. If we can become a consortium in the future, its name must be called Hope. President, we are willing to follow you and establish our own business order. The following week, thousands of soldiers have returned to Japan from various countries in various capacities. With their strong professional knowledge, they have joined major consortiums and business organizations in the island country under the guise of returning to serve their country. Why are we setting up such a big game in an island country? Tang Qing's logic is very simple. In the future, these guys may threaten me. In order not to be in a hurry, I will take measures in advance and hammer some nails in there. Once you dare to discuss me, I am not someone to be bullied, and I will find something for you to do internally. Dark chest like Kosuke Onoda. Tang Qing clothed a lot. Island country. Similar to the United States, it is also a country with powerful capital conglomerates. The economy and politics of the entire country are almost all under the influence of major consortiums, but is not as deep as the United States. Because the island country still has an emperor. Under historical inheritance, the social structure of the entire island country has not been defeated by Western liberal thoughts. It is still under strict rules and regulations, and everyone's behavior and thoughts are restrained. What follows? It's the solidification of class. In such a place, the role of warriors is restricted, because the important rights in the society of the island country are almost controlled by the inherent strength. Even if the soldiers enter, spend money, and fight for more than 10 years, they will not be able to obtain a higher position. Therefore, under the advice of the command room, Tang Qing approved the use of combination boxing. First, support the official forces of one or several island countries. Second, get involved in the underground world of the island country. Third, new consortium forces have been cultivated in island countries. Just like ERV, if Tang Qing does it on his own and becomes bigger and stronger, he will definitely be targeted by officials or companies in the United States and other Western countries, and he will still have to kill it. This is something anyone can imagine. And now, ERV became an American enterprise. He can realize Tang Qing's other ideas, such as punching Microsoft, kicking Google, and severely beating other American giants' historic mission, and the U.S. government will never interfere. The U.S. government dares to intervene. The American people will not be willing to do so because it hinders fair competition. Except island countries. South Korea is also included in this plan, but South Korea's plan is slightly different. In the island country, it mainly cultivates emerging consortiums, while in South Korea, the main goal is to break up the behemoth Samsung. Acquisition is out of the question. A group company that is equivalent to nearly 20% of the GDP of South Korea is quite terrifying. In Tang Qing's view, he will not allow such an awesome company to exist in the Korean strategy. Even if there is, it has to be ours too. Only it fell. Only in South Korea can emerging conglomerates come into their own. Anyway, for these two neighbors whom Tang Qing didn't like, he was prepared to cause some trouble for each other and just watch the show on his own. What Tang Qing wants to do is find the biggest crocodile under the deep pool. Outsiders know that there are crocodiles in the deep pool, but I can't find it. In it, he will always be at the top of the food chain in this pool, except for island countries and South Korea. This plan also includes Southeast Asia. The difference is, in these two countries, Tang Qing has the idea of supporting consortiums, but in Southeast Asian countries, Tang Qing's interest is not that great. The reason is very simple. There are no big interests. In future competition, these countries are almost just soy sauce. Previous life. People are familiar with the United States, Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and the top 10 economies because they participate in a large number of economic activities in the international community. But what about the others? Very weak sense of presence. Such a country. The cutting edge and upstream of almost all industries. They have nothing to do with it. They are the dumping ground for cutting-edge products from various countries. In the division of labor in the global industrial chain, in the foreseeable future, they will only be raw material suppliers. This is to be expected. Concentrate your efforts on big things. This is an advanced thinking that Southeast Asian countries simply don't have. Therefore, this kind of country is not qualified to be an opponent in Tang Qing's vision. It only needs to maintain local operational power to ensure that it can suppress dissatisfaction at any time. When the overall situation of the island country and South Korea unfolds, it's already the end of December. December 23rd, Saturday. There is still 1 week left before the new year, and 2006 is coming to an end. Looking back, Tang Qing found that he has been busy for a whole year, and too many things have happened this year. The 4G communication technology cooperated by Huawei and Jia Technology is launched. The filters sell, well, all over the world. Zero emissions becomes a global standard. Microcrystalline technology is gradually gaining a foothold in the photovoltaic market. Zero became president of Myanmar. He became the richest man in the mainland. Too many things flashed through Tang Qing's mind. Each of them, some were planned and some were unplanned, but all were developing in a better and better direction, even though he had cheated. Time. Make all dreams possible. It will soon be the year 2007. What will happen in 2007? Tang Qing's first reaction was the subprime mortgage crisis. After several years of accumulation, by next August, it will quickly evolve from a financial crisis in the United States to a global economic crisis, like an avalanche. Crisis. With danger comes opportunity. If it is an ordinary person, what was definitely on his mind was making money from the subprime mortgage crisis. But is Tang Qing an ordinary person? No. In the subprime mortgage crisis, who will eat the meat and who will drink the soup has actually been planned for a long time. Who is the meat and who is the soup? Who is the butcher? Who is the cook? And who is the woodbiner? The division of labor has also been clearly defined. Tang Qing wanted to eat something big. If you don't say hello to the owner, you will be chased away with an iron spoon, and if you don't keep it safe, it will be stewed. Of course, it's okay if you have a small mouth. However, with such a small talk, Tang Qing was too lazy to join in the fun, judging from the intelligence collected by the soldiers. This subprime mortgage crisis. As a result, it had been planned even before banks relaxed lending to applicants who did not meet the qualifications on a large scale, and the timing of the outbreak was completely planned by others. The purpose? It wasn't all money back then. It is a basic operation to maintain the world economic and financial order. Cut leaks. In fact, it is a better way to maintain economic health. Of course, for the victims, this is really cutting off the flesh. Different positions lead to different perspectives on issues. Financial markets. It's just a bubble. People keep pouring water into it, rather than getting bigger and bigger and bursting all at once, causing flooding. I might as well poke it every once in a while to prevent the bubbles from getting too big and everyone is safe. And the dollar. Just water. The subprime mortgage crisis is the needle. There are countless carefully made needles. Where to pierce, how hard to use, and how many openings to open are all decided by the person holding the needle. Unfortunately, these needles are not in Tang Qing's hands. Instead of trying to make those tens or tens of billions of dollars, you might as well adjust the upper limit of the Pichot project. 2007, January 9th, San Francisco. Apple's press conference. Invited by Jobs, a large number of media reporters flocked to the conference site. The media had been building momentum for many days, and they were all ready to see what epic-making mobile phone Jobs was going to announce. When the time comes, Jobs took the stage. Looking at the long guns and short guns below, I feel very excited because from now on, smartphones will be redefined by Apple, and their mobile phones will usher in a new era. Gentlemen and ladies, it is an honor to invite you to the launch of the Apple mobile phone. Mobile phones are an iconic product of the information age, allowing us to communicate with people far away from anywhere. This is probably the standard procedure for a product launch. Revolutionary product. They would pull out the past generations and compare them to reflect their differences. Jobs was not immune to this and severely despised those mobile phones with densely packed buttons. Today, please allow me to introduce our epic-making product, iPhone. Jobs finished. The projection screen behind it shows what an Apple first-generation machine looks like. The whole place was in an uproar. This is a mobile phone. It's so beautiful. Where are those icons? Why is there no buttons? How can a mobile phone without buttons be called a mobile phone? You're blind. Isn't there a button on it? I must have one, especially women. The visual impact of Apple's first-generation machine is unprecedented. Jobs was very satisfied with the atmosphere at the scene. Apple must be different. Apple must be the best, even if it is not the most perfect in his heart. The most perfect will always be the next generation. As you can see, our iPhone has abandoned those ugly buttons and retained only one button. It is embedded with Apple's own mobile operating system and can browse the entire website. Jobs introduced the functions of the first-generation iPhone one by one. The reporters below burst into applause again and again. They have witnessed the new era of smartphones. At last, a reporter asked, "When can I buy it?" Due to production capacity issues, this phone will be available in June this year. Jobs said, "The iPhone is different from those bang-bang phones. It has a new technology, a new process, and a new integration model. The production side also needs to adapt slowly. Apple still has some projects to be tested." After the meeting, the reporters went back excitedly. Get ready for close-up. The first-generation iPhone is really beautiful. It is a representative work of industrial art. When Steve Jobs released the first generation of iPhone, it's almost early morning here with Tang Qing. Have respect for your opponent. It is also a testimony to this historic moment. After Tang Qing watched the entire press conference of Jobs, I have to say that Jobs was a genius. For this era, the iPhone is really a masterpiece in the history of industry. Apple's first-generation to fourth-generation phones all look similar, with 3.5-inch screens. The appearance is very good. It feels good in hand, too. It's just a pity. The shortcomings of the first-generation machine are also obvious. First, there is no cut, copy, or paste functionality. Second, it runs on a 2G network. Third, you can take photos but not videos. Fourth, from the perspective of future generations, this thing is simply weak. Apart from making phone calls and some basic built-in functions, it doesn't even have a decent application. If you want to change the settings, you have to connect it to a computer. But in 2007, it is synonymous with cutting-edge technology. It is technological innovation and the beginning of the intelligent era. However, Jobs probably could not have predicted that in 4 months, Tang Qing's mobile phone would completely turn the iPhone into a stepping stone. Previous life. Apple's greatness. It lies in constant product innovation, constantly redefining the limits and quality of smartphones, constantly denying yesterday's self, and allowing all followers to copy from behind. This is what Tang Qing admires. This life. What Apple can do, he can do. What Apple can't do, he can do. Now, suppliers have been found for components that cannot be produced domestically. The final assembly was done by Foxconn. Although Tang Qing doesn't like this sweatshop very much, as long as it has the ability, equipment, punctuality, quality, and quantity, the overall score of this company far exceeds the second place. Rather than core components, Tang Qing already has a choice, plastic parts, a factory in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The metal parts were given to an old acquaintance, Zhang Dongqing, who is doing precision machining in Qingyan City. Zhang Dongqing's business is now much larger than before. I borrowed more than 20 million yuan from Fenghua Asset Management Company. With the help of some friends, my order list was full, my business was booming, and my assets expanded rapidly. He is now a big boss in Qingyan City. Tang Qing is a nostalgia person. Zhang Dongqing is his second loan client. He is a good person, very disciplined and worthy of training. Qingyan City. Morning. Tang Kai woke up, after washing up, so he habitually logged into his account within Tianyan. As an advanced user of SkyEye, every day, he receives important news from various countries collected by Tianyan. After using this service, Tang Kai has not learned about news through online portals and media for a long time. Follow the catalog to find what interests you. Suddenly, when he saw the release of Apple's smartphone, he couldn't help but be surprised. Smartphone? Wouldn't this conflict with his nephew's industry? Tang Kai quickly clicked it and learned the details. After watching the press conference, after reading Steve Jobs' iPhone introduction, Tang Kai's face was full of weirdness. I couldn't help but ask, is this thing called a smartphone? Thinking of the smartphone that Tang Qing gave him to try out, Tang Kai showed a relaxed smile. This thing was not worthy of being a rival to the phone from his nephew's company. The two are not on the same level at all. If listed at the same time, it was probably time for Jobs to cry, but he still burst into tears. Think of this. Tang Kai burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Yuman asked in confusion when she heard her husband laughing like this. Nothing. I'm happy today. Qingyuan Technology. Luo Chong also watched the video of Jobs' press conference and became even more determined that Qingyuan Technology's mobile phones are the future. As for the iPhone on the screen, however, one cannot underestimate the enemy. Once their mobile phone appears, it will definitely be imitated in large numbers. Therefore, the burden on him is still very heavy. If he takes the lead at the beginning and is overtaken later, it will be a real slap in the face. Luo Chong called his assistant to come in. Mr. Luo, the male assistant walked in. Let people sort out Apple's iPhone data and give it to the R&D and design department so that they can learn from it. Luo Chong said, no matter what, there is no product that is useless. The iPhone does have something to learn from. Yes. After getting the information, there were waves of exclamation from the R&D department. Their phones are still in the R&D center. Now a company in the United States has produced a finished product, and they're under great pressure. Although Qingyuan Technology's mobile phone data is good, it is only data, and the engineering prototype has not yet been released. Whether it will be better than the iPhone in the end is still unknown. Their mood, becoming anxious. USA, San Francisco. After the release of the iPhone, Jobs became busy. He felt very tired from invitations to various programs and media, but he couldn't refuse them completely. He personally didn't like being on TV. What he wants others to like is his product. Back home, he received a call from the vice president. How's it going? The vice president said, we found out that Qingyuan Technology's mobile phone screen is very large, and the partner is Samsung. However, they seem to be cooperating with Sony, and maybe planning to use two suppliers. Two? This is indeed in line with the Chinese people's style of doing things. They all like to have a backup, but it is not necessarily true. It may also be to lower the supply price. Jobs guessed. Not in a while. He received a fax and this was the size of the screen that the vice president had obtained. Jobs looked at the data in his hand. He frowned. He suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder and cannot accept this kind of bangs. Haha, they're going to put the receiver here. It's interesting. Jobs' opinion can only be interesting. When designing the appearance, their design department considered hundreds of shapes, and there was also this kind of plan, but he finally killed it. Only the screen is of no use, and there is no shell data. With Tang Qing's character, I think he is likely to hand over non-core components to other factories in China for production, so we have no information on this. The vice president analyzed. Jobs pondered for a while. It doesn't matter. Since Tang Qing wants to hide it, we can't do nothing. Find someone to make a design for this phone, saying it is a product of Qingyuan technology, and see how they react. Good idea. The vice president praised. Once it reaches public opinion, there are more people paying attention, and they're not the only ones who are curious. The media reporters are also very capable of digging. Even if Tang Qing doesn't accept the move in the end and holds on tightly, they will not lose anything. By the way, make it look ugly, Jobs reminded. I understand. P.S. Sorry, it's just a new year, don't panic. If it looks good, doesn't this steal the spotlight from the iPhone? January 12th. At a time when the United States and the entire Western world are praising the significance of the iPhone for the times, when major communication giants are successively announcing that they will launch their own smartphones. Several pictures have been exposed. It became a hot spot again. It was a strange-looking mobile phone. If it weren't for the comparison picture with an iPhone next to it, they would have thought it was a glass product, and the whole thing looked very uncoordinated. The screen is much larger than the iPhone, and it's probably hard to grasp with one hand. The back cover is thicker than the iPhone and looks like a small brick. There are even 3 buttons at the bottom of the screen, which are not very powerful. A discerning person will take a look. This is a smartphone. With the title, the smartphone war has officially begun. The iPhone's first opponent is the richest man in mainland China, Tang Qing. Is very provocative and has a strong smell of gunpowder at first glance. In the text, it was introduced that this is the smartphone developed by Qingyuan technology. All of a sudden, the enthusiasm of the American people was mobilized. Such an ugly phone, trying to challenge the iPhone, overestimating its capabilities. Oriental joke? This is also a smartphone. We only recognize the iPhone. Whoever uses it will get wet in the head. A one-sided criticism. To Tang Qing. Many people admire it. The influence of civilization. It has allowed them to understand Tang Qing correctly. I won't deliberately blackmail you or hold any obvious bias. However, this phone is really hard for them to love. Compared with the iPhone, it is completely from 2 eras. Even if some Chinese people left messages of support, they were drowned in the rolling tide. It was still night in China at this time, so there was no scolding war, but the editors on duty at major media outlets were already excited. The iPhone set a milestone in smartphones 2 days ago. And today, Chinese companies have actually caught up and were exposed in the United States. Very good. Only, that picture is really ugly. A new day has come. See today's financial headlines. Netizens are excited. Great, my Tang Qing is on the headlines again. Editor, why don't you give me a negative review with Tang Qing's photo? Holy shit, Tang Qing's smartphone looks like this. It looks weird and big. What's that piece on top? The earpiece. What are the 2 sides for? Why aren't they flat? Isn't it flat like an iPhone? You're stupid. It feels a little weird. Just get used to it. Netizens commented on the phone style that seemed to have been finalized in the picture and finally came to a conclusion. Apart from the good screen design, other aspects are still not as bold as the innovations of the iPhone. This is still a relatively conservative evaluation. After all, it is domestically produced, and it is Tang Qing, the richest man in the mainland. It is also in a high-tech field, such as mobile phones. It started late in China, so domestic companies should be given more tolerance. Word of mouth spreads, as if this is the same as the finished mobile phone of Qingyuan technology. Qingyuan technology. After reading the news, Luo Chong was very unhappy. The final design of his mobile phone has not yet been decided, but it is being pranked by these guys. It still has such an ugly appearance. It is really annoying. What would Tang Qing think if he saw it? Summon the vice president and above. Luo Chong patted the table and said, check carefully who leaked the appearance of our screen. President, it's a bit difficult. Many people know about it. We, the design department, Samsung and Sony also know about it. It's difficult to find out. A vice president said, then tell me how I will explain to the chairman. Luo Chong was very dissatisfied. These words, no one dared to answer. Ultimately, this is the company's problem, and we can't blame it, is silent. Luo Chong's phone rang. Seeing that it was Tang Qing's number, he immediately picked up the call. Chairman, I am Luo Chong. Luo Chong stood up to show respect. I've read the news on the internet. Don't worry about it. It's just a trivial matter. The purpose is to prepare for public opinion to dig out our products, so don't get confused and do what you have to do. After knowing that it was Jobs who hired someone to do it, Tang Qing was also speechless. Unexpectedly, gang leader Qiao also does this kind of thing, and he seems to be very skilled at it. I have to say that this trick is pretty good, and it accomplishes many things in one fell swoop. The biggest advantage is that it allows China media to help Apple create an advertisement for free, taking advantage of Tang Qing's enthusiasm. Have to. Just rub it if you want. Anyway, it will become his stepping stone when the time comes. It is estimated that the sales volume of Apple's first-generation mobile phones in China will not be too large. It is impossible that there will be no sales at all, because major domestic players who are aspiring to make mobile phones will definitely buy some and dismantle them. This part of the disassembly requirements. There are at least 1,000 of them. Of course, its sales stop there. Yes, Chairman. Luo Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Qing spoke, and this matter was finally over. Tang Qing said again, however, we can't be pretentious. In this way, in the name of the company, we can issue a statement denying the design, but we can admit the size of the screen. That thing is really ugly. Understood, Chairman. Luo Chong agreed. Yeah. Luo Chong hung up the phone. He said to others, okay. The chairman said it's nothing. The company will issue a statement later. It only took 10 minutes. Qingyuan Technology issued a statement on the matter, reprinted by major media. First of all, we at Qingyuan Technology reserve the right to pursue this kind of leakage of trade secrets. Secondly, we admit that this is the screen of Qingyuan Technology smartphone, but we completely deny the others. The statement was short, reveals two meanings. First, someone leaked the secret. Second, only the screen can be trusted. In this statement, the discussion started again. Holy crap, trade secrets leaked? It's so serious. I thought it was a promotion model of Qingyuan Technology. That's right. How could Tang Qing, who is so handsome, allow such an ugly design to be made? Tang Qing Shui. What does it have to do with a good-looking mobile phone? Upstairs, in your sentence, your appearance has been exposed. Only beautiful people can appreciate it. No, it's okay. I'm scared. I look forward to the release of Qingyuan Technology's products. I can't lose to the iPhone. No matter how bad it is, it can't be too bad. As long as it's not this one, I will spend money to buy it. No matter what it is in the end, I will support it. What if it is too expensive? I have a mine at home. Please support. Please support +1. USA. When Jobs saw the statement, he was not in a hurry. Now Tang Qing's mobile phone had attracted the attention of all parties. As long as someone was curious, someone would find out the truth. Anyway, he didn't want to bother with it. Just as Jobs thought, the mobile phone market will suddenly have two products that may subvert the market. The major giants cannot sit still. To Steve Jobs' iPhone, they can predict threat levels, but they find it the most troublesome for Qingyuan Technology's completely unknown products. It may even be a greater threat than Apple. Apple's pricing is too high, with the lowest configuration at $499 and the high configuration at $599, excluding those irrational diamond-encrusted and gold-plated luxury phones. This is almost the price of the top mobile phones now. It can be said, the iPhone is positioned in the high-end market, but with the wonders of civilization. They dare not say that Tang Qing's phone is not good. Others have refuted the rumors, which means that the screen is correct. Then another doubt arises. If the screen size is correct, then where are the buttons? If you add it down, it is really beyond the comfort range of ordinary people's hands. If not lengthened, is it a skateboard machine? This is what they desperately want to find out. It is also within a week of the end of the iPhone conference. Apple shares rose 8%. Everyone in the company is happy. Jobs knew that when it came time to officially go on sale. Apple's stock price will also see a wave of gains, but the current Apple machine is still far from his goal. In his dream, the processing power of mobile phones will be no less than that of computers, now limited by hardware. Steve Jobs also had a big head. He feels that he is just like some people in history, such as Leonardo da Vinci and Tesla, whose actual technical level is weak, which limits their talents and restricts the speed of realizing their dreams. Got cancer myself. He knows it. Jobs eagerly hoped that during his lifetime, Apple would become a mainstream company in the world, a great benchmark, and its products would be sought after by everyone. How is the development of ERV's Sirius system going? I don't know yet. Forget it, let them do it. We have never thought about using other people's mobile operating systems. Our system must be the best. Jobs said firmly. Only, compared to before. After seeing the technical strength of ERV, he still had a little doubt in his heart. January 14th, New York, ERV headquarters. A full board meeting was held. Representatives of major shareholders were invited to come, all waiting for the warrior to announce a major decision. What they had been waiting for a long time was finally coming. The warrior said, "Today's board meeting has only one purpose. I have decided to officially launch the listing of ERV, raise funds, and use it for ERV's industrial expansion and enhance ERV's popularity. We will complete the preparations as soon as possible and submit a prospectus to the SEC before the end of the month. As for the scale of financing, I am prepared to take out 20% of ERV and raise more than $15 billion US. Wow. There was applause from below. They invest in ERV. In addition to reaching strategic cooperation, the purpose is to wait for it to be listed. Once ERV is listed, the shares in their hands will be valuable, which can indirectly increase the stock price of their own company. This is something that benefits everyone. It's the end of the year. The executives are just waiting for the stock price to rise and get a big year-end bonus. Such a financing scale. No one was surprised. When I bought ERV shares before, the valuation was $50 billion US, with a 20% stake starting at $15 billion US. I just made a little money, not much. And after learning about ERV's other projects, if it was less than $15 billion US, they would still think it was small. However, they were a little jealous when they thought that ERV could make so much money, because it was impossible for ERV to share this money with them. All will be invested in the development of the company. Some may also conflict with some industries of various companies. Therefore, this listing, for major companies, it is also painful and happy. Of course, this is a rough price calculation now. After the accounting firm fully evaluates the company's assets, I think this number will definitely satisfy everyone. After a pause, the soldier said again, in order to increase its influence before going on the market, ERV will make many big moves in the next 2 months. First, I promised to release another game at the beginning of this year. I decided to release it at the end of this month. You will know the specific information of the game soon. Second, ERV and Google's mobile operating system, Sirius, have been initially completed. Our goal is to make Sirius the best operating system in the world. Third, ERV Entertainment is officially established. Relying on games and virtual characters, we can create a new model of online and offline entertainment, which I call the virtual entertainment industry. Fourth, the warrior said one item after another. The representatives listened carefully and were speechless. These are of great benefit to raising funds. Otherwise, the public and major investment institutions will be suspicious of such a dry listing. This is a roadshow that changes direction. This time IP0, probably the most in history. After the meeting, ERV announced the news. The media was in a frenzy. Who is ERV? It is a behemoth that has been valued by major giants at more than $50 billion US before it has even been listed. According to the expansion effect of the stock market, you don't even need to think too much. Another company worth $100 billion is about to appear. Hundreds of billions of dollars. What a huge number. If you think about the amount of shares held by ERV warriors again, reporters are excited. If the market value really exceeds $100 billion, it means that Bill Gates may be pulled out. The world's richest man. It's time to replace someone. Ever since, media reporters did not hesitate to use the most beautiful words to praise ERV. The United States has once again proven with facts that it is a place full of miracles. If ERV completes the largest IPO in history, we will witness the birth of a new richest man in the world. If ERV fails to succeed, this will be the failure of American freedom. Another $100 billion enterprise is about to be born. ERV company broke the news that smartphones are the future and the direction, and are preparing to invite the world's major communications giants to join their mobile operating system alliance named Sirius. ERV's new game is expected to be launched at the end of the month. One piece of news. Everyone in the global internet community knows about the explosion. ERV's next actions are dazzling. Everyone knows that ERV is building momentum for its listing. As for the specific launch date, it has not yet been determined. But follow the U.S. listing process. For a company like ERV, we have to wait until at least April, because no matter how soon, the influence of its new decisions will not be fully fermented, which will also be a big loss for ERV and affect the effectiveness of the listing. January 16th, Africa, Democratic Republic of the Congo. Within the province of North Key, a convoy was moving forward on the bumpy road. There are 2 pickup trucks in front and 3 huge trucks in the back. They are covered by light blue tarpaulins, and it is difficult to see what is inside. These are Huawei engineers. Bumpy side. Everyone is used to it. Inside the pickup truck at the front. Everyone, be careful and pay attention to your surroundings. This is already the territory of the warlord Sadok. Xia Yuxing said with a walkie-talkie, looking out the window warily. He's the field engineer here. If it weren't for the high salary, I would never do such a dangerous job. The young man driving the car said helplessly. Upon hearing this, the people in the back seat quickly agreed. That's it. After making a few years of money, I will go back and get a wife. If I don't come here again, I didn't expect that when I get here, the only thing that can accompany me to kill time is this pile of Huawei Access Network equipment technical manuals. You should learn from Lao Zhou and have the fun of taking pictures. The young man driving the car said with a smile. If I don't learn, I'm not an artistic young man. They use this method to relieve psychological pressure. African business. It has always been a market that Huawei attaches great importance to. Of course, it is different from that in China. Many products in Africa are used that have been eliminated in China. When 4G is popularized in the country, 3G services in African countries are the mainstream. But now, the 2G network coverage here is not complete. Just last month, Huawei won the bid for some communication infrastructure projects in the Democratic Republic of the Congo to upgrade the network in the country. They cannot afford and do not need 4G, so they mainly focus on 3G network construction. Then, their project team was sent here. On the advice of the branch, the engineering headquarters of Beiji province chose a place that was almost unmarked on the map. They heard that there was a Chinese mining company there. When they heard about it, they came happily. They're Chinese people. They felt very friendly. Been doing business here for so long. Confusion. Danger. On tenterhooks. It has become a common occurrence. Although the actual situation is not that dangerous, the situation here is indeed not optimistic, especially since they're still separatizing the armed sphere of influence. The car continued to move forward. The windows were rolled up to avoid being seen and causing unnecessary trouble. On the way here from the capital of Kinshasa, they were stopped more than 10 times, but they didn't encounter any robbers. Most of them were African police here, who had to give them some money at every distance. It's not okay not to give it. If someone says you are blocking their way, what else can you say? 2 hours later, the steel plant is still an hour away. Someone may be following us. Shaley, the young man driving the car, said in a panic. They were not driving very fast. If they were passing by, they would definitely overtake them. Now that they followed them for so long, it really worried him. Speed up and see if you can get away. Someone in the back seat suggested. Shaylee said helplessly, "We have a truck, so it's useless to speed up." "What should we do?" the man said nervously. "Shaylee, keep driving. In this crappy place, even if we call the police, it's fast enough to get here within an hour." Xia Yuxing said with a frown. "Most people who call the police here choose to go directly to the police station." "Okay, that's all." Soon, the car behind me accelerated in vain. "Drive alongside them." The driver over there glanced at them and saw that the passenger's glass was opaque, so he accelerated again. When he got to the front of the car, he saw that Shaylee had a Chinese face, and his eyes were filled with joy. Shaylee knew. That was by no means a friendly greeting to him. That's the expression of seeing a fat sheep. Oops! Xia Yuxing and others felt a thump in their hearts. This was the warlord's place. If something happened, they wouldn't be able to find anyone to help. They couldn't just fight a war for them. Immediately afterwards, their fears came true. The African in the cab took out a gun and yelled at them. What he yelled was temporarily inaudible because the diesel car was closed and the noise was quite loud, but it was definitely related to parking. What to do? They will shoot. Shaylee panicked. Xia Yuxing took a deep breath. Pull over. They have an African guide, so they shouldn't be stripped naked and thrown on the side of the road. After all, they are here to build and benefit the local area. This is why their equipment was not robbed along the way. Oh, Shaylee agreed. Turn on the right turn signal to signal the car behind you to pull over. Soon, the car stopped. Xia Yuxing and the African guide walked down. This is a French-speaking area. Xia Yuxing is just a field engineer and does not speak French yet. However, this African guide is an English-speaking person and is an employee of Huawei's partner. Ask them what they want to do. Xia Yuxing said to the guide Fielding. Okay. Fielding communicated with the other party. He said our car was too big, too heavy, and damaged the road. He asked us to pay a repair fee of $10,000. Fielding said helplessly. Here again, in Sadek's territory, he really didn't have the confidence to say harsh words. Tell them what we are here for. Of course, Xia Yuxing would not accept it. It was impossible to reimburse him for $10,000. Okay. Fielding turned his head and pointed at Xia Yuxing and explained. They're from China, and they're here to build base stations for you, which are your mobile phones, so that more places can make calls and provide better phone services. The leader with the gun was called Alec. On the way home, he accidentally saw these fat sheep and prepared to hunt some. Base station? Alec asked doubtfully. Fielding nodded vigorously. Yes, with the base station, more places can receive calls. Then go to our tribe to repair it, and I will take you there. Alec was happy. Without $10,000, it would be good to build a base station in the tribe. There was no signal in their tribe at all. Hear the words. Fielding looked bitter. We have regulations for this. It can only be repaired in a fixed place. If possible, your tribe will also be within the scope in the future. Now, the only option is to use delaying tactics. That won't work. Our tribe has no signal. They argued for several minutes. Fielding was pointed directly at the head by Alec. They insist that we go to their tribe to repair the base station. Fielding has already scolded this idiot in his heart. Can you please use your brain? Can the base station be repaired casually? How is this possible? Xia Yuxing kept shaking his head. There is no plan. How can we possibly repair it for you? And there is no optical cable. Going to your tribe to build a base station is useless. It is just an iron frame. You tell him no, Xia Yuxing said. After some fruitless negotiations, Alec's attitude was very tough. Fielding said helplessly. He said we must go. His father is the leader of the tribe, and he wants to go back as a birthday present. Xia Yuxing, do you still celebrate your birthday? Calculate your days by whatever means. This is impossible. He won't do it. Xia Yuxing wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. He was in a foreign country, and he didn't dare to say anything harsh. What's more, he still had a gun. When a scholar encountered soldiers, he was talking about this situation. After a few minutes, just when the two sides were at a stalemate, two pickup trucks came from the front. See these people. A sudden stop. Several strong black men stepped out of the car. Xia Yuxing couldn't help but take a step back. These guys looked even more difficult to mess with, because when they saw them, Alec and the others looked like good children with big smiles. "What are you doing?" the leader, the big black man, said loudly. Alec quickly said, "Wesley, I'm going to let them build a base station in our tribe so that there's a mobile phone signal. Then I will also let them build one in your tribe." Wesley looked at Xia Yuxing and asked in English, "Where are you going?" "A steel plant," Xia Yuxing said. Wesley's expression changed. "Steel factory? What's it called?" "It seems to be called Wanqing Steel," Xia Yuxing replied. "Hear the name." Wesley turned his head silently. A slap was given to Alec. Snap! Alec was slapped so hard that stars popped out of his eyes, and he almost lost his balance. Wesley roared angrily. "You really need to clean it up, right? You dare to snatch anyone's things." I didn't know it was from the steel factory." Alec covered his face and shouted that he was wronged. "You know, he will definitely go as far as he can. If today's incident comes home, his father will slap him. You know now," Wesley said coldly. I know. Alec nodded repeatedly. "Get out of here," Wesley said impatiently. Yes. Alec didn't dare to stay. "Get in the car, press the accelerator, and leave. This steel plant, strictly speaking, should be called a mining area. It has already become a place that almost no one in the local area knows about, because it has cooperative relationships with tribes dozens of kilometers around. You have mines. No matter what, I want it dug out. There are no mines. So do natural resources. I'll help you find a way to sell it. In the past, the mines here were almost impossible to transport because there were no railways and the roads were a mess. They had to rely on the weather. Sadic's industrialization could not digest so many resources. That's all. The mining area has established extensive cooperative relationships with various tribes. In particular, several very large tribes have become the main suppliers of the steel plant in the future. Coal, steel, copper, and other metals will also be accepted as ordered, and related smelting plants will be expanded in the future. Ever since, this steel factory, it has a huge influence locally. They're all waiting for the factory to start construction, and they're waiting to make money. Alec was beaten when he robbed someone else's things. Well deserved. Xia Yuxing stared at the scene in front of her in stunned silence. What to do? Why are you guys fighting? Don't be nervous. Since you're a friend of Wanqing Steel, you are our friend. If anyone dares to bully you in this world, we will not agree, Wesley said to Xia Yuxing with a smile. He was the eldest grandson of the tribal elder who had several warehouses blown up by the soldiers in front of him. He knew it, much more than the average person. Partnerships are part of that. Not to be offended. That's the main reason. Thank you. Xia Yuxing thanked him. You're welcome. Let's go. I'll take you there myself. We'll be there soon, Wesley said enthusiastically. Thank you. Xia Yuxing smiled dryly. So far, he still couldn't believe what had just happened. Would Wesley take them somewhere, snatch them away, and end up in the wolf's den again? And just when Xia Yuxing was confused, Didi, a very harsh car horn, came from behind. Xia Yuxing turned around and took a look. Terrified. Car. Lots of cars. There were at least 20 American military Humvees, with black bodies, white outline tires, and a shield-like logo printed on the front hood and door. They looked mighty and domineering. Could it be the warlord armies under Sadic? Just when Xia Yuxing was worried, a person stepped out of the first car's passenger seat. Asian? Still an Asian, wearing a black and white security uniform. See that person? Wesley walked up with a smile. Captain Chu, we're picking up someone again. Wesley looked at the convoy behind with envy, wanting to drive away. But he was rejected every time. No matter how good the relationship was, it was said to be company regulations. Well, what are you doing? Robbery? Chu Shang frowned. Today he went to the airport to pick up a group of neighbor engineers and new colleagues from the company. He heard that a chemical plant was going to be built next to the mining area. His boss also participated in the project and contracted the security of the two companies. No, 80 more security guards were sent from China. From his look, it looked like a robbery. I heard that Chu Shang said he was robbing. Wesley shook his head quickly and clarified. No, we just stopped a robbery. They wanted to rob this group of Chinese people, but I drove them away. I was about to take them to your steel factory. These should be your things. That's it. Chushing nodded. This place. No one really dares to steal their things. Came here last April. 9 months have passed. 9 months later, he has fully seen the company's strong background. Not to mention walking sideways, but absolutely no one has come to bully them, just like what Liang said at the beginning. Don't cause trouble. Not afraid of trouble either. And this time, as the vice president of the branch, Liang, who was still leading the new report, also came, but after a long journey, he fell asleep in the back of the car. He hadn't seen him for a long time. He was recharging his energy and preparing to have a drink later. Chusheng walked to Xia Yuxing's side. Hello, what are you sending? No, we are employees of Huawei, and we're going to repair the base station here. The company asked us to go to your steel plant, hoping to get help. Xia Yuxing quickly expressed his intention. Hear this. Chusheng understood that it turned out that he was not sending something to their factory. Okay, then get in the car and follow our convoy. I'll take you there. I'm from the security department of the steel plant. My name is Chusheng. Remember, don't let your people take pictures. Chusheng emphasized. Understood, I will tell them. My name is Xia Yuxing. Nice to meet you. Xia Yuxing introduced himself. Well, I'll catch up later. Chusheng smiled and nodded. Okay. Chusheng said to Wesley again. You just go ahead and do your own thing. They leave it to me. Thank you for what happened just now. You're welcome, that brat. I'll deal with him next time I see you. I don't have any discernment. Wesley waved his fist. I'll treat you to a drink next time. Chusheng and Wesley were also quite familiar with each other. Wesley smashed his mouth. Haha, okay, I also want to eat hot pot. Okay, no problem. Chusheng agreed. Hot pot. He couldn't guarantee that elsewhere in Africa, but they do. You can eat whatever you want. Subsequently, the huge convoy started again. Xia Yuxing returned to the car. Shaylee's eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the motorcade, counting on his fingers. 1, 5, 17. Damn, my dear, there are 25 military Humvees and 3 military potassium trucks. It's so heroic. Which company is this from? Shali couldn't help but sigh. As for the 6 buses and more than 20 trucks behind, it's not as shocking as those Hummers. The armed forces, there are such sophisticated company weapons here. I can't say how powerful they are, but they are definitely very intimidating. Don't take pictures, they don't allow it. Xia Yuxing stopped his subordinates from taking pictures. Who are they? The young man, surnamed Zhou, put down his camera in disappointment. He sat in the back row and did not dare to open the window, so he heard nothing. Xia Yuxing explained. The security department of their Wanqing Steel. Security department? How dare security department drive this car here? I even want to join their company. Who dares to touch us? Shaylee was very excited. He was bullied by Africans along the way and was very unhappy. He envied the respect that Chusheng had just enjoyed from the bottom of his heart. Xia Yuxing actually didn't know that this was Tang Qing's industry. They were generally concerned about the comet group and microcrystalline technology, which were related to civilization, because the team was using its photovoltaic products. Very easy to use. Durable. Stabilize. Especially suitable for the hot environment of Africa. Quickly, keep up. Others are equipped with this kind of car, which also proves the danger of this job. Xia Yuxing urged. Same. After seeing all the cars passing by, Xia Yuxing and the others followed Chusheng's motorcade, heading towards the steel plant. 30 kilometers away from the steel plant, Xia Yuxing found that the road had become wider and the road condition was very good. There were road signs at intervals, and there were even traffic lights at the intersection. Look, they were all just repaired not long ago. Look at the sign. It is 15 kilometers away from the factory. Look, our national flag. Shaylee pointed to the 5-star red flag in the distance. Really? So beautiful. They saw Weeha's camp, the blue helmet, very conspicuous. A foreign country. See the flag. They felt a sense of security. Xia Yuxing had heard of a branch in the Democratic Republic of the Congo before, but he didn't know where it was and had no chance to interact with it. He didn't expect it to be here. He looked at the map in his hand. Xia Yuxing somewhat understood. This place is located at the junction of 5 countries, and there are also 5 unstable countries. It is very reasonable to locate here. Here it is. They had already seen the atmosphere of civilization. There were things like street lights on the roadside, and the greening was also good. After walking for a few kilometers, several huge chimneys appeared in the distance on the left front. Thermal power plant. Other side, it is a steel factory area covering a large area. Some are still smoking, and it looks like they are partially ready for use. Enter the factory. The car arrived at a huge parking lot. Here, they saw more military Humvees, more large military trucks, and a large number of trucks. They were not parked together. The security department's vehicles were separated from other vehicles by walls. Seeing many Chinese faces back and forth, Xia Yuxing finally breathed a sigh of relief and was safe. Finish arranging others. Chu Sheng walked up quickly. Mr. Xia, how many of you are there? Xia Yuxing said hurriedly. 18 people. Chu Sheng said, I have already reported your affairs to the company. We will arrange a temporary office and room for you in the future. If you need to go through the formalities with me later, don't worry. You generally have free food and accommodation here, except for things in the store, of course. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hearing that food and accommodation are free, Xia Yuxing thanked him. Let's go. I'll take you to get a temporary access card first. The access management here is very strict. Without the card, you can't even enter the dormitory. Chu Sheng led the way. Everyone came to the large office building in the mining area. Soon, the staff applied for a card for them. It was a magnetic card with only numbers on it. It was made of metal. Xia Yuxing was a little puzzled. With such a material, wouldn't it be afraid of being degaussed? Walk out of the office building. Chu Sheng said, I'll take you to see the office first. Okay. After a while, they came to a small courtyard. That's right. It's a small courtyard. To the east of the factory, there was a row of small courtyards. Xia Yuxing didn't have high hopes at first, thinking he would just give them a room, but the reality was beyond his imagination. These are built for the factory's partners as their business contact points. However, not many have settled in yet, so I will give them to you first, Chu Sheng explained. On these investments, Chu Sheng also saw the courage of Tang Qing, the richest man, who paid for everything, gave them the best treatment, the best food, accommodation, and office environment, and allowed them to work abroad with dignity. Xia Yuxing followed behind, feeling a little flattered. The small courtyard was full of flowers. It was not a wooden house, but a small second floor. Parking could be parked in the courtyard. What particularly shocked them was that in the middle of the courtyard, there was a Chinese national flag on a flagpole. Open the door. They were startled again. Ceramic tile floors, whitewashed walls, complete office equipment, and air conditioning. This is an extremely high-standard office environment. Captain Chu, these conditions are great. We are really... Chu Sheng waved his hands and said with a smile, This is the company's arrangement. You can work here with peace of mind as long as you don't damage the items inside. Otherwise, you will need to compensate. Xia Yuxing nodded vigorously. That's right, that's right. There is an internet connection here. Although it's not fast, it's enough for you to send emails and read web pages. You're all in the communications business, so I don't need to teach you how to connect to the internet. Chu Sheng said with a smile. Haha, of course. Xia Yuxing smiled. Chu Sheng handed over a bunch of keys. Okay, here's the office key. Don't worry, the entire factory here is under 24-hour surveillance, and there's one in every room. You don't have to worry about someone stealing things. After looking at the office space, soon, they were taken to the dormitory again. Same high standards. They are all quadruple rooms, with separate showers and toilets, sofas and TVs, but no place to cook. Although you're not employees of the factory, we will come to check the hygiene every week. The inspection standards are posted at the door. Although we will not fine you, you should not pay too little attention to the living environment. Chu Sheng warned. This is natural. Xia Yuxing nodded. You should tidy up your room first. Remember to bring your card when you eat. If you want to eat something else, such as hot pot or seafood, remember to bring money, either RMB or US dollars. Chu Sheng said. Understood. That's it. Chu Sheng finally completed his mission. He still had to find Liang. Have a nice drink. See Chu Sheng leaving. Xia Yuxing, Li, and the others looked at each other. Did we all get lucky? It's nice, clean, and just like a hotel. Is this really a dormitory? This is the best room I've seen in the capital of Kinsa. Shaylee sat down on the bed, just about to lie down and rest. Xia Yuxing said, "Let's go and get the daily necessities from the car." Oh, their guide Fielding lives elsewhere. It's not discrimination. The reason Chu Shang gave is that the culture and living habits are different. It's awkward for everyone to live together. So they simply live separately. The next half hour, they moved in their daily necessities. As for the office, they didn't go there anymore. It was already very late today, and they planned to do it tomorrow. When they returned to the dormitory, Xia Yuxing connected to the internet and sent the situation here to his superiors. They took a shower one by one, changed into clean clothes. I looked at my watch. It's getting late. The sun was about to set here, and they were going to have dinner. As soon as Xia Yuxing opened the door, he saw the opposite door also opened, and a Chinese man in his 20s came out. Judging from his hair, he had just taken a shower. "Are you new here?" the man asked enthusiastically. "Yes." "Which group are you in?" Xia Yuxing knew that the other party had misunderstood and said quickly, "We are from Huawei. We are here to repair the base station. We are not employees of your company. We just arrived in the afternoon and are going to the cafeteria." "That's it. Welcome. I'm about to go to the cafeteria too. Come together. My name is Lu Chong." Lu Chong became even more enthusiastic after hearing this. He had heard of Huawei, a very impressive company. "Thank you. My name is Xia Yuxing, and they are all my colleagues." While Xia Yuxing and Lu Chong were talking, colleagues from other rooms also came out. Lu Chong smiled and said, "Thank you. When you go out, you should help each other. Only when we are united can we not be afraid of anyone. Just like our security department, no one here dares to mess with our company. Your company is really good." Xia Yuxing was convinced. "That's right. You should know who the boss of our company is." Lu Chong said with pride in his tone, "I really don't know about this. Please give me some advice." Xia Yuxing said humbly, "From this tone, you must have a strong background. Could it be a domestic Big Mac that starts with the word Zhong, Bao Steel, Shugong, Ongong, still a horse?" Tang Qing, the richest man in the country, knows. Xia Yuxing was stunned and said in surprise, "You mean Tang Qing? The one from the comic group?" "That's him. This mining area belongs to him, as does the steel plant. You can't see such a luxurious dormitory in other African mining companies. I couldn't believe it when I came here." Lu Chong was amazed at the office environment here. "I can't believe it." Xia Yuxing nodded. Along the way, Lu Chong kept talking about the difference between this place and other places. Soon, they came to a building with 6 huge Chinese characters for Wanxing Life Center written on it. "The canteen is here. Please bring your cards." Lu Chong asked. "Bring it." Xia Yuxing took out the card. "That's good. There are many choices in the cafeteria on the first floor, even if you want to eat steamed buns at night." Walking into the cafeteria, follow Lu Chang's fingers. Xia Yuxing actually saw Xiaolong Baozi. Not only that, there were many brands there, including beef noodles, ramen, and home-style stir-fries. What shocked him the most was that there was a pastry shop here. "You guys, this is too." Shaylee stuttered and was almost speechless. Lu Chong was very satisfied with Shaylee's expression. "It's all there. As long as it's not particularly popular, it's all here. This is just the first floor. On the second floor, there are hot pots, self-service, coffee shops, milk tea shops, etc. The third floor is a supermarket, a gym, a karaoke bar, and a movie theater. It's very interesting, and the consumption is not high, similar to that in China. For these, our chairman has subsidized a lot of money." Xia Yuxing. "This is completely a small business center. Eat, drink, and play. Is this really Africa? Don't you want the cost?" But when I think of Tang Qing's assets, it seems he is also qualified to be so wealthy. "Should we go have hot pot? I haven't eaten in 3 months." Shaylee's eyes widened when he heard about hot pot. "Okay, let's come together. We'll treat you," Xia Yuxing said to Lu Chong. When he went out, he brought a lot of RMB and US dollars, which should be enough to have a good meal here. "Thank you then." Lu Chong was also polite. Everyone came to the second floor. Really, there were coffee shops and milk tea shops, and they even saw an internet cafe. There were only a few people in it, only a few people here and there, but Is this really Africa? Into the hot pot area. A beautiful-looking Chinese waiter attracted their attention. These gentlemen had not seen such a good-looking Chinese woman for a long time, and they were all a little reserved. Shaylee stared at her. Fortunately, the waiters are of excellent quality. He said to them politely, "Welcome. Who are you?" 19. Xia Yuxing said. Fielding did not come. "Invite this way." Because there were so many people, the waitress assigned them 2 large tables. Finished ordering. Finished serving tea. After the waitress left, Shaylee couldn't wait to ask, "What's going on? There are still girls willing to come to Africa?" Lu Chong smiled and said, "These are the family members of the factory employees. After coming here once, they found that it is very safe here, and the wages for recruiting waiters are high. Some of them introduced or brought their own family members here. How brave. They don't dare to go to other mines, but here there are more than 300 Chinese security guards with guns, and there are more than 300 African security guards outside. As long as they don't run around, nothing will happen." What Lu Chong is most satisfied with is the security here. "Yes, how are they treated?" Shaylee asked. 5,000 yuan a month. Lu Chong stretched out his palm. Shaylee spit out the tea he drank. "What? 5,000 yuan? For a waiter like this in China, 2,000 yuan is already a high salary. This is Africa, and the salary is definitely high. After deducting insurance and provident funds, she can get more than 4,000 per month. If she does well, the company will have a year-end bonus at the end of the year. However, it is not easy to get it. The company has strict regulations for service personnel in the mining area. They must treat customers with a smile. If there are too many complaints, the bonus will be lost. In this aspect, the company's management is very strict. It would rather keep the company empty than recruit unqualified employees. Even if it goes out of business, it will not use employees who are persistent and unable to recognize their position." Shaylee was speechless. "I thought that the business here was a monopoly and the service attitude was not good, but I didn't expect that it was implemented directly in accordance with the standards of the service industry. It was not renting to outsiders, but was directly subordinate to the employees of the mining area." "Brother Lu, how much do you earn every month?" Shaylee asked curiously. Lu Chong waved his hand and smiled. "Not much. I'm just a truck driver. The total is more than 8,000. Of course, this does not include the year-end bonus. It's so high. No, it can only be considered average here. I have signed up to drive a mine car. After I pass the test, I can increase it by about 50%. However, I actually want to join the security department. Each of them starts at 10,000. Lu Chong said enviously. "Is it difficult?" Shaylee asked. Lu Chong nodded. "It's difficult. The security guards here are retired soldiers. They are all proficient in weapons and fighting. They train every day. They don't recruit other ordinary people. It's a pity." "Very good," Xia Yuxing said. "Yes, at least we are reassured. If you go out to do errands, you'd better apply with the company to send security guards to follow you. But I don't know if there will be a charge. In this way, no one nearby will dare to bully you," Lu Chong reminded. "Thank you." Xia Yuxing actually had this idea. If he wanted to pay, he would definitely have to discuss it with the company. But as long as it wasn't too high and the company wouldn't reimburse him, they could just pay. After all, it was about their own safety. It will be added to future reimbursements. In this area, the reimbursable expenses for activities are not low. Soon, the dishes are ready. The familiar spicy taste fascinated them. The air conditioning in the store was turned on high, which was perfect for eating hot pot. At this time, the small hot pot restaurant was gradually filling up. This meal made Xia Yuxing and the others very happy. Same on the second floor. In another box. This place is mainly used by the mining area's senior executives to entertain guests. Most people can't book it. Chu Sheng was having dinner with He Liang. Knowing that He Liang was coming, even Fong Tai, who was on duty at Weha, also came. Due to company regulations, drinking during working hours was not allowed, so they all drank green tea instead. I didn't expect that in less than a year, this place would be built like this. Looking at his old comrades, Fong Tai sighed with emotion. He had witnessed with his own eyes that this mining area was built from a barren land to its current scale. "I know there are Chinese companies here. Fong Tai and the others would come on routine patrol every day. Every day. Everything seems to be changing here. Final. The current situation has not only benefited the company's employees, but is also a great joy for them, because there is no shortage of anything here. If they want to buy something, they often come here to make large purchases. There was food and drink. It's just like being in a city. You can eat meat whenever you want. It's much better than the food standards provided by the United Nations. Of course, you can't say that they are stingy, because everyone has the same standards. If you retire one day, Fong Tai wants to work here. However, if I go back, I will probably be at the school level, so why not retire? He Liang also sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that such a large factory area could be almost repaired so quickly. Seeing that the conditions here are so good, I feel relieved. Fong Tai asked, "What's the big move this time? So many people are here." Chu Sheng explained, "We need to build another factory. I guess we want to be neighbors with us because we have put this place in good order. I heard that the chairman has shares in it, and there are several central enterprises involved. The background of the shareholders is very complicated. It may be a national project." Chu Sheng Guets. Fong Tai was thoughtful. He Liang said, "No matter what, do your job well, and everything will be solved by the superiors." He very much hopes that this is a national project because it means that Tang Qing has a close relationship with the country. It's also a good thing for them. What kind of fish is this? Is it so big? At this time, the waiter actually brought a huge plate with a nearly 1-meter fish on it, which really shocked He Liang. Chu Sheng took a large piece of fish. There are a lot of freshwater fish in the lake over there, and they are very cheap. A piece of RMB only costs 50 yuan. Although there are a lot of fish resources in the lake, they can't be transported out and sold at a high price. It tastes good when grilled. He Liang took a bite and praised. "That's why I'm here to entertain you. It's delicious and not expensive. This dish only costs 80 yuan here, and the domestic price is at least 5 times that here. Because of us, the fishing business by the lake has indirectly boomed." Chu Sheng said, "Aren't they quite lazy?" He Liang said curiously. Chu Sheng smiled. "Haha, you're lazy? It's because you don't know what you need. We have everything here, including a few bottles of Dabanjiang. After trying it a few times, they want to go out early and come back late to go fishing." "I see." He Liang smiled. "Lazy. It's really relative. Captain, the African security guards who came recently are of very high quality. Where did you recruit them from?" Chu Sheng asked curiously. "Of course, the company has set up several training centers in Africa. These security guards have been strictly trained and can only come out after meeting the standards." He Liang knew about this. "The company is so mysterious." Chu Sheng said, "I feel the same way, but this is not something we should consider." He Liang reminded that the smoothness of the company's business in Africa is beyond ordinary people's imagination, and it is normal to have doubts. He once asked Gao Ming a question, but Gao Ming didn't understand either, and told him not to ask any more questions. These words, he also passed it on to Chu Sheng. "That's right." Chu Sheng nodded, "Taking people's money, as long as it's not murder, arson, breaking laws and disciplines, knowing so much as long as things are developing in a good direction." The next day, early morning, when the first ray of sunlight from the sky shines into the room, Xia Yuxing woke up. Thinking back on everything last night, it felt like a dream. After finishing the hot pot, they each drank a cup of milk tea and went to the cinema to watch the latest movie. Unlike the food, the movie theater here was free, but there was only one movie every night. But even so, it also surprised them. This is a fun that is almost impossible to enjoy in Africa. Let alone watching movies, they generally don't even want to leave the house for work. Even so, they often encounter difficulties from the African police. Xia Yuxing still remembers it. Once, after a busy day, and they were sleeping soundly at home, people from the country's immigration bureau rushed in and took them all back to the bureau without further ado. Finally, they were released after some hard talk and some money. Overheard later. This was just for the fun of those people. It was interesting to see their nervous and defensive expressions. Xia Yuxing's mood, when he heard this, was that he had the intention to kill. In the end, I could only relax my fists. Keep your head down and work hard. A foreign country. I can't find anyone to reason with. He is just a nobody. What big talk? Get up and get ready to work. Xia Yuxing shouted. Boss, let me sleep a little longer. Shaili said confusedly. He ate too much last night and chatted too late, so he was very sleepy. Look outside the window. Everyone is up. You are still lying in bed. What are you thinking of? Hurry up. Xia Yuxing pointed to the workers who were leaving the dormitory one after another outside the window. We can't be embarrassed here. Xia Yuxing said so what reason do they have to stay in bed? Get up. Wash up. After packing up, we went to the cafeteria. Xia Yuxing almost cried while eating the preserved egg and lean meat porridge. It had been a long time since he came to Feifei, and he hadn't eaten something like this for a long time. The key was that it was so delicious. Xia Yuxing, the chef of the cafeteria here, gave it full marks. There are also fried dough sticks, spicy soup, and even tofu curd. A breakfast. Eating them all again. Half an hour later, they arrived at the small office courtyard assigned to them yesterday, followed by a black military Hummer. Just now Xia Yuxing mentioned something to Chu Shang, and Chu Shang directly sent him 2 security guards and a car. All are Chinese. American-made, weapons in hand. Wearing a black bulletproof helmet on his head, he looked very powerful. It's so powerful. Can I see your guns? Shaili said carefully when he saw 2 armed security guards. The security guard shook his head. Sorry, the company has weapons management regulations. They are not allowed to be possessed by other non-security personnel. If not necessary, non-security personnel are not allowed to approach or enter our vehicles. It's so strict, Shaili said in disappointment. Don't let them watch. No photography allowed. Not even close to the car. This is for Africans. If you're Chinese, if your car cannot fit, you can take our vehicle. The security guard said, many Africans here are very carefree. Once up, if you don't protect everything, you will lose things. That's why this rule came into being. Half an hour later, after packing up, Fielding came too. Let's set off, Xia Yuxing said. Where to go? Shi Yong asked. He is one of the security guards this time. In a place called Morata Mountain, the base station is on the top of the mountain. We need to replace the old equipment. Do you know? Xia Yuxing said. They found the place first by asking, but based on GPS Mount Morata? You're talking about that base station. I know, keep up. Shi Yong immediately remembered that as company security, they were forced to learn the surrounding map. Great, Xia Yuxing said happily. Shi Yong leads the way. Xia Yuxing and his 2 pickup trucks followed quickly. As for big carts, there's no need for it now. They are replacing the original 2G equipment. After completing the upgrade and replacement of the old equipment, they will start the construction of the new base station. This is all planned, different from the way we came. This time, we turned left after exiting the mining area. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, there were still new asphalt roads. At the 6th intersection, the car turned right. The road became difficult to walk on, but it was still smooth. In order to take care of the equipment in the car behind, the black Hummer did not drive too fast. We drove a few more kilometers. Xia Yuxing and the others saw the base station on the top of the mountain in the distance. I looked at the GPS coordinates in my hand again. No wrong way. The convoy stopped at the foot of the mountain. There was a small tribe here. When he saw 3 cars driving in, a large number of African children came to watch. Xia Yuxing felt a little excited when he saw it. Is it really okay to go straight in like this without saying hello? However, what he didn't know was, on the way, the security department called the tribe leader and informed them of this matter. Otherwise, no matter how confident they were, they would not rush into other tribes without saying hello. Fielding wiped his hands with cold sweat, hoping nothing would happen. At last, his worries proved to be unfounded. Nothing happened. The elders of the family came out to welcome him personally. The level of enthusiasm was a bit unbearable for Fielding. Not only that, he probably knew the security department's regulations and sent a few strong men to stand around the car to prevent the children from getting close. I'll accompany you up, Shi Yong said. Another companion was watching the car below. Thank you. Then, Xia Yuxing and the others each carried dozens of kilograms of equipment up the mountain. Fortunately, there were not many things that needed to be replaced. In the end, they were half exhausted and finally climbed to the top of the mountain and reached the bottom of the base station. This base station is on the top of the mountain, so the tower is not high, only about 10 meters. Professionals climbed up and installed it. The people below are debugging. The power supply of this base station has been extremely unstable before, and there was no power most of the time. However, since the power plant of Tsong Iron Factory was repaired, almost all nearby power supplies have been connected. More than half an hour later, the installation is complete. The signal test quality is pretty good and the equipment is running normally. Although this tribe will not be able to enjoy 3G network speeds in a short period of time, sooner or later, they will be able to use it. Phew, a good start. Xia Yuxing looked at the results and smiled happily. In their plan, such a base station upgrade can travel to up to 2 places a day. It is mainly affected by the 2 variables of path finding and communication. It seems now it should be smooth sailing in a short term. Next, under the leadership of Shi Yong, I visited 4 places in the morning. Such high efficiency made Xia Yuxing smile. However, there was an inexplicable reluctance in her heart. After thinking about it later, she realized that she was afraid that she would finish the work too quickly and leave here one day early. This was something he had never felt since coming to Africa. Who is in the dormitory? Don't worry about someone breaking in to steal or rob you. There is security when going out. The office environment is excellent. If Africa were like this, he would be happy to work here. Only, thinking about it, it's still impossible. Huawei is a private technology company. It is impossible to follow Tang Qing's example and build such a large-scale safe zone here. In Huawei's eyes, Africa is a market, not a manufacturing base. Xia Yuxing wanted to ask if there was a need for communications engineers here. Can change jobs to a company owned by Tang Qing. It's also a good choice, but you have to at least finish the work you're doing now. Noon. Return to the mining area. Xia Yuxing invited, Brother Shi, let's have a meal together at noon. Thank you, but the company has regulations, and there's a special canteen when performing tasks. Shi Yong refused. During the task, in order to avoid stomach upset, they all eat a single food. Hot pot, buffet, ice cream, and other spicy food. You can only eat when you have no tasks within the next 8 hours. It was not mandatory at first, but a self-disciplined behavior just in case, and later it gradually became a rule. During the mission, they have a fixed security canteen. Okay then, can we do it tonight? Xia Yuxing had no choice but to give up. We'll go at night. Shi Yong agreed. Xia Yuxing smiled and said, then let's go back first and set off in 2 hours. Okay. Shi Yong drove away. Xia Yuxing went back first and changed into clean clothes before going to the cafeteria. When he entered yesterday, there was a sign on the door saying that it was recommended to change into clean clothes before eating. Of course, it was just a suggestion, not a requirement. But everyone I met obeyed it honestly. They are also not easy to violate. While eating hot pot, he casually asked Lu Chang why there is such a rule. You still have to control the food. After everyone has worked hard for a day, you still let people wear clothes. It is too lenient. Lu Chang's answer really surprised him. This embodies a kind of self-discipline. A set of clean clothes will restrict a person's walking, sitting, and lying down, and the soup will not splash when eating. Over time, it becomes a behavior, which can also be called benefits. Although it is definitely not something Lu Chang can say. But it makes sense. Xia Yuxing thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. If you wear a clean, crisp, expensive suit, you will definitely pay attention when walking, sitting, or lying down to prevent your clothes from getting dirty or wrinkled. After a long time, people will naturally become more attention to details. It's an attitude. Afternoon. Shi Yong arrived at the small courtyard as scheduled. Xia Yuxing has already installed the equipment to be used. Shi Yong said, give me the coordinates and I will look at the place. Morning. Start from the second place. It was Xia Yuxing who told Shi Yong the coordinates, and Shi Yong found the way by himself. Only then did Xia Yuxing know that the security department had satellite and road maps with a radius of dozens of kilometers here, which were very accurate. Shi Yong entered the coordinates. It's a bit far. Let's get in the car. According to the speed in the morning, it will be completed soon in the afternoon. The team filled up the gas first. On the road again. 2 hours later, they completed 2 and then drove towards the third base station. This base station was the farthest in the south, nearly 50 kilometers away, and was beyond the coverage of the cement road. The road turned into gravel. It rained a few days ago. The water is very deep. In some places, Xia Yuxing's pickup truck soon got stuck in one. I can only trouble you. It's a small matter. Shi Yong took out the traction belt with familiarity. Connected together, the military pickup truck was easily pulled out like a chicken. Shi Yong and the others have tested the performance of this all-terrain military off-road vehicle. It has super horsepower and can even be pulled by a truck. This is just a small episode. Passing by a village, the car soon arrived at the third base station to be upgraded. Only, this base station seems to have been destroyed, and the door to the computer room is open. Be careful, Shi Yong's companion reminded. I know. Shi Yong held the gun. Walking into the computer room, he found that it was almost empty. Only some cables were still there, and the batteries and equipment were gone. In business in Africa, communications facilities are often damaged and are a common occurrence. Xia Yuxing took a closer look. There is still a possibility of repair. But the wires were down. Standing on the top of the mountain, they could see a village in the distance. What should I do? Shaylee asked. Xia Yuxing couldn't make a decision. I'll ask their operator for instructions. He took out the satellite phone. Soon, Xia Yuxing hung up the phone. The operator said that the equipment here went offline a year ago. During the conflict between 2 tribes, one of the tribes destroyed it and the equipment was missing. They asked us to repair it. There is no power. The operator never cares about our actual situation. Shaylee said dissatisfied. Reconnect, it's just a waste of time. Xia Yuxing said helplessly, Huawei is a service company, and the operator asked, what else can they say? Fortunately, the optical cable is good. Otherwise, they would really have to go home today. Next, the guy who pulls the wire pulls the wire. Installation equipment for installation equipment. The cables in the computer room were also pulled and checked again. It was so far away, so I hoped it wouldn't happen again. After more than an hour of busy work, the equipment finally started running. The transmission was normal and all indicators were good. They also reinstalled the door to the computer room and changed the locks. Took a few photos. They were getting ready to leave. Bang! There was intensive gunfire in the distance. Xia Yuxing and the others were startled and hurried back to the car. Shi Yong also returned to the heavy bulletproof car door and took a protective posture. Don't act rashly. Xia Yuxing didn't dare to move. I'm going to stop here. We're just installing some equipment, and you're going to start fighting now? Are you planning to grab equipment? Shi Yong did not hesitate. Pick up the radio in the car. Report to the command center. There is intensive gunfire from the tribe to the east of my location. The cause and scale are not yet clear, but it is the place we must pass through for evacuation. Please give instructions. Shi Yong said. Once there is a security issue, they all need to report to the Security Department Command Center. A calm voice came from the intercom. Okay, please wait where you are and pay attention to your own safety. We will conduct a threat assessment immediately. Yes. Other side, within the mining area, the command center of the security building. This is a hall. More than 50 people work here. On the big screen in the middle, there are surveillance cameras of all sizes throughout the factory. The person in charge here is not Chu Sheng, but an experienced retired military officer. Certainly, this is what the information says. Such an important department must be controlled by soldiers. Most of the people in this center are soldiers responsible for the security and defense of the core area. Zheng Hong, the name of the warrior. He is also the security manager of the mining area. The number 7 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft is ready to take off, conduct threat assessment, helicopters are ready, and the emergency team is on standby, the soldier. Ordered. Yes. The leader of the drone team entered the startup command on the computer in front of him. 10 seconds later, UAV number 7 has been started and is ready to launch. Countdown is 5 seconds, 5, 4, 3. When the countdown reaches 1, a drone flew out from the top floor of the security department building. The footage from the drone's camera was transmitted to the large screen in the center. The high-definition image quality made everyone here accustomed to it. This is not some black technology. It can only be said to be relatively advanced. What surprised them most was the combat system running behind it. This was what surprised them. In the picture, all-terrain data collection was the basis. Person mark, threat intelligence assessment, identification of friend or foe, value target capture. A series of functions will impress those who come into contact with it for the first time. It's the end of the month. Please vote for me. Drones. It is a daily routine operation project of the Mining Area Security Command Center. Every 6 hours, one will take off. Conduct a proactive security survey of the mining area. For this reason, there are always 10 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft on the top of the building. They do not have attack capabilities. Those with attack capabilities are set up in a deep mountain more than 30 kilometers away from the mining area. Besides, there are also 2 helipads on the top floor of the security building. There are 2 helicopters parked above. One is a relatively small civilian helicopter that can only seat 2 people, and the other is a relatively large rescue helicopter that can seat more than a dozen people, mainly used as a deterrent and support. None have attack capabilities. Not far from the mining area, a small airport is almost completed. By then, the hangar there can accommodate a few more aircraft. In total, Tang Qing is planning to keep about 8 aircraft here. After all, he is a serious businessman. Here it is. On the surface, they will definitely not deploy offensive flying weapons. Drones are fast. Straight line distance again. Less than 5 minutes. Just arrived above this African tribe. At an angle, the drone began to angle upward. The high-definition camera on the abdomen keeps taking pictures. You know, what is the video? It is generated by playing back a photo continuously. There is no theoretical difference between taking a video and taking a photo. On the big screen, among the tribes, all moving targets are marked in red. In the upper left corner of the screen, the red numbers of the unknown camp are skyrocketing. That is the number of people, and the numbers are increasing at a rate of dozens per second. Finally, it stopped at the number 346. And on the top of the mountain in the distance, Ishiaga and the others are green marks. The drone spared a circle. Through facial recognition, the warring camps in the tribe quickly divided into 2. One is a tribe with local records, and the other is a bunch of people who are not in the database. It seems that this group of people still has the upper hand, and the number of casualties in the tribe is increasing. There are 71 unknown persons, and they own 19 vehicles, 9 pickup trucks, 5 off-road vehicles, and the others are all cars. Everyone is armed. They are currently gaining a combat advantage. The soldiers' expression remained unchanged, although the Ministry of Security has insufficient data. But in the Waiters database, there is information about those people. This is a group of forces that circulate in the countries surrounding the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They are semi-employed and control a small gold mine 60 kilometers away. They are not popular. The leader's name is Jerry. I don't know why the fight started this time, but this has nothing to do with them. The emergency team sets off. Let Shiyong and others come back safely first. The soldier ordered. Yes. Rooftop. After receiving the order, the 10-person emergency team immediately boarded the plane. In the roar of the propeller, the helicopter took off. People in the mining area were not surprised when they saw it. The helicopters in the factory had to take off at least once a day. They were all used to seeing it. Apart from sighing that Tang Qing was wealthy, they had no other feeling. Mountain, next to the base station. Si Shiyong put down the walkie-talkie. Xia Yuxing hurriedly asked, "Brother Shi, how's it going?" "There's an unexplained battle over there. Our people are on their way over. Let's see if we can coordinate." Shiyong explained simply. "Can this be coordinated?" Xia Yuxing was stunned. "It doesn't count as coordination. The company has regulations not to participate in tribal conflicts, so as not to give others leverage. We just ask them to pause for a while, and when we leave, they will continue their work." Shiyong said calmly. Xia Yuxing. Shali. Others were also a little dumbfounded. "Can you still play like this? How much face do you have?" This time, the fighting below suddenly stopped. "Is it over?" Xia Yuxing asked hurriedly. Shiyong took out the telescope. "I guess so, and they discovered us. In the telescope, a big African man was looking at him with a telescope, and it seemed that this group of people had won. Things change. What should I do? Xia Yuxing was a little confused. Don't worry. We are not enemies. Shi Yong pretended to be relaxed. At this time, spreading negative thoughts is not good for anyone. As long as their minds are clear, there will be no one nearby to provoke them for no reason. That's good. Xia Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief. In the tribe, at the prompts of his subordinates, looking at the 3 cars in the telescope, the leader was also stunned. They hadn't noticed it when they came. They didn't expect that there were people in the distance, but they didn't seem to be enemies. Toyin, the second in command in the gang, said, I'm going to catch them now. Wait a minute. Jerry stopped him. What's wrong? Toyin said. Jerry shook his head and said, They're not simple. That black car seems to be from the mining area. That Chinese mining area? Toyin knew that there was a Chinese mining area nearby. It was very big and had weapons. It was not easy to mess with. Jerry took out his hand and looked at it. Yes, depending on the situation, the base station should be being repaired. Yes, the mobile phone has a signal now. When he first came here, there was no signal nearby, and he remembered it clearly. Do you want to kidnap and ask them for ransom? I heard that there's a lot of money in this mining area. Once we have a lot of money, we will go abroad directly. As long as we don't kill anyone, we shouldn't be retaliated against. Toyin's face showed an expression of eagerness to try. Jerry thought twice. I feel like there's a lot to be done. The Chinese have always been the easiest to bully in Africa. If he encounters these Hummers on the road, he will definitely not attack them, but it is different in the mountains. This is an opportunity. Go and bring them here. Okay. So, 5 pickup trucks, carrying more than 20 people. They drove in the direction of Shi Yong and others. Just at this moment, a red alert sounded in the command center. These people are marked crimson, meaning enemy. Shi Yong also received the message. Let them get in your car. Support will be here soon, the soldier said. Yes. Quick, get in the back of our car. Everyone squeezes in. Shi Yong shouted. Xia Yuxing quickly called the others. The frame of the military pickup truck was already large, and the back seat was even more spacious. It was not a problem to fit the 7 of them in. Shi Yong closed the door and rolled up the glass. What should I do? Shaylee was scared. Our people will arrive soon. Shi Yong comforted. Just over 4 minutes. They were surrounded. Get off the car, get off the car. Come out. Bang. A bunch of people were shouting outside, and sometimes they would shoot at the car body, which was hot and only left some white marks. Inside the car, Shi Yong looked outside calmly. He was very confident in the performance of this car. These little gadgets were not threatening at all. They were just itchy at best. However, even if he spray-painted the car, there would still be bullet marks. What should we do? Our weapons are useless. I didn't expect this thing to be real. It's not just a fake. It would be nice if we had one. No one comes out. You are stupid. Don't we have minds? Are you sure it will be useful? Not necessarily. Just when Toyin and the others were struggling. Horizon. There was a sound of propellers. Toyin's expression changed. Helicopter, his men exclaimed. You know everything with your butt. The support from the mining area arrived. At this time, the helicopter was already within sight, and the loudspeaker above sounded, Please stop infringing on my company's property immediately. Please stop. Immediately. It's the end of the month. Please vote for me. A huge sound echoed over the top of the mountain. Even Jerry in the distance could hear it. What to do? Fight or not? Toyin called Jerry. Support is coming. Still not cool. Is a serious question. They all stopped attacking and waited for Jerry's decision. To be honest, they already regretted their impulse just now, especially when they saw something protruding from the side of the plane. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Mamma mia. That thing is gat. If you want it to be so grand, I'll just kidnap you. Jerry, who was beside the tribe in the distance, was also confused. He didn't expect support to come so quickly, but if he left in such a dejected manner, then what kind of face would they have, and where would his prestige lie? I thought for a while. Final. Jerry didn't dare risk his life on his luck. You guys come back first. Toyin breathed a sigh of relief and said to his men, Get in the car and get out of here. The men were relieved. They're good at downwind games. It is better not to mess with this kind of uncertain battle. Soon, their car disappeared up the mountain. It's great that they withdrew, Xia Yuxing said happily in the car. Shi Yong also breathed a sigh of relief. In this kind of place, they don't like fighting. Winning the battle is majestic and can be talked about for a long time, but the bullets are silent. If it really comes to a fight, the battle will never be like on TV. It lasts for a long time, but the good guy is still alive. These are desperados. Marksmanship is definitely not a blind scan. If he kills the other party, a few of his own side will definitely die in the end. That is several families. When he wakes up, he is missing a few comrades. This is not impressive. Shi Yong is very satisfied if he can scare them away. The car left the mountain. The helicopter dropped the rope. For people got down. Shi Yong, boy, were you scared just now? The Chinese security guard in the mining area are all familiar with each other. Shi Yong rolled his eyes. This joke is not funny. Is the work here completed? The man looked at the base station. Xia Yuxing said quickly, Okay, everything is loaded into the car. Let's go then. You guys squeeze in first. The four of us will drive 2 pickup trucks and leave here first. Okay, let's open the way. Shi Yong nodded. After saying that, the 4 of them got into 2 pickup trucks. Shi Yong leads the way. Helicopters followed from the sky. When passing by the tribe, everyone became nervous, fearing that a fight would not end well. The 2 pickup trucks behind were not bulletproof, but Toyin and Jerry restrained their impulses. Watch the convoy go away. Toyin clenched his fists and said viciously, Damn it, I must bring a big guy with me next time I go out. The fat sheep was gone. He was unwilling to give in. Jerry sneered and said, Remember what happened this time. Next time, we will think of ways to exploit this mining area. This helicopter is good. I want one too, but it's a pity that no one knows how to fly it. Looking at the helicopter getting smaller and smaller in the distance. Let's go, Jerry said. Yes. 19 cars started their return journey. 10 minutes later, onto the main road, Shi Yong began to accelerate, and the helicopter was still following him. It drove for a few more minutes. They stopped. After the crisis was over, Xia Yuxing and the others returned to their pickup truck. Today's experience was too exciting. They were blocked in the car by a group of Africans and shot at them. In the end, they escaped unscathed. It was so exciting. Getting ready to start the car. The row of motorcades in the distance made Xia Yuxing open his mouth. 2 military potassium trucks were in front, followed by a dozen black military Humvees behind them, speeding past them at a speed of at least 100 kilometers per hour, heading in the direction they came back from. Even the helicopters in the sky have returned. If it is an ordinary person, just endure it. But Tang Qing didn't want to endure it. He wanted to touch my people and destroy my things. If I let you leave like this, I would really be a bully, so he immediately ordered someone to collect the debt. Xia Yuxing was still worried about whether someone would be chasing him from behind. Now, not worried at all. So majestic, Shayli praised. That's right. It's so domineering. What are they going to do? Of course they are to expel these dangerous people. Xia Yuxing said firmly. 2. Jerry and the others slowly drove out of the tribe. Return to your home territory. I feel very unhappy. How dare these Chinese people threaten us in our country? Toyin had already cursed all the way. Helicopters are coming. The pilot suddenly shouted. What? Looking at the huge front of the car getting closer and closer, the driver stammered. There are, and cars, so many cars. Neither of them was fast. He was soon overtaken by the soldiers who arrived and formed a siege. Please pull over. The horn sounded. What should I do? Toyin was a little panicked. Jerry, how do I know what to do? The next moment, when the huge potassium-loaded vehicle at the front was about to attack him, he got scared and quickly pulled over, got out of the vehicle with a curse, and pointed his gun at the soldiers. Jerry hid behind the car door and asked loudly, What are you going to do? At this time, a soldier stepped out of the car. Not afraid of their guns at all, he said calmly, Don't do anything. You have damaged our company's property. Of course you need to compensate us and apologize to us. Before that, you can't leave. Jerry was dumbfounded. What is this for? Claim? Complain to them? I won't let you go without paying compensation. Are you sure you're not crazy? He thought it was just to warn him not to come next time. Do you know what you're talking about? Jerry said coldly. The soldier said, Of course. Do you need me to say it again? This is our country. Why are you so arrogant? Jerry said angrily. We are not arrogant. We just want to claim compensation. In any country, if you destroy other people's things, you have to accompany them. There is no law in your country that stipulates that if you destroy official business, you don't have to accompany them. If there is, please show us before you can leave. The soldier said. Jerry was furious. What if I don't give it? Do you think you have a chance of winning a fight? The soldier said. Jerry looked around. Most of the people were in bulletproof cars. If there was a real fight, he and the others would definitely kneel down. As long as they were in the car, even if they were hit by a car, they would not be able to get back. Too cruel. When did such a ruthless Chinese come here? Why do you want to help that Chinese? Work. Bullying good people like us counts as work. Jerry was about to play the emotional card. Jerry, we know what you do, so don't say such childish things. If it were according to the law, you should have died dozens of times, so don't say such childish things. Jerry didn't expect that he would have been thoroughly investigated. I guess you don't dare to shoot. Want to try? Jerry was silent for a while. I can't figure out other people's tricks. How much? Jerry asked. The soldier said, The vehicles you damaged are all special vehicles. Almost the entire car shell has to be replaced. If we go by the repair cost, we don't need much. $100,000, it's very cheap. Jerry, you're cheap. You big-headed idiot. $100,000. You grab it. Your car just has some dents. It's not that it can't be used. Why does it cost so much? $100,000. Why don't you just grab it? No, you're just dreaming. Jerry couldn't admit it easily. If you add some mental damage fee, wouldn't it be so difficult to accept it? The soldier suddenly said. Jerry, he always felt like he was being fooled. Be patient for a while. We will pay them back 10 times and 100 times when the time comes. Toyin said in Jerry's ear at this time, These guys are not Chinese. Who knows if they will take action? Jerry heard it. 2. Today's situation is too complicated. There are many people, many guns, and powerful cars. They have all the advantages. It is not wise to go head-on. Spend money to make trouble. Anyway, today's gain is more than $500,000 US. 100,000 is too much. 50,000, Jerry bargained. 100,000. 60,000. 100,000. Damn it. Okay, 100,000 is 100,000. Let's see what happens next. Jerry took out a wad of dollars from the car. There was always money for traveling in the car, which was a basic survival skill for people like them. The soldier took the money, turned around, and got into the car. Goodbye. Soon. All Jerry could see was the convoy's taillights. The anger in my heart is almost reaching the sky. Bastards, just wait for me. One day, I want you to kneel down and beg me. I'm going to kill you. Jerry yelled at the motorcade and fired the bullets in his gun into the sky. So infuriating. What a slap in the face. How could he swallow this breath? He wants revenge. At the beginning of the month, please give me your monthly ticket smiley face. What a shame. Jerry decided. He wants to plan it carefully, not only to vent his anger, but also to make a fortune. Let's go. Jerry got into the car angrily. The convoy sets off again. It was getting late at this time, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky. They had to rush back before dark because the road home was too difficult to walk. It started to rain, and the probability of getting stuck was very high. We drove less than 10 kilometers. It started to rain, and it rained heavily. The road became hazy. Bang! There was a loud noise. The car Jerry was riding in unexpectedly had a flat tire. Fortunately, the driver was skilled and reacted quickly. He held the steering wheel, but he still had no time to brake and rushed directly into the trees on the side of the road. Ouch! Jerry knocked his head against the glass. Mate, God is here to bully him. Jerry's anger boiled over again. This damn weather, this damn car, this damn mining area, this damn China. Opening the car door, Jerry's mouth didn't stop at all. Being caught in the rain made his mood even worse. His car stopped. The car behind naturally stopped. Jerry and Toyin get out of the car, getting ready to change cars. The scene before them made them dumbfounded. In sight, red blood splattered on the chests of his men. Because the opponent's shooting speed was too fast, his men had no time to react. In just over 6 seconds, no one was standing anymore. At last, Jerry felt a pain in his chest. His head began to lose the ability to think. When he turned around, he saw that Toyin was doing the same thing next to him. The first thing he thought of was not the hands in the mining area. He didn't believe that the Chinese had such courage. It's probably revenge from an enemy. So many years. Killed so many people. Retaliation is also expected. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Within seconds, Jerry died. What he didn't know was that the various revenge methods they discussed in the car led to this murder. In Tang Qing's words, "Since you can't swallow this breath, I'll help you swallow it." These are people with blood on their hands. Tang Qing was not sympathetic at all. Returned to the courtyard. Xia Yuxing's heart was still pounding. Not nervous, but it feels exciting. It's just a pity that the mining area asked them not to mention what happened today. He could also figure out the reason. It was just to avoid confirming the truth. After all, it was an African country. "You must have a drink tonight to calm down the panic," Shaylee said. "Let's go." Finished changing clothes. Holding an umbrella, they came to the canteen and went straight to the buffet on the second floor. They had made an appointment with Shi Yong to treat him to the buffet tonight. When they came, Shi Yong had already entered and did not let him pay. "Brother Shi, thank you for today." Xia Yuxing raised his glass. No matter who they drank, no one could have more than 1 bottle of beer per day and could not consume it cumulatively. This was the rule. That's right, it's too domineering. Shi Yong also raised his beer glass and clinked it with them. He didn't dare to take a big drink, otherwise the bottle would be gone in a few seconds. Although he could drink from other people, he had his own self-discipline. "How many base stations do you have?" Shi Yong asked. "The upgrade can be completed within 2 days if we follow today's progress. As for the new base station, it will take at least 10 days, mainly because the construction process cannot be accelerated." Xia Yuxing said, "That's what it will look like in 10 days. What happens after that?" Shi Yong asked again. Xia Yuxing shook his head. "I don't know. We are all bricks. We move wherever we need, depending on the company's business. To be honest, this is my favorite place since I came to Africa because of you." Shi Yong smiled slightly. How did he feel? Countries with stable conditions in Africa can be counted on their fingers. If they can build such a huge and safe place in the middle of Africa, they will not want to leave even if they stay there for a long time. There was food and drink, high salary and good treatment. You can also play with various weapons. Shi Yong feels lucky to enter this company. The next 2 days, everything went smoothly. They were able to complete tasks at super fast speeds every day. The Huawei branch was shocked. After Xia Yuxing explained it, the branch specially granted them a day off. After a day of rest, they were busy again. If it were somewhere else, when they went for construction, the locals would definitely threaten to recruit workers. If they didn't recruit their people to help, they would cause trouble for you or prevent you from working normally. But here, Xia Yuxing saw another scene. That is, they went. People also helped, but they didn't charge for it. When Fielding asked, it turned out that it was still related to the mining area. The surrounding tribes had already established a cooperative relationship with the mining area. When they saw the security department's vehicle nearby, they all came to help for free. Even those who help want to receive money. The clan leaders who had gained a lot of benefits also refused to agree. That's all. Their project came to an end quickly with an unimaginable smoothness. When the last base station was completed, they had to leave. Reluctance spread among the team. It was also during this time that I came into contact with Shi Yong and the others. Xia Yuxing gave up the idea of changing jobs. Because the mining area does not recruit communication engineers at all, communication work is part-time in their security department. If you want to join the security department, you must meet the requirements. They who play computer games are naturally not among them. The entrance to the courtyard. Things are packed away. Pay attention to safety and proceed with caution. Shi Yong and Xia Yuxing said goodbye. We'll meet again when we have a chance. Okay. Farewell to Shi Yong. Xia Yuxing's convoy is on the road, returning to Nanji province along the original road. Their next destination is a province with good security. After this trip, They will return to China for the Spring Festival. On the way back, 20 kilometers away from the mining area, they saw another long convoy, led by the familiar Hummer, heading towards the mining area, but behind it was a string of Congolese military vehicles. Interspersed in the middle were a dozen high-end cars with Congolese flags on them. "See this situation?" Sally hurriedly asked. "What's going on? So many Congolese soldiers?" He was a little worried that these people would be detrimental to the mining area. "This is in Africa, and the rules are set by the country's ruling class. These people are also moody, and they will be malicious if they don't protect everything." "I don't know." Xia Yuxing shook his head. "Call and ask Brother Shi," Shaley suggested. "Okay." Xia Yuxing took out a cell phone and called Shi Yong. Chatted for a few words. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Said easily, "It's not a bad thing. The steel plant has been put into operation, and there are 2 large factories to be built. These are all achievements of the current president of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This time he is here to inspect and participate in the groundbreaking ceremony of the 2 plants." Sally praised. "That's it. It's amazing." "Yes. The fact that the president comes in person means that he attaches great importance to it. Please vote." Wade sat in the car. Look out the window quietly. "Come this time." He took a lot of risks, but he still came because this may be an important milestone in his political career. The Democratic Republic of the Congo will soon have a heavy industry chain. In the past, there was only mining industry here. Now, more smelting. There may even be processing in the future. What kind of benefits will the formation of a complete heavy industry chain in steel and iron have on a country's economy? You can get the answer by looking at the history of various countries. The benefits are countless. First of all, what drives it is the surge in GDP. Secondly, solve a large number of jobs. Third, save foreign exchange on imported steel. Fourth, derivative-related manufacturing industries. Think of this. Wade also felt a little excited in his heart. Not only that, last month, 2 industrial projects, the largest in the history of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, were launched there, an oil refinery and a chemical plant. Wade was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several days. But when I think about the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Wade sighed. In sharp contrast to the prosperity here, other places are still like backwaters, with poor public security, unstable situations, serious fiscal deficits, and difficult reforms. They are all problems that he cannot escape. He has been on stage for more than half a year. The level of complexity in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is increasing. He wants to develop the economy, get rid of the hat of being a pure raw material supplier, and learn from the development ideas of other countries. He cannot always sell minerals, because there will always be a day when the money from selling minerals is spent. And this, foreign capital is needed. Technology is required. But are you stupid? So many countries in the world don't invest. Why invest here? They have nothing but mines. They have a large population, but the quality of the population makes their competitiveness almost zero. This is almost a common problem faced by African countries. Gradually, most of the income from selling mines was spent by everyone. The effect, all these things were invested in infrastructure construction and renovation, and no more value was created. Most of them were swallowed up by various interest groups, similar to the predecessor MOE. Wade was also mired in politics. It was at this time, Wanqing Steel came into his sight. When reporting to my subordinates, he just remembered, this is Huaxia Capital, which won the bid for many minerals last year. As more and more information came to Wade's hands, Wade was very excited when he learned that its owner was Tang Qing. This is a man who has performed miracles. He hopes to bring miracles to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And the miracle he expected soon happened. In his opinion, it was due to Tang Qing's demonstration effect that China's 2 heavyweight capitals were allowed to enter. This made him suddenly feel a little grateful to his predecessor Moi. No Moi. It is estimated that Tang Qing still can't take over the iron mine over there. Then, at the joint invitation of 3 or 2 companies, he came here. Not only did he take a look at the steel plant that is ready for production, but he also participated in the groundbreaking ceremony to express his friendship, because this is related to many of his subsequent policies and guidelines. 10 o'clock in the morning. Wait came to the steel plant. At this time, the security here is on full alert. Looking at the military Humvees and mighty security guards on the roadside, even though they were holding guns, Wait was relieved. The steel plant was not only Tang Qing's asset, but also a foundation for the future of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Given the security situation here, plus the importance of steel plants, Wait wished that there were more of them. Anyway, no matter how many security guards there were, they could not threaten him. With China's style of conduct, it was impossible to allow Tang Qing and others to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. He would rather send soldiers to protect him. But next to here is Sadok. If he dares to send people here, Sadok may let the soldiers live at the gate of the mining area. This is a situation that Wait is even more unwilling to see. Wait's arrival. Naturally, it was warmly welcomed. Banner, red carpet, play music. The steel factory has done a lot to save face. The person who received him was Guan Songhua, the general manager of the steel plant and mining area. As for the managers of the other two companies, they were all standing behind him. Although his boss was powerful, Guan Songhua was the leader here. 20% equity. Guan Songhua is also temporarily driving here. Hello, Mr. President. I am Guan Songhua, the manager here. Guan Songhua smiled broadly. Wait shook hands with him cordially. Hello. Thank you for your support for the construction of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. If you have the opportunity, I must convey my gratitude to your chairman Tang. Thank you. I will definitely do it. Guan Songhua said hurriedly. To my own boss. Guan Songhua was completely convinced. He literally walked sideways wherever he went. Afterwards, Guan Songhua introduced the heads of the other two companies, but Wait didn't remember them at all. Before coming, the one who had read the most information was Guan Songhua. Next, under the leadership of Guan Songhua, Wait visited various areas of the steel plant. Although he couldn't understand the data explained by Guan Songhua, he only needed to know the output here. As for the process and implementation methods, he didn't care. Wait kept nodding. The annual output of the first phase is 2.6 million tons. Wait's body was shaking when he heard it. He was so excited. Although this was not even 1% of China's annual output of more than 400 million tons last year, it still ranked high in the world. Although very far back. But it is much better than those countries with no smelting industry at all. Wait calculated how much foreign exchange consumption this could reduce. He was overjoyed after doing this calculation. If all the steel plants are built, they will reduce the outflow of foreign exchange by at least $800 million per year. The most important thing is that other processing industries derived from steel smelting are what Wait really cares about. Okay. Along the way, he couldn't remember how many good things he said. After visiting the steel plant, it's already noon. They treated Wait to a meal of authentic Chinese cuisine, which made Wait full of praise. During the period, after friendly negotiations, several cooperations were reached, which had been submitted to Wait before. First, the Congolese government will fund the renovation and expansion of the road from the steel plant to the Congolese capital to facilitate future steel or transportation. Second, given the same quality, government-funded projects in the Democratic Republic of the Congo give priority to purchasing products from steel plants. Third, encourage civil construction projects to purchase products from steel plants. Fourth, the Kivu Industrial Zone was established. The entire mining area is surrounded by 200 square kilometers. Wanqing Mining is responsible for management, planning, and investment promotion, but it does not hold any administrative positions in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is an economic industrial park. Fifth, steel plants are exempt from tax for 5 years. Everyone, Wait only agreed after careful consideration. Now that it's done, don't be petty. This is a reform pilot. If it succeeds, the Democratic Republic of the Congo will make money. If it fails, the Democratic Republic of the Congo will also make money. Why not? Afternoon. After the groundbreaking ceremony, Wait didn't stop. Leave quickly. He didn't dare to spend the night here. So he went directly to the capital of Nanji Province. It's too close to Sadok here. Although Sadok wouldn't do anything to him if he wasn't crazy. But we have to guard against it. For chapters today, Chapter 1. In the car, Waite's mood was different from when he arrived. Met the steel plant. Seeing real steel being smelted, he felt confident and ready to go back and pass parliamentary resolutions as soon as possible, implement the 5 agreements, and launch some projects to support the steel plants. He anticipates the future. It's gotten a lot better too. Just as Waite left, the capital of Nordic province, city of Fei, Sadok also got the news that Waite visited the mining area over there. What made Sadok a little angry was that even if you were the president, you should at least say hello when you come to my territory. Now come quietly, and left quietly. I really think of this place as a vegetable market. Certainly. He just whines. I just feel like I can't save my face, and I'm a little angry at being ignored. But the waiters are all gone. He also had a lot of money and is too lazy to care about it. Subsequently, Sadok turned his attention to the mining area. He has been paying attention to this mining area for a long time. Sadok itself attaches great importance to basic industries, but it has always been small scale. Although it has an industrial foundation, it is too backward. It still uses extremely outdated equipment for steelmaking. There is no comparison with Tang Qing's modern steel factory, whether its quality or output. To this end, he immediately called a meeting. We're going to discuss how to get the steel factory to give him part of its production capacity. With so much high-quality steel, they also have many projects that can be launched and a lot of money can be saved. Otherwise, we take over the steel plant. As soon as Sadok announced that they would express their opinions, one of his subordinates suggested excitedly. As soon as these words came out, he was echoed by several of his men, who all clamored to control the steel factory and let the Chinese work for them. As for the money, just give them whatever they want, and they can still owe it first. Such people are only a handful. Sadok breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not all of his men are such idiots. Otherwise, he is really in danger. If people dare to mine here, they don't have to worry about him taking it by force. Sadok, is powerful, but he is not as powerful as money. These idiots have never seen the power of capital. Shut up, everyone, Sadok snapped. The few people who were clamoring immediately fell silent. I don't know where I made the mistake, but they were all thinking about Sadok. Remember, be smarter in the future and don't look like a bandit. This steel plant cannot use tough methods. What I need is cooperation. Do you understand? Sadok scolded. Yes, yes. Several people responded quickly, shrinking their heads and not daring to speak. Others were watching the show. If you can grab it. Still waiting until now? However, when I thought that these guys had just been transferred back from other places, it was normal. They were older, their physical strength was not as good as that of young people, and they might also have dissatisfaction, so they were transferred back to Sadok. This wave of desire for expression and sense of presence is in the wrong place. I suggest talking to the steel mills. We will cover 20% of their output. We don't have enough money. You are stupid. Just because we don't have money, it doesn't mean we don't have mines. They are not short of minerals. There is no shortage in the first phase, but what about the second and third phases? We can sell them cheaply, as long as we can get steel. Besides, the money we use to import steel can still pay part of the payment. Can we use up all this steel? Absolutely. Our infrastructure is very weak. We need steel to build houses, build bridges, and build roads. If we can exchange it with mines, many of our construction projects can be started. Sadok looked on with satisfaction. Keep nodding. This is like discussing things. Rob, just rob your uncle. Once you open the door, no one will dare to invest in them in the future. Fortunately, I still have some guys with online IQs. Half an hour later, Sadok decided, let's go to the mining area first. If Waite can go, why can't Sadok? Then, it was the day after Waite went to the mining area. Sadok's motorcade also arrived, with more people than Waite's and a bigger pomp. Looking at the almost endless row of various military vehicles and soldiers, Guan Songhua became really nervous for a moment. But, you can tell, Sadok's posture, which was bigger than Waite's, showed that he was more afraid of death than Waite's. On this trip, Sadok probably brought out all his personal guards, preparing to show off. Mr. Sadok, welcome, Guan Songhua greeted politely. Then he introduced the heads of the other two factories. Knowing Sadek's identity, they all felt a little trembling in their calves, mainly because they were frightened by the cars behind him. Don't know. I thought they were here to rob. Manager Guan, whatever you took President Wait to watch yesterday, I will watch today. Whatever he listened to, I will listen to today. Sadek also wanted to enjoy the presidential treatment. Okay, please, Guan Songhua said with a smile. Same as yesterday. Guan Songhua talked again. The more Sadek looked at it, the more he liked it. If not for fear. He really wanted to rob the factory, but he knew the consequences would be serious. First of all, Wait would not sit idly by. Secondly, Tang Qing would not give up. And finally, it was even harder to explain the situation in the black prison. How much does Wait want for your production? Sadek asked. I didn't say that. I just reached a few agreements. Guan Songhua briefly explained the contents of the agreement. These are the contents that are about to be made public, and there is no insider trading. After listening, Sadek nodded. It seems that Wait is also very measured. Instead of asking for all the shares, we took the form of help. Otherwise, if we wanted less than a ton of steel today, we would definitely not give up. It would be very difficult for the steel plant to be caught in the middle. From now on, I want 20% of the steel production in your factory. Sadek said bluntly. Guan Songhua looked embarrassed. I have to ask the company's senior management for instructions. Sadek said, okay, you can ask now. I can settle part of the payment in cash and exchange most of the rest with, or we will be responsible for the transportation. We can also provide convenience for your trade with neighboring countries. Yes. Guan Songhua had no choice but to make this call. On the other side, Chu Shan, the president of Wanqing Mining, heard that he had no way to make the decision, so he contacted Tang Qing. Fortunately, it was afternoon in China, and Tang Qing should have finished school. Chairman, that's it. Sadek hopes to use this method to settle the payment. Xu Shan said. Promise him. Tang Qing agreed without hesitation. In the short term, Tang Qing never thought about getting too much in return from the steel factory. As he said to Chai Run at the beginning, he was using this steel plant to build assets. He would not take away all the profits, but would continue to invest them in exchange for more mineral deposits and other benefits. Money. Just don't lose too much. Should we put forward some more conditions? Chu Shan asked. Tang Qing nodded. That's right. We'll put some pressure on the price of the ore and mention it on the selling price. As for how much, you can decide. It's as much as you can get. Understood. Chu Shan felt confident. This decision. Feedback was quickly sent to Guan Songhua. Faced with price issues, Sadek readily agreed. As long as they don't have to pay in cash, everything else is a minor problem. They really don't have many US dollars in cash from other countries at their disposal. As for Congolese francs, he is also quite short of them. Secondly, they may not necessarily want them. That's all. Sadek also left happily. Guan Songhua breathed a long sigh of relief. Neither party made things difficult for him, and everyone was happy. Next, Guan Songhua's job is not easy either. In Tang Qing's plan, the steel plant not only sells crude steel, but also involves some related processing industries to consume part of the steel production. Otherwise, the profit earned by selling crude steel alone will be too meager. Asking for a monthly ticket, this can be seen from the proposals for industrial parks. Tang Qing's goal is far more than just a steel smelting plant, but a complete steel industry chain, a steel industry base from mining, smelting, to deep processing. After deep processing of crude steel, profits will more than double. If we expand the industrial chain horizontally and vertically, profits will increase significantly. In the blank market of Africa, as long as we are willing to concentrate on it, there will be opportunities to make money in the future. It's just that ordinary people can't make money because they don't have the guts. Only Tang Qing. He is not afraid of anyone daring to owe him a debt, nor is he afraid of someone robbing him of his things. Whether it is these African countries or local armed forces, if you don't obey the rules, I will teach you to obey the rules. But the tuition will be very expensive. February 1st. Within 50 kilometers around the mining area, nearly 60 tribe leaders and elders were called to the factory conference room. First of all, I want to announce something to everyone. From today on, The Kivu Industrial Park has been officially approved by the Democratic Republic of the Congo and established. Guan Songhua said happily. He serves as the park manager. He even received a formal appointment letter from the presidential palace of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Although it's just a name, the position of the mining area manager is still given to him. Whoever sits in his position will be the manager of the park and can enjoy some visa-free treatment. But this is enough to make Guan Songhua excited. This news, the patriarchs below didn't feel much because it had nothing to do with them. But what Guan Songhua is going to say next has something to do with them. We're going to build a wall to enclose the industrial park. The total length of the wall is more than 60 kilometers. For this project, you will provide workers according to the tribal population. The construction period will be 1 month. We will recruit 200 local employees. Their daily tasks are to clean up the slag scattered on the road, keep the road surface clean, and repair damaged roads. The second phase of the infrastructure project, the steel plant, is about to be fully operational. Transportation, dispatching, logistics, every job requires people. It is impossible for these Africans to control the core equipment, but they are fully capable of some miscellaneous tasks. Although their work is inefficient, but it's worth the meager salary. I heard it was about to start. The clan leaders were all happy. It was just trial production before, and the demand for raw materials was not big. They were quite idle. Now that the factory is running at full capacity, they all look like they are lying at home, counting money. Certainly, this has to wait until their arrears are paid off. Who do they owe it to? Of course it's owed to the steel mill. Mining. You need mining equipment, mine trucks, electricity, oil, and transportation. Which one is free? They had mines, but no money. What should they do? At that time, the steel plant proposed a plan borrow. I'll run wires to your mine. Give you the transport truck. Give you a minecart. Give you fuel. Convert everything into money and borrow money according to the tribe or tribal alliance. The interest rate is very low, only 10% per year. When you pay it off, we will talk about cash payment. To this end, according to the region, various tribes have jointly formed 13 borrowing entities. After all, some small tribes have no mines, only people. Of course, they can't just watch, but they also have to eat. That's all. They owe a lot of money. It will take at least several years to pay it off. And this is if there are no new debts during the period, and of course Tang Qing will not just let them go. If you have no debt, I will create debt for you. As the saying goes, if there is no market, create a market. If there is no demand, create demand. Then, after introducing the recruitment information, Guan Songhua took them to an open space east of the steel plant. Suddenly, they stopped. His eyes were looking at a building in the distance with embarrassment. It was a modern villa with a flat roof and double floors, huge floor-to-ceiling glass, white decoration, exquisite furniture, ceramic tiles, flower-filled gardens, garages, etc. Something like this. I've only seen it on TV. Manager Guan, what do you mean? Belif stared straight at the villa in front of him, suddenly wanting to own it strongly. This is the product we are planning to launch next. Guan Songhua explained that he had to respect Belif a little, because his tribe has a population of tens of thousands, and it can be said to be the most powerful tribe here. Product? Belif asked doubtfully. More than 100 pairs of eyes stared at Guan Songhua. Does Wanqing Mining still want to develop real estate here? Yes, our company feels that Africa's geographical conditions are superior and the land is vast, which is very suitable for promoting this kind of villa. This is a luxury type. We also have business type and economical type, as well as economical residential type and functional type. All buildings use steel as the theme structure. They only need to be standardized and assembled into various solid buildings according to the design drawings. We do not develop real estate. We only provide a solid, low-cost, integrated solution for civil buildings. As a partner of the company, we can give you credit to improve the living environment of you and your tribe, and no interest will be charged on the debt for these things. When Chu Shan told him to do this, Guan Songhua was confused for a long time. They were steel makers and could understand how to process steel, but how could they act like developers? But after explanation, he gave Tang Qing's decision a thumbs up. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. First, it consumes the factory's output. Second, it creates huge debts for these tribes and reduces the company's financial pressure. Third, it can create a demonstration effect and maybe make a lot of money. At last, it was also the one that Guan Songhua admired the most. You can also become the company's agent to help promote it, and we will share the profits earned 50/50ths. Whether it's gold, silver, diamonds, jewelry, or it could be used for settlement. Guan Songhua announced. Promotion. It's not as easy as the locals. This can also be regarded as a way to transform these tribes from cheap labor into second-rate dealers and stimulate their motivation to make money. If they don't have motivation, just think about the debt on their heads and such a beautiful house. There you have it. You mean we could do this business too? Belif asked. Yes, we only provide solutions and materials. Our company is happy to make money with everyone. Since we are lucky enough to be neighbors, we hope that you all have money and live a good life. Guan Songhua said, people in our tribe want to repair it. But what should we do if we don't have money? Asked another clan leader. You can practice first, but the debt belongs to the tribe and will be repaid by the tribe. As for the debt relationship within the tribe, you can resolve it yourself. Guan Songhua explained that it is most difficult to ask an individual for debt. So, if we want to pay off our debt, we have to wait longer. Guan Songhua smiled. What is your purpose of making money? It is not just for the good life of the tribe. As long as our company is here and the business is good, the faster you can pay off your debts. Our interests are the same. This can also create more jobs. You just moved into this kind of house in advance and enjoyed the benefits of economic development. You're also thinking about your tribe. If you give them money, do you think they will improve their lives or use it to gamble and play addictive things? Why is Africa so poor? Do you want your people to remain poor? You are their clan leaders and have an obligation to tell them what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what should be pursued, what can kill them, what is irresponsible behavior. Guan Songhua can be the general manager. His speech skills are very good. Gradually, he saw people from various tribes bowing their heads and thought about what they were talking about. Guan Songhua said that the iron is hot and he must deceive these people into a construction frenzy. As long as they agree, everything will be easier. Chapter 3, Please Vote. Half an hour later, they walked around the model house, drinking a cold drink, blowing the air conditioner, watching TV, and the swimming pool outside the compound all made them feel that their previous days had been in vain, and they had already made a decision in their hearts to change their lives, starting from where they lived. I thought it was nothing before. Living in an adobe or wooden house is not bad either. But that's because everyone is poor. Now that I have seen better things to eat, drink, and use, when I look back at the past days, I curl my lips. Damn, my previous life was really too rough. Change. It must be changed. All rooms will be equipped with solar power generation kits. Even if there's a power outage in the future, you don't have to worry about being completely dark at night. When there is electricity, you can also save electricity for household appliances. We will build a factory here for these furniture, panels, and some small appliances. We can produce them ourselves or sell them to external parties. If you're interested, we can talk about production and agency issues in the future. Since gas is temporarily unavailable, you can use the induction cooker for daily cooking. Of course, we also take into account your cooking habits and specially designed a wood-burning stove. Guan Songhua became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. But when they heard that none of the factories had been built yet, they were a little disappointed. They were eager to start construction tomorrow. According to Guan Songhua, they would have to wait at least a month. This is just the main steel material. Want to be completely on track. Providing the full range of items in the model house would only be possible after 4 months. And if it really wanted to attract investment, Tang Qing was not interested in making even the nails himself. He only needed to charge part of the management fee. Everyone can sign up first, and we will supply the goods in order. Looking at the crowd of people registering enthusiastically, Guan Songhua smiled. Letting a person who owns a mine at home use future mines in exchange for a comfortable life now is just like overdraft consumption on a credit card. Once you start using it, it will be difficult to stop. February 3rd night. Tang Qing's villa became lively. Starting tomorrow, Fudan's winter vacation has begun. Taking advantage of the time before the new year, Chai Ren and Zheng Lin decided to bring their family to his place to have a meal. Everyone would be very busy after the new year, and Tang Qing did not plan to hold an annual party this year. This time it will be a shareholder dinner. Tang Qing, your game is a bit big. While eating, Chai Ren suddenly mentioned. Tang Qing pretended to be puzzled. What situation? You still pretend to be your steel factory. I didn't expect you to reach such an agreement with Wait. A country helped you promote it and designated an industrial zone. Your face shocked us all. Chai Ren was filled with emotion. Tang Qing went to the Democratic Republic of the Congo later, but in terms of his current network of connections, he couldn't compare. No way. It's Wait who wants to do something practical. I just happened to meet him at the right time. Tang Qing said with a smile. Chai Ren asked, is there any good business over there? I'll join in the fun. The mining business is not profitable enough. Tang Qing asked back. Chai Ren sighed, but I didn't make any money. The people who gave gifts to me during the mine were just casual acquaintances. Unlike you, you have a good relationship with Wait, a good relationship with Sadok, and you can live in peace with the surrounding tribes. All this, if it doesn't really happen, he couldn't believe it either. Tang Qing gave full play to uniting all the forces that can be united and balance the interests of all parties well. Everyone gathered around the steel plant to form a community of interests. If you let him do it, he would never be able to achieve such a good balance skill. Nor would he have such a good, not planning to make money mentality as Tang Qing. Since you don't have the ability, then just follow and have some soup. See, Chai Ren is serious. Tang Qing thought for a while. Young Master Chai, the market in the Democratic Republic of Congo is still in the cultivation stage. I think you also know that. Next, I'm going to use steel to open up the markets of the 13 surrounding African countries. They have nothing, the people have no money, and they have no skills. The mass consumer market may not improve within 10 years, so you must start with government projects. Chai Ren kept nodding. This is true. If the social economy has not developed to a certain level, it is difficult for the consumer market to become large. But you have to know that their countries are also poor and the government cannot provide much money. Many of them are still receiving international aid. As a result, the competition for government funds is fierce. So, it is impossible to make quick money or big money. This is a market that we need to cultivate first and then harvest. Anyone who wants to make a fortune will only make 3 melons and 2 dates. Tang Qing stared at Chai Ren. Young Master Chai, do you dare to play the big ticket? Chai Ren was stunned. Big one? How big? He was suddenly a little scared. If he could reach Tang Qing's position, it would definitely be a business that could scare him. Tell me first. Chai Ren asked weakly. Electricity. 2 words popped out of Tang Qing's mouth. There is no electricity. It is equivalent to being out of touch with demand, just like the villas being promoted over there. Without the power plant near the steel plant to provide power to various tribes, the attractiveness of the villa project will be greatly reduced. Air conditioner, refrigerator, television, illumination, none of these. There is simply no room for survival of the standardized commodity villa. As long as there is electricity, people will have new needs for various electrical appliances, living environment, etc. Do Africans just like to live in wooden houses? Do Africans really dislike air conditioning? Nonsense. It's just that the local infrastructure is not adequate. With roads, people will want to buy cars, whether they are 2-wheelers or 4-wheelers. With base stations, local mobile phone sales will boom, and with electricity, all other needs will begin to sprout. It's really big enough. Chai Ren said with a wry smile. How much does it cost to invest in electricity infrastructure? As far as he knows, less than half of the people in Africa have access to electricity, and there are still 500 million people in areas without electricity. The market is indeed very broad. If you don't do it, then I will do it with someone else. Tang Qing said seriously. Chai Ren hesitated and asked, Are you sure they will pay the electricity bill? Tang Qing shook his head. First of all, when doing this kind of business in Africa, you don't have to charge individuals, which will be very troublesome, but do it in the form of tribes. Therefore, for grid coverage, you must choose large tribes in the early stage. Large tribes are not too poor. There are always things that can be exchanged. The price difference of these things may be more profitable than selling electricity. But if there is really nothing, the government should subsidize it. If there is no cash subsidy, can it be converted into debt? We can use the debt to deduct taxes, raw materials for power generation, and the funds you use to acquire other minerals. So this is your idea. Chiron suddenly realized. It's still the same as the steel factory. The soup is changed, but the medicine is not changed. The main business is not profitable. I can make it back from other places. If I can't make it back in a short time, I will precipitate it as an asset. A big investment. In a later stage, you just need to keep scrolling internally. One day, these precipitated assets will lose the word precipitate and become realizable. Assets. During the asset rolling period, like Tang Qing, they will also earn fame and establish contacts with those in power in various countries. At the same time, you can also expand your side business and build a strong alliance of interests in the country. This way, there are too many derived benefits. For example, if Tang Qing continues to maintain his relationship with weight, he will save a lot of money compared to others if he gets, or in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, both in terms of difficulty and price. Looking at Tang Qing, Chiron didn't even know what to say. A wolf is not scary. A pack of wolves that knows how to stick together is scary. I wrote too much today, and my head is feeling dizzy. This chapter is a bit messy. Please forgive me. Chiron thought about his business in Africa over the years. In fact, it is similar to a steel factory. Big investment. Return of capital is slow. At this time, the balance in his heart had tilted. Mining and power generation seemed not too far apart, but he didn't know what Tang Qing's plan was, whether he would run it or just invest. How much are you prepared to invest? Chiron asked. From a steel plant as the center, we will expand outward. During this period, we will find ways to acquire several power grid companies in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. After we have established a firm foothold, we will then seek development in neighboring countries. As for the specific investment amount, I don't know. We can make the towers ourselves. We can also make the cables in the future. The maximum transmission cost of the power grid can be reduced to a very low level. Tang Qing did not hide his plan. It was not a secret anyway. Chiron nodded. The largest cost of the power grid is transmission. Each tower is a cost, and each thick high-voltage cable is charged by the meter. Once they can solve this cost, the rest will be much easier to handle. I personally feel very good, but I need to discuss it with my family. Chiron said. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Okay, just send me a letter at the end of this month. In addition to you, I will also invite some other shareholders. I don't have absolute control, and our combined shares will not exceed 50%. Why? Not enough money. Chiron asked curiously. Tang Qing shook his head and said, It's not easy to make money in Africa. You have to have some ruthless characters to control the situation. What do you think? Chiron nodded. 2. Want to make money in Africa. If you want to make money from more than a dozen neighboring countries, you need a fist made of diamond. He can already imagine that Tang Qing will bring in some influential people there. As for who, he already had several guesses in his mind, but he wasn't completely sure. It seems. This business, it really might be a sure profit without losing money. Chiron was completely relieved. He must convince his family to invest in this opportunity. As Tang Qing said, the market needs to be cultivated. I'll give you an answer before the end of the month. Chiron raised his glass. Okay. The two clinked glasses. A business was almost concluded, just like that. Can I join? Zheng Lin on the side listened to the entire conversation between the two. Chiron laughed and said, Why are you here to join in the fun? Your family doesn't have much business overseas, not to mention in Africa. I can't just invest. Zheng Lin had identified Tang Qing. How much money can you come up with? Chiron asked. Zheng Lin said, without hesitation, Comet Group will pay dividends next month. I will invest all of it. This is the first time that Comet Group pays dividends. It is not much, and the total amount is only 600 million yuan. Chiron also remembered. I almost forgot about this. It depends on what Tang Qing says. Before the end of the month, make a decision, discuss it with your family, and just let me know. Tang Qing said, anyway, one more person will not have any impact because the investment this time is too big. Haha. Okay, this is a profitable business. If I say invest, I will invest. Zheng Lin said with a smile. He and Chai Ren are a little different. The money earned by the comic group does not belong to the family, but to him personally. He invests. The family does not interfere. What's more, he is doing business with Tang Qing. Who is Tang Qing? The richest man in mainland China. Not to mention that both parties have a good basis for cooperation. Tang Qing thinks it is profitable, so he will do it. Night. Return to the room. Chiron stood in front of the window and looked out of the window silently. What were you talking about just now? So happy. Zhanshi asked softly after his daughter fell asleep. Business matters. Tang Qing invited me to invest in the power industry in Africa. I'm considering how much to invest. Chiron was really in a dilemma because he didn't even know how big the scale would be. I only know that it is in billions. Chai's business. Zhanshi is also qualified to understand. Electricity? Can you make money there? Zhan was startled. This is a long-term investment, and the problems inside are very complicated. There is no money at all in a short period of time, but if it settles down, we can get other hidden benefits. Chiron explained. You'd better ask Dad. I don't understand this. Zhanshi knew that he couldn't give any good advice. Yeah. Chiron took out his cell phone. I called Chai Guoqiang and explained the matter. Electricity? Chai Guoqiang was also a little surprised. Why is Tang Qing so optimistic about Africa? How can he have the confidence to make a career in Africa, which is like a world quagmire, and cultivate the market? This is definitely a strategic level of thinking. But strategic level thinking requires strategic level execution and guarantee. Yes. Chiron talked about the various hidden benefits that Tang Qing mentioned. He also said that there will be many shareholders in the company this time, and it is very likely that Tang Qing's friend will buy shares, and there may also be dignitaries from the Democratic Republic of the Congo participating. Chai Guoqiang murmured. It seems that Tang Qing is confident. That's it, Chiron said. Chai Guoqiang was silent for a while, then sighed and said, Okay, very good, kid. You should learn more about Tang Qing's strategic thinking. His vision is farther than yours. Where is the future of the world? Of course it's China. Chai Guoqiang is confident that in the near future, China's economy and technology will catch up with Western developed countries such as the United States, Japan, and Germany, and become the world's #1. And this path is based on its path as a manufacturing powerhouse. On the way to catch up, China will accumulate a manufacturing scale that attracts the world's attention. So, until then, how is the production capacity formed by such a strong manufacturing scale consumed? This will be a big problem before them. If there is no place to consume, market demand will be weak and the troika will stall. A large-scale wave of factory closures will come. Cut overcapacity in steel and cement. Business orders fell. Supply-side reform has become inevitable. The importance of markets. It will become apparent at that moment, but China predicts that African countries will not be qualified to become a big consumer for at least 2 decades. They have borrowed money to build bridges, roads, and hydropower stations, but with little effect. Therefore, the African strategy has become a long-term strategy, and China is also prepared to take its time. Anyway, Africa is temporarily unable to take over the landing of China's economy, and there is no hope. But this does not mean that Africa has no potential. There are over 1 billion people. Who dares to say that it has no potential? In China's strategy, Africa will be an important market in the future, a market that all major countries will compete for, but it has not been cultivated well at present. Now, Tang Qing wanted to rely on his own strength. Chai Guoqiang was really surprised when he prided in Africa. Chiron was speechless. Why did he become a lecturer again? He invests, and we invest too. As for how much, you could decide for yourself. Just try your best. I understand. Beep. Hearing the beep on the phone, Chai Ringong's open mouth slowly closed. Who knew it was his father on the other side? Then he thought about how much money he would invest this time. But at least 500 million yuan is the bottom line. In the construction of the power grid, Even if many things can be produced by ourselves, some costs cannot be reduced, such as power plants, which are not small, and control equipment, which must be purchased. Fortunately, China's power technology leads the world, and China can manufacture the best power equipment. Go back and find a few more people. I guess I can save some more. It was approaching 12 o'clock, and looking at his wife and daughter sleeping soundly, Chiron couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't even invested in the shares yet, but he had already started thinking about how to help Tang Qing save money. The next day, morning, Chai Ren and Zheng Lin returned to the capital. Just like when they arrived, they were all stuck on Tang Qing's plane. This gave Chai Ren the idea of buying a plane of the same model, but he was a little worried about the price of the new plane, which was more than 300 million yuan. Extremely confused. 4 p.m., Gulfstream G550 arrived at Qingyan Municipal Airport. This time no one came to pick me up. The takeoff and landing of the private plane did not follow the standard time, so Tang Qing did not let them come. Return home. No one. Tang Qing called his father. Tang, have you got off the plane? Tang's father said happily, I'm already home. It's so soon. Then go to your second uncle's place first and pick up your aunt and cousin. We'll go after closing the shop. It has become a habit now. As soon as Tang Qing comes back, the whole family will go to the manor to have a good meal. Got it. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing called her aunt again, thinking she would have to wait for a while, but Qin Shiqi knew that he would definitely come back this afternoon, and she had already dressed up beautifully and was ready to have a feast. Annie laughed. Brother, just wait. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Qin Shiqi took the phone from her mother's hand. What's the rush? I can still starve you. Tang Qing said. It's so boring at home. Mama's been watching me doing my winter vacation homework all day long. She even bought me 5 sets of exercise books, saying I wanted to learn from you. You don't know how miserable I've been these days. He grabbed the phone. Qin Shiqi couldn't stop talking directly about Tang Qing's family. Just hung up the phone. Brother, let me see. I haven't grown taller or fatter. Yes, I haven't turned into a fat belly. You must keep it up. As soon as she entered the door, Qin Shiqi looked Tang Qing up and down. Aunt Xiu. Qin Xiu called out gently. Brother. Tang, where's Jiaxue? Aunt asked. Behind you. When her aunt turned her head, she saw Lin Jiaxue coming out of their house, apparently going to change clothes. Every time they met, she felt that Lin Jiaxue's femininity became more intense. There's a hint of foxiness in the purity. Sister Jiaxue, your eyeliner is so beautiful pink. Qin Shiqi rushed up, grabbed Lin Jiaxue's hand, and jumped, not giving her a chance to speak. Shiqi, be careful. What does the girl's voice sound like? Her aunt said helplessly. Responded to her. It's Qin Shiqi's tongue-sticking face. Half an hour later, they arrived at the manor. The women gathered in a group and chatted. Tang Qing and Tang Kai were drinking tea by the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Tang, there is still 1 month left. Ling's rule is about to expire for half a year. Tang Kai suddenly mentioned. Finished. He looked at Tang Qing. What's wrong? Tang Qing said with a smile. A trace of worry appeared on Tang Kai's face. I'm very worried that he can't continue to sit in that position. Once he gets down, what will happen in the future will be unpredictable. The inherent power of Mian Yao is too strong, and it is very likely that they will join forces to defeat him. Second uncle. Then who do you think can defeat him now? Tang Qing smiled softly. Those deputy chiefs and Lang Kai. Tang Kai thought for a while and said, What's the purpose? Power is the purpose. Although he is using a lot of policies and money to open the way, his background is too shallow and his qualifications are not enough. I'm afraid that if they use up the zero, they will kill the donkey. Tang Kai said worriedly. It makes sense. Tang Qing quite agreed with this point of view, because the deputy leaders, except Kanxin, were all preparing to remove Ling from this position next month. Previous money opens the way. It was to get them to support Zero's various political orders, not to bribe them to support Zero's final succession. Tang Kai continued. Right, they use formal means. Maybe Ling has a chance to succeed, but for the sake of power, those people are likely to use informal means to kick Ling out of the center of power in Myanmar. Forget it. What I'm most afraid of is that they will directly imprison Ling, label him, throw dirty water on him, and take over the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. By then, there will be trouble. Tang Qing nodded. The second uncle's guess was surprisingly similar to the plan of those people. Where's your friend? Is there any news? Yes. Tang Kai hurriedly asked, what news? Watching a show. Watching a show? Yes. What we can think of is that they thought of all the consequences when they took office. Just wait. Just like the person who tried to plot your qualification as a fruit wine distributor last time. A clown is a clown after all. Tang Qing said quietly. Tang Kai really didn't know what Tang Qing knew. He was so sure of the political direction of a country. He just described some families last time, but now he's describing Zero's opponents. Is it really good? That means Zero will definitely succeed. Tang Kaishi asked hopefully. If others ask, I will definitely say that it is not necessarily true. But if you ask, second uncle, I can say with certainty that no one can shake Zero's position now. However, this matter is very important and should not be spread outside. Tang Qing gave his second uncle a reassurance. Zero has been in office for half a year. I still stayed on the core rights of Myanmar for half a year. There's just so much that can be done. It's just very hidden. Anyone who promulgates some policies, passes some major projects, and spends a lot of money to lend money to Burma flowers with nothing in mind would be underestimating the ability of the soldiers. From the beginning, Tang Qing knew it. No matter how well Zero does it, it is difficult for them to accept that someone born like this is above them. I compromised with Lang Kai before. It's just that they don't want to confront Lang Kai head-on. Now that they don't have Lang Kai's restriction, they have no scruples. Some people have even blatantly gone to Lang Kai to ask him to get Zero. Follow their logic. Once Zero goes down, due to the psychological gap, he will hold a grudge against them and become an unstable bomb. You must know that Zero also fully controls tens of thousands of soldiers in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Very strong in combat. If Ling wanted to do something, he might even get the two brothers from the north to do it together. Therefore, in their suggestions, they were prepared to solve the entire problem left over from history once and for all. It's different from before. In the past, Zero's position was not high, and everyone still had room to turn around. But now, in order not to cause violent turmoil and not to be retaliated by Zero, taking Zero has become their only choice. As for why he want to find Lang Kai, mainly because Lang Kai still controls Myanmar's military power. They want to take action against Zero. Lang Kai did nod. Who dares to move? Good thing. Lang Kai is not crazy yet. He did not give a positive reply to these suggestions. He just said that he would think about it, and then sent them away. Regarding Ling, Lang Kai did not dare to act rashly because his life was saved by Ling otherwise. His body, which had developed strong antibodies to tuberculosis drugs due to Quentin's poison, had long since allowed him to return to the embrace of nature, and it was impossible for him to suddenly recover from his illness and rise to power. With Tang Qing's comfort, Tang Kai felt much relieved, although I feel like my nephew is hiding a lot of things from him. But, so what? Who doesn't have secrets? It's pretty good that he knows so much. Tang, now that you have almost everything, what do you want to do next? Tang Kai changed the subject. Tang Qing smiled and said, something meaningful. For example, add some beauty to this world. Tang Kai didn't understand. Tang Qing actually didn't have a clear definition. He just felt that if he had the opportunity, he could change the world and the fate of many people, such as the previous charitable foundation, and most recently the Dream Fund. Although I don't know what you were talking about, your second uncle will do his best to support you. Thank you. As a family, why are you so polite? February 10th noon. Tang Qing came to Tianfu Hotel. Sun Xiao is getting married today. As Tang Qing's former bodyguard, he also knows Monkey. When Lu Gan heard about it, he immediately took it over and asked Sun Xiao to change the wedding to his hotel. At first, Lu Gan proposed free of charge, but in the end, Sun Xiao insisted and charged a cost fee. I knew Tang Qing was coming. Naturally, Lu Gan would not be absent. He had been waiting in the hall. When he saw Tang Qing's car arriving, he quickly walked out. Tang Qing's arrival caused quite a stir at the door. The richest man in mainland China. Moreover, there is a tendency to surpass Li Jiaqing and become the richest man in China. He is the one who went out from Qingyan City, which is the pride of Qingyan City. Brother Sun, congratulations. Tang Qing said with a smile. Lin Jiaxue didn't come today. She went to attend a party with some of her best friends in high school. Thank you for coming. Sun Chao grinned from ear to ear with joy, and his wife next to him quickly called out Director Tang. She was one of the first employees of Shang Tang Group, and was also the receptionist who had a few words with Tang Qing. She still remembers it vividly. Today's wedding. Tang Qing can come. I have already given enough face and face. How could I not come on such an important day? Seeing that you are so busy, I will go in first, and let's have a drink later. Tang Qing didn't want to block the door. Okay, please come inside. I'll let you in. Sun Chao just wanted to ask a helpful colleague to take Tang Qing in. I'll do it. Lu Gan walked out. Tang Qing called out, Uncle Lu, you're here too. Haha, yes, let's go. I'll take you in and sit. Lu Gan laughed. Okay. Tang Qing followed Lu Gan and walked in. Come to the huge side hall on the first floor. Most of the dozens of tables were already occupied. See Tang Qing walking in. A brush sound. They all stood up. Tang Qing was also helpless. Have to. The husband and wife are both employees of their own company. Naturally, the people who came to participate, except for their family members, were all people from the two companies, and almost all the senior executives of the two companies came. When Sun Chao was his driver, he was quite familiar with Yang Kai and Qi Yin, the senior officials of the Tang dynasty. However, Do Jiao went to the capital today, otherwise she would definitely come to participate. Everyone, please sit down. I'm embarrassed to do this. Tang Qing pressed his hands and said with a smile. Hear this. They just sat down. Come to the big table. Mr. Tang. Chairman. Little boss. Tang Qing sat down and looked at the scorching gazes around him. These company veterans who had been with him until now felt infinite emotion in his heart. Time can really create miracles, and he happened to bump into them. The wine on the table looks different from other tables. Tang Qing asked, Uncle Lu, how much fruit wine are there in the hotel? Nearly 80 boxes. Lu Qian was so familiar with the Tang family, so the share was certainly not something that ordinary people could compare to. Then give each table a box and treat it as a welfare for everyone. Tang Qing said. Lu Gan didn't say anything. He immediately ordered people to move to the wine cellar without mentioning money. We are all people who are not short of money. It is very vulgar to ask for money. When the time comes, tell Tang Kai that he can buy more. Soon, a box of fruit wine was placed on each table. They are all knowledgeable people and know the price of this wine. One bottle is their monthly salary. After sighing with emotion at Tang Qing's wealth, they all waited to taste it later. Sister Yin, when can I eat your wedding candy? Looking at Qi Yin, who still looked the same, Tang Qing couldn't help but ask. The year has passed, and Qi Yin is now a young woman of 28. It's good to be single. Why rush to get married? Maybe I'll get married later than you. Qi Yin smiled sweetly. Anyone who looked at her would think she was only in her early 20s. How about you introduce me to a young talent? Tang Qing looked embarrassed. I don't know any unmarried young talents. They are all married. Among the good friends he knew, there was really no suitable one, and he was not willing to match up with those he was not familiar with. I don't believe it. Qi Yin curled his lips. You don't believe it? Hey, it seems there really is one. A person appeared in Tang Qing's mind. Qi Yin asked curiously, Who is it? Forget it. You won't touch him in your normal work. Tang Qing shook his head again. He remembered Mei Wenlin from Australia, who was doing milk powder business in China. To this person, his impression was very good. Humble, intelligent, mature, stable, and unmarried. The most important thing is that according to the detailed investigation by previous soldiers, Mei Wenlin did not have any bad habits or a chaotic lifestyle. If you use a person in a film and television work to describe it, just like Lin Yueru's cousin in Legend of Sword and Fairy, Lu Jinyuan, who was the top scholar in the dynasty, looked very similar in every aspect. You say that, and I'm even more curious. Curiosity is the beginning of a woman's downfall. Tang Qing pretended to sigh. Qian rolled his eyes. More importantly, if you become a housewife, wouldn't I lose an excellent designer? It's a loss, but this person is really good, and his age is very suitable. It's so embarrassing. Qian. The people at the table did not expect that Tang Qing had such a cute side. Seeing Qian's depressed face, they couldn't help but laugh. Qian gave them a big eye roll. Soon, the wedding started. Gao Ming took the stage as the officiant. Tang Qing did not go up to show his face. He just smiled and looked at Sun Chao and his wife on the stage. He recalled his past life. Every time he attended a wedding, he would feel a lot older when he was not married. He had thought, if Wang Yin ends up marrying someone else, what will he do with his life? He might find someone to marry, or maybe never marry. Tang Qing shook his head vigorously. Now everything starts again, and he has everything he dreamed of in his previous life. No, it's more, so much that it exceeds the limit of ordinary people's imagination. But that memory cannot be forgotten, because it will remind a person to know how to cherish. Sun Chao gets married. Of course, Tang Qing would not express it. It's just that I didn't give any million-dollar gifts. Instead, in the name of the company, the financing part of the financing house is exempted. Last September, Tang Qing's 3 major groups in Qingyan City have started construction of fundraising houses. Only locals and those who are willing to settle locally and have working years can apply. The first batch of fundraising houses totals more than 600 units. It occupies a large area, just outside Qingyan City. At first, it wasn't Tang Qing's suggestion, but the leaders of Qingyan City came to visit. It was said that it was to thank the 3 major group companies for their contributions to Qingyan City, and Qingyan City wanted to retain Tang Qing's company and retain its talents. So it chose to give away land to build houses. Employees only have to pay for construction costs. This way, the fundraising price per square meter has just exceeded 1,000, which is already relatively high. Tang Qing did not choose to build a high-rise building. He is not a developer, so there is no need to make it look like a tube building. They are all designed with 5 to 8 floors, and the units are relatively large. A dwelling under 100 square meters? Just discard it. The starting area is 120 square meters, and the maximum area is 150 square meters. The green area is not small. Anyway, is the land provided by the city for free. There is no need to consider any return. Of course, it will be whatever you like. Although it is a crowd-funded housing, it's just that it stipulates that it cannot be sold to outsiders within 5 years, except to those who sell to the company. Sun Chao was already very satisfied with the money he had paid in the first place, and he would return it later. If Tang Qing really gave him dozens or even millions of gifts, he would not dare to accept them. The next few days, Tang Qing relaxed. I visited each company, encouraged employees, listened to reports, inspected the situation of various industries, expressed condolences to frontline employees, and took a look at the lonely elderly people supported by the company. Anyway, showed his face everywhere. I held a meeting in the city and went to the province to receive a top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs trophy, met with a number of provincial leaders, gave 2 speeches, and quickly joined the party. If Tang Qing hadn't been too young, the province wanted to give him a CPPCC position. A lot of work. I have finally sorted out the relevant matters, and we will talk about next year's matters. February 16th, the day before New Year's Eve, Zhang Jing returned to the village. As a typical case in the village who was admitted to college but did not go to college, Zhang Jing became a celebrity in the village, not because of rumors, but because she sympathized with Zhang Jing, mother and daughter. Father died of illness. The family became poor. Later, I heard that Zhang Jing went out to work, but I rarely saw Zhang Jing come back, only during the Chinese New Year. Jing, you're back. Yes, Grandpa Li. Are you in good health? You have a strong body for growing crops. That's good, he said. Zhang Jing took out a handful of candies from her pocket. She stuffed it into the hands of 2 children who looked at her curiously, and then continued to walk forward, saying hello along the way. Zhang Jing was quite familiar with the dozen or so families who came in from the village entrance. Looking at Zhang Jing's beautiful clothes, they all curiously asked what kind of job she was doing. Zhang Jing just said that she was a clerk. Otherwise, they wouldn't understand it. The reputation of Tianyin Group was not high. The main service targets are major enterprises and working-class people. I heard he was a clerk. They didn't ask any more questions. How much salary can a girl who graduates from high school earn? Looking at her house in the distance, Zhang Jing couldn't help but feel a little sad. Judging from the surroundings, her house was the most dilapidated. The money originally intended to repair the house had also been used to treat her father's illness. Last year, she sent money to her family to repair the house, but her mother has been reluctant to part with it, saying that her 2 daughters have gone out, one goes to school, the other works, and she lives alone at home, so she can live casually. Mom, I'm back. Zhang Jing walked into the yard. The family dog whined, wagging its tail vigorously and sticking out its long tongue. Although they haven't seen each other for a year, the voice has not changed at all. Zhang Jing walked over and touched the head of the native dog with black spots. This dog had lived for 6 years and was already a bit old. Compared to last year, the body is getting thinner. Sister, you're back. A surprise voice came. This time, a pretty figure rushed out of the kitchen. Hugging Zhang Jing, this is Zhang Jing's sister, Zhang Wei, who is half a head taller than her. Mainly because Zhang Jing has taken care of her since she was a child. Zhang Wei has never suffered much. Let go of my sister. Zhang Jing asked, where's Mom? In the kitchen. Jing, you're back. Turning around, Zhang Jing's mother walked out of the kitchen door and saw her mother's old face caused by long-term hard work, as well as more and more gray hair. Zhang Jing's eyes turned red. Mom, you're back. How is your work? Looking at her daughter, Zhang's eyes were a little moist. The eldest daughter gave up going to college to make money for the younger daughter to study. I heard before that the wages in the shoe factory were not high and the family was suffering. Later I met a good boss. Now that everything was fine, she felt relieved. Zhang Jing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. My boss takes good care of me. I was promoted this year and became a junior leader. Zhang Jing smiled happily. She finally had the ability to support the family. When Zhang's mother heard this, she was pleasantly surprised and said, promoted? That's great. How much can you get every month now? Not necessarily. It depends on performance. But this month's salary plus year-end bonus is 37,000 yuan. Zhang Jing was a little proud when she talked about this. In Qingyan City, not many people can pay more than 37,000 yuan in year-end bonuses. Even if there is, most are state-owned enterprises. However, Tianyin employees who have worked for a full year will basically receive a year-end bonus of more than 20,000 yuan. The main reason is that the company's business volume has skyrocketed due to small releases. This year's it is actually making money. It's just not too much, less than 100 million, which is not enough for Tang Qing to spend. In the end, Tang Qing made a big stroke of a pen and retained the operating funds, and then distributed the rest to boost morale. 37,000. Mother Zhang exclaimed. Zhang Wei also covered her mouth. Even if she earns her salary after graduating from college, this is almost a year's salary. Yeah. Zhang Jing nodded vigorously. Zhang's mother was speechless. Daughter, your boss is too generous. Of course, my boss is the richest man in our country, so of course he is extraordinary. Sister, do you have any internship positions in your company? Can I do an internship in your company when I'm a senior? Zhang Wei also wants to enter the Heaven's Eye, mainly because it's close to home. She felt that a first-tier big city was really not suitable for her. She and Tang Qing also took the college entrance examination, but she passed the National People's Congress in the capital. Although the capital was developed, she did not want to work there. Zhang Jing nodded. Yes, but you have to have excellent grades. Ordinary people can't get in. Don't go through the back door. This is what the company dislikes the most. If you want to get into the sky, study hard and get good grades. I know, I'm number 1 in our class. I will definitely meet the standards. Zhang Wei said with a smile. That's good. Sister, what is this? A lot of coupons. Zhang Wei opened a box and found that it contained various coupons. For our benefits, many companies will send a large number of coupons to our company. Each person can share a little, that's all. In Tianyin, Zhang Jing's biggest feeling is that there are so many benefits, especially those from Tang Qing's own company. Shengtang sends discount coupons. Comic Group gives away movie coupons. Li Jiangwo's seafood restaurant gives away meal coupons. Various employee benefits, discounts on buying jewelry, discounts on buying electric cars, and discounts on buying houses. In Qingyan City, their company's reputation should not be too big, which leads to strong cohesion of the company. Zhang Wei said enviously, "I want to join your company even more. There's a chance." Zhang Wei thought of another thing. He asked curiously, "Sister, have you seen Tang Qing?" "I've seen his videos. We are all fans of his in our dormitory. They're no longer star chasing. They check the news about Tang Qing all day long." "Yes. Have you ever taken a photo with him?" "No, he doesn't like taking photos. It seems that the legend is true." "What legend?" "Tang Qing has a shadow about taking photos." Between jokes, the rice is already cooked. "Mom, the company is raising funds to build houses. I have accepted a 130 square meter apartment with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms and an elevator room. It will be decorated in the middle of next year, and we can move in the second half of the year. You will also move to the city." "What? Why don't you tell your family how much it will cost?" Mother Zhang was anxious. "Not much, just over 1,000 per square meter, and the location is good. It was specially approved by the city. If you don't have enough money, you can pay it when you hand over the house. By that time next year, I will have enough money to save even for decoration. The land we have here, Mother Zhang has been farming all her life, and she can't let it go. Mom, I'm usually busy with work, so you can help me look after the house and cook. If you're bored, you could do something else. I know some people in Qingyan City, so it's not difficult to find a relaxing job." Zhang Jing advised, "Usually my mother is alone in the village. No one takes care of you. How can she rest assured?" Then, Mother Zhang hesitated. "Mom, just agree. This place will be vacant, and the land will be planted by my cousin's family. If you plant it for a year, it is not as high as your sister's monthly salary. My sister has no one to take care of her. It's so pitiful." Zhang Wei also persuaded. Zhang's mother heard that her daughter had no one to take care of her. The balance in my heart suddenly tilted. "Yes, when the time comes, someone will have to look after the decoration and so on. I can't do it alone." Zhang Jing said that the iron is hot. "Okay, when the house is repaired, I will go to the city to help you look after it. The decoration must not be careless." Zhang's mother agreed. She was alone in the village with no one to talk to, and she missed her daughter too much. Zhang Jing had a smile on her face. Finally, through own efforts, everyone in the family will live a good life, and the person I am most grateful for is Tang Qing. He recruited her from the mobile phone store to the restaurant, and that is where the turning point in her life began. "Sister, when will you bring a boyfriend back?" Zhang Jing shook her head. "It's early. Your sister is still studying. She's planning to get a bachelor's degree first. Otherwise, my career will be over now. All my subordinates have a bachelor's degree or above, and there is also a graduate student. It is difficult to convince others. She was only 22 years old. What's the rush? The first priority now is to work and obtain a bachelor's degree, and then strive to pass the postgraduate entrance examination. She has to read a lot of books every day. According to time, if she had gone to college in the first place, she would only be in her junior year now." "Sister, you are so amazing." Zhang Wei admired her. "Do you think it's so easy to keep up with the development of the company and business by reading books, information, and news every day? Our chairman said that when a person stops learning, he will be eliminated." "Really? I will write it down and tell the people in the dormitory when I go back." One chapter was missing yesterday, and 3 chapters are missing today. The next day, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Wanqing Industrial Park. This year, employees at steel plants are destined not to return home. Not only this year, but for a long time to come, there will only be rotating holidays, and it is impossible for all employees to take vacations. This is something overseas employees have to face. Good thing, now that I have decided to go abroad. They are not prepared to have big reunions during the holidays like they do in the country. That's how life is. How can everything go as planned? If you want to gain something, you must be prepared to lose something. The company has stipulated from the beginning that as long as a couple comes together, they can arrange work for the other half and give them a separate room. If you have children, even the education issues will be solved for you. But only kindergarten and primary education are guaranteed. There is no middle school at the moment, which makes many factory employees consider it. It's just that there are fewer people with children because they're still worried about the medical care and education here. Most of them consider bringing their spouses here because the wages offered by the company are really much higher than in China. There are also a lot of benefits. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is 7 hours ahead of China. China has just entered the early morning of New Year's Eve. It's already dawn here. There was a burst of firecrackers, echoed in the mining area, waking up sleeping people. The whole factory is on holiday today. The company organizes performances and dinners. Tomorrow is a day off. The company will organize watching of the CCTV Spring Festival Gala last night, and everyone will be on duty the day after tomorrow. There is no 7A holiday here, but no one was dissatisfied. You can't visit relatives here, nor can you go back to your home country. Rest is not just about sleeping. If everyone rests, cinemas and KTVs will definitely be full, and the quality of the festival will be greatly reduced. What great job! If you work overtime on holidays, you'll get twice the salary. They work overtime on holidays and get 3 times the salary, which means their salary will increase by half next month. For the Chinese, everything is easy if they have money. 8:30 in the morning. Employees at the steel plant are led by their team leaders. Move the tables and chairs from the canteen to the open space outside. Outside the canteen is a huge open space. This place was originally designed for large-scale events and can fully accommodate thousands of people setting up tables to eat here. In order to ensure the supply of materials for the Spring Festival, a month ago, a large amount of New Year's goods have arrived here, and the containers are filled to the brim. Security personnel don't get days off. The company's security tasks are still strictly implemented. In Africa, half of the security guards are always on duty, but today all of them are on duty, and even half of the unmanned reconnaissance drones have taken off. Outside the park, Xu Sheng drove the car, followed by a container, heading towards Weha camp. Arrive outside the camp. I was already very familiar with the guard, but I still didn't let Xu Shengkai in casually. Firstly, it was due to discipline, and secondly, there were soldiers from many other countries here. If you didn't abide by the regulations, you would probably be reported. Even those foreigners are very familiar with Chu Sheng, but there are some villains who may be causing trouble. It's better not to get into trouble. Brother Chu, you are so generous. The soldier who opened the container and inspected it was surprised to see that it was full of New Year's goods, food, drink, daily necessities, and a lot of seafood and frozen meat. It's enough to feed them for a week. The United Nations doesn't care about their spring festival. Generally, there is no expression. The most I can do is call and express my condolences, which is almost nothing because the United Nations funds mainly come from various countries. If you celebrate the holidays and have nothing to do with other countries, why should you ask me to pay? Therefore, each year, they can only think of ways to make use of limited supplies and try to live a not shabby New Year. In the past, they could only eat a meal of dumplings or get some braised mutton or something, which was quite tight. There has never been such a luxury situation. This is a gift from our company, not just from you, but also from the surrounding tribes. Today I will send it one by one. I am responsible for your direction. Chu Sheng explained. To the company's financial strength, Chu Sheng has become accustomed to it. It's like I don't even know what the cost is. Being able to work in such a company is also a great blessing in life. Your company's treatment is really good. The Chinese soldier said with envy. Haha, where's Lao Fong? Chu Sheng smiled. This isn't coming. Fong Taizheng walked out of it. Brother Fong, Chu Sheng shouted. Are you here to bring warmth? Fong Tai said with a smile. Usually during the holidays, the steel factory would give them some domestic food and drink. To be honest, they were too embarrassed to take it. Don't give me money. Chu Sheng patted the container. It's all yours. Call someone to move it quickly. Okay. Fong Tai went back to say hello. Dozens of people rushed out immediately. It took more than 10 minutes of moving in a bustling manner before the container was emptied. I'm leaving first. There are still many deliveries to be made. Chu Sheng said after closing the container. Do you want help? Fang Tai asked. No need. There are still people in this land who dare to rob us. Chu Sheng said confidently. It's true. Fang Tai chuckled. The steel plant uses profits to bring surrounding tribes together. In order to protect the mining area, these tribes have added several new road cards far away to prevent anyone from coming in to cause trouble. It could be said, those tribes didn't want something to happen to the steel plant even more than they did. Watching Chu Sheng's Hummer go away, Fang Tai and the others started their daily work. Of course, such an important matter must be reported to the country. After hearing about this, the relevant leaders in the country also praised it. This steel plant, he has already made his name in the country. Information must be reported in real time. Chu Sheng left the camp. When returning to the main road, behind him were a row of various cars. The big ones were in a container, and the small ones were much less. Even though the containers were big, the value inside was only about 100,000. It's different from Yu Hei's camp. Chu Sheng from other tribes drove in directly without anyone blocking them. The third one to come was Belif's tribe. Captain Chu, what is this? Belif came out. Chu Sheng explained. These 2 days are the most solemn festivals in China. I have given you some gifts. At noon, I invite you to come to our place to have a meal and watch the show. I heard that it was a gift. Belif was overjoyed. Okay, I will definitely go. Immediately, hundreds of strong men began to get busy unloading the things inside. Before leaving, they gave Chu Sheng and the others the sheep they had raised. Chu Sheng persuaded them to stop them from filling the container. But we walked home one by one. In the end, a container was really full. Have to. Reciprocity. Had to accept it. Except these people. Sadok and Wait also received a gift. Of course not this kind of New Year product, but a jar of tea. The tea produced in the training area, including the jar, cost no more than 20 yuan. As soon as the person to whom the gift was given said it, it immediately turned into something more valuable than gold. As soon as they tasted it, they fell in love with it. Collect it like a treasure. They're not ordinary people and care most about the value of gifts. This valuable tea, just what they wanted. Asking for votes. February 17th, Lunar New Year's Eve. Thousands of families are reunited. Night. The Tang family implemented a consistent tradition, watching the Spring Festival Gala. Even if local TV's New Year's Eve parties become popular in the future, their family will probably only watch CCTVs. The reason is to take care of the elderly. The main theme of the Spring Festival Gala. Within 10 or 20 years, there will be a fixed consumer group. It is not an easy task to expect that most of the elders who grew up watching the Spring Festival Gala will switch to local satellite TV to watch celebrities singing. Tang, do you want to perform a show too? Tang Qing waved his hands vigorously. Second uncle, please get around me. I like watching performances. Shichi, what are you doing? What are you doing with the camera? Put it down. Put it down quickly. It's a dangerous thing. You can't have such evil thoughts. Seeing that Tang Qing was fighting for the camera with Qin Shichi, they couldn't be happier. For a while, the two of them stopped. Tang Yin'er asked, Brother, when is your company's next annual meeting? At least it must be a memorable year, such as the 5th anniversary. I can't stand it every year. Tang Qing said that after the first year of treatment, he didn't want to have it in a short time. What a pity. Tang Yin'er was a little disappointed. What do you want to do? Tang Qing asked. I want to see celebrities. Tang Yin'er blurted out. Then why are you watching the annual meeting? Don't you know that House Han will be a film and television base in the future? If you want to see celebrities, you could go there every day. You will definitely see them until you don't feel anything anymore. Tang Qing said with a smile. It seems so. Tang Yin'er nodded. The film and television base was invested by her father. If she wanted to chat with the stars, the crew would give them face no matter what. She was not a star chaser. She had no love for stars. She just wanted to watch them. Tang, what are your plans for next year? Tang's father asked. Tang Qing said, Go to school well, work hard. Well, that's all for now. It's really simple. Yeah. Shichi, learn from your brother. Look at you. You can't stand even a little winter vacation homework. Is that 1 point? 5 whole books. My biological mother, Dad. My mother abused me with exercises. My brother is a genius, but I am not. Dad, tell me about your wife. She always bullies me when you are away. Then do half of it. Dad is the best. We'll do the rest after school starts. Huh? Qin Shichi felt that they were all making fun of herself. Right? Absolutely. Beijing. Chai family. The whole family gathered together again. It was at this time that they had time to gather together. Last time Chai Ren's daughter was 1 month old. Chai Ren's 2 brothers didn't have time to come back, and only 2 sisters-in-law were here to help. Chai Ren's grandfather spoke. This year, everyone in our Chai family is in good health. Ren's son also has a daughter. The Chai family has a new member. The career is similar to last year, but the economy has made great strides. Here, I would like to commend Ren's son for his unintentional relationship with Tang Qing. Not only has the family's business in Africa made great strides, but it has also begun to diversify domestically. Now, Tang Qing's back is not just money, but a huge force has been gathered. This matter has attracted great attention from above, and it is a positive attention. This son has an unlimited future. This praise is also based on Tang Qing's several rescues of Chai Ren. Chai Ren's several dangers are still kept secret, and only a few people in the core family can know. Third brother, how much money did Comic Group make this year? Chai Ren's second brother asked curiously. The profit after tax is around 7 billion yuan. Chai Ren thought about it. How much? 7 billion. His second brother was shocked. 7 billion. This era, the annual fiscal revenue is higher than that of most cities in the country. Chai Ren explains. Mainly the income from the 2 Civilization movies. The income from movie peripherals has always been pretty good. The other income is from Comet Video, theaters, major literary websites, publishing, etc., but it's just a small amount of money. Not a penny of dividends. The second brother asked again. Yes. The main proceeds from the first part were invested in the acquisition and construction of theater chains, and the proceeds from the second part were invested in 2 data centers. The remaining miscellaneous items were divided among various branches, but there will be a dividend next month. Invest in projects in our county. The eldest brother's eyes lit up. Brother, this money has already gone somewhere. Chai Ren shook his head. We're going to buy mines again. The eldest brother said disappointedly. Chai Ren smiled and said, it's not true this time. He went to Africa to build a power plant and partnered with Tang Qing. He's stupid. He went to Africa to invest in this. It's weird that you can't keep your pants if you don't lose money. Are you sure they have money to pay the electricity bill and won't tear down your tower and sell scrap metal? Chai Ren's second brother looked like, are you kidding me? These words. Chai Ren disagreed. Not only did Chai Ren disagree, but his father was the first to criticize. I agree with this matter. Think about it before you speak next time. Who is Tang Qing? The richest man in the mainland, with assets of over 100 billion. When it comes to business, vision, and business layout, you are unmatched. Chai Ren's second brother lowered his head after being scolded by his father. Stubborn mouth. He really didn't dare. Chai Ren's uncle asked Chai Ren, what do you think Tang Qing thinks? He said that Africa's commodity consumption is sluggish. The most important thing is incomplete infrastructure and insufficient market cultivation. Basic transportation is one aspect. The biggest problem is the lack of electricity. More than half of the people in Africa do not have access to electricity, and the remaining people cannot guarantee round-the-clock power supply. Without enough electricity, the demand for all household appliances will definitely not improve. As for collecting money, it is not collected from individuals. The fees only fall to the tribe level to avoid difficulties in individual collection. If the tribe has no money, it can be deducted with valuable resources. At least, we will not lose money in a short time. After Chai Ren explained, everyone here understands what Tang Qing said about the power company's operating method, which is almost the same model of support, in order to complete what Tang Qing calls market cultivation. What a generous act. This game of chess. Tang Qing's transfer. How long does it take? How can we ensure that we can persist until the harvest season? How do you ensure the safety of the power plant? This is different from mining. It only needs to be handled by people along the way. But the coverage area of the power plant is too large, and the people there are a bit tough. One of Chai Rin's cousins said, "We don't need to worry about this. There will be tall people who can solve it." Chai Rin spread his hands and said that it was all trivial matters. Tang Qing must have a complete strategy to solve any trouble. Tall. The cousin was puzzled. His father quickly interrupted. "Okay, New Year's Eve. Let's put business matters aside for now." Oh, I don't know why my father changed the subject. He was obviously hiding something important, and he didn't ask any more questions. He would know what he should know, and it would be better not to know what he shouldn't know. That curiosity, it can only be buried in my heart. This meal, they ate until 12 o'clock in the evening. Just after 12 o'clock, the mobile phone has never stopped ringing, and New Year greeting messages are flooding in. There is nothing that can be done. Everyone in the Chai family holds important positions, and the network of relationships is complicated, making it difficult to stop. Such a family. They're also most afraid of holidays, because even they have too many people to visit. Many times they are divided into several waves and go in turns. Otherwise, one person will not be able to get away at all, and many people will come to the house. Their festival. I feel much more tired than working overtime. Please vote. Inside the manor. The New Year's Eve dinner is coming to an end. The Spring Festival Gala also ended with the song Unforgettable Tonight. Tonight is unforgettable. Tonight is unforgettable. No matter where the world ends. China is in the same arms thousands of miles away. We wish our motherland well, and our motherland well. The green hills are here, and people are not old. The older a person gets, the more nostalgic he becomes. When Tang Qing listened to this song before, he didn't feel anything at all. He thought it was not as good as pop songs. Now that he listens to it, he has a completely different state of mind. The Spring Festival Gala is over. The adults began to give out lucky money. The second uncle gave me a card. Even Tang Qing has it. 1 piece per person, not much money, only 6 sixes. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is almost a lifetime savings. But in Tang Kai's case, if it falls on the ground now, he is probably too lazy to pick it up. 2 cards from the 2 sisters Qin Shichi. That adds up to 1.32 million. Gives so much. In fact, it is also a kind of funding that changes direction. The salary of the uncle and his wife is not high, and they would definitely not accept the money from them. Only at such moments, in the name of giving it to the juniors, can they accept it calmly. As for how to spend it, look at themselves. Other elders gave more or less. Anyway, Qin Shichi felt that she was rich. Only because the amount was so large, Qin Shichi's aunt took care of it as soon as it passed Qin Shichi's hands. Faced with such a blatant robbery by her mother, Qin Shichi's eyes turned red with grievance, and she almost called the police. "See her come back." The girl rolled her eyes and looked at Tang Qing. "Brother, where's your New Year's money?" How can any brother give New Year's money to his sister? Tang Qing pretended not to know. "Yes, you can get it to me, brother." Qin Shichi spread her hands, said in a long voice, and looked at him with big, pitiful eyes. Only at this time, Qin Shichi would give in. Tang Qing took it from his pocket. 2 pictures. "Here, you're welcome. Spend whatever you want." Qin Shichi didn't want too little. He grabbed 2 red tickets and stuffed them into his small wallet. This year, he finally had something to gain, and he was already thinking about how to wrest some of the New Year's money from his mother. Last year's approach is definitely not going to work. Let's try something new this year. At this time, it's very late. They each went to their rooms to rest. Tang Qing also returned to the room. Taking out his mobile phone, the penguin number kept flashing, all of which were New Year's greetings. There were at least 100 of them. Tang Qing was also helpless. The existence of communication tools facilitated communication, and, at the same time, it made people unable to hide. If there is no phone, it can escape a lot of troubles. Once you have it, a phone call will come to you anytime, anywhere. With Penguin, even if you don't want to receive these messages, he will send them. You can't ignore them, otherwise people will say you are heartless and putting on airs. Social tools. Is it really what everyone wants? Tang Qing really couldn't explain for a while. When Tang Qing became famous in high school and college class groups, he just said go to bed early and good night, and got away. The main reason was that there were too many people in there, dozens of people, each saying the same thing. Can't reply at all. He opened the annual meeting celebrity group he had added before, and there was actually a lively chat inside. See them chatting happily. Tang Qing also sent a simple Happy New Year. All of a sudden, the group was lively. Tang Qing rarely participated in their chats, but they did not let the group cool down. Who is Tang Qing? The chairman of Comic Group, a newly emerging big boss in the entertainment industry, the kind who never reads entertainment news. Usually there's almost no interaction. Able to talk in the group. Being peeked at the screen. The purpose has been achieved. Especially those who have not yet reached the level of kings and queens. The resources in the entertainment industry are limited and need to be competed for. Princess, the richest man in the Tang dynasty, has appeared. King Lu. Is the tea from last time still available? Please give me 2 taels. Brother Hu. Happy New Year, Mr. Tang, and may your wealth be prosperous. Dolphin voice, all the best. Ife, all your wishes come true. Even Wang Yin was not asleep yet. So, she said, Happy New Year. She had been looking at her phone, just to see when Tang Qing would bubble up and say a few words. Unexpectedly, she really waited. Tang Qing typed, Thank you all. Let's work hard together in the new year. 2 taels of tea. Come and pick it up any time when you pass by the Shanghai market. Director Tang. The king has 2 taels of tea. What do we have? You still have to rely on me. Okay, I can tell you responsibly. In the end, Tang Qing still used emojis that have not become popular. This punctuation is expression? Absolutely. I learned it. Tang Dong is really naughty. The spread hands emoji has received unanimous praise. Chatted for 10 minutes. It was getting late, so Tang Qing took the lead to end the topic. During the Chinese New Year, a moment of Spring Eve was worth a fortune, so it was necessary to look a little festive. Humming a song, Tang Qing walked into the bathroom, just when Tang Qing was happy. Island country, Nagoya, Murayama family. Because of his mother, the Murayama family has always had the tradition of celebrating the Spring Festival with lanterns and colorful decorations, and it was full of joy. However, it was much deserted today, with only lanterns and colorful decorations, and the dinner was generally dull. It was past midnight. Only half of the food on the table was eaten. Murayama-kin and his daughter were drinking. The TV on the side was showing a replay of China's Spring Festival Gala. But Murayama-kin is not in the mood to watch this year. What was on my mind was something else. When a friend came to visit today, he said that the richest man in mainland China was actually a student. Normally, island countries rarely report on China, and they rarely read news that has nothing to do with his business. Curiosity together. When he saw Tang Qing's photo, he was stunned for a long time. Listen to the sound again. Absolutely no way to run away. What follows is endless doubt. Why was Tang Qing on that ship? Why are there weapons on the ship? It's still an unconventional weapon. Who are those people around Tang Qing? Also, is the current owner of Mingzhong Shipping really a member of Tang Qing? He couldn't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Father, you're in a daze again. Murayama Mitsuki shouted. Murayama-kin's eyes moved, and he shook his head slightly. Nothing. At that time, Murayama Mitsuki has never seen Tang Qing's true face. Only he has seen it, and this must not be told to her. If Tang Qing wants to conceal his identity, how dare he expose it at will? That night, the fire that shot up into the sky and the exploding ship were a deterrent. Tang Qing. He is definitely not as simple as the richest man in China. If you really think that he just makes some movies, sells clothes, and sets up a solar energy company, then you're underestimating this person. Good thing. They are not enemies. The Murayama family and the Gu family had a very good relationship, and Tang Qing also had interests in the Gu family, which meant that they were on the same page. Thinking of this, Murayama-kin decided to take the time to visit China. Thank Tang Qing in person. Such a character. He also wanted to make some friends. February 27th, the 10th day of the first lunar month. The festive atmosphere gradually dissipated. The office workers have been at work for 3 days. These days, Tang Qing has been staying at the manor, facing waves of people coming to visit, and he has already been able to deal with it with ease. Man is in the world, want to be independent from the world, but he has been too deeply involved in the world. Get up early in the morning, is holding a fishing rod. Tang Qing, who was going to sit by the lake all morning, received a call from Chiron. Tang Qing, how is the situation at the power plant? Chiron asked. The total investment is 5 billion yuan, but the shares are not based on the amount of investment. 5 billion is the cash requirement, because we will involve construction, operation, and acquisition, and only account for 50% of the shares, 100 million shares. Tang Qing continued. We will divide the other 50% of the shares according to our respective contributions. The details are still under discussion, because the shareholders have not yet been fully determined. No problem. Chiron understands. I want to get this done. Money comes second. What is really difficult are other trivial matters, such as local relations, deterrence, etc. These are difficult to solve with money. At 5 billion yuan, it seems that Tang Qing is really going to do something big this time. Who are the other shareholders? Chiron asked curiously. Tang Qing shook his head. I can't tell you yet, because some people haven't reached an agreement yet, and it will take a while. A shareholders' meeting will be held at that time, and all shareholders will attend. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Is there a subscription limit for cash? Chiron asked again. A single shareholder does not exceed 1 billion. Tang Qing said. Yes, even if it exceeds 1 billion, I can't come up with it. Chiron said with a smile. Although he might not even be able to reach 10% of the company's shares in the end, at least he was in the game. This time Tang Qing pulled it. There must be people who have a lot to say over there. Otherwise, 2 days ago, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, whose power grid has always been state-run, would not have revised the electricity law to allow private enterprises and capital to get involved in the electric power field. It could be manipulated to get the Democratic Republic of the Congo to change its laws. It's so ridiculous. Such a cruel person can build relationships. It's already a profit. He was looking forward to who Tang Qing would bring in. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Nordic Province. Inside Sadek's estate. Inside a building. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunshots rang out. Sadek is shooting target. Next to him was a man in a suit. He was the soldier who sold him the production line last time. He later served as his contact with the black prison and gave him a lot of information and equipment help. Just now, the soldiers had told Sadek about the power grid. You want me to join? Aren't you afraid that Wait will be unhappy? Sadek was confused. What is his identity? What is the difference between asking him to cooperate and finding discomfort? Actually, from our point of view, you and Wait are both on the same page. You both want to get rid of the world image of poverty, ignorance, backwardness, and chaos in this country in the future. There is no conflict in your original intention. The soldier said. Sadek laughed and said, Are we from the same group? This point of view, this was the first time he heard it, but what the soldier said was very useful to him. Everyone has an ideal and a way to realize it. Sadek felt that his own path was more correct. The soldier nodded. In our opinion, yes. Haha, you're the only one who dares to talk to me like this. Others are afraid of me. Sadek smiled. Fear comes from the unknown and weakness. The soldier said bluntly, It's just that you are not strong, but we know you very well. You are still so incapable of speaking. Sadek smiled bitterly. Thank you for the compliment, the soldier said. I'm not complimenting you. Okay, I agree. What do I need to do? Sadek felt that this was an opportunity, and he didn't want to miss it. All the existing power grids in Beiji province will be integrated into one company. You will give 49% of your shares in exchange for 5% of the new company's shares, and we will be responsible for the operation. If you are willing to invest, you can take more. The soldier said, Only 5%. Sadek was a little angry. This is already a lot. The existing power grid in Northwestern Province hardly has a higher carrying capacity. If your interests are not taken into consideration, these power grid infrastructures that are about to be updated are almost worthless. You want to build a new one? Sadek asked. Of course, we have inspected and found that the power grid here has almost no value. The facilities are old and the layout is chaotic. Our plan is to dismantle them all and adopt more advanced power grid technology. Even the equipment in the power plant needs to be completely replaced. Sadek had nothing to say at this time. People just say that your power grid is garbage. People look down upon it. Now I am taking care of your face, so I gave you a 5% discounted price. Sadek was very depressed. The power grid he had worked so hard to build was said to be worthless. Have to, if you really want to replace them all. Those things are indeed worthless. Okay, I agreed. How do you calculate the investment? Sadek was not a nagging person. No more than $50 million US. Due to your special situation, you do not need to actually contribute. In the future, you can slowly make up for the construction of new power plants, coal supply, etc., the soldier said. I can never get an advantage when negotiating with you. Sadek smiled. Soldier, thank you. Okay, I promised I will get things done in the next few days. Sadek said, thank you. We will notify you when the shareholders' meeting is held. Do you need me to go in person? Of course not. Remote meetings are enough. We will provide encrypted communication. Who else is a shareholder? You will know then. Okay. Farewell. Yes. After the soldier left, Sadek did not continue shooting, but came to the rest area and brewed a cup of tea called tribute tea sent by the steel factory during the Chinese New Year. To be honest, he had never drunk such good tea. Take one bite. Mouth full of fragrance. He knew that Tang Qing was also within the scope of this investment. He used to feel that he understood Tang Qing, but now he is becoming more and more shaken. It seems that Tang Qing is not here to make money, but to help them make money. There must be a deeper reason behind it. Chief, you are looking for me. Yes. Within 3 days, all our power plants and power grid facilities will be classified into one company. By the way, I will do a centralized statistics on the existing power grid facilities. I will be useful. Yes, leader. Watching his men leave, Sadek smiled slightly. He wanted to see what kind of thing they would come up with. The next day, morning, a company called the Congolese United Power Grid Corporation was established in Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The company has a registered capital of only $10,000 US and only one shareholder. The office is located more than 500 meters away from the presidential palace. Please vote. There was no grand opening. There was no celebratory cannon fire. The company quietly put up its name. Almost no one knows about it now, but I believe that soon its name will become a household name in this country. This is the purpose and meaning of this company's existence. Before that, all electricity in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is controlled by one company, the National Electricity Company of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. How to say it? This is a company that is neither big nor small. When I say big, I mean that it has a monopoly on the power and power grid facilities in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It is the same as China's national grid, but its scale is small. At present, the total installed power generation capacity in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is only 2.07 million kilowatts, 99% of which is hydropower. It is technology and equipment from decades ago. Some units are broken and no one repairs them at all. Directly abandoned. And what about China? Now, it is nearly 700 million kilowatts. Wait until 10 years later. This number will grow to 1.9 billion kilowatts and will continue to increase. Such a serious power shortage means that even in the capital Kinshasa, power outages are common more than 10 times a day. If you do not install a voltage stabilizer with corresponding power, then wait for the electrical appliances to be damaged. This has made diesel generators almost as standard equipment in this country. It can be seen from this. How big of a voice does this company have in the Democratic Republic of the Congo? If not everyone had to use electricity, he sent everyone to shout and beat him. And a company without a voice has no ability to stop Wait from forcefully passing the new electricity law. It has been decades, and you can't do it well. So let other companies try. Then, from last month, Tang Qing used the huge network of connections established by the black prison in the local area and contacted several influential families in the Democratic Republic of the Congo to propose a plan to jointly develop and build the power grid in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They thought it was very exciting. The power was out all day. Who can bear it? Moreover, the prospects described in the plan were very good. So under the leadership of one of them, they used their respective relationships to work together to get the new electricity law passed by the parliament in a very short period of time. And in parliament, no one spoke for the power grid company on this matter. They've had enough. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Presidential Palace. Ouattara walked up and down the office cheerfully. Unexpectedly. Just 1 month. It unexpectedly gave him a second surprise. The first time was a steel plant. The steel production was impressive. Tang Qing also brought in 2 large companies for large projects, and now he started to change the status quo of electric power. Wade was very supportive. It is almost a fantasy for a country that lacks electricity to rise. This is something more important than steel. With electricity, machines can run and a steady stream of industrial products can be produced. People's lives will change. Sir, Veblen wants to see you. The secretary called. Let him in. The smile on Wade's face gradually disappeared. Yes. After a while, an old man in his 50s walked in. He was the chairman and general manager of the National Electricity Company of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He had been in charge of the power system of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for almost 15 years. Mr. President, Veblen said respectfully. What's the matter? Wade said calmly. Veblen saw that Wade had a bad look on his face and knew what was going on, but he still said bravely, well, if private power is opened up, our company will definitely not be able to compete. Then what? Veblen said carefully, can we also join this company? Wade looked at Veblen with an expression like looking at fantastic beasts. Are you crazy? Do you want to break the pot? A few days ago, it was a matter of life and death. What? Wade asked confused. Veblen took a deep breath and said, in this way, the company is still dominated by us, but private capital has been introduced which can effectively protect our power security. This was a solution they came up with after long internal discussions. Since existence is a foregone conclusion, then work together. It's up to me to take care of it. In this way, you might be able to make a fortune. Wade understood that this was not about breaking a jar, but about picking fruits. People had invested a lot of capital, but it was you who had the final say. Your calculations were very precise. Wade laughed angrily. Electric safety. Veblen nodded quickly. Yes, we don't know yet what shareholders they will attract in the future. If there's a large amount of foreign capital, this is not a good thing, and it is easy to be controlled by foreign capital. Take a deep breath. Wade walked up to Veblen. Veblen didn't dare to look at him. Do you think, with our national strength, we are qualified to talk about this aspect of security? Wade said angrily. What's wrong with foreign capital? All our cars are imported from abroad. Why don't you say that you have merged with other companies? Our steel production is almost non-existent. Why don't you suggest that we buy Qing steel? Our power equipment is also funded by foreign aid. Why don't you suggest joining others? Our medical equipment and drugs are all imported. Now tell me, national security. Have you been hit by a pig in the head? Where is this place? Africa, the middle of the country. Our country's coastline is only 37 kilometers. There are no ports, and the road traffic is terrible. What else can we do? Don't let others come in to invest. When they come to invest, you tell me it's safe. Are you here for the safety of electricity or the safety of your status? Tell me, just like before, if you have nothing and lack everything, you will be extremely safe. Wade almost shouted. What the hell? Everyone is destitute. It's hard to catch a prey. You told me that eating meat is bad for your health. So why don't you hunt a prey for me? With just one mouth, I just look at the prey in a daze. Want to starve me to death? Wade was angry just thinking about it. If the man in front of him wasn't a bit old, he would have wanted to punch him. Veblen was so frightened that his face turned pale. Wade's words. He was immediately scolded and confused. There is absolutely no way to refute it. Safety. There is no solution to whether there is or not. So how can we talk about safety? See your own words. Having touched Veblen's heart, Wade sighed, patted his shoulder and said, Veblen, you are getting older. It's time to consider retirement. Upon hearing this, Veblen was so frightened that he almost flew out of his mind. This is the time to expel yourself. I am in good health and can continue to serve the people of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Waite shook his head. But do they like your service? Do they need it? Go outside and ask them, and then ask yourself if you think you are qualified for this position. Now, we need the power of the private sector and foreign capital. We have fallen far behind. If we want to keep up with the world, we have no choice. Do you understand? Waite sighed. Veblen opened his mouth, knowing that Waite had already made up his mind. He would definitely retire. No matter how much he said now, it would be useless. In the end, he just said, I understand. He suddenly understood Waite a little bit. As long as it can make this country better, nothing matters. It doesn't matter to him, Veblen, or the power company he manages. He has lost Waite's trust, or rather, he has never had it, because he was promoted by moi before. I understand. I accept your arrangement. Veblen said. Yeah. Waite nodded. Veblen withdrew. When closing the door, Veblen heard Waite sigh again. It's hard to be at home. This is Waite's biggest feeling since he took office. Nothing. All depends on imports. Almost all the money from selling the mines is spent back, and it is often not enough. Only by moving here and borrowing there can the basic domestic price system be stabilized. It is expensive, but not outrageous. This time the electricity law is revised. Those families are trying their best. Waite also wanted a change. It was only in the end that he passed so quickly. Even here, there were frequent power outages. When he thought about this, Waite had no sympathy for Veblen at all. He couldn't do anything and was still occupying the pit. March 3rd, 8 a.m. Chiron arrived at the second floor of the villa. Yesterday, Tang Qing informed him that he would have a meeting today. So he got up very early, washed up, did morning exercises for half an hour, drank a cup of tea, and found that it was only 7:30, so he went to tease his daughter again. Finally waited until 8 o'clock. Open a website that Tang Qing said. There was only one button on it. After clicking it, he entered a conference system interface similar to Sky. In it, he had already seen the familiar face of Tang Qing and Sadok. He didn't know the other 8 people, but it's not easy to mess with at first glance. There's a strong smell of power in his temperament. Chiron didn't know them, but they knew Chiron. The last time there was such a big mineral auction, Chiron got a lot of limelight and was almost cheated. But he was lucky and saved the day. The conference room was quiet. No one spoke. They were all looking at the others. What made them think the organizer was bold was that even Sadok was involved. So interesting. Everyone is here. A man with a cold African face said. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Malthus. I serve as the chairman and general manager of the Congo United Power Grid Corporation. I am responsible for the overall operation and management of the company and hold 20% of the shares. Tang Qing, chairman of Wanqing Mining, can be responsible for the steel supply of all the company's power facilities and holds 9% of the shares. Chiron will be responsible for contacting China's power equipment and holds 8% of the shares. A total of 11 shareholders. Chairman Malthus was a warrior, belongs to the Black Prison. Even if Tang Qing and Chiron are included, the shares account for more than 37%. It is far from absolute holding. But Tang Qing didn't care. The purpose of a holding company was to prevent betrayal and earn maximum benefits. But the biggest benefit in his heart was not the power grid, but the other benefits it brought. Except Sadok. Among the remaining 8 people, 5 are leaders of large tribes in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and 1 is a distant relative of Waite. It can be imagined how much power they have in the Democratic Republic of the Congo together. They are the main force behind this revision of the electricity law, and they also have a large industry themselves. But most of them are extractive industries and agriculture. The last 2. One is the younger brother of the current boss of neighboring Rwanda. He is among the top 10 richest people in the country. However, because Rwanda is so small, even among the top 10, his assets are only a few $100 million. Another, he is the chief of a powerful tribe in Tanzania. Both of them are allies of the Black Prison. You must know that it is impossible to transport the equipment and materials of the steel plant from the west of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Shipping around the Cape of Good Hope really takes a long way. Therefore, whether it is mining trucks, steel-making equipment, or containers of materials, they all land in Tanzania, then go west through Tanzania, and then through Rwanda before reaching the steel plant. It was not a peaceful journey. Without strong protection, it simply won't work. Therefore, the two of them are also trying to win over the power grid this time. In the future, they want to use the power grid to radiate to more than a dozen countries. In these countries, people with strong voices are bound to participate. This is only the initial shareholder share. Future shareholders from other countries may also be introduced. If we work together to lay out the basic power network in Central Africa, everyone's shares will be diluted, but this is a small matter. Once power rises, there won't be too many ways to make money. They have no idea how much money the power company will pay out in dividends. This is how the company's directors and shares are distributed. Next, I will develop a detailed progress plan and report the construction progress and financial status to the directors every month. The meeting lasted for nearly an hour. Everyone has clearly defined their tasks. Tang Qing has a steel factory. He will be responsible for the production of steel structure components for the power grid tower part. Chiron will be responsible for acquiring a power grid design company, responsible for planning the route of the power grid, developing plans, and training technical workers. Everyone else also has their own tasks. For example, get the locals. Get rid of the Democratic Republic of Congo's Ministry of Energy. Handle cross-border transportation. At last, in addition to 8 thermal power plants, the Power Grid Corporation has also initiated other tertiary industry projects, investing in the construction of cement plants, copper cable plants, and other related low-end industries. After all, if hydropower stations are built, more cement will be used. The annual cement production in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is less than 500,000 tons, and the demand is over 3 million tons. Do not produce it yourself. The expenses in the future will be huge. Through such task allocation, they have saved more than 3 billion yuan alone, and after completion, the consumption environment of the entire country will be significantly changed. All in all, this is a happy situation. City of Fei, Sadok's office. After the meeting, Sadok smiled slightly and murmured, "This game is really interesting. I want to see what kind of future you can create." Wait, you're not immune to vulgarity. Seeing Wait's distant relatives. He just knew it. Wait was also involved, but was represented. That's fine. Everyone has the same interests in this matter, and they're not afraid of anyone coming to cause damage. Wait, Black Prison, the major tribes, and the most ruthless group of people in this country have united together. Who can turn this world upside down? Besides, there are also 2 families with powerful hands and eyes in neighboring countries. They have almost opened up the transportation line to the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In addition, 2 super rich people with Chinese backgrounds provide technical and capital support. Dark Prison. This is the method of turning your hands into rain. Sadok was really impressed. Beijing. Watch the screen return to its original state. Chai Ren's face began to show excitement. Awesome. That's awesome. Everyone here is a well-known local force. The influence of these people is really only heard about, never met. With them here, there is no need to worry about the original National Electricity Company of the Democratic Republic of the Congo causing trouble. And people who can organize these people. That's the most awesome one. It seems the bet was right this time. No, I need to find someone to share it with. Immediately, he called Chai Guiqiang. What happened? The power plant is ready. Tell me something. Chai Guiqiang became interested. Okay, we just had a meeting. After listening, Chai Guiqiang did not expect that the organizer this time was so capable. I understand. Don't tell the public about this matter. Their identities are very special and not suitable for disclosure to the public. After 2 chapters, they went out to eat. The next day, it's the first day of school. Tang Qing boarded a plane flying to Shanghai. Different from coming back, this time there were a few more passengers, Wang Yin and Li Kai, and Li Kai's little girlfriend also came with them. As in previous years, Chu Lan's father sent her to the airport. Last night, I learned that my daughter was going to fly. He gave him a good cross-examination. After asking about it, he didn't say much. He just told his daughter, girls should learn to love themselves and see people clearly. Everyone wants their children to play with good students, and Tang Qing meets all the criteria for a good student. The top scorer in the college entrance examination that year. The current richest man in China. With assets exceeding 100 billion yuan, he is a good student no matter what. Although he is only in love with Tang Qing's good friend, Tang Qing can be considered a friend, and his character should not be much different. Dad, I'm leaving. Call me at school. Yes. Her father also glared at Li Kai fiercely, his eyes full of threats. Daughter, they say she was my father's lover in his previous life. Li Kai actually took away his own cabbage. He was so angry. Yesterday, his wife tried out a few words. Now that he saw the real person, he wanted to beat Li Kai with a stick. And Li Kai was stared at like this. I can only laugh awkwardly. Son, what did you do to this girl? Li Jianguo had just learned about this. It's nothing. Li Kai said with a guilty conscience. Nothing? Do you believe it or not? How could Li Jianguo not see it? Li Kai Jiang said, believe it or not, it's up to you. Forget it, be careful and learn from Tang Qing, who is single-minded. If you dare to mess around and learn from those rich young men, see if I don't break your legs. Li Jianguo warned. Now the family has money. Audition restaurants are inherently high-end consumption places. He came into contact with more people, his status was getting higher and higher, and his knowledge was much wider. He couldn't stand the extravagant life of those young masters, and he would never allow his son to be like that. I know, Li Kai said honestly. I will give you 500 more every month from now on. Why only 500? What? You still want 5,000? Be self-reliant and look at Tang Qing. Li Jianguo's eyes drifted to Tang Qing, who was not far away. In just 1 or 2 years, he had assets of hundreds of billions, and his growth rate was terrifying. I have a good second uncle. When your boy is really capable, I will invest in you. It's a deal. Can I make money by lying to you? Okay. They said goodbye to each other, watching the kids walk into the airport. My name is Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo stepped forward generously and said with a smile, Chu, this is how 2 potential future in-laws met. Got on the plane. Old Tang, you're so good at enjoying yourself. It's okay. Can I see the cockpit? It's about to take off. There's nothing interesting in it, just some dashboards. It's boring. Tang Qing put down his luggage. You don't know me, so of course it's boring. Yes, you're right. Tang Qing said that I can fly to the sky, but there is no need to show off. This time, broadcast the news that it is about to take off. 10 minutes later, the plane flew smoothly in the sky. Private jets are convenient. I will take them next winter vacation. I plan to work in Shanghai during the summer vacation. By the way, Old Tang, are there any internship positions suitable for me? I can also gain experience. Li Kai drank warm milk tea comfortably. You have a company at home, but you still use it to work? Tang Qing said. Li Kai rolled his eyes. You have tens of thousands of people under you. Why do you still worry about the company's affairs every day? What you said makes sense. Yes, if you want to make the company bigger and stronger, you have to understand how an excellent company operates internally, including the environment, work, and departments. Of course, you are a special case. Li Kai envied. If you want to learn about a company or do an internship, Tianyin is the most suitable one. Tianyin serves the company. In terms of professionalism, other companies are simply incomparable. Okay, it's settled. My family is Lan. Li Kai added. Tang Qing said with a smile, it's just a temporary assistant position with salary, but no performance. To put it bluntly, it's just a subordinate. Don't come to me and cry when you feel wronged. It doesn't matter to me, as long as you have salary. Li Kai said with a smile. Chulan also quickly expressed her willingness. In this case, in case you have other arrangements then, call me 3 days before the summer vacation, and I will make arrangements for you. Who knows if the 2 of them will have other ideas in a few months. That's enough, buddy. Thank you. Chulan also quickly thanked him. By the way, Wang Yin, how is your work? Li Kai brought Wang Yin again. It's good. I study music and listen to songs every day. Wang Yin pursed her lips and smiled. Li Kai said, Old Tang, you're not helping me. I haven't seen Wang Yin on TV for a long time. No, Tang Qing is taking good care of me. I don't want to take those commercial performances. Now I'm getting a salary, but not much work. I have free working hours, which is good. Wang Yin waved her hands quickly. Tang Qing shouldn't be too nice to her. As a company artist, she can do whatever she wants. She controls her own time. No one cares about her. There are no mandatory tasks, and there is no salary. However, she's been helping in the film and television department, and recently she is learning to score music. That's right. Li Kai nodded. This time, Tang Qing suddenly remembered something. Wang Yin, I'm going to make a theme song for my mobile phone and shoot a MV. The project hasn't been approved yet, but I will give the company a task soon. I need your help with the theme song. Mobile phone brand. How can there be no promotional song, which will be used as the default ringtone when the time comes? Help. Wang Yin was puzzled. I have some ideas for melody and lyrics, but I can't put together a song. You are a professional. I'm going to give it to you to try. I will use it for the mobile phone launch conference on May 15th in 2 months. Tang Qing explained. Can I do it? Wang Yin hesitated. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, It's okay. You'll know after you give it a try. Don't worry, this part of the melody I've determined is the main one. There's no need to change it. You just need to add the music before and after. Okay, I will try my best. Wang Yin nodded suddenly. Anyway, she has to complete the first task assigned to her by Tang Qing. That's good. Li Kai asked at this time, Old Tang, is your mobile phone going on the market? It will be released on May 15th and will not go on sale until mid-July. Tang Qing nodded. Great. I really want to see what it looks like. I'll give you one then. Hey, okay. How about you give me a lifetime membership of Comet Video? You can save this little money. I have no choice but to support a daughter-in-law, and the family is short of food, clothing, firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Li Kai can also reach a state of being stingy. Tang Qing. By the way, what's the song you mentioned just now? Do you know how to write songs? Li Kai suddenly remembered. Tang Qing shook his head. I don't know how to write songs. I just suddenly felt something. Sing, Li Kai encouraged. Think about it. Tang Qing agreed. Okay, don't leak it out. This is a promotional song for my mobile phone. It will be released to the world at that time. If someone plagiarizes it in advance, I will have to change the song, which will be very troublesome. Don't worry. Which one of us is the talkative one? Li Kai promised. You. Tang Qing took out a few pieces of paper from the suitcase. Wang Yin, here are the songs and scores. The intro is missing. You can find a way to fill in the intro and see if you can complete the lyrics. It's almost enough. Okay. Wang Yin took the paper and read it carefully, and Lin Jiaxue also came over. Li Kai took a glance. Don't know. I can only stare at Tang Qing and wait for him to sing. Tang Qing didn't need to clear his throat at all. Just open your mouth. Looking back, I still see the moon in my hometown. The night gave me black eyes. I use it to find light. Sweat condenses into a time capsule. Pioneering in this destiny alone. Single-handedly drinking with the world. This is Huawei's Glory, which Tang Qing plagiarized shamefully. This should be the first song he plagiarized so far, mainly because he thinks it is very good. Next time, he is going to pay someone to do it. This song used to be his default ringtone on his cell phone, and he listened to it every day, so he remembered it very deeply. But the ringtone only has the verse part. I don't remember the intro and other lyrics at all.